Chapter 1. Unexpectedly Reborn. Countless corpse-like hands grabbed Tang Wei's body, terror and despair enveloping her as she realized she had died amidst the zombie tide in the 5th year of the apocalypse. The feeling of suffocation hit her, and Tang Wei suddenly broke free from her shackles. She sat up in bed, gasping for air. Her long, waterfall-like hair fell by her side, and her fair skin was well-maintained, with beads of sweat dotting her forehead, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. After catching her breath for a while, Tang Wei stared blankly at her surroundings. The clean and tidy room, the warm and fluffy blanket all spoke of the owner's meticulous care. Someone saved her? No, impossible. Tang Wei shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. How could she possibly survive after being overwhelmed by a zombie tide? Wait, this seemed to be her house from before the apocalypse. In disbelief, Tang Wei suddenly sprang up from the bed and began to frantically search the room. The large villa was spacious and dressed in a nightgown. She moved like someone possessed, examining every room until she confirmed that this was indeed her home. She then collapsed onto the sofa in the vast living room. Ding, ding, ding. President Tang, have you seen today's stock market? Also, regarding our next project plan, you. Listening to her assistant's incessant chatter, Tang Wei took a deep breath. If she remembered correctly, it should be 2 months before the apocalypse. She was a professional manager and a stock trading genius. In her previous life, she worked tirelessly to earn money, saving up to live a life of luxury. So she calculated her earnings by the second. However, having experienced the harsh life during the apocalypse, Tang Wei had let go of everything. Taking a deep breath, she interrupted her assistant, Xiao Lu, send my resignation letter to the CEO, and sell all the stocks I hold. Wah, what? The assistant on the other end was still in shock, but Tang Wei had already hung up to avoid further calls. Tang Wei simply turned her phone off. Lying on the sofa, she began to calculate her wealth. If she sold all her stocks, she should have over $1 billion, and with her savings accumulated over the years, it should total around $3 billion. With this money, she should have enough to stock up. In her previous life, when the apocalypse hit, Tang Wei was still negotiating business deals. The arrival of the apocalypse caught her off guard, and by the time she wanted to exchange money for supplies, her money was completely useless. Even having a mountain of gold would make her feel like an ant.so. She absolutely would not endure the same misery in this life. Gurgle, gurgle that a sound came from the living room, and Tang Wei covered her stomach. Realizing where she was, she quickly got up and dashed into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. A dazzling array of food greeted her: fruits, vegetables, and various cooked dishes, with a freezer packed full of meat. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel emotional. In her previous life, she had fought for a bit of food and had even been beaten up to survive. She had even fought with zombies, taking food out of the fridge. She couldn't resist making a huge spread. By the time she finished cooking, it was already past noon. However, sitting in the dining room enjoying the delicious food made Tang Wei feel extremely satisfied. Hiss, I've made so much it would be a waste to throw it away. If only she had a space to store it. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a bright light suddenly shone before her, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. When the bright light disappeared and Tang Wei slowly opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely different Placia pure white space. The space didn't seem large, but it appeared endless. Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback, even pinching herself to confirm. Hiss, that hurts. This wasn't a dream. She actually had a space of her own, and it was big enough for a person to enter. In her previous life, many people awakened their abilities after the apocalypse, but her luck had been poor, and she was just an ordinary person. She never expected that not only had she been reborn, but she had also awakened a skill in advance. This was definitely a golden finger. Having experienced the hardships of her past life, Tang Wei easily accepted the fact that she had a space. However, how could she exit this space? Just as this thought arose, the scene before her changed again, and she found herself back in the dining room. This was so convenient. Tang Wei immediately perked up, as if testing something. She picked up her food from the table, and with a light thought, the food in her hand vanished. When she closed her eyes and imagined her space, she saw the food appear there. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes squinted with joy, and she even hummed a little tune. A space for storing items, and the owner could enter this was simply amazing. After putting the food away, Tang Wei grabbed her house keys and stepped out. The March weather was still a bit cool, but seeing the clear sky outside made her mood slightly drop. No one would expect that such a sunny day would soon turn into a hell on Earth after the onset of summer. May would bring snow, thunderstorms, and mudslides. It was only when natural disasters struck that people began to realize something was wrong. But at that time, no one thought this strange weather was a warning before the apocalypse. When parasitic organisms began to mutate in early June and the dead humans started turning into so-called zombies, only then did people truly feel the arrival of the apocalypse. The apocalypse couldn't be stopped, and all Tang Wei could do was increase her chances of survival. Stockpiling supplies was of utmost importance. In her previous life, when a natural disaster struck, many people were oblivious, including Tang Wei herself. She didn't even pay much attention, only ordering her assistant to donate supplies to the disaster areas that AS for her. She was still frantically making money on the stock market. Thinking of this, Tang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. If she had even a hint of crisis awareness in her previous life, she wouldn't have had such a hard time during the 5 years of the apocalypse, ultimately dying in the zombie tide. But she should be grateful. Before her money turned into waste paper, she could spend it freely. Driving out her red Ferrari from the garage, Tang Wei pressed the accelerator and sped towards the nearest supermarket. Chapter 2. Spending freely and stockpiling supplies. At the largest supermarket in Jiang City, Tang Wei parked her car in the underground garage and headed straight for the store. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of products, making Tang Wei's eyes light up. She moved like a glutton, nearly sweeping everything in her path. The staff nearby were left dumbfounded. However, Tang Wei didn't care about their stares, but at the checkout, the cashier's gaze finally made her feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem, I'm buying for a school-organized event, she offered as an excuse, hoping the cashier would stop looking at her like that. But after hearing her words, the cashier's expression changed again, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitating. Finally, after finishing the transaction, she couldn't help but speak up. Miss, if you need a large quantity of goods, you can go to the wholesale market. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei, whose hand were covered with bags, froze for a moment. She had no idea. In her previous life, Tang Wei came from a good family and lived a life of luxury since childhood. Later, when her parents unfortunately passed away, she began to work hard with the money they left her. Her time was precious, and all her living supplies were prepared by her assistant. Tang Wei would never waste time on shopping like this. However, the cashier reminded her. Struggling to drag several bags of food to the underground garage, Tang Wei glanced around to see no one was watching, and with a light touch of her fingers, she stuffed those items into her space. After doing this, she shook her hair and sat in the driver's seat. Since she was a businesswoman, she should use a business mindset to handle these matters. Back home, Tang Wei immediately called her assistant again. Xiao Lu, check if there are any large supermarkets in Jiangcheng that are up for transfer. I will acquire as many as possible. Xiao Lu on the other end was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Acquire supermarkets? Are you opening a supermarket? That's right. Quickly compile the information and send it to me. After saying this, Tang Wei hung up the phone briskly. She thought very simply. By acquiring those supermarkets that were on the verge of going out of business, she could quickly gain access to various goods and resources without having to show her face, thus achieving her goal of stockpiling. Xiao Lu acted quickly. Within 2 hours, he sent all the lists to Tang Wei. Jiangcheng, being a first-tier city, had several supermarkets available for transfer. Tang Wei didn't hesitate and directly transferred 500 million to Xiao Lu's personal account, instructing him to handle the acquisition. Xiao Lu had been loyal to Tang Wei for many years. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly wanted to enter the supermarket chain business, he immediately got to work. The next day, when Tang Wei woke up, she had already received news that Xiao Lu had successfully completed the acquisitions. With 500 million in hand, Xiao Lu was quite confident. President Tang, do you have time this afternoon? He'll take you to see the supermarkets. Xiao Lu's thoughtfulness resonated with Tang Wei. She immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, come pick me up. Half an hour later, Xiao Lu arrived at Tang Wei's doorstep. After a quick tidying up, she headed out. Xiao Lu was a young man in his early 20s, efficient and capable, which was why Tang Wei kept him by her side. President Tang, please get in the car. All right. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Wei followed Xiao Lu and completed the transfer of 5 small to medium-sized supermarkets, and she was very satisfied. The owners, upon hearing that the supermarkets were being transferred and that the buyer was generous, were even more straightforward, giving away all the remaining goods in their warehouses as gifts to Tang Wei. And that was Tang Wei's goal. Xiao Lu, go talk to those suppliers about the supply. Xiao Lu scratched his head, finding it hard to fathom Tang Wei's behavior for the first time. President Tang, we haven't even assessed them yet. Isn't this a bit hasty? A sharp glint flashed in Tang Wei's eyes. She raised her hand to touch her earlobe, her voice low and enchanting. How could I be in a hurry? I'm eager to open for business. What goods do we need? Her eyes brightened as she handed over a list. This was something she had stayed up late to prepare the night before. The list detailed all the supplies needed for the supermarkets. Staples, various seasonings, rice, cooking oil, various flours, sauces, etc., totaling 20,000. Fruits, apples, watermelons, grapes, lemons, kiwis, peaches, durians, cherries, totaling 10,000. Instant food, instant noodles, pasta, instant soup, bread, canned meat, pickled vegetables, fruit jams, totaling 30,000. And other daily necessities, snacks, meat and poultry, frozen goods, beverages, household items, cleaning supplies, etc., all listed in units of thousands. Seeing such a list left Xiao Lu speechless. President Tang, that's so much. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. Just go ahead and do it. I've transferred another 500 million to your account. Hurry up and get it done. Interrupting him, Tang Wei's tone was very firm. Seeing her so determined, Xiao Lu didn't dare to persuade her further and hurriedly went to procure these items. Later in the evening, Tang Wei changed into a comfortable outfit, put on a baseball cap and mask, and drove out again. Returning to the supermarkets from earlier, Tang Wei directly sneaked in. Now that it was dark, she could freely take the food she couldn't store in her space during the day. She ran around the supermarket, her fingers touching the products, and they automatically fell into her space. Tang Wei was engrossed, working tirelessly until midnight, ensuring all the supermarket supplies were safely stored in her space before she felt at ease. As for whether Xiao Lu would expose anything, Tang Wei was completely unconcerned. After coordinating with the suppliers, she wouldn't let Xiao Lu come again. When all the goods were gathered, that would be when her space was filled to the brim. Tang Wei's plan was meticulously laid out. In her previous life, she had lived a pampered life before the apocalypse. Now that she was given a second chance, she certainly wouldn't let herself continue to live in misery. No matter what her quality of life was like before, after the apocalypse, Tang Wei would absolutely not lower her standards. Moreover, she intended to live more freely and boldly than anyone else, justifying her character. Investigate the malls and acquire them. I want to open them all. Xiao Lu, still in a deep sleep, had no idea what kind of work awaited him the next day. Chapter 3. The magnate's grand acquisition. The following day, Tang Wei awoke naturally, greeted by a message from Xiao Lu on her phone. Without exception, the messages reflected his bewilderment at her sudden change in demeanor. It was well known that Tang Wei thrived in the cutthroat world of commerce, deftly manipulating stock markets to her advantage. Yet here she was, contemplating the use of her entire fortune for endeavors that seemed at odds with her character. Nevertheless, Tang Wei found little inclination to explain herself, opting instead to conjure a vague excuse to placate him. Once she had dealt with Xiao Lu, she lazily rose from her slumber, aware that she had significant matters to attend to. In her past life, when the apocalypse first struck, the world was rife with harsh living conditions and a severe scarcity of resources. Even a single packet of biscuits was a luxury back then. Thus, to enhance her chances of survival and enjoy palatable meals, she resolved to prepare in advance. From her spatial realm, she procured an array of fresh ingredients. Laying them out on the table, donning an apron, she readied herself to showcase her culinary skills in the kitchen. This decision stemmed from her discovery that time within her space was suspended. The items she placed inside remained unaffected by the passage of time, emerging just as they had entered. Such a convenience was simply unparalleled. Consequently, Tang Wei set to work in her home, utilizing all types of ingredients. After toiling for the better part of the day, she finally produced a sumptuous feast. However, her culinary reverie was interrupted by a call from Xiao Lu. He reported that negotiations with the marketplace had progressed well. Although only 3 agreements had been reached, it was more than sufficient for Tang Wei. Without requiring further input from her, Xiao Lu had already coordinated with suppliers for the necessary garments. Xiao Lu, you're truly an exceptional assistant, she mused. I require winter, spring, summer, and autumn apparel. The styles may be outdated, but I want every piece available in stock. Ah, but Ms. Tang, the weather is warming rapidly. Why do you need winter clothing? Xiao Lu inquired. Tang Wei merely smiled, opting not to elaborate, and instructed, proceed as I say. I will send you a list. With that, she ended the call. 5 minutes later, her comprehensive list was dispatched to Xiao Lu's phone. Over 1,000 items? Has Ms. Tang lost her mind? He pondered. The list encompassed not only women's clothing, but also men's and children's apparel. Shoes, undergarments, blankets, anything that could be sold in the marketplace was included. Of course, Tang Wei had not intended to acquire such an abundance. But to prevent Xiao Lu from suspecting her motives, she requested items she did not genuinely need. In Xiao Lu's eyes, she must have appeared to embody the archetype of a wealthy and naive individual. Yet, Tang Wei remained unconcerned. Having addressed her needs for sustenance and attire, her thoughts then turned to pharmaceuticals. The conditions of the apocalypse would render medicine indispensable. However, she chose not to burden Xiao Lu with this task, recalling that a friend of hers specialized in pharmaceutical research. Thus, she arranged a visit to discuss her intentions. Are you planning to establish a pharmaceutical factory? Upon hearing Tang Wei's request, her friend was particularly astonished. Displaying an unyielding demeanor, Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I wish to procure goods from you. Here is my list. With that, she placed the list directly before him. After perusing the contents, her friend was left utterly bewildered. Cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, medications for gastric ailments and diarrhea, as well as various vitamins and antibiotics, each quantity totaling 100,000. 100,000? The sheer volume that Tang Wei intended to acquire left him in shock. However, before he could fully process his astonishment or attempt to dissuade her, a mocking voice interjected. With such a vast quantity of pharmaceuticals, are you not concerned about their marketability? Tang Wei furrowed her brows upon hearing the derisive tone and turned to see a young man clad in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entering the room. He had likely overheard their conversation. The man possessed an almost enchanting beauty, a tear mole beneath his eye adding to his allure. Yet, if one were to overlook the indifference in his gaze, many would surely be captivated by him. Sir, the quantity I wish to acquire is of no concern to you. Indeed, it is not. However, I advise against your mindless consumption of medicinal resources, he continued, his thin lips curling into a sardonic smile. You, Tang Wei, unaccustomed to such brazen confrontation, was poised to retort when her friend could no longer endure the exchange. Enough, Wei Wei. I shall assist you in gathering what you require. And you, Shen Mu, would do well to temper your remarks. Do you not have your own research to attend to? I shall lend you my laboratory, her friend interjected, effectively diffusing the tension between them. Shen Mu, with a huff, turned and departed. Then I shall rely on your assistance for my needed items. With the disruptive presence gone, Tang Wei regained her composure. Although her friend did not finish his thought, Tang Wei understood. Yes, I shall not dwell on it. Exiting her friend's establishment, she noted that the hour had grown late. Yet his words had served as a wake-up call for her. In the post-apocalyptic world, beyond mere supplies, there existed something even more paramount: weapons. Only with weapons could one ensure their own protection. Fortunately, Tang Wei had her own avenues for acquiring them. She had enlisted the help of reliable contacts to reach out to arms collectors, securing several cold weapons for her personal safeguarding, thereby enhancing her security. In the ensuing days, Tang Wei busied herself with various acquisitions and culinary creations, her storage space becoming increasingly filled. What brought her the most comfort was the realization that her space seemed to adapt according to her consciousness. Upon entering, the items would automatically categorize themselves, saving her considerable effort. Just then, at this fortuitous juncture, Xiao Lu called her. President Tang, the goods at the mall have been stocked. Would you like me to oversee them? Also, regarding the supermarket. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Lu, but there's no need for concern at the moment. I wish to choose an auspicious date for the grand opening. Oh, and please find a real estate agent. I wish to sell my house. What? However, Tang Wei felt no remorse. Let it go. I intend to explore the countryside for a manor. Chapter 4. The final preparations. At first, it may have seemed inconsequential, but as time passed, the parasites began to mutate. When the zombie outbreak occurred, densely populated areas became a significant predicament. Upon hearing Tang Wei's intention to purchase a manor, Xiao Lu gained a slight understanding of the situation and promptly set about addressing the matter. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Lu was preoccupied, Tang Wei swiftly gathered all the supplies from 3 shopping malls and a warehouse into her spatial realm. The once bustling mall transformed, much like the previous supermarket, into an empty edifice. Xiao Lu was remarkably efficient. After listing the villa, he successfully sold it within a week for a staggering sum of 150 million. He promptly presented Tang Wei with various manor documents for her selection. This one, she decided, pointing to a property distant from the city and enveloped in tranquility. Xiao Lu paused, slightly taken aback. Tang, this manor is by the seaside, and the surroundings are quite open. Are you certain? Tang Wei narrowed her eyes, resolutely affirming. This is the one. The mountain estates were unacceptable. During the apocalypse, mutated animals posed a greater threat than humans, and she could not afford to place herself in jeopardy. Although marine creatures could also mutate, they were unable to reach the shore, making this locale a veritable dream for Tang Wei. Thus, she decisively made the payment and signed the contract, moving into the manor within 3 days. The estate was vast and spacious, yet Tang Wei felt a sense of unease, prompting her to contact a construction team for a substantial renovation. The outer fence was replaced with towering walls that appeared to be made of ordinary stone but were reinforced with steel. Even the wooden doors were swapped for tightly sealed iron gates. Tang Wei explained that as a young woman living alone, she feared the possibility of burglary. Another significant sum was expended. Once possessing 30 billion, Tang Wei now found herself with less than 10 billion. However, she felt no remorse. Furthermore, she continued to invest, hiring workers to create an advanced water circulation system that would draw directly from a nearby reservoir. This innovation provided her with immense convenience. To safeguard her water supply against potential post-apocalyptic contamination, Tang Wei decided to store the entire circulation system within her spatial realm, continuously replenishing it with water and commissioning several hundred water tanks. With the implementation of the water circulation system, Tang Wei could now recycle her water resources, allowing her to relax significantly. Having faced death once, she was determined to fight for her survival this time around. As long as she had the means, she would indulge herself. Having secured her essentials, only transportation remained. To this end, Tang Wei contacted Xiao Lu and purchased a gas station near her manor, claiming it was for her exclusive use. However, upon acquiring the gas station, she promptly dismissed the employees and contacted the suppliers to procure diesel and gasoline. Once the delivery arrived, she stored everything directly in her spatial realm. Before long, the calendar turned to May. In mid-May, news reports revealed that certain regions experienced an unseasonable snowfall. Upon encountering such alarming headlines, Tang Wei knew that the end times were approaching. Yet, the uninitiated remained oblivious. Many online merely indulged in idle curiosity, while Tang Wei herself surfed the web, perusing various posts. May snow? What injustice has befallen us? They mused. This is the consequence of your destruction of nature. It is May, and yet it snows. This is our punishment. Are we facing an impending winter or the end of days? Where lies humanity's retreat? Countless posts echoed similar sentiments, though most were delivered with a tone of jest, as if to say, it's merely a bit of snow. What harm could it do? However, some superstitious elders sensed something amiss. They stockpiled provisions and resolutely limited their outings. A week later, snow blanketed Jiang City as well. Yet, the temperature only dipped slightly. In the south, where short sleeves were customary by May, people were now donning long-sleeve shirts and jackets. As Tang Wei sank into her sofa, slurping a steaming bowl of udon, she wrapped herself tighter in her blanket while watching the news. One snowfall followed another for over half a month, the weather growing steadily colder, necessitating a switch from long sleeves to down jackets, until it became so frigid that venturing outside was impossible. The south, lacking central heating, became chillingly unbearable. At this juncture, the populace finally recognized the gravity of the situation, rushing out to stock up on supplies. Supermarkets were stripped bare of all food. Soon thereafter, a state of housebound caution ensued, and no one dared to venture out. Prepared well in advance, Tang Wei had gathered an array of winter essentials. Cocooned in her heated blanket and with the air conditioning running, she lived in utmost comfort, unfazed by the harsh winter outside, while others cursed the vile weather. One fateful day, half a month later, the climate inexplicably returned to normal. The incessant snow ceased, and the temperatures rose above life-threatening lows, as if the tumultuous period had simply faded into memory. As Tang Wei observed jubilant posts online celebrating humanity's survival through yet another trial, her expression bore no trace of joy. She understood that such idyllic days would not last. Like a creature awakening from hibernation, she resumed her culinary pursuits, busily preparing a variety of delectable dishes, storing away the surplus. She endeavored to create as much food as possible, hoping to sustain herself through the approaching winter, ensuring that even without cooking, she would have steaming meals at her disposal. However, after 3 days of this industriousness, the rainy season arrived. The snow had given way to relentless rain, casting a pall over the spirits of many. Initially, the downpour seemed manageable, but as landslides and flash floods erupted in numerous regions, laughter turned to despair. People became displaced, some found themselves starving and homeless, and countless refugees emerged, seemingly poised to overwhelm everyone. Yet, at this moment, the populace finally grasped the truth. This was far more than mere meteorological disorder. Chapter 5. The outbreak begins as she watched the news on television. Tang Wei could no longer bear the weight of inaction. Anonymously, she donated a substantial amount of supplies to the disaster-stricken areas, parting with a significant sum of money as well. She was no saint, although she could not save everyone. She found it impossible to remain indifferent in the face of her compatriots' suffering. This was the extent of her capabilities. The relentless rain fell as if it would never cease, echoing the cries of despair that resounded across the nation. Despite the gravity of the situation, such lamentations seemed futile. Fear began to grip the populace, and rumors proliferated online, proclaiming the impending apocalypse. Though exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth in it. This pervasive fear drove people to frantically hoard supplies, braving the rain to seize whatever resources they could muster. The once peaceful order had disintegrated, with many resorting to desperate measures, fighting over scarce provisions, while official agencies struggled to manage the chaos. Having experienced the end of days, Tang Wei had grown accustomed to such turmoil. Initially, she intended to remain in her estate, but a phone call from Xiao Lu compelled her to venture out. "President Tang, I know you own a supermarket. Could you spare me some supplies?" Xiao Lu's voice was humble, tinged with desperation, and upon hearing his plea, Tang Wei managed a faint smile. "All right, let us meet," she replied. Xiao Lu's delight was palpable as he promptly shared the meeting location. Tang Wei donned practical attire, slid a folding knife into her pocket, and set out. The rain drizzled persistently as she and Xiao Lu arranged to meet in a secluded park. Fully prepared and warmly dressed, Tang Wei held an umbrella and soon spotted Xiao Lu waving eagerly. "President Tang, you've come." His voice brimmed with excitement, undeterred by the recent fluctuations in weather. Tang Wei maintained a stoic expression as she regarded him, stating directly, "Why meet here? I intended to take you directly to the supermarket." Xiao Lu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "I didn't want to trouble you, President Tang. Just give me the keys, and I can go myself." "Very well," Tang Wei replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Xiao Lu's smile widened at her willingness, and she turned to retrieve the keys from her car. At that moment, a flash of cold steel surged towards Tang Wei. Reacting instinctively, she evaded just in time. The once amiable Xiao Lu now bore a menacing glare. Anticipating this turn of events, Tang Wei concealed her disappointment and vanished from sight. Xiao Lu stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden disappearance. How could a person simply vanish? In a state of panic, he began to search frantically. Just as he turned, the elusive Tang Wei reappeared, her folding knife now unsheathed. Seizing the moment of Xiao Lu's disarray, she struck unexpectedly, plunging the knife into his body. As Tang Wei suddenly appeared, a look of horror gripped Xiao Lu's face. "How could you be here?" he exclaimed, only to collapse lifelessly to the ground thereafter. Tang Wei gazed expressionlessly at his corpse, eventually murmuring, "I thought you would be different from your past self." In her previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, she had always been by Xiao Lu's side. They endured hardship together, and she had placed immense trust in him, entrusting her safety to his care. However, to her utter dismay, shortly after the calamity began, Xiao Lu betrayed her. In a desperate attempt to survive, he had pushed her out, leading her into the clutches of vile individuals who mercilessly tormented her. In that moment, her hatred was immeasurable. Now, having been granted a second chance, how could Tang Wei refrain from vengeance? She deliberately assigned all tasks to Xiao Lu, not out of trust, but from a knowledge that someone like him would instinctively think of her when faced with a survival crisis. It seemed she was indeed correct. As she observed the gradual loss of warmth from Xiao Lu's body, she spoke with melancholy before departing. "Had you not made the same choice as in your past life, I might have helped you." As she drove away, a solitary figure emerged from the darkness, holding an umbrella. The man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, surveyed the lifeless form on the ground, devoid of any sympathy. Conversely, as his gaze shifted toward the direction Tang Wei had taken, he subtly narrowed his beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "I recall her name. It is Tang Wei." Xiao Lu's demise bore no impact on Tang Wei. For her, it was merely the settling of an old score, thus clearing the slate between them. As the weather grew colder, Tang Wei prepared herself a bowl of warm porridge, sipping it while perusing the latest news. The struggle for survival intensified, compounded by soaring prices. Nevertheless, the throngs of people clamoring for supplies persisted, causing the breakdown of order to accelerate. The harsh climate had already led to daily fatalities, and now, in the unseen shadows, the occurrences of robbery and murder had surged. Yet, Tang Wei appeared as an unperturbed sage, cocooned within her home, never stepping beyond her doorstep. With no neighbors around, no one regarded her as peculiar, nor did anyone find her actions suspicious. She was content to guard her small patch of existence, patiently awaiting the unfolding of time. Finally, after a month, the temperature plummeted to a chilling -50 degrees. The extreme cold also disrupted the electrical circuits. Previously, power had been available around the clock, but now, it only returned briefly at 10 in the morning and evening. In the southern regions, enduring such frigid temperatures without electricity was an unimaginable ordeal. Yet, Tang Wei had anticipated this, having procured a generator beforehand. When the power outage occurred, she promptly activated her generator. The air conditioning in her room continued to function, and she remained unconcerned about losing power. In the midst of her idle moments, Tang Wei utilized her laptop and tablet to download an array of films, animations, television dramas, and variety shows. In order to stave off boredom in the apocalyptic world, Tang Wei exerted herself immensely. As the temperatures continued to plummet, a glimmer of hope for salvation finally emerged. The official authorities proposed relocating human activities underground to establish a base, hastening their efforts to endure the harsh cold and carve out a new haven for humanity. Chapter 6: The Underground Base in Recent Days. Tang Wei diligently monitored the news from outside, and, indeed, it mirrored her previous life to an uncanny degree. Dressed in thermal attire and basking in the warmth of her air conditioning, she caught the announcement on the radio. "Good afternoon, esteemed citizens. Our nation is currently besieged by a formidable cold wave, and we kindly urge everyone to remain calm. On behalf of our national leaders, I assure you that this storm is merely temporary. We shall employ every means possible to assist our citizens." Although Tang Wei understood that these reassurances were ultimately futile, serving primarily to placate the populace, she recognized the earnest efforts behind them. In the end, it was the government that provided the most substantial support. Bundled in her thick garments, Tang Wei couldn't help but shake her head in reflection. Days later, she learned from the broadcast that the underground base had been completed and many citizens were filled with excitement, eagerly moving in. Regrettably, upon hearing this news, Tang Wei shook her head once more. In her past life, she had been equally tempted and nearly followed others into the underground base, but due to unfortunate circumstances, she had been unable to relocate in time. Those who had entered faced dire consequences. It turned out that the insects within the underground base had inexplicably mutated, leading to a swift invasion and an unprecedented massacre in the newly constructed facility. Fortunately, in this life, Tang Wei was well prepared. She reclined comfortably in her grand estate, free from worry, although she felt a twinge of sorrow for those who had chosen to move into the underground base. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, and Tang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Hello, hello, Sister Tang," came a voice on the other end. It was Su Yu, a former subordinate, kind-hearted and upright, who had once endeavored to save her in her previous life. Yet, in such tumultuous times, good souls seldom survived long, and Tang Wei often found herself haunted by the memory of Su Yu's demise. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, her tone softening as she recalled the circumstances. "The underground base is completed. Aren't you coming with us, Sister Tang?" Su Yu's voice wavered slightly, as if he feared Tang Wei might not have heard the broadcast, and had called to remind her. "I'm safe where I am, so I want to be going," she replied. "How can you be safe? The cold above is so intense. What if danger strikes, and you have no one to care for you?" Su Yu seemed anxious, prompting a gentle sigh from Tang Wei. "It's all right. If something truly happens later, I can always leave then." Her words carried an air of nonchalance, and Su Yu, sensing her reluctance to depart, could only let out a resigned sigh. "Very well, I shall move in first," said Su Yu as she was about to hang up the phone when Tang Wei suddenly called out to her. In such tumultuous times, the other party's kindness in offering a reminder compelled her to extend a caution in return. "Wait a moment," Tang Wei hesitated, carefully choosing her words. "Perhaps you should delay your visit. The underground base has just been completed, and it is not significantly better than the surface." Hearing this, Su Yu fell silent for a moment before gently shaking her head. "If I don't go now, there might not be any space left soon, as there are few places available in the underground base. But I believe the surface is somewhat safer." Tang Wei struggled to find a compelling argument, her tone wavering. It was known that the mutation of insects had occurred with alarming rapidity, and the residents who relocated to the underground base never anticipated being besieged by these creatures. They had taken no protective measures, which led to their tragic fate. That was the first wave of mutation heralding the apocalypse. Only a few individuals developed extraordinary abilities to escape, while the majority perished in the calamity. Tang Wei was reluctant to see such a kind and righteous person meet with misfortune, yet it was evident that Su Yu was resolute in her decision. "It's all right. I will take care of myself. You must also ensure your safety, Sister Tang." After uttering these words, Su Yu ended the call, leaving Tang Wei with a sense of melancholy, forcing her to reluctantly set the phone down. What a pity. As the weather grew increasingly cold, Tang Wei, though cocooned in her room with the air conditioning on and wrapped in thick clothing and blankets, did not feel excessively chilly. Yet, having been confined indoors for too long, she had lost touch with the state of the outside world. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to venture out, hoping for new discoveries. Clad in her warm attire and winter gear, Tang Wei cautiously peered out from the manor, finding the outside still exuded a semblance of peace and quiet, seemingly devoid of any abnormalities. With a sigh of relief, she proceeded towards the slightly more bustling market. Due to the sudden upheaval, the streets were in disarray, with items scattered haphazardly, and the supermarket had been looted clean. Occasionally, she encountered unfortunate souls abandoned by fate, with many having succumbed to the cold without any means to seek shelter. Observing this scene, Tang Wei, although previously having witnessed a tide of corpses in her past life, was still deeply moved by the pitiable plight of these individuals. Just as she was cautiously surveying her surroundings, a figure emerged ahead, and Tang Wei, distracted, collided with him. Upon catching sight of the familiar gold-rimmed glasses, she immediately recalled the identity of the man before her. Was he the one who had mocked her for lacking business acumen? To unexpectedly encounter him here filled her with dismay, prompting a cold snort from her lips. "Do you not know to apologize when you bump into someone?" she remarked, while involuntarily sizing up the man standing before her. To speak candidly, this individual, despite their caustic tongue, possesses an exceptional physique and striking appearance, impervious to the trials of the moment. Even in such arduous times, they remain impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of comfort and well-being. It is astonishing to witness someone appearing more at ease than oneself in such circumstances, leaving Tang Wei feeling a twinge of unease. "You certainly know how to bite," came Shen Mu's tone, laced with evident sarcasm. Tang Wei gritted her teeth in frustration. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just don't block my path." It was truly perplexing how she found this person attractive. As she harbored these resentful thoughts, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, closely trailing like a specter. Her mood soured further. Chapter 7. The mysterious individual turning to glance back, she confirmed it was indeed Shen Mu. "If you continue to follow me, don't blame me for being rude." Shen Mu's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes. "It seems you were aware the world would descend into chaos long before it happened." Previously, when Tang Wei had purchased a variety of items, Shen Mu had taken note. And now, observing his current gear, it was evident he had been well prepared. Yet, at that time, everything appeared normal. How could this woman have foreseen the impending turmoil? Intuition whispered to Shen Mu that Tang Wei harbored a significant secret. "What do I know? I merely bought a few extra clothes. Stop following me." The fact that Shen Mu thrived in such dire circumstances indicated he was exceptionally astute, and she could not afford to attract his attention. As she hastily uttered those words and fled like a frightened animal, Shen Mu's interest deepened. "How absurd! Why are you following me?" Tang Wei muttered, pulling out a piece of bread she had prepared earlier, nibbling on it while surveying her surroundings. Indeed, it resembled her previous life, though at this moment, it was relatively calm. Apart from the desolate streets with few passers-by, there were no mutated creatures or zombies roaming about. He was still tailing her. Tang Wei felt a surge of anxiety. What could this man possibly want? Consequently, she varied her pace, attempting to shake off Shen Mu, but to little avail. He persisted like an invisible specter, maintaining a constant distance. It was quite vexing. Cursing inwardly, Tang Wei quickly dashed into an abandoned alley, her mind racing. When she reappeared, she found herself enveloped in a hidden space. Meanwhile, Shen Mu observed her slip into the alley and quickened his pace to follow, only to find himself thwarted. The alley was utterly deserted. Furrowing his brow, Shen Mu scanned the area. There were no alternate exits in that alley. How could Tang Wei have vanished so suddenly? On the other side, Tang Wei, upon entering her space, conducted a brief inspection of the supplies she had stockpiled. Everything was neatly arranged, ensuring that she would not go hungry for quite some time. Her spirits lifted considerably at this thought, and she pondered when Shen Mu would finally depart. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to indulge in a hearty meal right there, having previously stored some dishes in her space. Tang Wei found it quite convenient to select a few items. After a satisfying feast, she couldn't help but exhale a contented sigh. How wonderful it is to have this space. It had been quite some time, and that grim-faced man should have left by now. Rubbing her round belly, she murmured to herself, "Well, I suppose I should venture outside and take a look." In the next instant, Tang Wei reappeared in the dilapidated alleyway, partially obscured by a nearby garbage bin. To her astonishment, she saw that Shen Mu was still stationed there, accompanied by several men in black with unfriendly expressions. "No way. That grim-faced man hasn't left yet," Tang Wei inwardly lamented. Seizing the opportunity, while Shen Mu remained oblivious to her presence, she quickly crouched down, pretending she had never been there. However, the two men had already noticed her peeking head and let out a disdainful snort. "Ah, so that's why you're so bold. You've got a little woman hiding behind you." The men were evidently no innocents, their tone dripping with mockery. Tang Wei felt a surge of discomfort at their words and immediately stood up. "Who are you talking about? I have nothing to do with this guy. Is that so? In that case, hand over everything you've got." The men were undeterred, their demands forceful and direct. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a couple of robbers. But I assure you, we don't have anything of value, so you might as well choose another target," Tang Wei replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference, as if she were not at all afraid of the two men. Shen Mu, however, wore a grave expression, tinged with confusion. He had previously scoured the alley and found no alternate exits. He was baffled as to where Tang Wei had hidden herself without his notice. Yet, The two men showed no signs of disappointment at her words. Instead, they chuckled. Simple enough. Those outfits you're wearing look rather nice. If you're wise, you'll take them off and leave everything else you have behind. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Tang Wei's mouth fell open in astonishment. Given the current temperature, even clad in thick clothing, she felt rigid with cold. If she were to actually strip off her clothes for them, she would surely freeze to death on the spot. Are you out of your mind? We only have these two garments. Do you want us to freeze to death? She retorted coldly, without hesitation. To her surprise, the two men became enraged. You're really asking for it, since you refuse to cooperate. Don't blame us for being inhospitable. With that, they brandished their baseball bats, aiming directly at Shen. Tang Wei momentarily froze, perplexed as to why she, who had intended to oppose them, found herself embroiled in a confrontation with Shen. Meanwhile, Shen cast a glacial glance at the two individuals rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, he evaded their advance with a ghostly swiftness, causing them to lunge forward and nearly stumble over their own inertia, inciting their furious wrath. I never expected you to be quite the runner. Let us see just how far you can flee. Tang Wei, observing the scene with a sense of leisure, mused that Shen-Mu's skills appeared commendable. Surely, he would not falter against these two. With that thought, she casually retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from her bag and began to munch on them nonchalantly. Chapter 8. A life-saving rescue. This woman showed no signs of fear. The two robbers, however, were singularly focused. They believed that if they could subdue Shen, overpowering a seemingly defenseless girl like Tang Wei would be a trivial task. Yet, Shen's prowess was indeed formidable. He not only maneuvered around them with agility, but also seized the opportunity to incapacitate one of them. From her distance, Tang Wei watched, astonished as Shen brought one man down, her eyes widening in disbelief. She quickly set down her seeds and began to applaud. Well done. I didn't expect you to possess such skill. It seems your looks are not deceiving. As for Shen and the two assailants, the man who had just been taken down slowly regained his footing, his body brimming with resentment from having been outwitted. Casting a sinister smile at Tang Wei, he remarked, I see you're quite at ease. In that case, I'll make you my first target. With that, he rushed towards her, an ominous flicker of flames gathering in his palm. Fire-based abilities. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise upon witnessing the firelight in his hand. She hadn't anticipated encountering an awakened ability user so soon, much less one who would direct their powers against her. As she contemplated retreating into her space for safety, a strange figure darted toward her, positioning itself protectively in front of her. The searing flames erupted onto Shen-Mu's chest, forcing him to cough up blood, clearly sustaining significant injury. Tang Wei was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly irritable man would willingly shield her. She hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Are you all right? Why did you shield me? My clothing is fire-resistant. If you had been struck, it would have been fatal. Shen-Mu's voice was weak, indicating he had suffered greatly from the blow. Indeed, if he had been hit, it would have been certain death. Yet, she could hardly believe he would be so vulnerable. In truth, she did not consider her protective gear inferior to his. Internally cursing herself, Tang Wei's expression betrayed her anxiety. Can you still stand? Shen struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him devoid of strength. Just as Tang Wei's worry escalated, a boisterous laugh echoed closer. The two robbers approached, eyebrows raised in a taunting manner as they regarded her with disdain. Why, my dear girl, are you still snacking on seeds? Without that man, what do you believe you can use to contend with us? Tang Wei raised her head defiantly, while her other hand discreetly fiddled with something behind her back. Enough. I tire of wasting time with you two. Hand over everything you possess. I would rather not soil my hands. The man in black, observing Tang Wei's hesitation, mistook it for fear and laughed arrogantly. Very well. Then let us see how you fare against this. Suddenly, Tang Wei lifted her hand, revealing a small crossbow hidden within her sleeve. The sharp arrowhead sliced through the air, aimed directly at the two men. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, concealing the crossbow in her sleeve. Otherwise, she would have indeed been bullied by them. One of the men never anticipated that Tang Wei would possess a weapon, and he was struck squarely blood streaming from one eye. He howled in fury, the pain driving him to the brink of madness as he summoned a fierce flame in his palm, aiming to retaliate against Tang Wei. Luckily, there was a large iron cabinet beside her. She swiftly retreated 2 steps and sheltered behind it to avoid the blast. The man, blinded by rage, saw Tang Wei evade his attack and sought to strike again. However, having just awakened his abilities, he was utterly drained. The previous assault had consumed nearly all his strength, leaving him incapable of conjuring even a flicker of flame. "You kill that woman," he shouted urgently to his companion, who nodded in agreement, glaring menacingly at Tang Wei. "The little girl seems to possess some strength. I shall see just how formidable you truly are." As he spoke, the man began to approach slowly. Tang Wei maintained her composure and swiftly raised her hand, intending to replicate her earlier tactic. Yet, as the crossbow bolt sped towards him, he leisurely extended his hand, his flesh and blood form transforming instantaneously into something as unyielding as iron, effortlessly deflecting Tang Wei's arrow without sustaining any injury. Realizing that he, too, was endowed with abilities, Tang Wei felt a sense of dread but pressed on, firing another bolt to impede his advance. Yet, her attacks appeared futile. He continued his slow approach, reaching Tang Wei's side and striking her forcefully with his palm. The impact nearly caused her to vomit blood. His strength was overwhelming, but fortunately, she wore protective gear beneath her clothing, which cushioned the blow, sparing her from severe injury. The man was astonished that Tang Wei had not fainted from his strike. "You are quite resilient, girl." Tang Wei gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, while her other hand delved in her bosom, pleading, "I will give you everything. Please do not come any closer." As she spoke, she retrieved some food she had carried with her. Regrettably, the man seemed unimpressed, sneering as he pressed forward. "Do you truly believe these trivial items will suffice to placate me?" Tang Wei clenched her teeth, and in the instant the man approached, a fine powder suddenly dispersed from her palm. The man, mistaking it for some form of cold weapon, instinctively reached out to block it, only to grasp at empty air. Upon realizing there was nothing, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Stop struggling. You can't hurt me." However, in the next moment, his tone shifted to one of slowness, his face betraying disbelief as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Shen, observing from the side, was taken aback, watching the unconscious robber with a slight furrow of his brow. "What did you do to him?" "It's nothing, just some anesthetic," Tang Wei replied, lightly brushing her hands together, a cold smile forming on her lips as she turned her gaze toward another robber in the distance, who stood there, clutching his eyes in agony. She rolled up her sleeves. "How about it? Shall I blind your other eye as well? Then you won't be able to harm anyone any longer." Chapter 9. Back to the manor, the fire elemental wielder had never anticipated Tang Wei's formidable prowess. Upon hearing her threat to blind him, he could hardly contain his trembling. "Why you wait for me?" With that, he turned and fled. Tang Wei let out a sigh of relief and crouched down to examine Shen, directly pulling apart the fabric of his shirt at the chest. Shen, utterly astonished, instinctively attempted to stop her, but his body was devoid of strength, rendering him powerless to protest. "What are you doing?" "Checking to see when you might die," Tang Wei coldly replied, though she had mentally prepared herself. The moment she tore open the fabric of his chest, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although this man's abilities were not particularly formidable, Shen had absorbed his flames directly, resulting in a large area of necrosis at the wound site. If left unchecked, it would inevitably lead to infection. "Come with me," Tang Wei sighed, realizing that treating his wounds in this environment was ill-advised. The outside temperature was too low, risking blood coagulation and potential frostbite for Shen. "You." Shen seemed infuriated by Tang Wei, his brows furrowing in anger, and as he opened his mouth to speak, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "That insufferable man, always causing trouble. If it weren't for the fact that you got into this predicament while trying to save me, I wouldn't even care." Tang Wei thought bitterly as she pulled his clothing back over him. With a mix of anxiety, Tang Wei closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Shen had indeed vanished. Wonderful. He can even hide himself. Thankfully, her manor still held a stock of medicinal supplies. Tang Wei retrieved some medicine and tended to Shen Mu's wounds before retreating to her room to rest. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the sky seemed to darken further. The loudspeaker crackled with intermittent sounds, announcing, from this day forward, humanity will enter the age of apocalypse. Please take heed. Listening to the broadcast, Tang Wei felt a surge of emotions, while her clothing tightened against her body. Meanwhile, Shen Mu gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to the astonishing warmth of his surroundings. Upon looking up, he was surprised to find that the room was equipped with air conditioning. He strained to lift his body and slowly sat up, only to discover that the surroundings were surprisingly tidy, suggesting an abundance of resources. It was evident that Tang Wei was enjoying a comfortable life here. "You're awake," she remarked casually, glancing at him before averting her gaze. "Since you're awake, we should leave quickly. My injury hasn't healed yet, and if we depart now." Shen Mu feigned a weak tone, prompting Tang Wei to lose her patience. All right, you can stay here for now." "Fine." A feeling of being duped washed over him. "But let me make it clear, I do not accommodate idlers here. If you wish to stay, you must cook for me." He resolutely decided not to be taken advantage of by this surly man. No problem. Who would have thought he would agree so readily? Tang Wei began to question her own judgment. Why did he seem so eager to comply? It was impossible to ignore the fact that he had previously followed her, and now he was determined to remain. Did this not hint at ulterior motives? Though skepticism lingered in her mind, she lacked evidence and chose to let it go for the time being. Meanwhile, Shen Mu ventured into the back garden, discreetly releasing the mini-robot he had crafted to survey the estate while Tang Wei was distracted. The following morning, Tang Wei awoke groggily to the sound of someone calling her. "Breakfast is ready." The voice belonged to a man, and she was momentarily bewildered. Sitting up abruptly, she was met with the sight of Shen Mu holding a plate of food, gazing at her with a peculiar expression. "You, I almost forgot I have a chef." She chuckled, quickly freshened up, and joined him at the dining table. As she beheld the array of dishes before her, disbelief washed over her. "You can actually cook this many dishes? Give it a try." Shen Mu offered no further comment, simply taking a bite for himself. The aroma was indeed enticing, and since he was tasting it, surely he wouldn't poison himself. With that thought, she too took a bite, and her dormant taste buds sprang to life. "This is delicious." She had never anticipated that this surly man possessed such culinary skills. His cooking style and flavors were distinctly different from her own. "It's truly delightful." Unable to restrain herself, she devoured nearly all the food on the table. Shen Mu observed her with a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, despite saying nothing. "I'll wash the dishes," she said, clutching her round belly in a moment of reflection, only to see Shen Mu already rising from his seat. "Wait a moment. How's your injury?" She suddenly remembered he was still nursing a wound and felt guilty for having him prepare such a feast. "I'm fine now," he waved dismissively. Yet, Tang Wei remained unconvinced. The injury had been severe just yesterday. Though she had indeed provided him with the best medicine, it seemed implausible that he could recover so swiftly. "Let me see." Tang Wei moved with remarkable agility. The moment Shen Mu turned, she swiftly lifted his collar, revealing that the wound from yesterday had nearly healed, leaving only faint scars. "You, as long as you are fine, that's all that matters." He had assumed that Tang Wei's comfortable demeanor at this time indicated she had stockpiled ample supplies. However, after sending a robot to search the yard, nothing was found. Could it be that her current ease was merely an illusion? Or did she possess some extraordinary abilities? Chapter 10. Doubt after considerable contemplation. Shen Mu felt that the latter possibility was more plausible. A creaking sound, reminiscent of bones grinding against one another, pierced the inky darkness of night, creating an eerie atmosphere, and it emanated from his own yard. "What was that?" "I don't know. Let's hide," Tang Wei suggested as she began to retreat towards the room. Just as she had moved halfway, Shen Mu suddenly gasped from behind, "Be careful." Fortunately, in that fleeting moment when Tang Wei turned, she narrowly evaded the attack of an avian creature. She quickly drew a fruit knife from her bag, her reflexes sharp as she slashed with precision. With a resounding thud, the creature fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Tang Wei realized it was no bird, but rather a mutated beetle. The insect had grown 2 to 3 times its normal size, its shell exceedingly tough, with its head adorned by two formidable horns. Had her knife not pierced its abdomen, it could have been her own skull at risk. A chill ran down her spine. Just as she was about to speak, Shen abruptly pulled her into his embrace. And with a decisive slam, the door was shut. The force of his grip caused Tang Wei to stumble into his arms, and before she could voice her complaints, she glanced back to where she had just stood, only to find a swarm of mutated beetles clustered outside the door. Both were clearly taken aback by the sight. Tang Wei stared at the specially crafted tempered glass, rattling under the relentless assault of the beetles, worry gnawing at her heart. This was reinforced tempered glass. Would it withstand the onslaught of these creatures? Shen let out a slight sigh. The mutated beings were unpredictable in their strength. If trouble arose, it would be too late to act. They needed to devise a plan to eliminate the threat. Just as he pondered their predicament, he noticed Tang Wei emerging with a device resembling a flamethrower. With determination, she hefted the weapon and declared, "Open the door." "Where did you acquire that?" After both donned protective gear, they stood ready for action. Tang Wei took a deep breath and shouted, "Open." Shen complied, pulling the door wide. A torrent of beetles surged in, and in an instant, the flamethrower in Tang Wei's hands erupted, the searing flames incinerating the airborne beetles as they plummeted to the ground. Shen took charge of dispatching those that managed to escape the inferno. The two worked in perfect harmony, and before long, they had eliminated every last beetle. Observing the multitude of darkened corpses scattered around, Tang Wei blinked disdainfully, stowing away her firearm before gesturing for someone to dispose of the remains. The following morning, Shen, having just relaxed, received an unexpected call from Zhou Xiaojue. Upon inquiring about each other's circumstances, Tang Wei learned that the situation on Zhou Xiaojue's side was rather grim. However, she found solace in her own comfortable surroundings. Recalling the numerous favors Zhou Xiaojue had extended to her, she proposed, "Why don't you come and stay with me? My place is quite spacious, and it would be safer to take refuge here." Zhou Xiaojue, though heartened by her offer, replied with a hint of regret, "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot leave just yet. There are still many matters to attend to here. I will reach out if I require assistance." "Very well. Take care of yourself," Tang Wei responded. Shen, listening nearby, felt a twinge of peculiarity. Why was it that while she faced challenges in her own refuge, Tang Wei treated her with such disdain, even relegating her to a servile role, yet extended such courteous hospitality to Zhou Xiaojue? It seemed a glaring double standard. In the afternoon, Shen adjusted his robot once more and sent it into the corner of the yard. Tang Wei happened to witness this scene, her expression flickering with surprise as she worried he might be up to something nefarious. She hurried over only to discover two small mechanical contraptions whirring about, leaving her momentarily puzzled. "What are those?" she inquired. "They are my mini-robots, designed to help me observe the external environment without encountering danger," Shen explained. Tang Wei nodded, but remained slightly on guard. Could Shen, confined to his own courtyard, pose any threat to her? No. She realized she had to find a way to drive him away. Yet, she could not leave just yet. There were too many uncertainties surrounding Tang Wei that she longed to investigate and uncover the secrets she was hiding. As night fell, Tang Wei lay in bed, unable to find sleep. If her memory served her correctly, today marked the day the underground base had faced an incursion. She wondered how many had managed to escape. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the radio crackled to life with intermittent broadcasts, announcing that the underground base was under attack by unidentified creatures and that the military had intervened. Tang Wei listened with a mixture of skepticism and hope. It seemed implausible that the mutated beings could be so easily subdued. She couldn't help but wonder if the broadcast was merely a means to soothe the populace. Yet she genuinely hoped the base was safe. What on earth is this device for? Tang Wei pondered, fiddling with a mechanical contraption in her hands. This was the mini-robot Shen had mentioned, but despite her prolonged examination, she could discern nothing of its purpose. Growing somewhat impatient, she decided to confront Shen directly and inquire about the utility of the device. "This object is remarkably intricate," Shen replied generously, demonstrating its functions right before her eyes, manipulating the small machine with his metal-based abilities, causing it to operate in mesmerizing ways. Tang Wei observed from the side, her heart filled with astonishment, yet she found herself questioning the fragility of this diminutive mechanical creation. It appeared quite impressive, but such a small object seemed liable to break with the slightest touch. After all, it was scarcely larger than a finger, and one could easily imagine it being crushed underfoot on the bustling streets. Chapter 11. Water source contamination. How could this be? Shen cast a disdainful glance at Tang Wei, his fingers poised to demonstrate the device. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the little robot's components scattered in every direction. The two exchanged incredulous glances. What are the odds? I was merely commenting. Tang Wei silently scoffed, while Shen furrowed his brow. He had invested considerable effort into this creation, utilizing materials of alloy, known for their remarkable hardness. How could it fall apart with the slightest bump? And how fortuitous that it happened right after Tang Wei had spoken. Was Miss Tang's tongue truly so potent? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Well, one cannot place all the blame on her, she murmured, observing his retreating figure. Later that evening, Shen remained hunched over the table, meticulously inspecting each component of his little robot. He had been at this for quite some time, and it was evident that the task was exceedingly time-consuming and demanding. Although he had not openly reproached her, Tang Wei felt an unshakable sense of guilt. Her stomach growled, yet Shen showed no inclination to prepare a meal, his focus unwavering on the repairs. Very well, let this suffice as compensation for him. Tang Wei sighed internally and rose to prepare dinner. After a while, she set a lavish spread before him and called out his name. You can cook. Shen regarded the array of dishes before Tang Wei with evident disbelief. Suit yourself if you don't wish to eat, she retorted, her tone sharp. Shen merely set down the mini-robot and approached the table. Once they finished their meal, Tang Wei stood up, thoroughly satisfied, and was about to retire when she felt a peculiar discomfort in her stomach. Did you poison the food? Shen questioned without hesitation, igniting Tang Wei's ire. Who would poison themselves? In silence, Shen struggled to his feet and surveyed the kitchen. The ingredients were fresh, showing no signs of spoilage. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss when he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the water quality. Immediately, he employed one of his few remaining mini-robots to investigate and discovered that the water had been severely contaminated. It appears the issue lies with the water quality, Tang Wei observed. But what can we do? We can't even drink the water. I've determined that the contamination stems from the corpses of mutated insects within it. If we remove these remains and find a way to purify the water source, we can prevent this from happening again, Shen replied calmly, allowing Tang Wei to breathe a sigh of relief. All right. They reached a consensus and set to work together to rectify the water source problem at the estate. Shen ingeniously crafted a rudimentary purifier using her stored equipment. This would suffice. At the very least, we would no longer suffer from stomach aches after eating. Shen carefully utilized the robot to inspect the water quality, and upon confirming its safety, she could not help but exhale in relief. Well done. Cool. Let's enjoy some fruit. Tang Wei beamed as she presented an abundant platter of fruit. Shen was momentarily taken aback, pondering how many secrets this woman still harbored. Through this incident, Tang Wei suddenly recognized that having Shen by her side could facilitate the accomplishment of numerous tasks. After all, Shen possessed remarkably advanced scientific technology, which might prove beneficial to her. With this thought, Tang Wei completely abandoned the idea of driving Shen away and instead entertained the notion of proposing a collaboration. Why not let me stay here indefinitely? Just as Tang Wei hesitated on how to voice her thoughts, she was taken aback by Shen unexpected remark. My injuries have nearly healed, but as you can see, this place is not entirely safe. With my presence, you will always have a helping hand. While speaking, Shen cast a glance at the fruit platter before her. Moreover, it seems you are not lacking in provisions at the moment. Indeed, Tang Wei felt quite confident in the supplies she had preserved. Although having Shen stay would increase the demand for food, there was no need for excessive concern. That is precisely the intention. As night fell, Tang Wei languidly curled up on the sofa, listening to the radio, which was enthusiastically broadcasting the previous night's triumphs over mutated species in the underground base. It sounded like a resounding victory, truly inspiring. However, Tang Wei was acutely aware that this was merely a FA-ade. The reality must have been quite harrowing. Shenmu, seated nearby, also heard the radio's voice, and her gaze instinctively fell upon Tang Wei. Even though mutated species had emerged in the underground base, the presence of the military provided protection, making it considerably safer than above. Why do you not go down? Tang Wei popped a grape into her mouth, deliberately mumbling incoherently. It's nothing. I merely find it comfortable here. But alas, this is a house I purchased at great expense. I can't just up and leave so casually, so please refrain from asking. Shenmu indeed fell silent, though her eyes brimmed with curiosity, sensing that Tang Wei was intentionally evading the truth and likely concealing something. After a while, Shenmu turned to leave, prompting Tang Wei to sigh and mutter to herself, I hope the people in the underground base do not all meet with disaster. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the mechanical corner of the nearby mini-robot twitched slightly, recording her every word. The following day, as Shenmu prepared a meal and was about to call Tang Wei to eat, she suddenly heard a faint sound from the bathroom door. Before she could react, Tang Wei emerged, wrapped only in a towel, and their eyes locked in mutual astonishment. Tang Wei's hair was entwined with droplets of water, her fair skin radiating an ethereal glow, while her eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, imparting an uncharacteristic fragility. Is there something you need? She inquired, her eyes blinking with a beguiling allure. Shenmu hastily averted his gaze, a faint flush gracing his ears. It's nothing, just calling you for dinner. As he spoke, he hurriedly departed, leaving Tang Wei gazing at his hurried silhouette, a sense of curiosity stirring within her. His expression had been rather peculiar. Could it be that he felt shy? Chapter 12. The pursuit of the rodents, however, one must admit, this surly-faced man possessed an undeniably pleasing appearance. His usual aloof demeanor appeared adorably bashful now. A strange thought blossomed in Tang Wei's mind. Upon arriving at the dining table, she had changed into a loose-fitting outfit, yet the droplets of water continued to cascade from her hair. Shenmu, however, did not steal a glance in her direction, engrossed in his meal. What's wrong? You seem rather distracted, she remarked, seemingly intentionally drawing closer to him, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath. Fu. Shenmu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he abruptly stood, turning to don his clothing and gather his belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. What are you doing? You're not planning to run away, are you? Observing Shenmu readying himself, Tang Wei raised her head with a composed demeanor. I advise you, wherever you go, it would be best not to venture to the underground base. Understood, Shenmu nodded, turning to depart. Inside, Tang Wei leisurely took a bite of her food, her thoughts lingering on Shenmu's silent exit, feeling a peculiar emptiness within. If her memory served her well, the outside world had been quite tumultuous in recent days. Would Shenmu be safe venturing out alone? Tang Wei's mind suddenly grew chaotic. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed and turned to gather her equipment before stepping outside. In merely a few days, the external environment had transformed drastically. The scene was one of utter devastation. The streets were desolate, devoid of any human presence, with certain areas shrouded in smoke and a foul, acrid odor permeating the air, almost unbearable. Shenmu donned his mask, carefully surveying his surroundings, ever vigilant against potential ambushes. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of strange noises. Shenmu's expression shifted as he instinctively prepared to evade when he felt a hand suddenly grasp his shoulder from behind. What are you doing here? Tang Wei et Gulim, somewhat exasperated as she released her grip. I was worried you'd perish out here alone. And what is that commotion ahead? Both were taken aback, especially Shenmu, who was incredulous upon recognizing the woman being pursued as his colleague, Su Ji. The moment Su Ji spotted Shenmu, she instinctively cried out for help. Shenmu, please save me. In such dire circumstances, once pursued by those mutated rodents, there was a palpable fear that not even bones would remain. Hurry! Tang Wei was momentarily stunned, only able to follow Shenmu in a frantic dash. Behind them, Su Ji's heart-wrenching cries proved futile. Suddenly, an object whizzed past Tang Wei, and before she could comprehend, she was abruptly tripped and fell to the ground. "Get up!" Shen Mu's urgent voice echoed in her ears, jolting Tang Wei back to reality. However, just then, Su Ji, who had caught up, kicked her sharply on the shoulder, causing her pain and preventing her from rising. Instead, she watched as Su Ji sprinted ahead, rapidly distancing herself. "Damn it, the rats are closing in." Tang Wei furrowed her brow, unwilling to reveal her spatial abilities so soon, struggling to rise. However, the rodents swiftly scurried to her feet. In this critical moment, Shen Mu suddenly produced a multitude of mini-robots from her bag and hurled them at the approaching vermin. The robots instantly emitted a barrage of ultrasonic waves, their eyes glowing red, capturing the attention of the rodents. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei scrambled to her feet, hastily pulled along by Shen Mu as they fled. Having observed Shen Mu repair those mini-robots just the previous day, Tang Wei was astounded at how many were released so generously, unaware of the time and effort Shen Mu had invested in them. "Hurry, my robots won't last long. We must find a vehicle to escape." Shen Mu's insistence roused Tang Wei from her thoughts, and she nodded vigorously. The two quickly diverged, searching for any operational vehicles along the roadside. However, perhaps due to the passage of time, the vehicles they encountered were either dilapidated, damaged, or simply locked tight. After a thorough search, they found nothing usable. Conversely, the horde of rodents soon realized the robots were mere decoys, quickly abandoning them to continue their pursuit of Shen Mu and Tang Wei. "What now? Do you have any more robots?" Tang Wei felt a swell of despair as the rodent swarm threatened to overtake them. Shen Mu merely shook her head. "I don't have that many. Keep looking for a car." They quickened their pace, yet hope dwindled. Just as Tang Wei intensified her search, she felt something at her feet. An actual rodent had crept up, bearing its formidable fangs. As the creature was about to bite her, Tang Wei shut her eyes, ready to summon her powers. When Shen Mu unexpectedly sped towards her on a motorcycle, swiftly lifting her onto the seat. They fled at breakneck speed, the wind rushing past them. Seated behind Shen Mu, Tang Wei felt a lingering fear. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. I almost fell victim to infection." Those rodents had evidently mutated, and had she been bitten, it would surely lead to a pathogenic infection, likely resulting in her own transformation. "All is well," Shen Mu replied with a muted tone, seemingly lost in thought as they sped away. Tang Wei suddenly recalled that her near infection was entirely due to being tripped by that woman and even having her foot stomped on. It was utterly despicable. "If I ever catch that woman, I will not let her escape," she muttered to herself, grinding her teeth in quiet fury. Before long, Shen Mu parked the motorcycle in front of a dilapidated laboratory. After cautiously surveying the surroundings, he deemed it relatively safe and opened the door, urging, "Hurry, come inside." Chapter 13. The peril at the manor. Tang Wei glanced around, noting the various experimental apparatus scattered about. She recognized only a few items, yet feeling indebted to Shen Mu for saving her, she resolved to assist him in tidying up. The external situation was highly unstable. "If you wish to seek out your family or friends, you must first ensure your own safety," she cautioned earnestly. Shen Mu, however, was already retrieving several small robots from the equipment. "These are for you. They may serve as a means of defense at a crucial moment." Zhou Xiaojue was instantly touched, expressing his gratitude, while Tang Wei observed in surprise. "Didn't you say you had none? Just because I lack them does not mean my laboratory is devoid of them." Tang Wei had no choice but to attend to her own matters, yet she found herself inexplicably longing for the flavors of Shen Mu's cooking during solitary meals. Days later, Shen Mu finally emerged from his room. Though his complexion bore signs of fatigue, with faint stubble on his chin, he wore a vibrant smile. Cradling something in his hands with utmost care, Tang Wei's gaze fell upon another peculiar robot he held, prompting her curiosity. "What is this? You locked yourself away for days just to create this?" Shen Mu nodded earnestly. "This is a super mini transformation robot that I painstakingly developed. It can combine and morph into various forms, assisting with numerous tasks." As he enthusiastically elaborated on the robot's functions, Tang Wei felt a surge of astonishment. She had no idea Shen Mu possessed such remarkable skills. "So, Are you saying that with this robot, we can avoid a lot of troubles in the future? She was quite pleased. This robot appeared far more versatile and durable than the previous mini-robot Shen had constructed, offering a myriad of functionalities. At that moment, a sudden noise erupted from the courtyard. Tang Wei craned her neck to see, only to discover that it was one of the robots Shen had deployed, emitting a series of beeps in a rhythmic pattern, seemingly relaying some urgent information. Noticing Shen's increasingly serious demeanor, she felt a twinge of concern. What's your small robot saying? It is issuing a warning. There seems to be unusual activity outside. Shen's expression was grave, as if something significant had transpired. Tang Wei couldn't help but glance outside, but the thick fog obscured her vision, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Venturing out now would be exceedingly perilous, especially since she had no knowledge of the commotion outside. If it were caused by mutated creatures, her chances of escape would dwindle significantly. It was too dangerous to go out. I understand. I have a solution, Shen said, as he deftly manipulated the transformation robot he had just constructed and sent it scuttling through a crack in the wall. Wow, I didn't expect your little robot to be so impressive, Tang Wei remarked, her surprise evident as she closely observed the robot's movements. A group of ragged men had gathered nearby, armed with various weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity born of hunger, seemingly fixated on the lavishly furnished home of Tang Wei. These individuals might carry a virus. We cannot allow them to linger here. We must devise a way to make them leave, Shen stated, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he calibrated the computer. He then addressed the outsiders with calm authority. Greetings to you gentlemen outside the manor. This is my residence, and I kindly urge you to depart at once. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee our civility. The ragged individuals, startled by the voice, searched for its source but found nothing, their expressions growing increasingly menacing. Who dares to play tricks? Come out once. Is it just a bit of money you possess? Surely, if you provide us with some food, we shall take our leave. A few of them plopped down on the ground, seemingly intent on lingering. Tang Wei, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety and whispered to Shen, perhaps we should offer them some food. They appear to have been starving for quite some time. No, we cannot do that. These individuals may not be safe. If they carry a virus, proximity could lead to our infection. Moreover, if we feed them today, they will undoubtedly return daily. This is not a sustainable solution, Shen replied with resolute conviction. With a sigh, Tang Wei listened as Shen continued to communicate rationally. I understand your predicament, but the situation is extraordinary. We have no food to offer you, and it is truly impossible for us to assist. I suggest you leave for now. Should we acquire surplus supplies, we will certainly extend our help. Though Shen spoke courteously, the outsiders remained skeptical, spitting in disdain. I do not believe a word you say. You wealthy individuals, perched on your high horses, while we have gone days without proper sustenance. Do you intend to stand by and watch us perish? As the confrontation escalated, Shen's patience waned. Do you wish to invoke moral obligation? Are you not aware that this is already a post-apocalyptic world? If you continue to linger, do not expect me to be polite. His tone was sharp, yet the men showed no signs of fear. Instead, they grew bolder. You seem quite formidable. I am curious to know just how formidable you truly are. A few individuals rose to their feet, engaging in hushed discussions, before commencing to patrol the estate armed with weapons, seemingly intent on a brazen theft. Chapter 14. The Revelation of Secrets. Tang Wei discerned their intentions, her countenance darkening. These intruders must not be permitted to approach the estate. Their survival in such a harsh environment indicated their considerable capabilities. Moreover, several among them evidently possessed extraordinary abilities. Should they launch a forceful assault, they could potentially breach the estate's defenses. Shen recognized the imminent threat as well and promptly dispatched numerous robots to intercept them. However, the refugees, seemingly driven by madness, disregarded all caution, ruthlessly dismantling the robots with an array of weapons and skills. Although the robots had been enhanced by Shen's modifications and empowered with the ability to automatically reconstitute, they were no match for the destructive fervor exhibited by the refugees. As the intruders drew ever closer, their eyes fixated upon the gates and walls that Tang Wei had painstakingly constructed. She was instantly filled with trepidation. No, they must not be allowed to devastate my home. Suddenly, a flash of blue light sparkled in her eyes, and an overwhelming force erupted from within her, soaring skyward. The refugees were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. The previously fog-laden atmosphere transformed into a chaotic tempest of wind, frost, rain, snow, hail, and lightning. Caught unawares, the refugees were paralyzed in fear, hastily retreating from the scene. Shen Mu observed in astonishment, taken aback by Tang Wei's unexpected awakening of her powers. However, once the threat of the refugees had been neutralized, it appeared that Tang Wei had exhausted all her strength, collapsing into a stupor. In her hazy state, Tang Wei dreamt a disturbing dream. No matter what she uttered, if it was of a malevolent nature, it would inevitably come to pass. In the dream, she witnessed those who suffered devastation as a result of her words, frantically pulling at her, their ears filled with a cacophony of insults. Overwhelmed, she let out a helpless scream. "No!" Tang Wei cried out, jolting awake to find herself drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, only to behold Shen Mu standing before her with an impassive expression. Tang Wei suddenly recalled that Shen Mu had been by her side when she awakened her powers. "Do not come near me." A flicker of thought surged within her, and she swiftly retrieved a defensive weapon from her spatial pocket, concealing it behind her, her gaze fixed coldly on Shen Mu, brimming with lethal intent. This man had witnessed her newfound powers in their entirety and was aware of their side effects. He could not be allowed to remain. However, Shen Mu disregarded her warning, leaning slightly forward, channeling a force from his palm that directed toward her. Just as Tang Wei prepared to retaliate, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her. She could distinctly sense her depleted energy slowly replenishing, her spirits lifting slightly. "You possess healing abilities." Tang Wei was astounded, realizing that Shen Mu, in addition to his metal-based powers, also wielded the art of healing. This unexpected turn of events elucidates the rapid recovery of Shen Mu after his injury. Tang Wei initially attributed it to the efficacy of her own medicine. "You need not guard against me," she asserted, somewhat bewildered as she tentatively extended her hand, only to discover that her previously feeble body was now brimming with vitality. Moreover, the internal injuries she had sustained from the overexertion of her abilities had miraculously healed. Did this individual remain oblivious to his earlier intention to take her life? Tang Wei Mu set in Wali. Yet the thought of Shen Mu having saved her rendered her unable to truly harbor ill will towards him. Nonetheless, a sense of wariness lingered within her. She kept a vigilant eye on Shen Mu's every move, prepared to respond should he exhibit any inclination to harm or betray her. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate for 3 days, during which Tang Wei never witnessed Shen Mu's door open even a fraction. "It is impossible to go 3 days without food or water. Please don't perish in my abode," she remarked, casually placing a cup of instant noodles at his doorstep. "If you grow hungry, do remember to emerge for a bite." She had no inclination to prepare anything elaborate for him. Instant noodles would suffice. After a short while, when Tang Wei ventured out again, she found the noodles had vanished, prompting a faint smile to grace her lips. The following morning, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings as she stretched languidly, preparing to rise, when an enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Tang Wei was incredulous. Shen Mu had not cooked for 3 days. How could he possibly take the initiative to prepare a meal for her? Yet, as she donned her slippers and entered the living room, she beheld Shen Mu removing his apron, a smile adorning his face as he regarded her. "You have finally arrived," he remarked, eliciting a complex array of emotions within Tang Wei. The two shared breakfast in an oddly serene atmosphere, devoid of any significant dialogue beyond mundane pleasantries, as if the notion of her previous murderous intent had never existed. From that moment onward, Shen Mu took it upon himself to prepare all 3 meals daily, attending to various trivial matters with ease. Under his care, Tang Wei drifted through several days in a daze, though an underlying discontent gnawed at her. Despite her repeated resolves to eliminate Shen Mu, The memory of his past rescue and his current kindness rendered her incapable of executing such a deed. Frustrated, Tang Wei ultimately acquiesced. Very well, she thought, acknowledging her awareness of his abilities. We are even now, since she could not bring herself to kill him. Perhaps it was best to be forthright, thereby alleviating the haze that had clouded her mind. Thus, during dinner, after finishing her meal, Tang Wei refrained from leaving abruptly as she had in the past. Instead, she fixed her serious gaze upon Shen Mu across the table. "Do you not have anything you wish to ask me?" she inquired. Shen Mu, having nearly finished his meal and preparing to clear the dishes, cast her a puzzled glance in response to her earnest question. "Naturally, I do. But if you are unwilling to speak, I shall not compel you," he replied. A flicker of embarrassment washed over Tang Wei, yet she mustered a faint smile in response. Tang Wei feigned calmness, yet Shen Mu's eyes visibly brightened. Chapter 15. The Perilous Revenge. Then, I am curious as to why, with the apocalypse looming, you appear to be so well prepared. In truth, Shen Mu had already conducted an in-depth investigation into Tang Wei's background. However, apart from knowing that she had abruptly liquidated all her stocks to stockpile various supplies on a certain day, no further information came to light. This occurred 2 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse, when she began her preparations. Surprised by the directness of the inquiry, Tang Wei let out a helpless sigh. "Well, I believe that even if I told you, you might not necessarily believe me. I assure you, I will believe you if you tell me. I tend to be somewhat superstitious, and a sense of dread in my heart compelled me to prepare in advance." Understood. Tang Wei felt a twinge of discomfort upon realizing Shen Mu's unexpectedly composed demeanor. "You believe that just like that?" I said, "As long as you tell me, I will believe." Shen Mu's tone was nonchalant, devoid of any trace of doubt. In the dead of night, after taking a shower, Tang Wei emerged clad in a delicate nightgown that subtly accentuated her graceful figure. "What are you doing up so late?" Upon her entrance, she found Shen Mu diligently tinkering with something in the living room. "I'm modifying the generator to enhance its output." Without lifting his head, Shen Mu remained focused on his task. Tang Wei couldn't help but smile, a mischievous thought stirring within her as she slowly approached him. "Oh really? How is the modification coming along?" Perhaps due to catching a whiff of Tang Wei's scent, Shen Mu abruptly looked up, his gaze landing on her in the ethereal nightgown, her silhouette elegant and alluring. "What are you wearing?" Shen Mu froze for a moment, instinctively lowering his gaze, but Tang Wei deliberately stepped closer. "I just finished showering. What is wrong with how I'm dressed? Are you feeling shy?" Her tone carried a hint of teasing, causing Shen Mu's ears to flush crimson as he quickly turned away. "Not you. Don't stand there." Observing the rosy hue on Shen Mu's ears, Tang Wei felt an even stronger urge to tease him. Unable to suppress a smirk, she moved in closer, eager to exchange a few more words when suddenly, the door, which she had forgotten to secure, was flung open by a gust of wind, creating a cacophony within the room. What caused such a strong wind? Tang Wei shivered from the cold, while Shen Mu hurried to close the door, noticing the unusual intensity of the storm. "It seems the temperature is dropping. A heavy snowfall is upon us. We should dress warmly in the coming days." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shen Mu felt a strange sense of relief that this blizzard had arrived so opportune. However, Tang Wei had no time to listen, as the cold wind seeped through her, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Noticing this, Shen Mu furrowed his brow, but before he could utter a word, a sharp crack of electricity echoed, and all the lights in the room extinguished. With the power to the heating system lost, an intense chill enveloped them, piercing through to their very bones. Caught off guard, her body involuntarily sneezed twice in succession. Shen Mu hurriedly removed her own clothing and draped it over the other, then swiftly made her way towards the door. Tang Wei was acutely aware of the perilous situation. The sudden snowstorm was particularly ominous, and any misfortune at this moment would be dire. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing Shen Mu removing her shoes, Tang Wei immediately became vigilant. "You have a cold, and I can't help but worry. Aren't you cold? Allow me to assist you." As Tang Wei was about to inquire how Shen Mu intended to help her, Shen Mu had already nestled into her own quilt, their bodies pressed together. transmitting an intense warmth instantaneously. Tang Wei's previously shivering form noticeably calmed, yet the intimacy made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively retreat slightly. Shen Mu, initially oblivious to any awkwardness, suddenly felt a thrill of vindication upon noticing Tang Wei's instinctive reaction. A smirk graced her lips as she inched closer, justifying her actions as a means to better exert her healing abilities, deliberately ensuring her skin was in close contact with Tang Wei's. Tang Wei found herself cornered against the edge of the bed, with no avenue for retreat. Shen Mu's body heat was akin to fire, nearly scorching her skin, causing her heart to race uncomfortably. "What are you doing?" Realizing the situation, Tang Wei felt a surge of panic and called out. Only then did Shen Mu come to her senses. Initially, she merely intended to tease Tang Wei, but now, Shen Mu bit her lip, observing as the woman beside her rose to her feet. "Where are you going?" "It's quite cold outside. I need to use the restroom," Tang Wei replied with an air of calmness, though her face flushed crimson. Shen Mu walked to the adjacent small room, and Tang Wei deliberately locked the door behind her. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of Shen Mu's little robot, she entered the space and retrieved several heavy blankets. Before long, Tang Wei re-emerged with the blankets, her gaze landing on Shen Mu, who was still comfortably sprawled on the bed, igniting her ire. "Here are some blankets. You should go sleep in your own room." She felt uncertain about the beast's potential actions throughout the night, believing it wise to keep their distance. Shen Mu raised an eyebrow, noting Tang Wei's resolute expression, and sighed in resignation. She took only one blanket and quietly departed. Watching Shen Mu leave brought Tang Wei a sense of relief. She turned and locked the door securely, covering herself with all the blankets she had brought, curling up tightly within them. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the numerous blankets, the warmth was but a fraction of what it had been when Shen Mu was there. So cold, Tang Wei had no choice but to huddle even closer. Chapter 16. Fever. The following morning, Tang Wei awoke, sensing that her cold had worsened. She instinctively sniffed, glancing outside the window. The snowstorm showed no signs of abating. Moments later, Shen Mu emerged and, upon seeing that the storm still raged outside, was momentarily taken aback. Anxiety surged within her as she called out several times, until Tang Wei, groggy and appearing quite unwell, finally opened the door. "Are you all right?" Tang Wei appeared exceedingly haggard. Shen Mu furrowed his brows and reached out to check her forehead, the burning temperature prompting a sharper tone from him. Hastily, Shen Mu employed his healing abilities to moderate Tang Wei's fever, yet the room remained chillingly cold. He retrieved his small robot, aware that hope was scant but willing to attempt anything. After Shen Mu's treatment, Tang Wei felt slightly better, quietly observing him as he operated the robot. Before long, it seemed Shen Mu had made the necessary adjustments, releasing the small robots through the doors and windows, both of them anxiously watching from outside. Though these diminutive machines appeared rather small, they possessed robust mechanical arms, capable of moving a generator with ease when combined. However, the severe wind and snow outside rendered the robots unsteady. They staggered and struggled to maintain their balance. Ultimately, when attempting to approach the generator, they were completely buried by the heavy snow, failing to budge even a fraction. "This won't do," Shen Mu remarked, not waiting for Tang Wei to object. He donned a thick winter coat, enveloping himself in his powers before opening the door. By the time Tang Wei realized his intention, Shen Mu was already braving the blizzard outside. After shutting the door and windows, Tang Wei was alarmed to see him trembling uncontrollably. She swiftly rose, applying several heat packs she had stockpiled onto Shen Mu. "Quick, you must retreat to the bed and keep warm. You cannot afford to get frostbite." Despite his powers, Shen Mu found the frigid air overwhelming, unable to utter a word. He shivered and crawled under the covers. Tang Wei, feeling a surge of sympathy, donned some clothing and prepared a bowl of ginger tea with the remaining gas in the house. While pondering, she noticed Shen Mu suddenly entering with a steaming bowl of ginger tea. "Drink this while it's hot. It will warm your insides." Shen Mu felt a wave of gratitude. It could not resist his sharp tongue, retorting, "How could you suddenly be so kind to me? Have you perhaps poisoned it?" "Whether it's poisoned or not, You shall find out by tasting it yourself, she replied, somewhat roughly pouring the ginger tea into Shen Mu. Huh, wait, finish it quickly. Not a drop, must remain. Tang Wei paid no heed to his protests, ensuring that he consumed every last bit before finally exhaling in relief. Shen Mu's body had warmed considerably, and with the ginger tea coursing through him, he radiated heat. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, having been displaced from the covers, was forced to lie beside him on the narrow bed. However, Shen Mu, having succumbed to exhaustion from the cold, was too drowsy to disturb her, falling into a deep slumber without realizing it. When he next awakened, Shen Mu blinked his eyes open, the depth of night surrounding them. He assessed his condition. Under Tang Wei's care and his own healing skills, he found himself fully restored. Conversely, Tang Wei, sleeping beside herself, felt an unsettling chill, her breaths exceedingly faint. Shen Mu hesitated for a moment before gently calling out Tang Wei's name. Why is it so cold? Reaching out, he discovered her hands and feet were icy, while her forehead burned with alarming heat. Is she feverish? Restlessness overcame him, prompting him to rise swiftly, hastily donning a couple of garments, and then he earnestly began channeling his energy to heal her. In her slumber, Tang Wei felt her body oscillating between extreme cold and heat, discomfort overwhelming her, until suddenly a wave of warmth surged through her, bringing a significant sense of relief, causing her tightly furrowed brow to unfurl. This is untenable. Tang Wei's constitution is far too frail. I must expedite the repair of the generator. Shen Mu had no time to rest, descending from the bed with a sense of fatigue. Yet, why do I care so much about this woman's well-being? A sense of gloom settled in his heart. This person constantly oppresses me, and now that she is ill, I must expend considerable effort to heal her. Utterly unworthy of the return, he silently lamented while meticulously examining the generator under the light. Finally, after stifling countless yawns, the generator resumed its function. The following morning, when Tang Wei awoke, she immediately sensed the warmth in the room. The heating has been restored. This was undoubtedly splendid news. And Tang Wei excitedly leapt from her bed, eager to seek out Shen Mu. However, upon opening the door, she found Shen Mu seated in the living room, diligently studying his robot. How is it? She inquired. Quite well, Shen Mu replied. Tang Wei's face glowed with vitality, showing no signs of fever. You're up so early. The engine, I repaired it. Shen Mu responded with mild acknowledgement, then raised his gaze to scrutinize Tang Wei's complexion, finally feeling a weight lift from his chest. Chapter 17. The blizzard, you're truly remarkable, Tang Wei sincerely praised. Yet upon turning, she noticed the blizzard outside the windows remained fierce. But how can it still be snowing so heavily? How are we supposed to go outside? Unaware of her fever from the previous night, Tang Wei perceived Shen Mu's words as a slight against her, igniting a surge of indignation within her. What do you mean? Do you think my immunity is too weak? Shen Mu cast a cool glance in her direction, his tone neither warm nor cold. I merely stated the truth. Fine. How dare you look down upon me? Tang Wei shot back, half in jest, half in challenge. My constitution is surely not inferior to yours. Shall we wager? Shen Mu clearly found her proposition intriguing. How do you propose we compete? He inquired, adding, however, there must be some stakes involved, otherwise it would be rather dull. Tang Wei gulped, articulating a long-held desire. Since we're playing, let us make it substantial. If you lose, you shall serve as my servant for a day. Serve as a servant? Shen Mu's brows knitted in an instant. He was already subjected to daily servitude by Tang Wei, and now she wished to overtly label it? This woman indeed harbored grand illusions. Then tell me, what will you do if you lose? Observing Shen Mu's demeanor, which exuded absolute confidence in his victory, Tang Wei smirked and replied, you might as well express your desires, for I assure you, I will never concede. Very well, should you lose. You must refrain from speaking for an entire day. Do not trouble me. Who is afraid of whom? By midday, the once furious blizzard surprisingly began to relent. Shen Mu promptly dispatched a robot to tidy the courtyard, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Let us commence our duel in the courtyard today. The loser shall face punishment, Tang Wei declared without hesitation. Though Shen Mu harbored concerns for her well-being, considering she had suffered a high fever the previous night. Perhaps we should postpone to another day. The storm has just ceased, and the temperature outside remains perilously low. Shen Mu's concern for Tang Wei's health was evident. Yet she seemed unappreciative, a faint smile gracing her lips. Are you afraid? It's quite all right. If you are unwilling to fight, I can be merciful. Just promise to serve me as a servant for a day, and I might consider sparing you. Tang Wei's expression radiated triumph, which only served to irritate Shen Mu, furrowing his brow in frustration. Not a chance. Let's fight. The two established rules beforehand. No supernatural abilities, and the first to fall would lose. After a brief period of preparation, they immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Tang Wei's hand-to-hand combat skills were honed through years of survival training in a post-apocalyptic world. Her strikes swift and fierce. However, to her surprise, the seemingly frail Shen Mu proved to be quite adept in combat, skillfully countering her attacks. As the bout progressed, Tang Wei found herself increasingly challenged. They wrestled for an indeterminate duration until Shen Mu unexpectedly tripped, giving Tang Wei the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, leaving no room for respite. Shen Mu, clearly overwhelmed by the rapid succession of blows, transitioned from offense to defense, ultimately resorting to evasion. Tang Wei, elated by his disarray, realized that if she delivered a decisive blow now, victory would be hers. With this thought, she thrust her hand forward, striking Shen Mu's chest with force. In a moment of desperation, Shen Mu summoned all his strength and twisted, pulling Tang Wei down with him. Tang Wei, convinced of her imminent victory, was caught off guard by Shen Mu's unexpected maneuver, momentarily losing her balance. Both were clad in heavy garments, so the fall resulted in no harm. Nevertheless, they intently observed each other, eager to see who would succumb first, yet the outcome remained inconclusive. Just then, a small robot interjected, "Both parties have fallen. Thus, they shall equally face punishment." Upon hearing this, Shen Mu felt a strange sense of relief. At least he was not the sole loser. However, Tang Wei was displeased, insisting, "This is unfair. I clearly defeated you. Why must I also endure punishment?" Shen Mu displayed a faint smile, acknowledging that there was no room for dissent. The assessment was made by the little robot, which could not err. However, Tang Wei wished to speak further, but the small robot suddenly sprang into action. Fortunately, Tang Wei reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. Both parties were now subjected to the penalties of the competition. Should you utter another word, I shall continue my assault. Tang Wei's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that she had been struck by a robot. Observing her astonishment, Shen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at how frightened you are. This is merely the robot's supervisory function. I suggest you obey and refrain from speaking." As Shen Mu struggled to contain his laughter, the robot delivered a sharp blow to him, causing him to grimace in pain. "It detected your speech lacking a servant's demeanor. Please adhere to the punishment with proper respect." Tang Wei silently laughed, her mood instantly brightening. Unbeknownst to her, she procured a pen and notebook, gesturing for Shen Mu to attend to her demands. Shen Mu wished to protest, but each time he resisted, the robot warned or even punished him. Frustrated yet helpless, he contemplated destroying the robot, only to be thwarted by Tang Wei. "You cannot make empty threats." Tang Wei boldly inscribed those words on paper, raising an eyebrow in triumph. Although Shen Mu felt a twinge of defiance, he did not wish to be seen as untrustworthy, so he refrained from further comment. As time passed, Tang Wei grew increasingly adept, employing the robot to command Shen Mu to serve tea, fetch water, and even massage her legs, reveling in her newfound power. Shen Mu found himself utterly powerless. Any display of resistance would immediately invoke the robot's warnings. Thus, under Shen Mu's servitude, Tang Wei became ever more self-satisfied, jotting down a new decree. "I am hungry. Prepare me a meal." Shen Mu, infuriated, choked momentarily, then nodded begrudgingly under the robot's watchful gaze, his tone laced with irritation. "Very well, just you wait." Chapter 18. The sharp-tongued attack. Having heard Shen Mu's threats on numerous occasions, Tang Wei was unfazed, continuing to enjoy herself. Initially, she anticipated that Shen Mu would retaliate by making her wait for hours. She had already devised a plan to report him to the robot. However, unexpectedly, a figure appeared at the door, dutifully bearing a large tray laden with several dishes. "Oh, how'd you become so obedient? You and TB trying to poison me, would you?" Tang Wei raised an eyebrow, scribbling incredulously on her paper, yet Shen Mu remained composed, smiling serenely. "It is merely a matter of accepting the wager. If you refuse to eat, I shall enjoy it alone." As he spoke, he reached for his chopsticks, but Tang Wei promptly intervened, glaring at him fiercely and assertively writing on the paper. "A servant is not permitted to dine at the same table as their master." Very well. With clenched teeth and a simmering frustration, Shen Mu found himself at a loss, ultimately retreating to the side. A forced smile plastered on his face as he fixed his gaze on Tang Wei. For reasons unknown, Tang Wei couldn't shake the feeling that there was something sinister behind Shen Mu's smile, leaving her somewhat unsettled. "Turn away. Don't look at me like that." Shen Mu continued to smile, his demeanor chilling her to the core. "All right." With that, he genuinely turned his head away. Tang Wei felt a measure of relief wash over her as she inhaled the enticing aroma of the delectable dishes before her, her taste buds igniting as she began to feast heartily. Yet, to her dismay, after merely 2 bites, she sensed something was amiss. Although she usually had a penchant for spicy food, this dish was overwhelmingly fiery. In an instant, the peppers in her mouth converged, relentlessly assaulting her taste buds, causing tears to well up in her eyes. With no water in sight, she finally couldn't hold back. "Water, water." At that moment, however, a nearby robot detected Tang Wei's failure to adhere to her promise and began to wave its mechanical arms, preparing to attack her. Sweating profusely from the spiciness, Tang Wei was caught off guard by the sudden threat. Just as confusion set in, she heard Shen Mu shout, "Be careful." Realizing the urgency, Tang Wei instinctively raised her hand to block something, but the next second, a loud explosion echoed through the air, and the robot halted in its tracks. "Did you just destroy the robot?" Tang Wei was momentarily stunned, just in time to notice a large crack forming on the robot's back, smoke billowing from it, clearly indicating that its main circuitry had been compromised and it could no longer pose a threat. "I won't allow it to harm you," Shen Mu replied with a gruff tone. Tang Wei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Surely you don't want to be a servant anymore, do you? But the cost of this damage is quite substantial. Repairing that robot will take you quite a bit of time." Their eyes met, and Shen Mu offered a resigned smile. "Perhaps." According to the data stored in the robot, the intensification of the blizzard had nearly obliterated the entire city, leaving both people and beasts perished, with only a scant few survivors visible. Furthermore, the onset of this blizzard heralded the arrival of extreme weather conditions to come. Upon learning all of this, Tang Wei couldn't help but sigh in reflection, grateful for her prior preparations. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly find herself in a state of disarray akin to her previous life. In the days that followed, Tang Wei frequently visited Shen Mu, who was often seen employing his metal-based abilities for various tasks, including repairing the robot. Initially unaware, Tang Wei soon realized that Shen Mu's proficiency and talent in manipulating metal were not nearly as advanced as his healing abilities. Conversely, he displayed a remarkable familiarity with the art of healing. Consequently, Tang Wei swiftly proposed that Shen Mu apply his metallic powers to the robot, transforming it into his eyes, ears, and limbs, while utilizing his healing abilities as a supplementary resource. Shen Mu readily agreed to this suggestion, having already contemplated using his metal skills for various purposes, though he had yet to conceive any specific applications. However, Tang Wei's reminder prompted him to begin preparations immediately. Yet, Shen Mu was still not particularly adept at the gold-based abilities, and after numerous attempts, he only managed to achieve a modest level of success. Ultimately, after spending the better part of a day, Shen Mu could only connect 3 robots, and their functionality remained somewhat unstable, necessitating further experimentation for any chance of success. Nevertheless, Shen Mu demonstrated remarkable perseverance, tirelessly striving to improve. Tang Wei, touched by his determination, joined him in exploring methods to hone their abilities. However, after a full day of diligent work and mutual evaluation, They discovered that neither had made any progress. Tang Wei felt a surge of frustration mixed with sadness. And, as she stood up, she almost tripped over some debris, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Shenmu's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her just in time. "Are you all right?" Shenmu instinctively asked, concern evident in his voice as he held Tang Wei. "I'm fine," she replied, her ears flushing slightly as she instinctively moved away. Realizing the intimacy of his grasp, Shenmu released her and lowered his gaze, feeling a hint of embarrassment. At lunchtime, Shenmu took it upon himself to prepare the meal. Although Tang Wei originally intended to prevent him from cooking again, she was surprised to find him bustling around the kitchen upon her arrival. Considering it a minor matter, she dismissed her concerns about his willingness to shoulder so much responsibility. Shenmu, puzzled, inspected the surroundings but found nothing amiss. However, the incessant alarms from the robots continued to blare. Hearing the noise, Tang Wei felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that something might be wrong, and cautiously approached Shenmu for a closer look. Chapter 19. Sudden alarm. Shenmu was equally perplexed. Reading the data would require considerable time, yet the alarm indicated that their current situation might soon become perilous. "You should find a safe place to hide. There could be danger here," he advised while meticulously scanning the environment, though nothing appeared out of the ordinary. "How can I do that? This is my home. If something happens, I can't just flee," Tang Wei protested, reaching out to open a window to check for any signs outside. As Shenmu turned to see her cracking the window open, he instinctively moved to stop her, but it was too late. In an instant, a fireball surged through the narrow opening, hurtling directly toward Tang Wei's face. Frozen for a moment, she quickly reacted and evaded the fiery projectile. Seeing that she was unharmed, Shenmu finally felt a weight lift from his chest and seized the opportunity to slam the window shut. Tang Wei, still shaken, gazed at the fireball she had narrowly evaded moments ago, now transformed into a grotesque mass. It appeared utterly repulsive, a ghastly amalgamation of plant tissue, soil, and various unsightly debris. What could this be? Why did it seem to possess some semblance of life when it had attacked her earlier? Bewildered, Tang Wei pondered the implications. Even with species mutation, intelligence would generally remain low. Yet, this fireball had launched its assault the instant she opened her window, suggesting a degree of sentience. The robot's alarm continued to blare, indicating that numerous dangers lurked nearby. "We must exercise caution and reinforce the doors and windows," Shenmu advised. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of vine-like tendrils appeared on the window. Astonishingly, these vines were thick and robust, their surfaces adorned with menacing, fang-like spikes. Covered in an unsettling slime, contorting and battering against the glass in a frightful display. Had the plants mutated? Shenmu instantly sensed something amiss. It seemed the robot's alarm had been triggered by these entities, which intended to exploit their moment of relaxation for a surprise attack. However, Shenmu had seen through their ruse, prompting them to resort to an outright assault. No, these plants bear remnants of human skin and characteristics. They are a grotesque fusion of zombies and mutated flora. Tang Wei, having encountered numerous mutated species in her past life, recognized them immediately. While Shenmu was uncertain of her insight, he remained vigilant, fixating coldly on the menacing forms outside, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. These creatures possess considerable intelligence. Do you have anything to combat them? Tang Wei's expression grew grave. Their amalgamation of zombie flesh and plant tissue had granted them a human-like intellect, making them deceptively clever. Though ultimately, they were still repulsive vermin at heart. As she observed the fangs and slime that covered them, a wave of disdain washed over her. How could anything be so hideously deformed? They were even more grotesque than zombies. Perhaps sensing Tang Wei's disdain, the tendrils writhed more violently, launching relentless assaults against the tempered glass as if attempting to shatter it. "No, even if this is tempered glass, you cannot bash it like that. Stop!" Tang Wei et Gulim, producing an imposing firearm from seemingly nowhere, while tossing Shenmu a cleaver with her other hand. "Get ready. I intend to deal with these loathsome creatures." With that, Tang Wei opened the window once more and unleashed a torrent of flames from her firearm. Surprisingly, the tendrils displayed remarkable intelligence, avoiding the intense flames and redirecting their assault toward the unburned side. How intriguing to encounter such sentient, mutated beings for the first time. Yet I find little fondness for you. As she spoke, Tang Wei shifted her stance, fiercely pivoting the firearm to confront the encroaching vines. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the tendrils that writhed in apparent agony, their surfaces charred black. A sense of triumph swelled within Tang Wei. I harbor no intent to oppose you. If you possess any wisdom, you would do well to vacate my estate at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. While scorching the vines with fire, she vociferously urged them to retreat. It was essential to understand that in this era, an array of mutated species proliferated incessantly. Even if she were to eradicate these entities, myriad new forms would surely arise to assail her. It was far more prudent to find a way to dissuade them altogether. However, it seemed the vines were resolute in ignoring Tang Wei's entreaties, continuing their relentless assault, twisting and moving with alarming speed. Burdened by the weight of the firearm over an extended period, her strength was waning, and with half her body exposed to fend off the stubborn vines. Her situation grew precarious. Tang Wei, be careful. As Shen Mu processed the urgency of the moment, one of the vines had already ensnared Tang Wei's waist tightly, exerting its formidable strength in an attempt to drag her away. The speed of the assault left Shen Mu with no time to react. He swiftly drew his long knife and struck fiercely at the vine. To his astonishment, the vine proved far more resilient than it appeared, yielding only a superficial cut that revealed dark green blood beneath its surface. Quickly, set them ablaze. The vines exerted tremendous force, and Tang Wei found herself struggling to breathe as she was ensnared. Upon hearing Shen Mu's urgent command, she swiftly directed her firearm towards the vines, unleashing flames upon them. This action seemed to yield some effect, as the vines retreated several paces. However, two of the thickest tendrils, despite being singed and charred, remained obstinately unyielding. Fortunately, the relentless flames of the sun proved too much for the vines, and soon they were entirely consumed, collapsing to the ground. Shen Mu hastily pulled Tang Wei to safety, and as he closed the window, he used his knife to sever the remaining vines that had latched onto her. With the mutated tendrils falling lifelessly, Shen Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Indeed, observing the remnants of the vines outside, most had been incinerated, while a few lay weakened and feeble, stripped of the strength to continue their assault. Chapter 20. The calm before the storm. It appears they will not press their attack any further. Tang Wei couldn't help but chuckle, a sense of unexpected joy washing over her as she regarded Shen Mu. He nodded in agreement, preparing to speak when suddenly he sensed something amiss on the ground. Looking down, panic surged through him. The very vines he had severed were inexplicably regenerating, once again slithering toward Tang Wei. Shen Mu instinctively reached for a knife to sever the vines, but the opponent's speed was astonishing and their agility was unparalleled. He was also apprehensive that a forceful strike might harm Tang Wei, rendering him incapable of grasping the elusive tendril. This is dire. It aims to ensnare your neck. The rapidly twisting vines had already spiraled from his feet to his chest, perilously close to his throat. If such a vine were to tighten around his neck, it would spell certain doom. Remarkably, this entity possesses the ability to heal itself, and its regeneration occurs at a pace far exceeding my own healing techniques. One wonders where it acquired such knowledge. Regardless, these creatures are excessively perilous. They must be discarded immediately. As Tang Wei spoke, she grasped two seemingly lifeless vines. Prepare to hurl them out the window, only to be struck dumb by the scene outside. Those vines, once devoid of life and charred by her flames, had undergone a metamorphosis, sprouting tender new shoots while their menacing fangs remained unchanged. Tang Wei was momentarily astonished. She had not anticipated such a remedy. However, this revelation implied that these entities could be infinitely resurrected, leaving her and Shen Mu pondering how long it would take to eradicate them completely. There was no time for such musings. They had to swiftly adopt defensive stances and continue combating the relentless waves of advancing vines. What puzzled Tang Wei was the sheer number of vines that, although previously singed, had evolved into new shoots, yet the onslaught seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much strength Shen Mu and Tang Wei exerted, they could not eliminate these creatures, which appeared to be an unending source that could never be truly vanquished. Something was amiss. Although these vines could regenerate, it required time, and the number produced was not so vast. These entities must be streaming in from outside. Tang Wei quickly discerned the source of the issue, and Shen Mu's expression grew grave. Indeed, something outside was persistently assaulting them. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb. Shen Mu's tone was urgent, and as Tang Wei felt a surge of anxiety, she suddenly noticed a multitude of robots materializing at their feet. Arrayed like soldiers before the mutated plants, Tang Wei found it curious and, upon closer inspection, realized that these robots had emerged from Shen Mu's laboratory, encircling them like an impenetrable iron shield. The sheer number of these machines made it difficult for the two of them to manage, and it was imperative to identify their weaknesses. Tang Wei understood this necessity, yet even her firearms proved ineffective against them. How could they possibly eliminate these threats entirely? As they battled the incessantly attacking vines while deliberating on this conundrum, the strain was palpable. I understand now. These mutated vines may have ingested the remains of those with extraordinary abilities, which could explain their evolution. Tang Wei contemplated this possibility. Indeed, it seemed quite plausible. Under normal circumstances, one would not possess the ability to conjure fireballs. However, if he had consumed the corpse of an evolved individual with fire-related powers, the situation would be markedly different. Even with an understanding of the cause of their mutation, confronting such a multitude of transformed vines in their current state remained an arduous task. Fortunately, thanks to the extensive defensive measures established by their companions, both Shen Mu and Tang Wei felt significantly safer, allowing them to face the external mutated vines with greater composure. Nonetheless, the number of Shen Mu's robotic assistants was gradually dwindling. While these small machines displayed a degree of defensive capability, they were ultimately no match for the mutated vines endowed with extraordinary abilities. These vines had inherited certain powers from their former hosts, necessitating a solution that targeted their roots. Suddenly, Tang Wei exclaimed loudly, prompting Shen Mu to take action. He swiftly commanded the small robots to attack the roots of the vines. As anticipated, this strategy proved highly effective. The vines severed at their roots, though their bodies continued to writhe and contort, exhibited significantly diminished strength and were markedly more vulnerable. Further damage would prevent them from healing. It works. Keep it up. Tang Wei felt a surge of joy and called out to Shen Mu. You protect me. Let me give it a try. Shen Mu promptly agreed, and Tang Wei closed her eyes, centering herself. Upon reopening her eyes, they gleamed with a chilling light. In an instant, wherever her gaze landed, the vines were severed, primarily at their roots. Splendid. Tang Wei had effectively resolved the majority of the threat. The severed vines writhed in agony on the ground, twisted and defeated after being assaulted by the robots. However, Tang Wei soon felt the toll of her exertion, panting slightly. Quickly, devise a way to eradicate them. Shen Mu nodded gravely, seizing the opportunity while the vines were weakened. He utilized the robots to locate the core of the corpse plant's abilities and directly employed his metal powers to destroy it. In a heartbeat, the previously writhing vines fell silent, coiling together and losing all semblance of vitality. At last, they had succeeded. Tang Wei exhaled deeply, a faint smile of relief gracing her lips. Well done. Shen Mu replied with a cheerful grin. They should now be safe. However, tranquility was short-lived. As Shen Mu sat before the monitor, reviewing the surveillance footage, he was startled to observe a large number of corpse plants approaching their estate, their forms twisting ominously. How can there be so many? Chapter 21. Repelling the corpse plants upon hearing the commotion, Tang Wei rushed over. When she beheld the images on the monitor, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Both of them had expended a considerable amount of energy dealing with the previous corpse plants, and now their extraordinary powers were nearly depleted, leaving them incapable of launching another attack akin to the last one. It appears that these corpses are advancing towards us. We must devise a plan immediately. Tang Wei nodded, her gaze fixed on the densely packed corpses on the surveillance screen, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Just then, she erupted into a fit of violent coughing, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. Shen Mu, witnessing this, was taken aback, staring at Tang Wei in disbelief. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," Tang Wei replied, dabbing at the blood at her lips, maintaining a calm demeanor. It was perhaps due to the earlier entanglement with the vines and the excessive depletion of her powers that left her feeling somewhat feeble. Shen Mu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. "You should hide in the room. I will handle these corpses." Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Your strength is not significantly greater than mine, and there are far more corpses than before. Can you truly manage?" "Trust me, I will be fine," Shen Mu asserted, simultaneously maneuvering the robot. Just as Tang Wei was about to refuse, she found her arms ensnared by two mechanical appendages, which forcibly dragged her towards the safest room. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, but her strength was no match for the machines. Her arms throbbed painfully, and she was reluctant to destroy the robot that Shen Mu had painstakingly crafted, leaving her with no recourse. Ultimately, Tang Wei was pulled into the room. Watching helplessly as the robot secured her door, her heart racing with anxiety for Shen Mu still outside. Through the glass, she observed Shen Mu, now lacking the strength to fend off the multitude of corpses, struggling merely to bolster his defenses. The only weapon capable of offense was a long knife that had nearly lost its edge. She had to find a way. In her desperation, Tang Wei suddenly noticed that one of the corpses was moving significantly slower than the others, and her eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this particular one had its roots severed by Shen Mu, resulting in its diminished speed and aggression compared to the rest. With this revelation, a bold idea sparked in Tang Wei's mind. Regardless of how mutated these entities were, they were fundamentally just altered plant matter. Once they departed from the ground, their offensive capabilities would wane. Did that imply that if she could somehow detach them from the earth on a large scale, their power would be diminished? With this thought in mind, Tang Wei unhesitatingly entered her spatial dimension, searching for herbicide. Fortunately, her treasure chest was well stocked, and with a mere thought, she discovered a sizable bottle of herbicide. Elated, she flung open the window and shouted to Shen Mu, "Get back." Though Shen Mu had no time to heed her warning, he instinctively sidestepped. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei poured the herbicide liberally over the corpses with fervor. In an instant, a hoarse and mournful scream pierced the air as the vines writhed in a frenzy. Observing the chaotic scene before her, Shen Mu instinctively took a couple of steps back, only to realize that the vines appeared to be in torment, lacking the energy to divert their focus towards attacking her. Seeing this, Tang Wei seized the moment, resolutely casting all the herbicide she had at the corpses of the plants. Quickly, take this opportunity to annihilate them with the flamethrower. Shen Mu quickly regained her composure and unleashed a barrage of flames upon the grotesque vegetation. Under the potent effects of the herbicide, the corpses were already suffering immensely. After several rounds of fire from Shen Mu's weapon, most had turned to ash, while a few with slightly stronger abilities scrambled away, desperately clinging to their remaining forms. As the last of the corpses seemed to have been eradicated, Shen Mu felt her strength wane, causing her to sway unsteadily, the flamethrower slipping from her grasp. "Let me out!" Tang Wei frantically pounded on the window. Shen Mu, utterly drained, could only weakly nod at the robots. Moments later, Tang Wei's door swung open. "How are you?" She hurriedly rushed outside, supporting Shen Mu's frail body. As she reached out to check, she discovered that Shen Mu was exceedingly weak, her pulse barely detectable. "How could you be so weakened?" Though fully aware that Shen Mu had expended a tremendous amount of energy during the battle, she had not anticipated that nearly all of her strength would be depleted, stirring a pang of concern within her. "Why didn't you let me accompany you? At least there would have been someone to assist you." Shen Mu, hearing Tang Wei's words, managed a faint smile, her voice frail. "It's all right. Even if you had come, it wouldn't have made much difference. Besides, it's over now. I just want to rest for a while." "Don't worry." Despite her words, Tang Wei could not quell her anxiety, letting out a long sigh. The sudden assault from the corpses had left them in such disarray. Surely, more mutated species would emerge to attack in the future. How would they cope then? She could not simply allow Shen Mu to bear the brunt of danger while she cowered behind as a coward. This thought was unacceptable to her, and she was also troubled about what the future might hold. With Shen Mu unable to heal herself, Tang Wei could only apply her best medicines, meticulously caring for her side. Fortunately, after just 2 days, Shen Mu's complexion began to improve significantly. Chapter 22. Temperature Changes. Thank you. Tang Wei, lost in her musings, was momentarily taken aback by Shen Mu's words, her tone softening. Don't think that saying this will absolve you. You still owe me a full meal. Shen Mu chuckled softly, nodding slightly. All right, I understand. Within a few days, thanks to Shen Mu's healing abilities, both of their injuries had improved considerably, and their vitality began to return. The weather has been quite pleasant lately. Perhaps we should venture outdoors in search of a new base in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei hesitated. Why seek a new base when this place is so lovely? She was genuinely reluctant to part with the grand estate she had painstakingly built. If it were as simple as leaving, she would find it exceedingly difficult. However, Shen Mu merely smiled faintly, reminding her of the perilous situation they had recently encountered. While the issues were not a reflection of her estate, it was indeed imperative to seek a safer refuge for unforeseen circumstances. As he spoke, he glanced upward at the sun. The weather was favorable, and they should seize this opportunity to explore outside. Although Tang Wei felt a pang of reluctance, she acknowledged Shen Mu's reasoning and nodded slightly. Were it not for the fear of being discovered by him, she would have devised a way to transport her estate into her space. She could not believe that she could not find another suitable place to rest. After some discussion, they concluded that there was little to occupy their time here, so they might as well search for a shelter which could potentially be more efficient. Thus, they casually packed some belongings and prepared to set out. Initially, the pleasant weather uplifted Tang Wei's spirits, and she joyfully hummed along the way, searching for a suitable refuge. However, the results proved rather elusive. Yet, she remained undeterred. As long as her estate remained intact, she believed there would be no issue wherever they went. Unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, Tang Wei began to sweat profusely, sensing that the sun's intensity had increased. At first, she dismissed it as mere perception, but soon noticed beads of sweat forming on Shen Mu's brow, leaving her utterly astonished. Are you feeling hot too? She inquired. Initially, she thought her excitement was causing the air around her to grow warmer, but to her surprise, Shen Mu, usually stoic, also seemed affected. It appeared that the weather was indeed growing warmer. Shen Mu sensed something amiss as well. However, he had assumed there was no cause for concern since Tang Wei had said nothing. Yet if the sun were to suddenly intensify, it could adversely affect their outing. This was utterly outrageous. Tang Wei felt an urge to express her frustration, but Shen Mu promptly intervened, his expression serious yet composed. Since we have resolved to seek a safe base, we must not allow trivial matters to disturb us. It is essential that we focus on finding a new location promptly. Though Tang Wei felt a surge of irritation, she understood that Shen Mu's intentions were for her benefit, so she refrained from further protest. In the background, the news broadcast continuously replayed reports of underground bases being overrun by mutated flora and fauna. Listening to the host's fearful tone, Tang Wei could not help but chuckle wryly at the situation. Indeed, it mirrors the events of my past life with uncanny precision. It seems imperative that I prepare in advance. Departing from the estate cannot be delayed. Otherwise, when faced with imminent danger in the future, it may be too late to escape. Yet, a profound sense of reluctance envelopes me regarding this grand estate. If it were feasible, I would wish to transport the entire manor into my own space, for such a feat is not beyond the realm of possibility for me. However, should I pursue this course, it would undoubtedly arouse Shen Mu's suspicions. After all, the sudden disappearance of such a substantial estate without a trace would be exceedingly peculiar to anyone, especially considering Shen Mu's astuteness. I prefer to keep any hint of my intentions concealed from him. Nevertheless, the thought of my estate potentially being overrun by mutated flora and fauna tugs at my heartstrings. Shen Mu, having perceived my unwillingness to part with the manor, let out a resigned sigh. Rest assured, I have a plan. With that, he sequestered himself in his modest laboratory, refusing to emerge regardless of my entreaties. It was not until 5 days later that he appeared, weary yet triumphant, bearing a large box filled with an array of robots. With so many robots, what have you been up to these past few days? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Shen Mu offered a faint smile, discreetly concealing the remnants of my hair and his own that he had stealthily gathered behind him. Nothing much. Just developed a few autonomous learning robots. Their capacity for learning is exceptional, and they will ensure the safety of the estate. You need to worry. His words left me somewhat skeptical, yet the unwavering confidence in his expression compelled me to nod in acceptance. Very well, I appreciate your efforts over these days. Ultimately, it was all in the interest of safeguarding my estate, and I had no grounds to voice further concerns. With a heavy sigh, I turned to leave, pondering whether I would be angered upon discovering that Shen Mu had secretly collected my hair to create these robots. Thus, he decided to withhold that information for the time being. Chapter 23. On the journey after a brief interlude. I was astonished to observe the robots indeed possessed remarkable learning capabilities. Once we depart, should any danger arise within the estate, we will be informed through the robots. So there is no need for excessive worry, Shen Mu assured me, his gaze steadfast as he surveyed his creations. All right, having confirmed the estate's safety, we set forth in search of a secure base. The weather outside was capricious, yet fortunately, both Shen Mu and I had equipped ourselves adequately to withstand the unpredictable elements, though our journey proved arduous. In such circumstances, locating a safe haven is no small feat. The city is rife with various mutated species and zombies, while the more secluded mountains are fraught with peril that may rival that of the urban environment. Shen Mu and Tang Wei found themselves wandering in search of sustenance, encountering few people along their journey, yet encountering a plethora of peculiar mutated species. However, both possessed remarkable skills and were well equipped, making them more than capable of handling the scant number of these aberrations. Yet, the environment proved to be far more hostile than they had anticipated, with numerous mutated creatures obstructing their path. Their pace was already languid, and after 3 to 4 days of delays in the wild, they remained empty-handed. Let us take a brief respite. After all this running, we have yet to find a suitable place, Tang Wei expressed, exuding a sense of helplessness as she sat down to retrieve provisions from her backpack. However, she paused momentarily, realizing their rations had dwindled significantly, and they had yet to procure anything. The thought of filling their stomachs might necessitate revealing her secret of possessing spatial capabilities, a revelation she was reluctant to disclose to Shen Mu. Noticing the shift in Tang Wei's demeanor, Shen Mu took the dried food from her, his gaze subtly altering. Do not worry. We shall not go hungry, he reassured her. Tang Wei offered a wry smile in response, remaining silent, initially perceiving Shen Mu's words as mere platitudes. She was astonished when, as their provisions reached a critical low, she observed him skillfully weaving straw. What are you doing? She inquired. We cannot simply starve out here. Since our supplies are running low, we must become self-sufficient. Shen Mu smiled, swiftly organizing the materials in his hands. Upon closer inspection, Tang Wei realized he was crafting contrivances akin to mouse traps, albeit more intricate and practical. These devices can be employed to catch birds and small reptiles. If fortune smiles upon us, we might encounter something edible, he explained. Tang Wei's expression was mixed. While she could not deny Shen Mu's craftsmanship was impressive, she remained skeptical about the efficacy of such rudimentary traps. As night fell, Tang Wei, feeling lightheaded from hunger, was on the verge of collapse when she suddenly heard Shen Mu approaching briskly from a distance, triumphantly carrying 2 wild rabbits. Did you really catch them? She gasped in disbelief. Of course, he replied, a smirk playing upon his lips as his eyes gleamed with pride. Hurry, let's start a fire, tonight. We feast on meat. After satisfying their hunger, Tang Wei reclined contentedly on the grass, unable to suppress her astonishment. Aren't you more inclined towards those peculiar robots? How is it you possess survival skills in the wild? Shen Mu chuckled softly as he tidied up their leftovers. It's because I was kidnapped as a child and nearly perished. I survived thanks to these eclectic skills, which piqued my interest, prompting me to study them further. I see. Tang Wei nodded slightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. In the days that followed, Shen Mu continuously showcased his wilderness survival skills, ensuring that even in the absence of food, both remained well-fed and unharmed. On that day, two individuals were savoring the freshly prepared grilled fish when they heard the distant sound of footsteps approaching. Tang Wei's gaze instantly turned vigilant. She promptly set down her fish and scanned the surroundings with great caution. Shen Mu also stood up, and upon seeing the faces of the approaching figures, he could not help but exhale in relief. They appeared to be ordinary people. Tang Wei nodded slightly, yet her vigilance remained unwavering. As the group arrived before them, one tall and slender young man caught a whiff of the delicious aroma emanating from Shen Mu's grilled fish, his eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, did you make this yourself? Shen Mu, observing that the young man bore no ill intent, nodded slightly in response. Tang Wei interjected. We have been wandering outside and found ourselves with little to eat, so we decided to catch some fish. Given the uncertainty surrounding their identities, she certainly could not disclose the purpose of their journey or their own identities. The tall young man, somewhat enviously, nodded in acknowledgement. That's impressive. We haven't managed to catch anything to eat on our journey so far. As Shen Mu smiled faintly, preparing to speak, he was suddenly taken aback as his grilled fish was snatched away. Turning, he saw several others from the group, who, without hesitation, began devouring the fish. One of them grumbling, "Captain, why are you being so polite to these two? We haven't eaten in ages." "That's all right." Just as the captain marveled at Shen Mu's generosity, Shen Mu casually picked up a nearby stone and threw it, striking the fish being eaten. "What are you doing?" one of them exclaimed. "Oh, it was just a slip of the hand, my apologies." Before they could continue their accusations, Shen Mu stepped forward slowly, maintaining a nonchalant smile on his face. "Such a pity for the fish I worked so hard to prepare. However, since it has become tainted, it would be best not to eat it anymore." Chapter 24. A place of refuge. As Shen Mu spoke, he kicked the fish into a nearby foul ditch, his words unmistakably signaling that the fish rightfully belonged to him. "You've got some nerve. Looking for a fight?" The young men, brimming with youthful vigor, found themselves eager to retaliate against Shen Mu's bold provocation, their fists clenched in anticipation. "No need for that. I am merely an ordinary person, concerned only with sustenance. I have no interest in quarrels with you all," Shen Mu replied calmly. However, the group was on the verge of charging at him when the squad leader intervened. "Enough. We are out here to gather supplies, not to brawl. You have already disrespected their grilled fish without permission. What more do you want?" Chastened by the leader's reprimand, although they were still disgruntled, the others refrained from further aggression. "All right, my friend, please do not take offense. My companions can indeed be a bit hot-headed." Shen Mu nodded, observing that the squad leader appeared to be quite amiable, thus refraining from causing him any distress and instead casually inquiring about directions. "Do you know the way to the nearest official base?" Perhaps due to the earlier rudeness of his team members, the squad leader was exceptionally courteous towards Shen Mu, indeed providing directions for the two and even offering some provisions. The other team members, however, displayed a clear disdain for the squad leader's actions. Shen Mu and Tang Wei, not particularly concerned, resolved to ignore these individuals as long as they did not provoke them. In the following days, while traversing the road, Tang Wei and Shen Mu managed to procure some snacks, but they also encountered misfortunes, such as mutated species or polluted environments, rendering any captured items inedible. Initially, Tang Wei was able to endure the situation, but gradually he began to lose his patience. One day, seizing an opportunity when Shen Mu was distracted, he retrieved some provisions from his backpack. "Oh dear, I almost forgot that I had some supplies hidden in my backpack. We can share a meal." After successfully obtaining the food, Tang Wei feigned surprise and quickly called Shen Mu over. "All right." Shen Mu smiled, his expression serene, yet his eyes concealed a profound depth. Not to mention, he had already thoroughly examined their backpacks, ensuring there was no possibility of any connection. Moreover, He had clearly observed Tang Wei's subtle maneuver earlier. The two journeyed tirelessly, failing to locate a suitable base, ultimately deciding to head to an official base protected by the military. At the very least, there would be some individuals there to safeguard them, a far safer option than being alone in the wilderness, vulnerable to attacks. Upon arriving at the base, they underwent rigorous checks and isolation, and after confirming their safety, they finally settled in. Tang Wei could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that their arduous journey had not yielded a single safe haven until now, and this was the only place that offered a semblance of security. Due to the tumultuous situation and the chaos of human nature, the conditions at the base were challenging to manage, causing considerable stress for those in charge. Shen and Tang Wei, however, bore no additional worries. After settling in, they began a new phase of life. Aside from necessary training and occasional missions, Shen remained in his quarters, diligently researching his robots, while Tang Wei found himself somewhat idle. However, this tranquil existence did not last long, as the instability of the base's conditions led to a recent scarcity of food supplies. As both were endowed with special abilities, their need for strength and energy was greater. Thus, they were allocated a slightly larger share of provisions than others. This did not particularly concern Tang Wei, as he believed the taste of the food provided was subpar compared to what he could prepare himself. However, it is, after all, food distributed uniformly from this place. Having something to eat is certainly better than having nothing. Yet, on the day when Tang Wei was about to receive her portion, she suddenly heard a sharp, icy laugh nearby. A gaunt woman stood not far away, looking coldly at Tang Wei, her eyes filled with disdain. We are all human, yet your appetite seems to surpass that of others, eating so much without contributing anything. Tang Wei, perplexed, raised her head and, seeing the woman's acerbic countenance, felt a surge of indignation, though she could not comprehend the hostility. I did not request anyone to give me more, and, as an ability user, my body indeed requires more energy than others. If you're dissatisfied, you are welcome to awaken your abilities as well. No one is stopping you. You. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback by Tang Wei's retort, scoffing coldly. A mere commoner, what are you so proud of here? If you do not wish to eat, then hand over your food to me. With that, the woman reached out, attempting to snatch Tang Wei's plate. To her astonishment, Tang Wei looked up to find Shen had approached, coldly regarding the woman. If I recall correctly, you seem to have acquired your food by selling yourself. Who then? Is the truly filthy one in your eyes? Tang Wei was stunned, while the woman seemed to be struck at a tender spot, her face contorting with rage. You speak nonsense. I earned that. Shen smirked slightly, his tone light as air. You are correct. After all, the food you received is indeed yours, having been exchanged for your body. Perhaps due to the seriousness with which Shen spoke, or perhaps because Tang Wei was unaccustomed to hearing him mock others, she could not help but burst into laughter. Well done. You two will regret this. The woman, feeling exposed by Shen words and hearing Tang Wei's laughter, turned crimson and fled in humiliation. How did you know that? Chapter 25. A provocation even after the woman had left their sight. Tang Wei found it difficult to contain her amusement. The acoustics here are so poor that even if I wished not to hear, I would find it challenging. You two are in for trouble. Suddenly, a sorrowful-looking woman approached, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's laughter ceased. Why do you say that? That woman is named Li Xiaohua. She is the mistress of the local big boss, not someone to be trifled with. Oh, who is her big boss? Tang Wei, Yingji, looked at the woman. It is clear you two are newcomers. We all refer to that big boss as Brother Hu. He is also an ability user, quite formidable. People around here do not dare to provoke him, and Li Xiaohua is emboldened by his protection. Oh, Tang Wei replied thoughtfully, while the woman, mistaking her demeanor for fear, allowed a long sigh. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, you both should exercise caution and refrain from provoking any further trouble. Upon uttering these words, as if fearing that his verbosity might incite misfortune, he hastily departed. Are you afraid of that so-called brother tiger? What did you say? Shen seemed taken aback by Tang Wei's inquiry, raising an eyebrow slightly. It's nothing. As long as you're unafraid, I'll have to intervene. Very well. He appeared somewhat helpless yet undeniably affectionate. "Brother Tiger, you have no idea. There are some audacious individuals outside today, a pair of men and women, emboldened by their minor abilities, are currently exerting their influence within the base and even bullied me, behaving rather arrogantly." Upon hearing this, Brother Tiger's expression darkened. It is known that within this base, no one dares to challenge his authority, yet he patiently cradled Li Xiaohua in his arms. "Who possesses such audacity to bully you?" "It's those two newcomers. I merely offered a few kind words, and they unleashed a torrent of abuse towards me, even attempting to strike me. Had I not fled swiftly, I fear I would have been thoroughly victimized." The more Li Xiaohua spoke, the more aggrieved she appeared, leaning on Brother Tiger with tear-streaked cheeks. "How dare they be so bold? Come, I shall accompany you to seek vengeance." Upon hearing Brother Tiger's words, Li Xiaohua instantly perked up, smiling as she replied, "The newcomers residing in the east, I believe one is named Shen. The following morning, just after Tang Wei finished her meal and was preparing to stretch her legs, she noticed several towering figures suddenly appear at the doorway. Upon closer inspection, one particularly robust and bare-chested man approached, directly calling out Shenmu's name. "Where is Shenmu? I heard there is someone with abilities here." Tang Wei immediately grew wary. She had never encountered this individual before, yet he boldly called out Shenmu's name, indicating they likely hadn't garnered much information. "Shenmu is not here. Whom do you seek?" "Oh, I didn't expect a little beauty." "What is your relationship with Shenmu?" "Merely acquaintances. Do you have business with him?" The man's gaze was utterly distasteful to Tang Wei, causing her to frown involuntarily. "Since there is no connection, why not become mine?" Before he could finish his sentence, another figure emerged from behind, and Shenmu delivered a solid punch to his face, his eyes icy with resolve. "What do you want?" The man was momentarily stunned by the blow, but once he regained his composure, he erupted in fury, for no one dared to strike him on his own turf. "You dare to hit me? You're courting death." With that, Brother Tiger swung his fist toward Shenmu. Observing the incoming fist, Shenmu regarded it with disdain, and at the very last moment, an impenetrable iron wall stood firmly before him. "So you are Shenmu. It appears you possess some skill." The man's previous attack was infused with ability, yet Shenmu effortlessly deflected it, proving himself to be quite formidable. "Newcomer, I offer you an opportunity. How about you join me?" Brother Tiger was indeed astute. Should he manage to secure Shenmu's allegiance, he would gain another invaluable ally. In this small base, there was an undeniable sense of invincibility. With no interest in the peculiar request posed by the other party, Shenmu declined without a moment's hesitation. "You may not have heard of my reputation, but I am the one in charge here. No one dares to defy me. If you choose to associate with me, you will understand." To Shenmu's surprise, his swift refusal only fueled Hu Ji's arrogance, prompting him to suppress his temper and continue persuading. "I have stated my position." "It is impossible." Shenmu interrupted him once more, his gaze piercing. "If you do not leave at once, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With words exchanged in discord, a brawl erupted. Unfazed by the confrontation, Shenmu seized the initiative, retaliating without mercy since the attack had originated from Hugo. Tang Wei observed the scene with keen interest, noting how effortlessly Shenmu handled this so-called Hugo, almost as if he were deliberately humiliating him. From the outset, Hugo struggled mightily. Despite Shenmu's seemingly frail appearance, his strikes were fierce and unyielding, revealing Hugo as no match for him. "You have lost. It is time for you to leave," Shenmu declared, delivering a final blow that sent Hugo flying several meters away. Had it not been for his supernatural abilities shielding him, he would have met a dire fate. Nonetheless, Hugo was severely injured, clutching his chest and coughing violently, his humiliation and fury swelling within him to an unbearable degree. Suddenly, as Tang Wei stood by, enjoying the unfolding drama, she noticed Hugo gathering potent energy in his hand, evidently preparing for a sneak attack. "Be careful." In a moment of urgency, she could only shout a warning to Shenmu, channeling her focus and unleashing a powerful command. "Heavenly thunder, strike." In the next instant, the energy Hugo had been amassing was met with a blast of divine thunder, leaving him howling in pain as he clutched his scorched palm. Chapter 26. Alliances. It turned out that the patrolling team having heard the commotion, swiftly arrived to assess the situation and promptly detained Hugo. We sincerely apologize. You're not harmed, are you? We will take the troublemaker away now. The patrol's demeanor was remarkably cordial, expressing genuine concern for Shen Mu and Tang Wei's well-being. We are fine. Thank you for your concern. After a brief exchange, Tang Wei could not help but express her surprise. She had not anticipated that the individuals here would possess such discernment. Initially, she suspected the patrol team might be aligned with Hugo, but it appeared otherwise. Thank you for coming to my aid just now. Shen Mu, maintaining his composure, smiled, though he secretly acknowledged that had Hu Ji's ambush succeeded, he would likely have been incapacitated for at least half a month. You must be Mr. Shen Mu. Our leader wishes to meet with you. Shen Mu, perplexed by the sudden summons, had no acquaintance with any leadership figures here and wondered what the meeting entailed. May I inquire about the nature of this meeting? Although uncertain of their intentions, he remained cautious. Our leader has not divulged specifics. Yet it seems he holds great admiration for your abilities and hopes you will grace him with your presence. Noticing the amiable demeanor of the two individuals, Shen Mu felt a sense of relief. Very well, I can accompany you. The two individuals followed the patrol team forward, and before long, they encountered a familiar figure in the hall. Upon recognizing the person's face, Tang Wei could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sister Tang, what brings you here? It was Zhou Xiaojiu, and Tang Wei had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter at this location. They shared their reasons for being at the base, and Zhou Xiaojiu, moved by the reunion, embraced Tang Wei affectionately. This is destiny. Sister Tang, you have no idea how worried I have been about you during our time apart. Their animated conversation was interrupted by Shen Mu, who was already feeling quite displeased. Witnessing Zhou Xiaojiu's embrace of Tang Wei, his expression darkened instantly. Step aside. In the next moment, Shen Mu forcefully separated the two, asserting, "You are obstructing my path." Tang Wei and Zhou Xiaojiu retorted, "There's plenty of room beside us. Why don't you take it instead of being so arrogant?" Zhou Xiaojiu glared defiantly at Shen Mu. As the tension escalated, two members of the patrol team awkwardly interjected. "Why don't you both follow me to the hall? We can discuss matters later." Heeding their suggestion, Shen Mu and Zhou Xiaojiu reluctantly turned away from each other. "Fine. I won't let you waste Sister Tang's time. You can leave now," Zhou Xiaojiu urged. "Sister Tang, if anything arises, please be sure to inform me." Tang Wei watched the unfolding drama with a mix of amusement and exasperation, nodding slightly in agreement. "All right, I understand." Soon, a man claiming to be a secretary led Shen Mu and Tang Wei to a lounge, assuring them that they would soon meet the leader. Tang Wei surveyed the spacious lounge, puzzled about the identity of this so-called leader and why they were specifically summoned. Shen Mu appeared remarkably composed. Anyone capable of establishing such a base must be a prominent figure, perhaps with important matters to discuss. Before long, a man in his 40s or 50s entered, greeting them courteously and personally offering Shen Mu a glass of water. "You must be Shen Mu and Tang Wei. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Feng Ming approached with a broad smile, radiating an amiable demeanor, yet his smile bore an unsettling quality. "You summoned me here, which suggests you have something to discuss. However, I have other matters to attend to," Shen Mu stated bluntly, preferring to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. "It seems this gentleman is indeed astute. I have heard that you possess a rare gold-type ability, which is precisely the talent we find lacking here. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining us? Joining you for what purpose? What benefits could I possibly gain?" Joining us is undoubtedly for the purpose of developing a diverse array of weaponry at the base. This would enable us to fend off a greater number of foreign species and mutated organisms, ensuring your safety. Moreover, whatever compensation you desire, I can readily acquiesce. "I do not require it," Shen Mu replied without hesitation, causing Feng Ming's expression to darken slightly. "Why not? If you agree, I can grant you any wish." Even the position of leader of this base, Feng Ming exaggeratedly smiled, the creases on his face contorting in a most unappealing manner. "Apologies, but I possess no interest in that whatsoever." As Shen Mu spoke, he intended to depart. Suddenly, Feng Ming's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning fierce as he stared intently at him. "Are you truly not considering this at all? Should you join us, I can provide you with anything you desire. Shen Mu paused for a moment, feeling a slight pang of discomfort in his head, yet dismissed it. You cannot provide that. Upon noticing this, Tang Wei promptly exited as well. After Shen Mu's figure faded from sight, Feng Ming remained rooted in place. Though his face was filled with rage, a shadow flickered in his eyes, and an odd smile crept upon his lips. Why not accept his offer? Aren't you quite fond of researching these matters? His terms seem rather generous. There is no particular reason. I simply dislike him. For reasons unknown, ever since encountering Feng Ming, Shen Mu felt an inexplicable aversion. Thus, upon hearing his terms, a subconscious resistance arose, leading to an automatic rejection. Chapter 27. The refusal to join. What brings you here? Have you settled in over there? Though surprised, Tang Wei opened the door for Zhou Xiaojue. Isn't it simply because I wanted to catch up with my cousin? Zhou Xiaojue beamed, while Shen Mu wore a displeased expression. What is there to catch up on? It's merely the same old, trivial matters. Shen Mu's tone was harsh, eliciting a defiant response from Zhou Xiaojue. What nonsense are you spouting? The bond between my cousin and me is not something you can compare to. Shen Mu was left speechless. Tang Wei, sensing the discord between them, intervened with a smile. All right, I shall converse with Zhou Xiaojue. You may step outside. Fine. Though Shen Mu felt displeased, he noticed Tang Wei's clear desire for him to leave, and he begrudgingly turned and exited. After some conversation, Tang Wei discovered that Zhou Xiaojue had been harboring significant burdens. Through patient inquiry, she learned that Zhou Xiaojue's parents had passed away not long ago, and he himself had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, Feng Ming had come to his rescue. Given this, one might argue that Feng Ming is quite a good person. I cannot say for certain. At least he saved me at a crucial moment, and regardless of the circumstances, I am willing to believe he is a good person. Zhou Xiaojue spoke with a smile, assuring Tang Jie that, regardless of the circumstances, she should inform him promptly if anything were to occur, promising to protect her well. Who could you possibly protect with that demeanor? A sudden voice from outside startled Zhou Xiaojue, who, upon recognizing the speaker, jumped up in indignation. You actually eavesdropped on my conversation with Tang Jie. This is my residence. The fact that I haven't expelled you is already a favor. The two immediately fell into another quarrel, while Tang Wei, overwhelmed by the commotion, discreetly slipped away. Before long, news of Shen Mu, the brilliant scientist, had spread throughout the entire base. Most regarded him with admiration due to his metallic abilities and scientific prowess, with some even rushing to present gifts and food in hopes of securing his protection for the future. However, Shen Mu rejected all offerings, unwilling to invite unnecessary complications that would accompany a throng of followers whenever he stepped outside. Simultaneously, Feng Ming seemed undeterred in his attempts to recruit Shen Mu, sending various factions to visit him, and even having patrol teams drop by periodically, each time bearing gifts that were rapidly accumulating in Shen Mu's quarters. Tang Wei found amusement in the situation. After all, free food was hard to resist. By accompanying them on their missions, she could gather ample supplies, ensuring a more comfortable existence in these harsh conditions. Since arriving at the base, Tang Wei had refrained from using her abilities and had not reported her powers, leading her teammates to believe she was an ordinary individual. Despite this, the team welcomed her with optimism, particularly due to her apparent lack of self-defense skills, showering her with the best resources available and ensuring she was never hungry, often sneaking her extra portions when they found supplies. Having not tasted Shen Mu's culinary creations for quite some time, Tang Wei felt invigorated by the aroma wafting through the air. She sat at the dining table, devouring her meal with enthusiasm while recounting her experiences from the day outside the base. It was undeniable that, despite their collective efforts, the myriad of unknown mutated species lurking beyond posed significant challenges, with Tang Wei encountering various threats daily. That's far too dangerous. Why do you insist on joining them? We have enough to eat here, Shen Mu remarked, his brow furrowed slightly, while Tang Wei merely pouted, murmuring under her breath. I must stockpile more provisions to avoid future hunger. To be honest, the last life of Tang Wei was exceedingly arduous, which is why, even with an ample supply of resources in this lifetime, I'm unable to quell the urge to gather even more. Shen, witnessing this with a heavy heart, felt helpless to prevent Tang Wei from venturing out again. Instead, he presented her with an array of protective small weapons, meticulously introducing each one and even affixing them onto her. To my surprise, you have crafted so many practical items that seem quite useful and do not hinder movement when worn. Among them are several mechanical armors, some of which are equipped with intelligent voice systems that respond instantaneously to Tang Wei's commands, exhibiting remarkable sensitivity and intelligence, which left her in awe and applause. With these tools at her disposal, should any emergencies arise, they would certainly provide assistance. However, one must always exercise caution to avoid self-harm. After a round of sincere admonitions, Shen wished to say more, but felt an overwhelming weakness and leaned back slightly. What is wrong with you? You appear so feeble. Shen shook his head gently, uncertain of the cause, as he had been feeling this way for some time now. Chapter 28. Ambushed, as anticipated, the severed vines writhed in agony. Their movement noticeably slowed after a few convulsions on the ground. The other team members gradually found themselves surrounded. However, with Tang Wei's strategies, each member acted with remarkable swiftness. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Many of these vines had consumed the corpses of mutated beings, naturally inheriting some of their abilities, allowing them to launch attacks from a distance. Suddenly, the once confident team members found themselves struggling to fend off the onslaught, retreating laboriously. Tang Wei sensed something amiss. The corpses seemed more formidable than those she had encountered previously, and their overwhelming numbers left her astounded. Her team had never faced such an adversary, and it was evident that they were faltering, with several members already showing signs of injury. If this continued, they would surely face annihilation. No, I must devise a way to lead my team to safety. With a slight lowering of her gaze, a surge of indignation welled within her. When she raised her head again, the already overcast sky darkened further, ominous clouds gathering above them, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding team members also sensed the impending danger. They were increasingly unable to withstand the relentless assault of the corpses. Should rain descend, it would undoubtedly worsen their plight. In the next moment, Tang Wei shouted, "Everyone, step back." Although the others were bewildered, they complied and retreated a few paces. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by a thunderous crash, directly hitting the mass of corpses. The cadaverous plants were evidently no match for the onslaught of heavenly thunder, swiftly charred by the strikes, with the remaining ones seemingly gripped by fear, attempting to flee. However, Tang Wei would not grant them such an opportunity, utilizing the celestial lightning to completely obstruct their escape. Countless bolts cascaded down, turning the wretched plants to charred remnants. Initially, the onlookers were apprehensive that the lightning might strike them as well, but they soon realized that the wrath of the storm was directed solely at the plants, sparing their companions nearby from harm. In no time, the malevolent flora was entirely vanquished, and Tang Wei, feeling somewhat weakened, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Although she had prepared extensively for this confrontation, the exertion had taken a considerable toll on her body, which was beginning to falter. They were all dead. How formidable! While some rejoiced at the destruction of the plants, others were quick to notice Tang Wei's distress and hurried over. "Tang Wei, what is the matter?" She feebly waved her hand, attempting to speak, but her voice had betrayed her, leaving her silent and reliant on her comrades for support. Some began to piece together the events that had transpired, staring at Tang Wei in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. The other team members shared a similar shock. The coincidence of the thunderstorm felt too uncanny, and Tang Wei's current state compelled belief. "Tang Wei, your powers are truly remarkable. How impressive!" The other members were elated, never having anticipated that the little sister they had been protecting was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Once Tang Wei confirmed her abilities, her teammates rejoiced, but their excitement was tempered by the captain's admonition. Following the captain's reminder, the other team members regained their composure. Though they lamented the inability to boast about their comrades' prowess, they were genuinely happy for Tang Wei. "All right, we understand. Under Tang Wei's protection, the team had suffered minimal injuries, merely a few superficial wounds. Meanwhile, Shen remained in a daze. Upon awakening, he noticed Tang Wei's absence and felt a pang of anxiety. Steadying his unsteady form, he searched frantically for her. At that moment, Zhou Xiaojue happened to pass by and regarded Shen with curiosity. Shen, what is wrong with you? You look like you haven't fully awakened. Shen, though his mind was clouded, managed to focus on Zhou Xiaojue. Where is Tang Wei? Where is she? You mean Sister Tang? She went out with the mission team today. It seems she sustained serious injuries, and I'm rushing to see her now. Do you want to come along? Upon hearing that Tang Wei had been injured, Shen composure shattered, and he quickly strode forward. Where is Tang Wei now? Enough. Tang Wei is currently being taken care of by her teammates. You, in such a feeble state, should refrain from wandering about. Zhou Xiaojue gently patted Shen shoulder as he spoke. Rest assured, I shall look after Sister Tang for you. You just stay here and recover. As Zhou Xiaojue turned to leave, Shen, despite feeling a sudden intense headache, stumbled after him, only to collapse to the ground. I've already said I would take care of Sister Tang. Why must you pursue? Zhou Xiaojue was startled to see Shen lying unconscious on the ground, his complexion pale. He hurriedly rushed over to assist him. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't touched you. Don't accuse me of foul play. Shen found himself enveloped in a foggy environment. Despite his prolonged exploration, he could not locate an exit. His mind clouded with confusion. He gritted his teeth and continued forward, only to suddenly discover a door ahead. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of Tang Wei lying there, drenched in blood. Tang Wei. Chapter 29. Mental control. Shen was horrified and rushed forward in a frenzy to save Tang Wei. However, an invisible barrier ensnared him, forcing him to watch helplessly as Tang Wei lay there in a weakened state. Tang Wei. He pounded on the door, but to no avail. Just then, a figure approached from behind, smiling as he spoke to Shen. Mr. Shen, your friend is on the brink of death. Don't you wish to save her? Shen turned to see it was Feng Ming. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that. With a grim expression, he seized Feng Ming by the collar. What do you want? Let me in at once. It's quite simple to gain entry. Just agree to join us, and you may immediately go in to save your friend, Feng Ming replied, his words laden with temptation. Shen found himself in a state of turmoil. He was reluctant to succumb to threats and join this group on a whim, yet he could not bear the thought of watching Tang Wei perish before his eyes. The conflicting emotions twisted painfully within him, and he instinctively cradled his head. I don't know. His instincts warned him that this situation was profoundly strange. Tang Wei could not possibly be in danger. Yet, on the other hand, he could not simply stand by as she lay there, bloodied and vulnerable. The anguish in Shen heart coiled tightly, while Feng Ming patiently coaxed him. Your time is running out. Look at Tang Wei over there. If you hesitate any longer, she may very well meet her demise. Feng Ming's words were highly persuasive, and Shen clutched his head, tormented by pain. Your time is limited. Make a decision. By this point, Shen expression had grown increasingly vacant, mechanically nodding to the voice that echoed in his ears. Just as he was about to respond, the door suddenly shattered. A gentle voice reached his ears. Tang Wei looked at Shen with a hint of urgency. Wake up. Are you all right? Upon hearing the voice of Tang Wei, Shen immediately opened his eyes, finding Tang Wei safe and sound before him, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Were you not gravely injured? How is it that you are here? It's fortunate. The injuries were not as severe as they seemed, and I have already improved considerably, Tang Wei replied, offering a faint smile despite her weakness. Little did she know that upon approaching, she had found him drenched in sweat, his expression one of anguish, clearly under the control of a nightmare. Panic surged through Tang Wei. If Shen were to succumb to the nightmare, the consequences could be dire. He could lose consciousness, or worse, remain in a comatose state for eternity, existing only as a mindless shell. Thankfully, she had managed to regain some energy during her journey and was now able to utilize her abilities to awaken Shen, narrowly averting disaster. Meanwhile, in the hall outside, Feng Ming was initially engrossed in manipulating the nightmare. However, He was abruptly interrupted by Tang Wei, which irked him. This woman had so effortlessly controlled Shen Mu's nightmare, indicating that his mind had been significantly compromised. Now, it would take but a simple maneuver to render Shen Mu completely obedient to his commands. With this thought, a smug smile crept across Feng Ming's face as he summoned two subordinates. You two, go and bring Shen Mu to me at once. The two subordinates exchanged doubtful glances. But our previous attempts to summon Shen Mu have all been declined. If we go again, we might. Feng Ming's voice turned cold. The two subordinates quickly understood and nodded without hesitation. Very well, we shall proceed. At the same time, Shen Mu had just awakened from the nightmare, feeling exceptionally weak. Before he could even catch his breath, he heard a commotion outside. Mr. Shen Mu, our leader requests your presence. It was those two again. Shen Mu had grown weary of their frequent appearances and was even less inclined to comply at that moment. I have stated clearly that I do not wish to meet your leader. Can you not leave me in peace? His words were somewhat brusque, but the two outside had long since acclimated to such treatment. Rather than take offense, they merely smiled blandly. We sincerely apologize, but our leader insists that you must come today. As they spoke, they revealed their weapons. Tang Wei immediately became alert. What are you doing? Do you intend to forcefully take him? We are merely following our leader's orders. We hope that you too will cooperate. Otherwise, we may not remain as courteous as we are now. Your leader not only lacks merit, but possesses a vile character as well. However, I must say, I'm not the least bit afraid of you. As she spoke, Tang Wei produced her own weapon, positioning herself protectively in front of Shen Mu. This matter does not pertain to Miss Tang. If she is at leisure, she ought to find more enjoyable pursuits and not impede us from attending to our business. As the two individuals conversed, they approached Shen Mu as if oblivious to his presence. However, given the circumstances, Tang Wei felt no need for politeness and boldly engaged them in combat. Shen Mu, feeling a surge of anger, extended his hand to unleash his powers to obstruct them, only to discover that his strength was too feeble to summon another wave of energy. Furrowing his brow, he mused on the unassuming appearance of these two subordinates. Yet their strength and combat skills were undeniably exceptional, suggesting they had undergone professional training. Nevertheless, Tang Wei was no novice. After maneuvering around them, she adeptly utilized the terrain to isolate the two outside the door. It was a bitter surprise for the subordinates to find themselves thwarted by a mere young girl. Frustration and anxiety swelled within them as they prepared to relay their predicament to Feng Ming, only to be interrupted by a dull thud from behind. To my astonishment, the seemingly ethereal Tang Wei could be quite formidable when provoked, Feng Ming remarked, his gaze shifting to Shen Mu, whose expression shifted subtly. Shen Mu felt as though his head were on the verge of exploding, clutching it in agony as he gritted his teeth in silence. Chapter 30, Jealousy and Rivalry. Suddenly, Shen Mu regained clarity. He attempted to reach out and embrace Tang Wei, only to realize she was slipping further away, no matter how fervently he pursued her. The impending loss of Tang Wei was a heart-wrenching sensation that left him in profound distress. Shen Mu, are you all right? A gentle female voice broke through his turmoil. What is wrong? You look so weak. Instantly, Shen Mu was jolted back to reality, recognizing that the ordeal he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. Tang Wei, I'm relieved you're unharmed. Tang Wei slightly parted her lips, sensing something peculiar about Shen Mu. Just as she was about to inquire further, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. What brings you here? Standing at the threshold was Yi Huang, who, surprised, entered after Tang Wei invited him in. I heard you've been working hard lately, so I brought you some food, Yi Huang stated calmly as he took a seat. Since everyone is here, why not share a meal together? Tang Wei smiled and nodded slightly. Of course, that sounds wonderful. At that moment, Shen Mu also rose from his bed. His demeanor toward Yi Huang tinged with an almost imperceptible distance. Yi Huang paused, taken aback by Shen Mu's words, and Tang Wei felt a twinge of awkwardness. Instinctively lifting her gaze. What are you saying? He came all this way to bring us food. How rude to dismiss him, even if he did come to deliver food. What of it? We are both unwell, and it would be irresponsible to risk transmission. Shen Mu spoke with conviction, yet his tone inadvertently betrayed his true feelings. He was decidedly unwilling to allow Yi Huang and Tang Wei to dine together. Just as Tang Wei found herself in an awkward situation, she noticed that Yi Huang, who had previously taken a seat, stood up once more, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "It's all right. It seems I've been remiss. You two can enjoy your meal here, and I shall take my leave." Before Tang Wei could step forward to intervene and offer an explanation, Yi Huang acted swiftly, placing his utensils down before turning to depart and closing the door behind him. "What are you doing?" "He was only being kind," Tang Wei exclaimed, feeling quite helpless, while Shen maintained an air of self-righteousness. This isn't his territory. There's no obligation for him to stay and eat here. Ultimately, Tang Wei chose not to engage in further contention with Shen. As they dined casually, Shen continued to nitpick, criticizing the food Yi Huang had brought, claiming it was subpar in various respects. Listening to him, Tang Wei felt as if she were staring into a clear mirror. The food Yi Huang provided was, in fact, quite palatable, even delicious, and Shen complaints seemed deliberately spiteful. Once they finished their meal, Tang Wei tidied up, only to see Shen donning his coat, preparing to leave. "Where are you off to?" she inquired. "I wish to check on the laboratory. I've been researching some new developments and want to see how things are progressing," he replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei instinctively thought of Suji, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "May I accompany you?" Her unexpected request momentarily caught Shen off guard, but he soon appeared to comprehend her intentions, allowing a soft chuckle to escape. "Of course, that would be splendid." The two entered the laboratory, and upon opening the door, they found Suji waiting inside, a pink bento box resting beside her. Hearing their entrance, Suji turned with a radiant smile. "Brother Shen, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Look at what I've specially prepared." However, her words faltered as she noticed the smile on Tang Wei's face freeze abruptly. "Isn't this our laboratory? Why is Sister Tang Wei here as well?" Tang Wei found Suji's question somewhat amusing. "Is it not permissible for me to accompany Shen?" "Yes, of course, that's perfectly fine," Suji replied, suppressing her discomfort and maintaining her sweet smile as she presented the bento box to Shen. "Brother Shen, this is a sushi bento I prepared just for you, featuring your favorite tuna and shrimp. It's absolutely delicious. Would you care to try some?" It must be said that Suji had indeed put thought into this, for acquiring such ingredients during these challenging times was no small feat. Tang Wei cast a casual glance at the box, noting the exquisite presentation, clearly the result of Suji's meticulous preparation. Shen, however, remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Tang Wei. "Do you like it?" Before Tang Wei could utter a word, Suji's countenance darkened instantaneously. With an awkward tone, she lamented, "Oh dear, it is entirely my fault for not realizing that my sister would be joining us. Thus, I failed to prepare a second portion. What a pity. If my brother does not fancy it, I shall simply take it back." The implication behind Shenmu's earlier words was unmistakable. He clearly intended to present the bento box to Tang Wei. And how could he simply relinquish something he had crafted with his own hands? A flicker of hesitation crossed Suji's face as she contemplated retrieving the bento. "Tang Wei, I recall that you used to relish these delicacies." After casting a glance at Suji, Tang Wei observed Shenmu's expression and instantly comprehended his intention. A subtle smile gracing her lips. "It appears you still remember my preferences." Accepting the bento that Shenmu offered, she feigned a sympathetic glance at Suji. "What a shame, for Shenmu and I've already dined at home. It would be wasteful for him not to partake in these bento, so I shall gladly accept them on your behalf." Suji, her teeth clenched in vexation, wore an unflattering expression, yet mindful of Shenmu's presence. She could only swallow her indignation. Of course, no problem. Thus, for the remainder of the day, Tang Wei succumbed to slumber in the laboratory. With little to occupy her attention and not wishing to leave Shenmu and Suji alone in the lab, she opted to rest there. Despite Shenmu's futile attempts at persuasion, he ultimately draped his coat over her, permitting her to sleep beside him. Chapter 31. Fatal Encounter. Tang Wei had initially been on guard against Feng Ming's intentions toward Shenmu. Who could have anticipated that he could inflict such agony from a distance, without even touching him? It was evident that he possessed considerable power. What have you done to Shen Mu? Tang Wei sensed the imminent danger, her eyes narrowing in realization. She surmised that Feng Ming had likely employed some form of mental manipulation on Shen Mu, glaring at him with clenched teeth. I merely wish for him to join my camp. Is it so difficult for him to assist me with a few tasks? If he agrees, there will be no issue. Feng Ming replied nonchalantly. Though Shen Mu writhed in pain nearby, he overheard Feng Ming's words and could not help but respond through gritted teeth, "Impossible, unless you kill me." Feng Ming's previously jovial demeanor shifted abruptly upon hearing this, his gaze locking onto Shen Mu with intensity. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Shen Mu's nerves once more, prompting an involuntary cry from him. "Stop!" Tang Wei could no longer bear the sight. Fixing Feng Ming with a cold glare. "Release Shen Mu from his mental confinement, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Surprisingly, Feng Ming scoffed at her words. "A mere child with no experience. What makes you think you can threaten me? Do you believe I could make you faint in an instant?" With a fierce glare, Tang Wei threatened him. "You dare?" However, in the next moment, a massive stone suddenly plummeted from above, crashing down towards Feng Ming with tremendous force. He barely had the chance to utter a sound before his eyes widened, and he collapsed straight down. "Did you truly kill him?" Tang Wei inquired, somewhat astonished yet remarkably composed. "I had already issued a warning." He chose to ignore it. Despite her calm demeanor, she couldn't help but express her dismay with a sharp exclamation. However, in such a place, it was indeed unacceptable for such scum to exist. The body of Feng Ming was swiftly discovered. Both Shen Mu and Tang Wei, having sustained injuries and amidst the chaos that enveloped the base, drew no suspicion upon themselves. It was widely believed that Feng Ming had met divine retribution, and after his hurried removal, no one pursued the matter further. Nonetheless, the inexplicable demise of a leader sparked a wave of unrest within the ranks. Many had long coveted that position, and now, with Feng Ming gone, they eagerly vied for the opportunity. Shen Mu and Tang Wei were not overly concerned, as long as the new leader was not as ruthless as Feng Ming. Any competent individual would suffice. Before long, a young man named Yi Huang swiftly ascended to power, cleaning up the base's chaotic underbelly and bringing order to its operations in a short span of time. However, Shen Mu, having been subjected to Feng Ming's excessive mental manipulation, found himself in a state of profound weakness, requiring constant care. Fortunately, this phase passed quickly. Ever since Feng Ming's departure, Shen Mu's condition improved daily, and within merely 2 days, his mental state had recovered significantly. Tang Wei, noticing Shen Mu's progress, felt a surge of joy. After exchanging pleasantries, they discussed the circumstances of her current task team. "It seems your team is quite impressive. May I join?" After listening intently to Tang Wei's vivid description, Shen Mu felt a stirring within, recognizing his need for collaboration. Tang Wei was taken aback. After having declined an offer with such generous conditions, he was now willing to join her rather unremarkable task team. "Of course, we will be delighted. Your talents would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to us." Thus, under Tang Wei's introduction, Shen Mu quickly became a member of the task team. Upon learning that Shen Mu possessed metal-based abilities, all the team members were taken aback. Such powers were exceedingly rare and formidable among all ability users, and thus, he garnered considerable admiration from his peers. Despite this, Shen Mu remained remarkably humble, always placing himself at the forefront during missions, demonstrating unwavering dedication. Yet, unbeknownst to his fellow teammates, his steadfast commitment stemmed from a desire to remain close to Tang Wei and protect her. "Help! Help! It seems there are many footsteps approaching. Is someone ahead?" Shen Mu sensed something amiss and promptly positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Wei, remaining vigilant for any potential danger. Tang Wei had also heard the noises ahead, though she found it peculiar. Anyone they might encounter in this desolate area would either be like herself, out scavenging for supplies, or certainly not of a normal disposition. As the cries for help grew closer, Tang Wei focused her gaze and noticed that the individuals were burdened with backpacks, appearing quite disheveled. It became evident that they were another team out searching for resources. They are human. There should be no cause for alarm. Tang Wei let out a sigh of relief and was about to step forward to assist when Shen restrained her. Wait, those creatures are exceedingly dangerous. Allow me to handle this. From a distance, Tang Wei could see that the pursuers of this team were mutated bats, flapping their wings and swirling through the air in a chaotic display. It's all right. Let me take care of this, Tang Wei replied, her excitement bubbling to the surface. After previously accompanying a task force on missions that occasionally encountered perilous situations, the recent days had been rather uneventful, leaving her feeling quite bored. Today, the bats presented an opportunity to hone her skills. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her as she drew her prepared firearm and aimed it skyward, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the pursuing bats. Watch closely. The enormous flames licked at the bats' wings, and they, unable to evade, plummeted from the sky with piercing cries. Chapter 32. Rescuing the team. Upon witnessing this, Shen quickly seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining bats, thus saving the beleaguered team. We are incredibly grateful to you. Otherwise, we would have surely become prey for those creatures, a member of the team expressed sincerely. Tang Wei smiled graciously. It's nothing, as long as you are unharmed. Shen observed quietly, sensing a peculiar odor emanating from the members of the team. After a brief exchange of words, they learned that the captain of the team, Shen, was profoundly moved by Tang Wei's intervention and even offered all the supplies he had on him. I don't have much to repay you with, but these are my entire rations. If you don't mind, please take them all. Tang Wei, caught between amusement and exasperation, was about to politely decline when she suddenly noticed a massive shadow looming behind Shen. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a python, fixated intently on him. In the next moment, the serpent lunged towards Shen with ghostly swiftness. Tang Wei, stunned but quick to react, unsheathed her dagger and fiercely slashed at the python from behind Shen. The serpent's head was severed cleanly, while its elongated body writhed and twisted in a terrifying display. The python's eyes, unlike those of ordinary serpents, suggested it was also a product of mutation, likely an anomalous species. It seems to have drawn unwanted attention, she remarked. Shen quietly spoke from behind, his profound gaze fixated on a corner where several small figures were concealed, clearly approaching Shen. Observing the peculiar scent emanating from Shen, it was difficult not to question his actions. What are you doing? This is the only piece of clothing I have left to wear. After removing the garment, Shen gently inhaled its scent at his fingertips before coldly discarding it nearby. Shen was bewildered by this gesture, yet Tang Wei discerned a hint of understanding. Is it this clothing that has attracted so many creatures? Shen nodded, having confirmed that the bizarre substance on Shen's attire emitted a scent that lured the mutated species. Thus, the relentless pursuit he had endured was intrinsically linked to this garment. Upon hearing this, Shen furiously shook his hands, nearly throwing the clothing away. I knew it, but who could be so malicious as to drug me? His indignation was palpable. Tang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at his frustrated rants, even as he hesitated to part with the garment. Surely you don't mean to say you have no other clothes? Indeed, he replied. Aware that he bore a scent capable of attracting mutated beings, he understood that he would likely draw more trouble along the way. Alone, he feared he would be overwhelmed, while Shen and Tang Wei's team possessed a greater number and strength, providing a sense of safety. Why should we protect you? Shen tone was icy. Yet Tang Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, Oh, it's quite all right. Just join us. We're all headed in the same direction. Having a few more people won't hurt. Shen felt a pinch of irritation at her nonchalant attitude. This individual was bound to cause complications, and their pace would surely be impeded if they took him along. Yet, they couldn't simply abandon him. Tang Wei's resolve was unwavering, and Shen was elated, eagerly trailing behind them. With no other choice, Shen wore a disgruntled expression but continued to lead the way. As they journeyed, Shen's presence indeed attracted various mutated species. Fortunately, the subsequent encounters were not overly formidable. Tang Wei, utilizing her remarkable skills, effortlessly dispatched many creatures, leaving Shen in awe. Wow, Sister Tang, you're incredible. Observing her deftness in overcoming the mutated beings, Not only was Gao Yinshan astonished, but the other team members who had initially protected Tang Wei were equally taken aback. I thought Tang Wei was just a naive little bunny. It seems I was mistaken. Indeed, who knew she was so formidable, hiding her talents so well? From that moment on, wherever Tang Wei went, Gao Yinshan was often seen in tow, whether by coincidence or design, as he eagerly gravitated towards her, their interactions growing increasingly intimate. Shen Mu, observing from behind, felt a surge of anger. He attempted several times to remind Gao Yinshan, yet the latter remained oblivious. Gao feigned annoyance, but Tang Wei perceived it as excessive pretension. Throughout the journey, Shen Mu simmered with suppressed frustration, nearly on the verge of internal injury. Witnessing Gao Yinshan, under the guise of Tang Wei's trust, swaggering before him, Shen Mu could no longer contain himself. After managing yet another wave of mutated species, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his heart in apparent agony. Tang Wei, alarmed by the sight, hurried over to assess the situation, only to find Shen Mu's complexion had turned several shades paler. She reached out to check his pulse, but found nothing amiss. However, Shen Mu's pallor was indeed alarming, prompting her genuine concern. Perhaps the excessive handling of mutated species in recent days had taken a toll on him. Shen Mu deliberately feigned frailty, waving his hand dismissively. "It's all right. I can still endure. You need not worry about me," he insisted, punctuating his words with a violent cough. Tang Wei, startled, quickly fetched him a glass of water. Her expression grave. "You needn't. I simply feel a bit weakened, but I cannot become a burden to you." Shen Mu's resolute stance was somewhat touching. Yet Gao Yinshan observed with a peculiar gaze. It was rather odd, but he dared not voice his thoughts, merely smiling benignly. "Since that is the case, allow me to take care of Mr. Shen Mu, to spare Sister Tang from further distraction." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei blinked in surprise. "What a splendid idea. Gao Yinshan, you shall be responsible for looking after Shen Mu." "Very well." Shen Mu, lying there, felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. He certainly did not want that. Thus, as Gao Yinshan approached him, Shen Mu erupted into a fit of violent coughing, his voice echoing as if he were about to expel his lungs. Tang Wei, alarmed, rushed over to block Gao Yinshan's path, her gaze fixed with concern on Shen Mu. "What is wrong? Why are you coughing so violently? Has your condition worsened?" Shen Mu feigned a look of grievance, shaking his head. "I don't know. Perhaps the scent from Gao Yinshan is too strong for me to bear." Upon hearing this, Gao Yinshan was rendered even more bewildered. Ever since discovering he had been drugged, he had made it a point to check himself thoroughly before departing each day. There should be no peculiar odor about him. However, Tang Wei was unconcerned with the particulars. Since it was the scent from Gao Yinshan affecting Shen Mu, he could not remain at his side. "Apologies, Gao Yinshan, but you must go elsewhere for the time being. I will personally attend to him." She spoke with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for argument. Gao Yinshan quickly understood that he must not disrupt Tang Wei. Once Gao Yinshan had departed, Shen Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a rare smile illuminating his face. Tang Wei was indeed quite concerned about Shen Mu's condition. Suddenly, she noticed him humming a cheerful tune, which made her a bit skeptical. "Why do you seem so happy? Surely, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Mu immediately clasped his chest, feigning deep sorrow. "I am merely delighted to have you by my side, and you dare to question my sincerity?" Observing his sadness and the potential worsening of his health, Tang Wei hurriedly shook her head, feeling somewhat flustered as she explained, "No, I was just speaking thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart." Only then did Shen Mu appear to feel somewhat better, as he feigned illness throughout their journey, relishing Tang Wei's attentive care. Indeed, it was nothing short of delightful. Before long, the other members of their task force needed to rest, yet Shen Mu and Tang Wei could not afford to be idle. They decided to venture out together to complete their mission. Just as they were preparing to depart, they spotted a figure running towards them in a rather comical manner. Tang Jia, take me with you." Upon seeing the familiar face, Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know I was going out?" Gao Yinshan smiled shyly and lowered his gaze slightly. "Oh, never mind the details. Since the two of you are heading out, it could be somewhat perilous. Bringing me along would provide an additional set of hands." Gao Yinshan's enthusiastic words made Tang Wei chuckle. Not overly concerned, but realizing that having an extra person wouldn't be a burden. She nodded in agreement. Very well, you can join us. What is the matter? Didn't you recover already? Shenmu noticed that Gao Yinshan's complexion was not quite right. However, after experiencing Tang Wei's devoted care last time, he found himself without any further excuses to maintain his charade. He could only brace himself for the journey ahead. It's nothing. Let us move. Thus the three set off, with Gao Yinshan chattering away and engaging Tang Wei in conversation. Although somewhat noisy, his presence infused their group with a touch of vitality. After searching for an entire day without acquiring much useful supplies, they were beginning to feel disheartened when suddenly a familiar tremor shook the ground beneath them. Tang Wei reacted swiftly, turning around with urgency in her voice. The zombies are coming. We must run. Upon hearing this, Shenmu quickly packed up their belongings, ready to leave. However, Gao Yinshan, somewhat confused, questioned, "Why are we running? Where exactly are we supposed to go?" As the sounds of the approaching zombies drew nearer, Tang Wei could not afford to explain further. She grabbed his bag and urged, "Just run. Follow me." The three hastily sprinted a few steps, only to find themselves confronted by an imposing Alaskan Malamute. Their pace faltered as they halted in their tracks. They had encountered mutated canines before, which were typically aggressive and prone to attack, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. If this particular Alaskan had already been infected, they would surely be in grave trouble. What should we do? The Alaskan Malamute remains uncertain whether it is infected. If this situation continues to linger, the horrific undead will soon arrive. Gao Yinshan was thoroughly panicked, his weapon trembling in hand, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Tang Wei gritted her teeth upon hearing the sounds of the undead approaching from behind. She drew a dagger and coldly fixed her gaze on the Alaskan Malamute. Regardless of whether the dog was infected, if it dared to obstruct her path, it must be dealt with first. The Alaskan Malamute seemed to sense something, casting a glance at Tang Wei before heedlessly charging past her. Tang Wei had already prepared to attack. However, to her surprise, the Alaskan Malamute did not turn on her. Just as she was pondering this anomaly, the undead swiftly closed in, launching a frenzied assault. Astonishingly, the Alaskan Malamute barked defiantly at the undead and, as if oblivious to danger, lunged at them with ferocity. Seeing this, Shenmu recognized that, although he could not fathom why the Alaskan Malamute had chosen to confront the undead, it presented a valuable opportunity for escape. "Let us take advantage of this chance to flee," he urged. Gao Yinshan quickly grasped the situation, turning to pull Tang Wei away. Yet, captivated by the dog's valiant struggle against the undead, Tang Wei found it impossible to tear her gaze away. "Tang Wei, what are you waiting for? We must leave." Gao Yinshan pressed, noticing that the Alaskan Malamute was nearing its limits. "This dog is helping us. We cannot abandon it," she insisted, determined to aid the beleaguered Alaskan Malamute. Once freed, it would undoubtedly spring back to life, ready to join the fray once more. The two attempted to employ their previous tactics against the undead, but they soon realized the effectiveness of their methods had diminished. The undead seemed to have evolved, rendering ordinary flames utterly ineffective. "This is bad. Our previous strategy has failed," Gao Yinshan exclaimed in alarm. "Tang Wei, why not summon a thunderstorm to annihilate them?" "That won't work. I can't spare the focus. And if I summon a thunderstorm, the Alaskan Malamute will be caught in it too." Tang Wei's eyes were filled with the image of the noble canine bravely battling the undead. If she unleashed a thunderstorm, the entangled Alaskan would be in grave peril. Gao Yinshan felt a surge of urgency, but was at a loss for words. The group struggled against the relentless onslaught of the undead, who continued their fierce attacks. Tang Wei could feel her strength waning. If she did not devise a way to extract the Alaskan Malamute and summon the thunderstorm soon, they would all perish here. "Protect your dog." Suddenly, a loud sound from a distance caught Tang Wei's attention. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she could surmise that reinforcements had arrived. Instantly, she summoned all her strength to create a protective circle around her Alaskan dog. In the next moment, a violent tongue of fire surged towards them, far more intense than the flames she had previously wielded with her firearm. Strangely, the once formidable corpse plants were engulfed by this inferno, leaving them charred and devoid of any capacity for resistance. "Are you a fire elemental?" Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. She had already experimented with her firearm, and ordinary flames had little effect on these undead creatures. However, the attack just unleashed bore a lethal potency, indicating that it was not a mere common fire. Xiaowei, upon hearing Tang Wei's words, blinked with a hint of pride. "You figured it out. I'm a blast fire elemental. Just look at how my flames have obliterated those corpse plants." Tang Wei gazed intently, and indeed found that the corpse plants had been reduced to charred remains, fragmented into pieces, showcasing the sheer strength of Xiaowei's abilities. "Thank you so much," she expressed gratefully. Thankfully, she had wrapped the Alaskan dog in a rain shield earlier, which spared it from being singed by Xiaowei's fire. It emerged unscathed, albeit with minor abrasions from the earlier tussle with the corpse plants. Quickly releasing the Alaskan dog, Tang Wei assessed her own injuries, relieved to find them not too severe. She then called upon Shen, who performed a simple healing spell on the Alaskan dog. Under the influence of Shen's healing magic, the Alaskan dog soon regained its vigor, leaping forward vigorously and knocking Tang Wei to the ground. "All right, let me go," she exclaimed. Yet the Alaskan dog seemed overly excited, not only refusing to release her, but also playfully licking her cheek with its warm tongue. Startled, Tang Wei let out a scream, incredulous at the warmth on her face. "Ha ha ha. I never expected you'd be bullied by a dog." Xiaowei chuckled heartily. Though she spoke in jest, both Shen and Tang Wei understood her humor. Tang Wei, blushing with embarrassment, hastily pushed the Alaskan dog away and composed herself. "Regardless, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for your timely rescue. Is there anything you wish to achieve? We will do our utmost to assist you in any endeavor within our capabilities." "I was searching for a base, but I ended up lost." Before Tang Wei could finish her sentence, Shen suddenly furrowed his brow. In the next instant, a massive surge of energy emanated from him. "Oh no, his powers are going haywire. Step back," Tang Wei urged, pulling both the dog and Shen away. The eruption of his metal abilities attracted all nearby crystals from 100 kilometers away. Tang Wei harnessed her powers to absorb the metals, while Xiaowei unleashed a torrent of fireballs, melting the metals together. This endeavor is exceedingly demanding in terms of both physical stamina and skill. Few can endure for long before their strength is swiftly depleted, leaving them utterly exhausted. I have stated that this task is not easily accomplished, yet I must admit, I am quite impressed by your prowess. Xiaowei, panting heavily, gazed at the scant metallic fragments they had painstakingly forged, feeling a tinge of regret. Tang Wei and Shen also shared a sigh, their hearts heavy with disappointment. "Surely, there must be a way. It may be somewhat challenging given your current strength, as the process of refining powerful metals is undeniably arduous, and your abilities may not suffice." Tang Wei sighed softly, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Xiaojue's words, yet she could not shake her dissatisfaction. "Think of an alternative, regardless of the outcome." "I wish to give a try." "Very well." Chapter 35. Upgrading abilities in the ensuing days. Zhou Xiaojue diligently researched this matter and fortuitously discovered a method to enhance their abilities. Splendid. If each of them could successfully upgrade their powers, not only would their strength soar, but the prospect of refining metals would no longer seem impossible. Just as Zhou Xiaojue immersed himself in his studies on how to upgrade their abilities, he was unexpectedly called from outside. Curiously, he stepped out to find it was Yi Huang. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I have long heard of your remarkable talent in research, Mr. Zhou, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to join me. I can offer you excellent conditions," Yi Huang replied earnestly. Zhou Xiaojue hesitated, for he was not well acquainted with this newly appointed leader and was thus reluctant to join. "Allow me to consider it," he responded. Yi Huang remained composed in the face of Zhou Xiaojue's reluctance. "Rest assured, I will not compel you, whether you choose to join us or not. You will always be a distinguished guest here." After placing down a gift, Yi Huang departed, leaving Zhou Xiaojue pondering the intentions behind his visit. What did he truly desire regarding my involvement? Nevertheless, one must admit, his demeanor was quite amiable, far preferable to the aggressive tactics of others. Meanwhile, after awakening from his severe injuries, Shen Mu felt surprisingly light and invigorated, appearing entirely unscathed. On the contrary, Tang Wei was deeply concerned, persistently inquiring about his condition since his awakening. "I am perfectly fine. You need not worry," Shen Mu assured her. His complexion was indeed gradually improving, yet Tang Wei remained anxious. "How can you be fine? Your condition terrified us. I thought you were in serious trouble," she exclaimed, reaching out to check Shen Mu's pulse. To her relief, it was steady, confirming that he was indeed well. "Well, it appears you truly are fine, which puts my mind at ease," she concluded. Shen Mu nodded, extending his hand to attempt to harness his power, only to discover that his strength had significantly increased compared to before. A wave of excitement surged through him, prompting him to rise and depart. Tang Wei, startled by his sudden movement, quickly pressed him back onto the bed, fearing he might run away. "What are you doing? You have just recovered from a serious illness. You cannot get out of bed yet. You must rest properly." "I assure you, I am perfectly fine," Shen Mu replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice as he extended his arm toward Tang Wei to demonstrate. "I feel invigorated, brimming with energy. I must test it for myself." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei remained skeptical but was nonetheless reluctant to let Shen Mu leave. "How would you even think of that? What if something goes wrong? I cannot save you." "Do not worry. I will be fine," Shen Mu reassured her, his excitement propelling him to rise from the bed. He made his way to his laboratory, where he retrieved the robot he had previously developed, focusing intently. Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged into the robot, animating it as if it had been imbued with life, causing it to whir and move with vitality. "Wonderful. It seems my powers have indeed been enhanced. I can now effortlessly manipulate these robots with my abilities." Previously, controlling the robots with his metal-based powers had been an arduous task for Shen Mu, demanding much time and energy, often yielding no results. Now, however, he accomplished it with remarkable ease, leaving Tang Wei astonished. "Are you suggesting that your powers upgraded after that incident?" Tang Wei asked, finally grasping the situation, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief as she looked at Shen Mu. "How did you manage that? Could it have been what happened yesterday?" Yesterday's events had been terrifying, leaving Tang Wei with lingering apprehensions. Yet Shen Mu's extraordinary display now instigated doubt within her. Shen Mu pondered, recalling the intense pain and overwhelming heat he had experienced, feeling as though he were on the verge of exploding. However, upon awakening, he felt invigorated, as if filled with newfound life. "In any case, I have proven that all of us who possess abilities can find ways to enhance them. As for how exactly to achieve this, we may need to contemplate further." This revelation was undeniably significant for everyone involved. While their abilities varied in utility and strength, their true potential had been limited. If they could evolve their powers as Shen Mu had, they would be capable of accomplishing far more and safeguarding themselves and their loved ones. A truly monumental piece of news. Contemplating this, excitement spread among the group as they gathered to discuss potential methods for upgrading their abilities. However, after much discussion, the situation at that time remained exceedingly chaotic, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Just as they were deep in thought, two resounding calls echoed from behind. At that moment, Tang Wei felt an undeniable reluctance. After all, it was not every day they encountered such an intelligent and understanding Alaskan Malamute, one that shared a unique bond with them. Chapter 36. Ice ability thus. Before Shen Mu regained consciousness, the dog had not sought out Tang Wei even once. Ironically, now that Shen Mu was awake, the Alaskan Malamute appeared somewhat exhilarated, wagging its tail and gazing earnestly at Tang Wei as if trying to convey something profound. "Where did this dog come from? It looks too exquisite to be a stray. Could it possibly be yours?" Xiago Wei, intrigued, attempted to pet the Alaskan Malamute, only for it to skillfully evade her touch, instead continuing to nuzzle affectionately against Tang Wei. Tang Wei shook her head, gently caressing the top of the dog's head, yet she was also filled with curiosity. "I have never seen him before. I do not know where he came from. However, since we have crossed paths, it must be fate. It is fine for him to stay with us." To her surprise, Xiago Wei felt slighted and stood up in irritation, unable to suppress a scoff. "Huh, It's just a dog after all. If you don't let me pet it, just wait until I get angry and burn your dog's fur bald." Perhaps the Alaskan Malamute understood her words, for it let out a bark, its eyes gleaming with an icy light. Tang Wei noticed this and was momentarily taken aback. Was this really a dog? It seemed more intelligent than many humans. Xiaowei also observed the chilling light emanating from the dog's eyes, raising her eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, this dog's eyes can actually change color. How beautiful!" But ultimately, it is merely a pretty face devoid of utility. Though Xiaowei felt a twinge of envy, she maintained a dismissive attitude, believing that as long as it did not follow her, it served no purpose. Tang Wei was well aware that Xiaowei was merely jesting, and she found herself both amused and exasperated, choosing not to respond further. On the contrary, the Alaskan Malamute seemed a bit offended, barking loudly twice. Yet Xiaowei remained unfazed. "What is the matter? I'm merely stating the truth. Aside from being good-looking, you are of no use. Only Tang Wei is foolish enough to take you in at a time like this." Woof! Suddenly, the dog let out a high-pitched howl, its eyes once again flashing with icy brilliance. To Tang Wei's astonishment, where the Alaskan Malamute had emitted its chilling light, two ice pillars had materialized. "Goodness! This dog possesses abilities." Despite Xiaowei's usual nonchalance, she could not help but exclaim in shock. Having encountered numerous mutated species, some of which wielded abilities, she had not anticipated that this Alaskan Malamute would also have such powers, and it appeared to be quite clever as well. Tang Wei was equally astonished, reaching out to touch one of the ice pillars, finding it to be chillingly cool and remarkably solid, exuding an air of remarkable strength. "Indeed, you possess ice abilities." Tang Wei was utterly astonished, while Alaska, seemingly filled with pride, nodded in agreement and let out a low growl, as if endorsing Tang Wei's words. "Wow, you truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, encountering a dog endowed with special abilities. Why am I not so fortunate?" Xiaowei muttered, clearly a bit disgruntled. However, Tang Wei was overjoyed, cradling Alaska in her arms and speaking affectionately. "This must be fate." Shen observed from the side, his gaze shifting slightly. Seeing Tang Wei's deep affection for the Alaskan dog, he refrained from further comment. His primary consideration was to cultivate a relationship with Shen, hoping for some form of protection in their future endeavors. Yet, he had no desire to accept any gifts, fully aware of the complications they would bring. If he were to receive such offerings, he would inevitably be expected to reciprocate, which he was loath to do. Despite Shen's repeated refusals, the stream of gift-givers continued unabated, each insisting on friendship without ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Shen was astutely aware of their true intentions and continued to decline with firm resolve. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoju had been preoccupied since Tang Wei and Shen awoke, diligently seeking ways to enhance their abilities. He frequently observed their condition and, in pursuit of a method to elevate Shen's powers, even ventured to the site of their previous confrontation. There, he unexpectedly discovered a significant number of discarded crystal cores strewn across the ground. This revelation filled Zhou Xiaoju with exhilaration, for these items had once contained energy, now rendered dull and lifeless, devoid of any luster, clearly indicating that their energy had been entirely depleted. Typically, the energy housed within such crystal cores was remarkably resilient, remaining intact even after weeks of exposure. Yet, in this instance, the energy had vanished completely. Zhou Xiaoju was astonished as he examined them further, noting the absence of damage, as if all energy had been directly siphoned away. The likelihood of this phenomenon was indeed considerable. Overcome with excitement, Zhou Xiaoju promptly conducted experiments, collecting several crystal cores and employing rigorous techniques, ultimately confirming that these cores were capable of energy absorption. However, for ordinary individuals, while the energy was concealed within, it remained inaccessible, rendering them largely ineffective for the majority. Nevertheless, Shen had harnessed his metallic abilities to absorb the energy from numerous crystal cores, which had catalyzed his enhancement. This unambiguously demonstrated that abilities could indeed be fortified. Upon validating his theory, Zhou Xiaoju eagerly shared his findings with the group. Had it not been for the absorption by Shen, They would have struggled to provide any other rationale for why these seemingly indestructible crystal cores had their energy so inexplicably siphoned away. This raises the intriguing possibility that if we could procure more crystal cores, would we be able to level up? Chapter 37. The quest for crystal cores. The divergence from her previous life's trajectory filled Tang Wei with exhilaration, prompting her to immediately urge Shen to embark on a search. Yet, the actual endeavor of collecting crystal cores proved to be exceedingly arduous. It is crucial to note that these cores can only be obtained upon vanquishing certain formidable mutated species. The likelihood of discovering them in ordinary circumstances is exceedingly rare. Tang Wei could not help but reminisce about her earlier encounter with the corpse plants, where crystal cores were strewn across the ground. Regrettably, they had been oblivious to their significance at that time, and now, reflecting on it brought a pang of regret. Perhaps we should peruse the marketplace. There may be vendors selling them, Shen proposed suddenly, leaving Tang Wei somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that such items hold no value for ordinary individuals, so it seemed unlikely anyone would attempt to sell them. Nevertheless, given their scattered search had yielded little success, a leisurely stroll through the marketplace might be a pleasant diversion. With this thought in mind, Tang Wei readily acquiesced. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, even the once bustling marketplace had turned desolate. Any remnants of food were immediately seized, regardless of the exorbitant prices, leaving the impoverished families who could hardly afford sustenance to watch helplessly. The soaring prices of food left them destitute, forced to scavenge for scraps and discarded morsels, rendering their existence exceedingly bleak. Witnessing this scene tugged at Tang Wei's heart, yet she understood her limitations in providing substantial assistance. She could only spare some of her own rations to help them through their immediate hardship. She was acutely aware of the dangers associated with possessing valuable resources in such dire times. In contrast, Shen maintained a more composed demeanor, showing little concern for the plight of the people, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "Look over there," he exclaimed. Following his direction, Tang Wei noticed a small girl crouched in a corner. Before her lay a tattered paper bag, brimming with a multitude of crystal cores. To her astonishment, there were indeed individuals selling them, and the quantity appeared substantial. This discovery could potentially save them a great deal of time. Filled with joy, Tang Wei rushed over to the little girl. Just as she was about to inquire, a man approached, eyeing the numerous crystal cores with a hint of disdain. "Little girl, are these crystal cores for sale?" The girl, seemingly taken aback by the sudden presence of a customer after such a long absence, spoke timidly. "Yes, but they are quite expensive. Are you too interested in buying?" Tang Wei pressed her lips together, pondering the insignificance of such items, which were hardly sought after in everyday life. Even if they were costly, how much could they truly be worth? The man appeared to share her sentiments, his gaze reflecting a hint of disdain. "You must be out of your mind for money. These worthless trinkets wouldn't even be picked up off the street. Yet you dare to sell them at a premium." The young girl seemed startled, lowering her head slightly, her tone tinged with grievance. "If you're unwilling to buy, you can simply walk away. This is all I have to sell." Despite her tone of distress, the man reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, shouting in outrage. "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not that I lack the funds, but to demand a high price for mere stones. Are you truly mad with greed?" As if to emphasize his point, he kicked over the crystals in a fit of rage. The girl, visibly frightened, cowered in a corner, trembling and too intimidated to retort. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Tang Wei stepped forward, casting a cold glare at the man. "She can sell whatever she wishes. It's not your money involved. So why are you seeking validation here?" Upon noticing two more individuals had joined, the man's tone softened, mistaking them for the girl as allies. "Am I wrong? This girl thinks she can sell for a fortune with a few stones. What else could it be but madness? Are you willing to buy?" "I am." Tang Wei ziplit guli, her eyes brimming with defiance. "You've disturbed her for long enough without spending a dime, and even had the audacity to scatter her belongings. Who do you think you are?" Her words were sharp, and the man, visibly flustered, stepped closer, glaring at her menacingly. "Humph. You and this little girl are clearly in cahoots. Two unscrupulous characters. As he spoke, the man, in a fit of frustration, seemed to prepare to strike. However, just as he raised his hand, he felt his arm seized, immobilized completely. It was Shen Mu, gripping his arm with a force so great that the man winced in pain, fearing that a little more pressure would result in a broken limb. "What do you want?" he stammered, feeling utterly helpless. Shen Mu, unbothered by his protests, released him, gazing at him with icy indifference. "Leave now." The man, sensing that Shen Mu was not to be trifled with, harbored resentment but dared not provoke further, hastily retreating. The little girl, having witnessed the commotion, felt a lingering fear, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, brother and sister," she said softly. Tang Wei's heart softened, and she crouched slightly, looking at the crystals before her. "I will take all of these crystals. Please name your price." The little girl appeared somewhat astonished, yet under Tang Wei's encouraging gaze, she eventually proposed a price. Upon hearing it, Shen Mu was taken aback. It was indeed a considerable sum. However, if it meant acquiring such a plethora of crystal cores, it could still be deemed worthwhile. "Do you not realize that such items are rarely purchased? Why collect so many? Moreover, with such an exorbitant price. Have you ever sold any?" Although Tang Wei had resolutely decided to purchase all the crystal cores, she couldn't shake the odd feeling as she observed the timid expression of the little girl. After all, in the eyes of ordinary individuals, these items were akin to mere stones by the roadside, cheap and utterly useless. What do you know? Chapter 38. Support on the streets? I don't know either. It was my mother who asked me to collect them, and I always feel that these items must be of great significance. The little girl seemed to have lowered her guard against Shen Mu and Tang Wei, her tone growing bolder. "But what do you intend to do with these?" "Naturally, they hold considerable value," Tang Wei replied with a slight smile, successfully acquiring the crystal cores. Although it pinched her purse, the acquisition of such a vast quantity was indeed a bargain. "Everyone, come take a look. There are a few fools buying crystal cores. Even scavenging on a roadside would yield something more valuable than this trinket." Just as Tang Wei was about to leave, she suddenly overheard someone shouting from the crowd. The peculiar stares from all directions swiftly enveloped them. Xiago Wei, noticing the commotion, cast a cold glare at the man who had earlier mocked the little girl. He was the very one who had come to deride her, and now, seeing Tang Wei and her companions purchase the cores at such a high price, he could not contain his dissatisfaction and intentionally called others over to witness the spectacle. "You are merely envious. This girl has diligently gathered these crystal cores, and we're willing to buy them. What's it to you? If you have the means, why not show us and purchase them yourself?" "Huh, I never said anything. But even a fool knows these items are merely decorative. They serve no purpose at all. You might as well pick up a broken stone on the street." Tang Wei furrowed her brow, perplexed by the man's apparent malice towards them. However, she found it unworthy of her time to engage with him. These individuals were oblivious to the significance of the crystal cores to them, so there was no need to concern herself with their opinions. "Miss, it's one thing to buy these worthless stones, but spending so much money on something from a disaster star's hands is surely ill-fated." The surrounding crowd began to murmur, and it was then that Tang Wei sensed something amiss. Xiago Wei, unable to tolerate it any longer, delivered a sharp kick to the man. "What are you saying? How dare you label her a disaster star? Has she wronged you in any way?" The man, struck by the kick, grimaced in pain while glaring fiercely at Xiago Wei and Tang Wei. "I am not mistaken. This little girl is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. She has brought calamity upon her entire family, and here she is, peddling these worthless stones. Only those with an impaired sense of judgment would be inclined to purchase them. Enough. These matters are no concern of yours. If you do not depart at once, do not blame us for our rudeness." As Tang Wei spoke, she rose to her feet and unexpectedly produced a small dagger from her sleeve. The man, initially defiant, faltered upon witnessing Tang Wei draw the blade, retreating a couple of steps, muttering under his breath, "How peculiar." Once the man departed, the onlookers dispersed, and Tang Wei crouched down, carefully wiping away the tears of the little girl before her. However, perhaps due to her shyness, the girl lifted her gaze only to shyly lower it again. Waving her hand in embarrassment, Tang Wei slightly parted her lips, a assuming the girl harbored some unspoken troubles and refrained from probing further. To her surprise, as the girl took a step or two away, she seemed to remember something. "Brother, sister, do you still need crystal cores? I have plenty at home." At this revelation, Tang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, mirrored by the astonished expressions of those around her, who could scarcely believe their ears. "What did you just say?" Tang Wei et Gulim, overwhelmed with joy. After all, for them, the more crystal cores they could gather, the better. Yet, just as she was about to follow the little girl, a fleeting seriousness crossed her face as if she recalled something. "About your mother, my mother is fine," the girl replied, pursing her lips, her gaze resolute. "She is merely ill. For reasons unknown." The typically reticent Shen Mu, hearing this, spoke up. "Could you take me to see her? Perhaps I can assist your mother." The girl's expression reflected skepticism. After all, Shen Mu did not precisely exude the aura of a healer. Nevertheless, given that they had just offended her, the girl chose to trust them and nodded in agreement. Following her lead, they meandered through a series of winding paths until they finally arrived at a dilapidated house. "This is my home. I will go inside to check on my mother." As she spoke, she hurriedly stepped forward, clutching the medicine purchased with Tang Wei's money, her voice bubbling with joy as she called out, "Mother, I found the medicine." The girl's mother, indeed gravely ill, was taken aback by her daughter's exuberance, struggling to comprehend that it was Tang Wei and her companions who had aided them. After a brief exchange among the group, Shen Mu discerned that while the mother's condition was serious, it was not insurmountable. Taking advantage of the situation, she employed a healing spell to alleviate her illness somewhat. "There you go. As long as you administer the remaining medicine to your mother daily, she shall recover in no time." After employing her healing techniques, Shen Mu leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat fatigued. In contrast, the little girl's mother appeared to have visibly improved, her eyes sparkling with renewed vitality. "My goodness, I truly feel significantly better. I cannot thank you enough." Following Shen Mu's healing, the mother's condition had nearly returned to normal. Chapter 39. The invitation, however. To honor the little girl's heartfelt intentions, Shen Mu deliberately encouraged her to take some restorative medicine. The little girl, well aware of her mother's improvements, was filled with joy and promptly showcased the remaining crystals she had stored in her room. Tang Wei gazed at the dazzling array of crystals before her. It would be a lie to say she was not tempted. Yet, with such a plethora of stones, she felt it would be inappropriate to accept them for free, and thus she decided to pay the girl the standard price. "We understand your good intentions, but given your family's current circumstances, it would be best for you to keep this money. Perhaps you can use it to buy some nourishing supplements for your mother. Please do not refuse." The little girl felt a surge of emotion upon hearing these words, but after some back and forth, they ultimately agreed to accept only half of the payment. It is worth noting that Shen Mu's astonishing abilities had grown considerably stronger, allowing him to create more intricate robots, albeit requiring more time and effort. Moreover, tests revealed that he could now connect double the number of robots compared to before, marking a significant advancement and a momentous piece of news for Shen Mu. In addition to the increased connectivity, the mechanical toys he crafted could now transform into weapons, much to the envy of the little boy from next door. Before long, Tang Wei noticed that the neighbor's boy frequently trailed after Shen Mu, captivated by his skills and persistently asking him to demonstrate impressive feats, particularly those involving robots. Though Shen Mu felt a sense of helplessness, he found a peculiar enjoyment in having a little shadow at his side. Despite feigning annoyance, he was undeniably indulgent towards the boy's enthusiasm. Amidst various sincere invitations, Xiaojue ultimately felt compelled to accept Yi Huang's offer, with the stipulation that he could withdraw at any time. Without hesitation, Yi Huang agreed, recognizing that Xiaojue's addition to their team would undoubtedly enhance their strength and enable them to develop more advanced equipment. To be candid, throughout their numerous experiments, they had unknowingly squandered an immense number of crystals, with success rates being exceedingly low, reliant on chance and luck. Upon realizing this, the group felt a tinge of disappointment, as their arduous efforts had not yet yielded upgrades to their abilities. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope remained. None of them were inclined to give up and continued to collaborate enthusiastically on their research. Meanwhile, among all the reports submitted by his subordinates. Yi Huang swiftly discerned the remarkable combat records of Shen Mu and Tang Wei, noting their formidable abilities. He mused that if they could be persuaded to join his team, he would no longer have any lingering concerns. Elated by this thought, he promptly extended an olive branch to the two, wishing to invite them into his ranks. However, the truth was that many sought to recruit Shen Mu and Tang Wei, and Shen Mu exhibited little interest in the matter, seemingly indifferent. Consequently, Tang Wei also declined the offer, and Shen Mu had no compelling reason to agree. Surprised by their simultaneous refusal, Yi Huang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, the prowess of Shen Mu and Tang Wei was well known within the base, and their inclusion would undoubtedly strengthen his own faction. Thus, Yi Huang pondered extensively and made several more attempts to personally invite Shen Mu and Tang Wei, only to be met with repeated refusals. Since Tang Wei does not wish to go, I shall not either. Is that a problem? This statement left Yi Huang momentarily at a loss for words, plunging the atmosphere into a heavy silence. Perhaps driven by an intense desire to recruit Shen Mu, Yi Huang later sought out Tang Wei once more. Yet the response remained the same, a firm refusal. Initially, Yi Huang seemed poised to persist in his pursuit, but soon after, he appeared to relent, ceasing his attempts to harass the two. Although Shen Mu and Tang Wei found the situation somewhat peculiar, they welcomed the tranquility. On another note, Tang Wei realized that their supply of crystal cores was nearly depleted and wished to inquire if the young girl had any spare ones. To their surprise, upon arriving at the entrance after a winding journey, they discovered the door slightly ajar and an unsettling silence within, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent of blood. Driven by instinct, Tang Wei sensed something was amiss and halted Xiaoga Wei, who was about to enter. I feel something is wrong inside. Chapter 40. Silencing Witnesses in Truth. Zhou Xiaojue also sensed that something ominous lay within. Stopped in her tracks by Tang Wei's warning, she hesitated. Little girl, are you inside? Perhaps she is merely asleep. Shall we proceed to take a look? Zhou Xiaojue, unable to contain her curiosity, pushed the door open without waiting for Tang Wei's objection, only to stumble back in shock. What happened? Tang Wei instantly sensed the anomaly and approached cautiously. To her horror, she beheld two lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor and beside the bed, blood pooling in a gruesome display. The air thickened with an oppressive silence as the gazes of Shen Mu, Tang Wei, and the others grew complex. Merely 2 days prior, all seemed well, and Tang Wei's mother had shown remarkable improvement thanks to Shen Mu's healing abilities. How could such a brutal act of silencing occur so suddenly? After a thorough investigation, a few individuals confirmed that the little girl and her mother had been deceased for over half a day. Despite questioning the neighbors, none were aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident. In fact, the family was so unpopular that no one realized anything had happened to them. Had it not been for Tang Wei's inquiries, the matter might have remained unnoticed. Could it be that someone had taken note of the unusual crystal core and deliberately silenced them? Shen Mu boldly ventured this hypothesis, which Tang Wei wholeheartedly agreed with, feeling a pang of regret in her heart. She blamed herself for being too conspicuous when purchasing the crystal core from the little girl, surely attracting unwanted attention that led to their tragic fate. Yet, Tang Wei found herself helpless. Aside from her remorse, there was nothing else to be done. After observing the scene and failing to uncover any suitable evidence, she laid the little girl and her mother to rest. The atmosphere throughout the process was exceedingly oppressive. Even the usually loquacious Xiaoga Wei found herself at a loss for words, silently assisting from the sidelines. After burying the two with a heavy heart, Tang Wei could no longer contain her tears. I must find a murderer. I will avenge the little girl. Shen Mu, sensing Tang Wei's distress, quietly approached and placed a comforting hand on her head. I will help you. Tang Wei felt a surge of emotion at his words, as did the others, who chose to lend their support without hesitation. However, Tang Wei carried a personal guilt about the situation and refrained from burdening others during the investigation, opting instead to team up with Shen Mu to undertake various missions, hunting down different mutated species. The more advanced the species they hunted, the more crystal cores they could acquire. Their cooperation was seamless, and it did not take long for them to amass a considerable collection. During this process, Shen honed his extraordinary abilities to an impressive degree. Now, capable of effortlessly changing weapons, his energy remarkably potent. Tang Wei was astonished, never expecting Shen Mu's upgraded power to be so formidable. After gathering a substantial number of crystal cores, Tang Wei attempted to absorb their energy as she had done before, only to face considerable setbacks. This is outrageous. Why is it that only you can absorb the energy, and I cannot? Tang Wei felt a sense of injustice and was determined to try again, but Shen Mu swiftly intervened. No, in your current condition, you absolutely cannot attempt it again. Otherwise, it will exacerbate your injuries, and I won't be able to help you then. Hearing Shen Mu's words, Tang Wei's frustration deepened. Yet she recognized that her situation was indeed not conducive to further attempts. Very well, but you must help me come up with a solution. Shen Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Wei's plea, his smile tinged with a sense of fondness. Of course, there must be a way. The two individuals were engaged in conversation when the Alaskan Malamute, as if sensing something, wagged its tail and slowly approached them. You should come over and keep me company, Tang Wei said with a smile, gazing at the fluffy creature, feeling an inexplicable sense of solace in her heart. However, the Alaskan merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Wei before fixating its gaze intently on the crystal core, seemingly entranced by some peculiar allure. You also like the crystal core, huh? It's understandable, given the abundance of energy it contains, though it's a pity I cannot absorb it. Tang Wei murmured to herself when suddenly, the Alaskan Malamute opened its mouth wide and gulped down the crystal core in one swift motion, spinning in circles as if overwhelmed with excitement. Wow! Tang Wei was momentarily stunned, hastily scooping up the Alaskan to pry open its throat in an attempt to retrieve the crystal core. Yet it was too late. The core had vanished down the creature's gullet. Heavens! That thing is not meant to be consumed. Are you all right? Tang Wei felt a whirlwind of emotions. Fearing to stray elsewhere, remaining by the Alaskan's side, vigilantly observing its reaction. Yet, as the night wore on and fatigue set in, with Tang Wei struggling to keep her eyes open, the Alaskan remained vibrant and showed no signs of distress. Unable to endure any longer, she finally succumbed to slumber once she was certain the Alaskan was unharmed. The following morning, as soon as Tang Wei opened her eyes, she immediately sought the Alaskan's presence. Sure enough, she spotted a lively figure bouncing at the door, appearing not only unscathed, but even more energetic than the day before. It's a relief to see you well. Tang Wei sighed with relief, at least confirming that the crystal core posed no immediate threat. I believe these crystal cores must possess varying attributes. Chapter 41. Ambush. At that moment, Shen Mu unexpectedly entered, glancing at the Alaskan Malamute and then at Tang Wei, whose eyes bore heavy dark circles. Are you all right? Tang Wei, feeling somewhat helpless, could only shake her head slightly. Rest assured, I'm fine. However, he seems remarkably lively after consuming the crystal core yesterday. Could there be an issue? Shen Mu approached, extending his hand to examine the Alaskan's body, ultimately concluding that there were indeed no problems and that it was brimming with vitality. Tang Wei was taken aback, while Shen Mu remained composed. I specifically checked yesterday. These crystal cores appear to be of different varieties, each possessing distinct attributes. Our abilities likely require crystal cores of varying properties to absorb energy. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a twinge of frustration. Her unique abilities surely meant she would need to seek out equally special crystal cores, wouldn't she? Sensing her discontent, Shen Mu couldn't help but offer words of comfort. It matters not, for since I can absorb extraordinary powers, you surely can as well. We merely need to search diligently, and opportunities will undoubtedly arise. Tang Wei felt a surge of emotion, acknowledging that his intentions were indeed for her benefit, and thus she voiced her concerns. Since we are in pursuit of a special crystal core, let us search more thoroughly. We are bound to find one, so there is no need for excessive worry. Shen Muri susurreter. Very well, I understand. Tang Wei sighed deeply, fully aware of her current predicament. Moreover, the quest for the crystal cores is no simple task, and they had no inkling of how long it might take to locate one. In response to Tang Wei's apprehension, Shen could only offer comfort, for they had already experimented with various crystal cores, yet the results were consistently disappointing, leaving Tang Wei unable to absorb them. It appeared they truly needed to seek out more peculiar crystal cores. Shen gazed at her warmly, his eyes glimmering with assurance. "Fear not, for I am by your side. We shall surely find one." A wave of warmth surged within Tang Wei, inexplicably touched, and she found herself reluctant to release his hand, merely nodding in agreement. With Shen as her steadfast anchor, Tang Wei instantly felt invigorated, ready to press onward and confront more mutated species. The two moved forward side by side, effortlessly dispatching any adversaries they encountered, yet still, the coveted crystal cores remained elusive. Nevertheless, with Shen companionship, Tang Wei remained undeterred, continuing her quest for more cores. Unbeknownst to them, the bodies they had just vanquished quietly rose from the ground, stealthily trailing behind them without a sound. Tang Wei was puzzled, having believed that all threats had been neutralized. What was the Alaska dog barking at? It was evident that the dog could not contend with the two corpses, which soon drove it back in retreat, prompting Tang Wei and Shen to ready themselves for action. For reasons unknown, as if sensing their intent, the Alaska dog lunged forward, seemingly attempting to prevent them from intervening. No, if that were to happen, Aller would be harmed. Observing Shen still gathering his strength, Tang Wei swiftly intervened to halt his actions. Yet the Alaska dog was on the brink of collapse. Although Shen was unaware of the dog's origins, it had accompanied them throughout their journey, and he had unconsciously come to regard it as a companion. He could not bear to watch it be devoured by the zombies. Overwhelmed by concern, Shen thought that even if the Alaska dog were to sustain some injuries, it was imperative to prevent its demise at the hands of the two zombies. "Wait, I believe the Alaska dog can hold its own." Shen found this assertion bewildering. After all, the Alaska dog was merely an ordinary canine, possessing only a faint semblance of extraordinary powers. How could it possibly stand against such formidable zombies? However, it is uncertain whether it was due to Tang Wei's overly assertive words, but he chose to believe nonetheless, quietly gazing at Allah, only to discover that despite the bloodstains adorning his figure, he bore not a single wound. It was evident that the blood upon him was derived from these zombies. Could it be that Alaska remained unscathed? When Shen realized this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. "I told you, he would undoubtedly prevail." Even when besieged by zombies from both sides, Alaska remained remarkably composed, never once being captured or harmed in any way, thus eliminating any chance for them to bite him. The zombies, inherently rigid in their movements, stood no chance against Alaska's swift agility. They were utterly outmatched and found themselves bewildered, unable to retaliate. After a series of encounters, Alaska had already left the zombies injured while remaining untouched himself, playfully circling and leaping, clearly treating these two zombies as mere toys. By now, Shen had come to understand that the synergy between the two was so harmonious that Alaska had not yet had the opportunity to unleash his true power. Now that the chance had finally arrived, he was eager to showcase his prowess, having evidently turned the two zombies into playthings for amusement. Chapter 42. The arrival of the zombie tide. Seeing that Alaska seemed to revel in this, Tang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, we acknowledge your prowess. It's time to cease the play and swiftly eliminate the threat so we can move on to our next destination." In an instant, one of the zombies toppled over, its neck askew. The other zombie, seemingly enraged, charged towards Alaska with a menacing hiss, its claws poised threateningly, instilling a sense of dread. Tang Wei, feeling a pang of concern, instinctively reached to intervene, but was halted by Shen who remained fixated on Allah. "I trust him." While Tang Wei also wished to place her faith in Alaska, the scene before her was undeniably alarming. Coupled with Alaska's immobility, he appeared ensnared by some soul-consuming spell, raising her apprehensions. In the next moment, the zombie's claws were mere inches away, and Tang Wei could no longer restrain herself, lunging forward. Unexpectedly, Alaska, who had been standing gracefully, leapt into action, evading the zombie's lethal strike and swiftly delivering a powerful bite to its neck. Within moments, That zombie too crumpled to the ground, silenced forever. Satisfied, Alaska then jumped down from the corpse, seemingly flaunting his triumph as he slightly raised his chin towards Shen Mu and Tang Wei, emitting a few soft barks. Alaska is simply magnificent. This is the first time I've encountered such an intelligent dog, Tang Wei exclaimed joyfully, while Shen Mu displayed a look of admiration, softly applauding. Well done, Allah. However, one must not exhibit such bravado as today, otherwise I cannot fathom the consequences. It is undeniable that while Ala's performance today was exceptionally commendable, Shen Mu and Tang Wei remain apprehensive regarding his safety. Should they encounter more formidable zombies in the future, Ala's solitary advance to shield Shen Mu and Tang Wei, deliberately placing himself in harm's way, would undoubtedly lead him into perilous circumstances. The repercussions of such actions could be dire. Allah seems to have grasped the reproach in Shen Mu's tone, his ears drooping slightly as he bowed his head in a display of mild distress. Tang Wei, observing this, felt a surge of compassion and, disregarding the blood that stained his form, embraced him tightly in a fervent hug. Regardless of the circumstances, Ala's performance today was nothing short of splendid. Though Shen Mu regarded Tang Wei's affectionate gesture with a hint of disdain, Allah appeared to revel in the attention. Just as the atmosphere became amicable, Allah suddenly perked up, as if sensing something amiss, and forcefully extricated himself from Tang Wei's embrace. After pacing restlessly in the vicinity, he let out a couple of anxious growls. Tang Wei, puzzled by Ala's peculiar behavior, lowered her head slightly in confusion. What happened? Wasn't he fine just moments ago? Could it be discomfort? Yet Allah merely shook his head, barking twice towards the direction they had just come from, then attempted to depart in another direction. However, Tang Wei and Shen Mu had traversed that very path and needed to proceed in the opposite direction to eliminate more mutated species and acquire crystal cores. Thus they had no intention of following Allah. Do not worry, everything will be fine. We must seek more crystal cores, Tang Wei reassured, turning to head toward the area Allah had barked at. Yet, after just 2 steps, she felt something tugging at her clothing. Turning around, she discovered Allah gripping the hem of her garment, pulling insistently towards another direction, as if in a fit of petulance. Tang Wei found Ala's antics both childish and endearing, and did not take it to heart, gently extricating her foot from his grasp. She knew she needed to hunt more mutated species to increase her chances of finding a suitable crystal core. Although the likelihood was exceedingly slim, she resolutely refused to give up. Meanwhile, Shen Mu, noting Ala's strange behavior, sensed an unsettling atmosphere and furrowed his brow. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. These 2 zombies are behaving rather oddly. Perhaps we should retreat. Allah has never acted this way before. Although their time together was brief, Allah had always been valiant and steadfast while accompanying Tang Wei, never exhibiting such impatience or desire to leave as he did today. Shen Mu, sensing an ominous turn of events, deemed it prudent to depart. Tang Wei furrowed her brow slightly, and before she could utter a word, she heard a desperate cry for help not far away. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several individuals fleeing, pursued by a horde of zombies. A meticulous glance revealed that these zombies bore an uncanny resemblance to those that had attempted to ambush her moments earlier. They were undoubtedly from the same batch. I knew it. These creatures are certainly not normal. We must flee. Shen Mu, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately grasped Tang Wei's hand, intent on escaping. However, the panicked individuals seemed oblivious to their plight, offering no assistance, and even shoving a small girl in their frantic scramble. The girl was jostled violently, nearly losing her balance. And as she struggled to regain her footing, it was too late. A zombie's hand lunged at her, its sharp claws stained with blood, presenting a horrific sight. The girl let out a piercing scream as the zombie's nails threatened to pierce her delicate skin. Without hesitation, Tang Wei stepped forward, utilizing a concealed arrow from her sleeve to forcefully repel the nearest zombie before swiftly pulling the girl to safety. Run. Chapter 43. Surrounded by enemies, Tang Wei quickly thrust the girl into the arms of the nearest person, only for that individual to react as though they had encountered a hot potato, casting the girl aside with a curse. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed?" Tang Wei, incensed by the person's words, understood the urgency of the moment and could not afford to waste time. She swiftly retrieved the girl and handed her over to Shen Mu, commanding, "Take care of her. We cannot afford any mistakes." Shen Mu nodded, but in the next moment, Tang Wei felt a jolt of weightlessness as she was unexpectedly shoved from behind, crashing to the ground. The fleeing crowd surged past her, the guttural cries of the pursuing zombies echoing ominously behind them. "Get away from me, you cursed things. I never want to see you again." The other individuals merely cast a cold glance at Shen Mu and Tang Wei, showing no inclination to assist, before turning their backs and departing without hesitation. Gritting her teeth, Tang Wei first ensured the girl was sent to safety, calling out loudly, "Run!" Meanwhile, Shen Mu quickly helped Tang Wei to her feet, but they soon realized they were completely surrounded by zombies. With no other options left, the two joined forces to fight back. However, the zombies, drawn by the commotion, quickly amassed around them, relentlessly attacking. The sheer number seemed insurmountable. Moreover, the ferocity of these zombies was significantly greater than that of the previous two. Although Tang Wei and Shen Mu were heavily equipped, they had already expended much of their strength in earlier skirmishes. The situation was dire, and they were unable to utilize larger weapons against such a multitude of foes. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they struggled to fend off the first wave of approaching zombies. Regrettably, this situation appears to be far from sufficient. The relentless onslaught of zombies continues to surge toward Tang Wei and Shen Mu, diminishing the safety distance they could maintain. And they are on the verge of being engulfed by the horde. This cannot continue. If it does, we shall both meet our doom. Tang Wei swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite an undercurrent of fear, she remained remarkably composed, gazing intently at Shen Mu. "In a moment, I will use the firearm to temporarily repel these zombies. You must find a way to escape from here." "And what about you?" Shen Mu quickly sensed something amiss, his calm demeanor fixed on Tang Wei. "You must find a way to rescue me after you escape. Otherwise, neither of us will make it out alive." Tang Wei's tone was urgent. Her strength was waning, and if they delayed any longer, she would surely falter. "No, it is far too perilous for you to remain here alone. These zombies will not afford us any chances. We must exit together." Shen Mu surveyed the increasing number of zombies behind them. Without his presence to act as a barrier, these creatures would immediately surge forward, devouring Tang Wei without leaving a trace. He could not take that risk. Outside, Alaska sensed the turmoil, emitting mournful cries while lunging at the zombies. Yet, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and Alaska quickly realized that his efforts were insufficient, especially as Shen Mu and Tang Wei struggled to endure. Just as they were about to be consumed by the tide of corpses, a long, mournful wail suddenly echoed from outside. Instantly, all the zombies froze in place, their bodies stiffening, a thin layer of frost settling upon their brows. Tang Wei, convinced of her impending doom and lamenting her dismal fate, suddenly witnessed something burst forth from the rigid ranks of the undead. She found herself landing on a soft, furry surface, and to her astonishment, Shen Mu was there as well. Alaska had gallantly charged through the horde, carrying them away from the impending doom. In a fleeting moment, the zombies began to awaken, their movements stiff and deliberate as they surged toward them. Meanwhile, Alaska, having exhausted its icy powers, wobbled under the weight of Tang Wei and Shen Mu, nearly succumbing to the advancing throng. In this critical moment, Shen Mu shut his eyes, a surge of intent emanating from him, and a palpable aura of menace was unleashed, as countless robots, imbued with fierce determination, advanced upon the zombie horde. Perhaps due to Shen Mu's enhanced abilities, these machines exhibited an extraordinary resilience, showing no fear in the face of overwhelming numbers, slicing effortlessly through the undead and decimating a significant portion of them within moments. Tang Wei, witnessing the zombies fall one after another and the valiant robots fighting, found it hard to believe. When did your robots become so formidable? Shen Mu maintained a calm demeanor, his voice steady. They have always been this capable. Regardless, Tang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Noticing the absence of immediate danger, Alaska, exhausted from its exertions, collapsed under their weight. Tang Wei gasped, quickly dismounting and embracing Alaska tightly. "What's wrong? Are you all right, Alaska?" After a thorough inspection, Shenmu's expression relaxed somewhat as he smiled and spoke. "Rest assured, Allah is fine. It's merely a case of overexertion of his abilities coupled with the sudden calming of his anxious emotions, which has led to his exhaustion. I will employ a healing spell to examine him." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, though upon observing Shen Mu's pallid complexion, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "But you should know, I am truly fine." Despite her words, Tang Wei remained troubled, her thoughts drifting to the individuals who had thrust her and Shen Mu into this perilous situation, igniting a flicker of anger within her. Those people were utterly despicable, brazenly pushing us into danger, nearly costing us our lives. Tang Wei's indignation grew. Had it not been for Allah and Shen Mu, she feared she would have already met her demise here. In contrast, Shen Mu's demeanor was remarkably indifferent. Chapter 44. Rescuing others. Tang Wei was well aware of this truth. However, she despised such wretched human nature, yet felt powerless to instigate change. "Stop overthinking it. Come and see what this is," Shen Mu suddenly called out from a distance, prompting Tang Wei to rise and approach slowly. What unfolded before her eyes was almost beyond belief. So many crystal cores. It turned out that the zombies beneath Shen Mu had burst forth with these cores, now lying quietly on the ground. Various types of crystal cores emitted differing glimmers, captivating her heart. "Heavens!" Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. They had labored tirelessly throughout the day and had not even managed to collect half this amount. Yet now, so many had appeared all at once, filling her with overwhelming delight. "Did you hear any strange sounds just now?" "I don't know. Never mind. It might just be a minor mutated species. As long as they pose no threat to us, I can't be bothered with them." As the two turned to leave once more, they were startled by a louder commotion behind them, the sound significantly more pronounced than before. "Shen Mu, can you help me?" "What is wrong?" Tang Wei immediately sensed something was amiss. The woman appeared quite delicate and youthful, suggesting she shouldn't be trapped here. "How did you end up here?" Before Su Ji could respond, Shen Mu's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Do you two know each other?" For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, Tang Wei felt a pang of discomfort as she witnessed the woman beseeching Shen Mu for aid. Was she feeling jealous? Impossible. There was nothing between them. "Her name is Su Ji. She is a colleague from my laboratory, just an acquaintance." Shen Mu emphasized the last sentence with peculiar seriousness, evoking an inexplicable urge to laugh. "So she is your colleague. That makes her a researcher." Tang Wei pondered silently, realizing that while their current team was formidable, the addition of a researcher might yield greater benefits. Initially feeling somewhat aggrieved, Su Ji wondered why Shen Mu and Tang Wei had not made the effort to rescue her sooner. However, upon hearing Tang Wei's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within me. "I can assist you, as long as you are willing to rescue me. I am open to doing anything." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei nodded slightly. "All right." As Tang Wei and Shen Mu approached to retrieve Su Ji, they were taken aback to discover numerous wounds adorning her body, prompting a wave of concern. Tang Wei hesitated momentarily, sensing Su Ji's distress. "I haven't been bitten. These wounds are merely from my accidental falls. See for yourself," Su Ji pleaded, revealing her injuries with a pitiful expression. After a thorough examination, Tang Wei concluded that the injuries indeed did not resemble bite marks, and thus nodded in agreement. "Very well, bear with it a little longer. I will tend to your wounds first, then we shall take you out." Tang Wei retrieved her medical kit and attended to Su Ji's injuries before glancing over at Shen Mu. "You should go and bring the others out now." Shen Mu nodded, yet hesitated as he prepared to step forward. "Perhaps we should go together." Tang Wei, bemused, replied, "What's the matter? With your strength? Can you truly not manage alone?" "No, it's not that." Shen Mu mumbled, his cheeks slightly flushed, yet he did not articulate further. Tang Wei, feeling somewhat exasperated, complied and assisted in bringing Su Ji out. "Your wounds have been treated. If you wish to escape, follow us." After inspecting Su Ji, Tang Wei noted that she bore no other severe injuries and could walk normally, thus she gently admonished her. "No, I cannot walk." Su Ji exclaimed, Brother Shenmu. Could you carry me? A silence enveloped the air as Shenmu quickly responded by guiding Su Ji to lean against a nearby tree. If you cannot walk, then support yourself against the wall and tree. But my injuries are quite severe. I cannot possibly walk alone. Please, Brother Shenmu, have mercy on me. Su Ji feigned a helpless demeanor, which even drew sympathy from Tang Wei. Yet Shenmu remained steadfast. If you cannot walk, then you should stay here while we proceed. He genuinely prepared to leave. Su Ji was taken aback, limping after them, casting a reproachful glance at Shenmu. Am I not at least considered your friend? Is this how you would treat me? You misunderstand. We are at most merely colleagues, he replied. Sister Tang Wei must be truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could someone as capable as Brother Shenmu willingly remain by her side? Although Su Ji wore a smile, a flicker of jealousy and resentment passed through her eyes. Tang Wei observed this and merely smiled faintly. Not at all. I am merely relying on Shenmu's protection. You should seek your brother Shenmu. Initially, Tang Wei anticipated a proud retort, allowing her to seize the opportunity to subtly mock her. Chapter 45. Reaching an agreement, Shenmu naturally continued to observe from the sidelines as Tang Wei joyfully attempted one thing after another. However, it was disheartening to discover that none of the attempts had succeeded. In fact, due to her own impatience, Tang Wei had almost suffered a backlash. Fortunately, Shenmu was present to lend a helping hand, which spared Tang Wei from any severe injuries. You are too anxious. If this continues, it will only harm you. Shenmu expressed his deep concern, firmly grasping Tang Wei's hand. Yet, despite the multitude of crystals, not a single one had proven successful. What could be the reason for this? Tang Wei acknowledged her impatience, which had led her to overlook the risks, almost resulting in harm. She was genuinely vexed that her abilities had not yet upgraded, despite her numerous attempts with the crystals. It's all right. Perhaps the method is flawed. If we take our time to study, we will surely find a solution, Shenmu reassured her, holding her hand tightly. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Wei had grown weary of his words, quietly releasing his hand without uttering a single word and turning away. Shenmu, alarmed, realized that Tang Wei, who had always engaged with him even in her unhappiness, was truly distressed today. With this thought, he felt compelled to act without delay and hurried after her, only to be blocked by her. Please don't follow me. I do not wish to speak to anyone right now, she said, turning away once more. Shenmu, anxious and fearful for Tang Wei's safety, sought to pursue her, but suddenly found himself confronted by another person. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Huang, who immediately tried to prevent him from passing. Wait, Mr. Shenmu, I need to speak with you. Yi Huang interjected urgently, standing in Shenmu's way. No, I have other matters to attend to, Shenmu replied tersely. I can assist you with anything you require, Yi Huang countered, recognizing that he might not be able to stop Shenmu. Initially irritated, Shenmu took a couple of steps before pausing. Anything? He inquired. Indeed, as long as you agree to join us, our team will do everything in their power to assist you in achieving your objectives, Yi Huang explained, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Shenmu slowly responded. Then can you help me research methods for absorbing abilities? Surprised by the nature of the request, Yi Huang nodded confidently. Rest assured, we possess a comprehensive range of technologies. Discovering a method is merely a matter of time. If you agree to join us, I can conduct the research for free. Upon hearing this, Shenmu let out a long sigh before finally nodding in agreement. I accept your offer. Brother Shenmu, have you eaten yet? Su Ji inquired. Shenmu shook his head, his mind preoccupied, lacking the inclination to dine. In that case, let us eat together, Su Ji exclaimed joyfully, as if seizing an opportunity, and promptly retrieved an array of delectable dishes. Where did you acquire all this? Shenmu questioned. Although he was not particularly inclined to share a meal with Su Ji, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. These are all crafted by my own hands. They appear quite delectable, do they not? Would you care to share a meal with me daily henceforth? No, thank you. Regardless of the origin of these offerings from Su Ji, I harbor no interest in them, nor do I wish to dine in her company. Why? You haven't even eaten. Is it truly so shameful to share a meal with me? I simply lack the time. Do not seek me out for meals in the future. I shall take my leave. To my surprise, Su Ji was relentless, casting a glance my way. Tang Wei was not present, and without hesitation, she reached out to grasp Shen Mu's sleeve. Even if you do not wish to eat, it would be nice to keep me company. I have recently arrived here and feel quite frightened. Let go. Yet Shen Mu showed no mercy, forcefully shaking off her hand. Should you persist in this manner, do not blame me for expelling you. Mutated, slightly discontented. Just as she was about to speak, a loud voice echoed from outside, calling for Tang Wei. Sister Tang. Where are you, Sister Tang? Approaching their room, the voice scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Tang Wei, only a familiar face. Suthi, what brings you here? It was Zhou Xiaojue, and a hint of panic crossed Su Ji's face as she managed to force a smile. Why shouldn't I be here? Zhou Xiaojue appeared perplexed, disbelief evident on his features. But I recall Lin mentioning just a few days ago that you were seeking refuge elsewhere. What nonsense are you spouting? I have only just arrived. Before Zhou Xiaojue could finish his sentence, Su Ji hastily interrupted, casting a nervous glance at Shen Mu. Her face adorned with a smile. Brother Shen, my belongings are incomplete. Might I borrow your jacket for a moment? As she spoke, her hand cautiously reached towards Shen Mu's clothing. Shen Mu, indifferent, coldly replied, Do as you wish. Splendid. Su Ji's face lit up with joy as she pulled Shen Mu's jacket closer, cradling it with a beaming smile. Rest assured, I shall wash it and return it to you after a few days. Su Ji was startled by the sudden appearance of Allah, instinctively stepping back and allowing the jacket to fall to the ground. Allah seized the opportunity, snatching the jacket away and placing it on Tang Wei's bed next door. Alarmed, Su Ji exclaimed, What are you doing? That is the jacket borrowed from Brother Shen. Chapter 46. A test of Shen Mu observed with keen interest as he scrutinized the garment. This jacket was gifted to me by Tang Wei. It is not available for lending. Su Ji felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing this and could not resist turning her head away. In that case, I shall take something else. Yet Allah directly blocked her path, continuing to bark incessantly. What is your problem? It seems Allah does not take a liking to you. I advise you to leave sooner rather than later. Zhou Xiaojue, watching with amusement, could not help but chuckle, his tone brimming with delight. You all? No, I am determined to have this jacket, Su Ji declared, stepping forward, resolved to snatch it away. In the next moment, a sound of tearing fabric erupted from her trousers. To her astonishment, the Alaskan Malamute had actually ripped her pants apart, revealing a glimpse of its sharp fangs in a manner that was both alarming and defiant. Su Ji exclaimed, frantically fleeing the scene, while Zhou Xiaojue couldn't contain his laughter, his expression laden with mockery. You ought to be cautious. This Alaskan is remarkably fierce. If it were to bite your leg, I fear it would be shattered. Although Zhou Xiaojue's warning carried a hint of jest, it undeniably instilled a sense of genuine fear. Su Ji, clutching her torn trousers, dared not utter another word and left in a dejected manner. Once Su Ji departed, Zhou Xiaojue turned his serious gaze toward Shen Mu. Where's my sister Tang? Why is Su Ji here? Did you drive her away? I don't know. Shen Mu sighed deeply. Perhaps it is my fault. With that, he exited without further ado. Zhou Xiaojue, filled with indignation, approached him, reprimanding him incessantly. What kind of person is Su Ji? You know her character well. How could you allow her to linger around you? You are utterly disappointing my sister Tang. Zhou Xiaojue was infuriated, yet Shen Mu remained unusually silent, merely walking away. I will search for the crystal core. Perhaps I can find one suitable for her. The mere thought of Shen Mu potentially being with Su Ji caused Tang Wei to feel an unsettling discomfort in her heart, coupled with her own troubling matters. It was simply unbearable. However, upon reflection, she realized she had no right to meddle in their affairs, which only deepened her frustration. What do you want to eat? I will prepare it for you. Tang Wei, still seething with anger, was reluctant to engage with Shen Mu. I'm not hungry. Sensing her tone was somewhat off, Shen Mu tentatively inquired, Are you unhappy? No, you need to concern yourself with me. Observing Tang Wei's decidedly poor attitude, Shen Mu mistakenly assumed she was still disheartened over her inability to absorb the crystal core's energy, and he let out a long sigh. Do not dwell on those matters. There will always be a solution. What solution exists? What does my situation have to do with you? Something within Tang Wei snapped, her voice rising in irritation. Startling, Shen, leave my room, she roared like an enraged lion. Shen, sensing the tension, wisely chose not to press further, obediently retreating from the room while carefully shutting the door behind him. Once the outside noise ceased entirely, Tang Wei finally relaxed, her gaze falling upon a pink hair tie on the table, stirring a sense of unease within her. That hair tie did not belong to her. Suji had indeed been in his room. She had lost control of her emotions upon spotting the time moments ago. Reflecting back, she felt an unjust sense of grievance. There was no real connection between her and Shen. They had merely come together by chance, and logically, she had no right to involve herself in his affairs. Yet, the sight of Suji's belongings here still left her feeling profoundly saddened. Forget it. We never had much of a bond. Why must I indulge in such sentimental musings? Tang Wei nestled within her blankets, silently uttering these words to herself, yet her face could not suppress the tears that streamed down her cheeks. The next morning, Suji awoke early, cheerfully preparing a bento box, eager to seek out Shen. Just as she passed by, Zhou Zhaoju caught sight of Suji and his expression darkened. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "I'm just stepping out for a moment. Is there something you need? I recall you mentioning you were headed to another base. What brings you here? What exactly are you up to? Since I'm already here, I must have changed my mind. Besides, who dictates that I cannot come here?" Zhou Zhaoju's expression was complex, hesitating for a long moment, preparing to speak. But he noticed Suji had already skipped away, cradling her bento box. "Brother Shen, have you gotten up yet?" Tang Wei, having just opened her eyes that morning, was startled by a series of loud knocks at the door, instinctively pricking up her ears. Shen seemed to have opened the door, regarding Suji with a cold demeanor. "Do you need something?" "Not much, just made you some breakfast. I've already spoken with Yihuang. He has set up our laboratory, just like before. Let's hurry over." Shen pushed the bento box aside, his tone indifferent. "I'll go by myself." "Oh, come on. We're headed the same way anyway. I'll walk with you." Suji cheerfully followed Shen, undeterred by his lack of response, even his subtle rejection. Once Shen and Suji departed, Tang Wei opened her door, gazing at the now empty room devoid of any presence. Outside, the sounds of Shen and Suji conversing reached her ears, and a sudden wave of bitterness surged in her chest. Their relationship is truly close. After all, they have spent so much time together. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Tang Wei could not help but chuckle. What concern is it of mine if their bond flourishes? Why am I even feeling sorrowful? Turning around, she spotted Allah standing behind her. The vulnerability in her gaze had yet to be concealed when Allah gently leaped towards her. "All right, Allah, I assure you I'm not unhappy." Chapter 47. The Approach of Danger. Allah. It seems today it will only be the two of us on the mission. Shen had already left with Suji, leaving her with no choice but to venture out with Allah. "That is fine, Allah, let us go." Thus, they partnered up, embarking on their mission as usual. Without Shen's cooperation, Tang Wei felt slightly out of sorts, yet the constant presence of Allah offered her solace, alleviating her fears, though an inexplicable sense of loss lingered in her heart. Before long, after handling the last of the mutated species before her, Tang Wei exhaled a long sigh. Uncertain if it was her own fault, without Shen's collaboration, she felt her efficiency had significantly diminished. Despite the passage of time, she had collected only a handful of crystal cores. Allah also sensed that Tang Wei was decidedly out of sorts today, and thus softly called her name, as if acknowledging something. In an instant, Tang Wei felt a sense of foreboding. The last time Allah exhibited such behavior, they had been surrounded by a horde of zombies. Now, it seemed they were once again in the presence of perilous threats. Concerned for both her and Alia's safety, she resolved to leave immediately. However, it was evident that it was too late. A cacophony of zombie pursuit echoed ahead, a mass of heads converging towards them at an alarming pace. With a sigh, Tang Wei realized that there were no other options left. They had to confront the approaching horde. Perhaps they could still collect some crystal cores in the process. "Allah, let us attempt to carve a path through this swarm," she urged. Yet, what Tang Wei did not anticipate was that the number of zombies far exceeded her expectations. They had already fought valiantly for an extended period but were now heavily encircled. Their supplies were dwindling, and Allah was visibly exhausted, panting heavily, indicating she had little strength left. If this continued, they would surely be overwhelmed by the ravenous undead. Feeling fatigued, Tang Wei recognized that Allah could not endure much longer. They could not afford to linger with the zombies any further. Surrendering the crystal cores and retreating into safety was their only recourse. As this thought crossed her mind, she gently closed her eyes, preparing to transport the crystal cores into their safe space, when suddenly, a piercing voice echoed from behind. "Watch out!" The zombie had already extended its claws toward her neck. Tang Wei jolted her eyes open, raising her sleeve and forcefully swinging it backward. The sharp sleeve arrow pierced through the head of the approaching zombie, but more surged forth. Just as she was startled, a familiar figure emerged from the throng, wielding a firearm and dispatching the zombies with precision. "Are you all right?" Shen rushed to Tang Wei's side amidst the wailing of the undead, scrutinizing her with concern. "What are you doing here?" Tang Wei was astonished, believing she would never see him again. Shen smiled gently. "Do you still not wish for my presence?" Tang Wei felt a twinge of helplessness. She had not anticipated assistance arriving at such a critical moment. His appearance was indeed a delightful surprise. "Not at all. I merely didn't expect you," she replied. Time was of the essence. The zombies would not afford them the luxury of conversation, clawing their way forward once more. Fortunately, Shen was equipped with superior weaponry, and together they quickly formed a cohesive unit, repelling the horde. "We cannot continue like this. You may be burdened by me. It would be best if you left while the zombies are still occupied." Tang Wei discovered that the number of zombies was overwhelming. Although she and Shen could eliminate a portion of them, an endless stream of additional zombies continued to attack them. "I will not leave. I refuse to abandon you here," Shen declared resolutely, showing no intention of retreating, steadfastly guarding Tang Wei and preventing any zombies from approaching. Tang Wei felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, yet the current circumstances did not allow for such emotional entanglements. If they wished to survive, they must vanquish all the zombies that surrounded them. However, as time passed, not only were more zombies converging upon them, but both Shen and Tang Wei were also beginning to exhaust their strength. Allah had already lost much of its energy, merely managing to stay by their side in a feeble state. It seemed they could only take Shen into the space with them, though she was uncertain how to explain that later. Tang Wei clenched her teeth slightly. Lives were at stake, and she could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. They had to leave with Shen. "Captain, we are here." Suddenly, the voices of several men rang out from beyond the crowd. Tang Wei opened her eyes wide, realizing that a few more individuals had appeared outside, their gear and clothing identical to Shen's, evidently members of their previous team. "You finally arrived. Hurry, come help," Shen called out, his voice filled with hope. The team members wasted no time and rushed forward to assist, with the help of so many teammates. The horde of zombies was gradually diminished, easing the pressure on Tang Wei and Shen, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. "All right, let my team handle the rest. You should rest well." "Look at how exhausted you are," Shen said, supporting Tang Wei as they leaned against an open area, panting heavily. Chapter 48, A Noble Assistance Thank You. As she watched the other team members continue to eliminate the remaining zombies, Tang Wei felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. The bond between her and Shen was undeniably shallow, yet he was willing to risk his life to protect her. A truly rare quality. "It's nothing. I came over after hearing the sounds and happened to see you here. Of course, I could not let you fight alone," Shen replied. Tang Wei's gaze fell upon the ground strewn with crystal nuclei, and she felt a flicker of desire. "I want to collect these crystals before we leave." Shen looked puzzled. After all, such things were generally considered useless, and collecting them would serve no purpose. "But they are just worthless stones. What do you need them for?" Tang Wei hesitated, aware of the great favor Shen had shown her. However, if she revealed her intentions, it could incite unrest, and she had not yet succeeded. It was safer to remain silent for now. "It's nothing. My law really likes them, so I thought I would gather them." As she spoke, she forced a smile. Upon hearing those words, Gao Yinshin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was it merely a matter of collecting a few stones? With such severe injuries weighing upon her, it would be best for her to rest here while they went ahead. Remarkably, he took the initiative to gather the crystal cores. Tang Wei felt a surge of emotion at this sight, but the other team members seemed to think she was only picking up a few attractive fragments, leaving a considerable number of crystal cores scattered about, untouched. What is the matter? Aren't there enough? Gao Yinshin noticed the peculiar expression on Tang Wei's face. Her gaze fixated on the cores, and found himself perplexed. It's nothing. I quite like them. And besides, these are hard to come by. I'll take them all, she declared, stepping forward to collect the crystal cores. Ayla, understanding the situation, joined Tang Wei after resting for a while. Gao Yinshin, feeling somewhat helpless, followed suit to assist. Before long, they had gathered all the crystal cores, and Tang Wei, thoroughly satisfied, bid farewell to Gao Yinshin, carrying a hefty load. No need for thanks. It was but a small matter, he replied with a broad-minded demeanor, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his tone. There's no need. I have my own place and wouldn't want to trouble you, she responded, prompting Gao Yinshin to nod in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, Tang Wei noticed the lights were on, and as she entered, she found Shen Mu had already prepared a meal, waiting at the table. Upon hearing the door, Shen Mu turned and was taken aback by the sight of Tang Wei and Ayla, both bearing numerous injuries. Tang Wei waved her hand slightly, her tone remaining particularly cold. It's nothing. I just went out on a mission with Ayla and got a few scrapes. Shen Mu's gaze grew complex as he observed Tang Wei's deliberately distant demeanor, his expression turning equally frosty. If it's too dangerous, you should refrain from undertaking missions. With so many injuries, what if something worse happens? Wait, Shen Mu exclaimed as he saw Tang Wei attempt to leave, standing up in haste and instinctively grasping her arm, only to inadvertently touch a wound, causing Tang Wei to gasp sharply. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said, his eyes filled with guilt. Tang Wei, witnessing this, found herself at a loss for words. You shouldn't go on any missions for the next few days. It's far too dangerous. If luck is not on your side, that wound may never heal, he cautioned. Tang Wei understood the wisdom in his words, yet she could not allow herself to truly fall into peril. After tending to Tang Wei's injuries, Shen Mu knelt down to carefully clean and bandage Ayla's wounds as well. Throughout the process, he remained silent, but Tang Wei could sense his fingers trembling, clearly suppressing his anger, which complicated her feelings further. I'll step out for a moment. You and Ayla stay here and don't wander off, he stated, turning away abruptly. As the room fell silent and empty once more, Tang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness wash over her. Watching Shen Mu's departing figure, she slowly crouched down, wrapping her arms around herself. Shen Mu seemed to be angry, but what was the cause of his ire? Was he upset with himself for enduring so much pain? Or was he frustrated by his own poor attitude? Tang Wei's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nearby, an sensed something amiss and gently approached, licking Tang Wei's hand as if to offer her comfort. An overwhelming emptiness enveloped her, and Tang Wei felt an immense sadness, prompting her to retreat into her own space with Allah. Within this sanctuary lay an assortment of crystal cores that Tang Wei had collected over time. Allah, experiencing this unfamiliar environment for the first time, gazed in astonishment at the multitude of crystal cores before him, shaking his head in delight as if he were enamored. It suddenly dawned on Tang Wei that Allah had indeed consumed crystal cores before. Chapter 49. A sudden confession. At that time, Tang Wei had been quite fearful, worried that something might happen to Allah. However, it seemed that no harm had come to him. Perhaps he truly had a fondness for the crystal cores. With this thought, Tang Wei found herself intrigued and began to pick up the various crystal cores, inquiring of Allah, "What is it that you prefer? Feel free to choose." Allah was filled with excitement, joyfully circling around and selecting one core after another. The atmosphere between the girl and her dog was extraordinarily harmonious. Time slipped away unnoticed as they played, and Tang Wei's mood lightened considerably. With Ala's company, her anxiety had lessened significantly. However, before long, Tang Wei felt her stomach rumble, indicating that it was time to leave the space, as she had grown somewhat hungry. Exiting the space with a la, she was greeted by the sight of the meal that had been delivered, only to discover that the portion was significantly less than before. How is there so little? This won't suffice for me alone, and Allah hasn't eaten yet. With a heavy sigh, Tang Wei placed the meager food on the ground. Allah, there isn't much food right now, so make do with what you can. I shall retrieve some more from the space. She clapped her hands and brought out an array of items, sharing a generous portion with Allah while she meticulously examined the remaining food, contemplating what to eat. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Shen entered, appearing somewhat fatigued. He was taken aback upon seeing Tang Wei clutching an armful of food and various necessities. Both were momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Shen brows furrowed in alarm as he regarded Tang Wei with suspicion. What else could I be doing? Tang Wei thought it baffling, yet Shen demeanor was one of acute tension. He swiftly approached and forcefully snatched the items from her grasp. Given the dangers outside, are you really considering going out? It became clear that his concerns stemmed from the fear of her departing. Tang Wei felt exasperated, gazing at Shen expression of reproach and anger, which stirred feelings of indignation within her, leading her to shout defiantly, "What business is it of yours where I go? After all, what is our relationship?" Tang Wei's words were imbued with intensity, momentarily bewildering Shen, who then interpreted her words as an acknowledgement, only to become even more incensed. "You shall not leave. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you venture out like this. Are you courting death?" Tang Wei, already burdened with resentment, felt even more discomfort upon hearing Shen tone, which bore the weight of command. This prompted a fierce quarrel between them, neither willing to yield. Frustrated, Tang Wei, who had merely intended to contribute some food and furnishings to the household, was taken aback by the misunderstanding. In her anger, she hurled the items she had brought to the ground. "If you disdain them so, let my good intentions be wasted. Let neither of us use these things." At this moment, Allah, observing the scene, seemed to rouse Shen from his stupor. Witnessing Tang Wei's actions filled him with both tenderness and regret. In a moment of impulse, he seized her arm, only to inadvertently pull her against his chest with such force that the distance between them vanished. Tang Wei, caught off guard, found herself pressed against him, close enough to hear each other's heartbeat. The atmosphere, once charged with anger, transformed into an uncanny silence. Suddenly, Allah called out, pushing his half-eaten plate of food toward Shen, seemingly attempting to convey something. Upon seeing this, Shen realized that Tang Wei had only intended to share the food with him and Allah, misunderstanding the situation entirely. "I apologize. I misjudged your intentions and should not have raised my voice." Before Tang Wei could respond, Shen earnestly admitted his fault, his demeanor sincere. The proximity between them was palpable, and as Tang Wei attempted to break free, she found Shen grip unyielding. In a show of strength, she was once again enveloped in his embrace, her forehead colliding directly with his lips, resulting in an unexpected kiss. Stunned, Tang Wei struggled to comprehend her actions, her eyes wide with disbelief. In contrast, Shen gazed at her with a smile, his expression oddly playful. "What is this? So soon you've thrown yourself into my arms, and with such enthusiasm. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Though anger still simmered within her, Tang Wei found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her mind muddled. "You speak nonsense," she began to retort, only to be silenced by Shen abrupt kiss. "No matter, I happen to like you as well. Since you're so forward, why don't we become a couple?" "What? No, we were just arguing." Confusion swirled within her. How had they leaped to such declarations? "What did I ever say I liked you?" Finally seizing an opportunity, Tang Wei broke free from Shen grasp, her tone tinged with an unexpected shyness. "Is that so? It was you who threw yourself at me, practically begging for a kiss." Strangely, the teasing words, which usually irritated her, coming from Shen's lips, did not evoke disdain, but instead left her feeling a flush of warmth. "You're talking nonsense." With a hint of reproach, Tang Wei feigned indifference, turning away as though unaffected, yet her heart was ablaze with turmoil. Shen, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, could discern that Tang Wei did not entirely reject his presence, which brought him a sense of joy, prompting him to pursue her relentlessly. After all, it seemed that mutual affection had blossomed between them. Thus, she ought not to evade him any longer. Who said I like you? Tang Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, while Shen maintained a facade of innocence. So, does that imply you do not harbor feelings for me? He queried, feigning a pitiful demeanor, appearing deeply wounded. Chapter 50. Misunderstanding resolved. Not exactly. Tang Wei pondered her words, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but midway, Shen jubilantly interrupted. That means you do like me. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Tang Wei stood frozen, watching Shen whirl with delight, and she began to question herself. Did she truly just confess her feelings for him? Nevertheless, this incident had succeeded in alleviating the tension between them, although Tang Wei remained troubled by prior events. Initially oblivious, Shen found himself both amused and perplexed upon learning the cause of Tang Wei's discontent. As he spoke, Shen introduced one item after another that he had meticulously prepared for her defense. These are all for your protection. Please try them out and see if they prove useful. Tang Wei's expression became complex as she gazed at the items. Having presumed he accepted the laboratory invitation due to his fondness for Suji, it now appeared she had been lost in her own thoughts. Sensing her inner conflict, Shen gently enveloped her in his embrace, his tone tender. Rest assured, my heart has always belonged solely to you. From now until eternity, it shall remain so. The unexpected warmth of his embrace and words left Tang Wei momentarily dazed, causing her to shake her head slightly. Shen, are you there? At that moment, an untimely voice called from outside, prompting Tang Wei to frown. It was Suji. Only she would address Shen in such a manner. Noticing Tang Wei's distress, Shen hesitated, maintaining a calm demeanor. Do not worry. There is nothing between Suji and me. We're merely colleagues. If it bothers you, I shall cease all contact with her. Tang Wei felt a flicker of reassurance upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Suji continued to knock insistently at the door, and Shen expression darkened. I will go and send her away. No, I shall handle it, Tang Wei interjected, stepping forward with a cheerful glance at Shen before approaching the door. She opened it with composure regarding Suji. What do you need? Suji held a small food container in her hands, and upon seeing Tang Wei at the door, her expression soured. Why are you here? Where's Shen? Just as Tang Wei began to respond, Suji leaned in, and upon spotting Shen behind her, her demeanor instantly shifted to one of delight as she approached him with her food container. Brother Shen, have you eaten yet? I just made this. Why not have a taste together? Tang Wei furrowed her brows and, upon raising her head, was met with Shen icy demeanor. I do not require it. Please leave this place, he replied, his tone indifferent, tinged with a hint of displeasure. However, Suji, seemingly accustomed to this, continued to cling to Shen with a beaming smile. Oh, but this is something I worked hard to prepare. You must at least try it, she insisted, eagerly opening the lunchbox, intent on feeding him. I said I do not need it. I've already eaten. Shen voice carried a sharper warning, momentarily halting Suji's actions and leaving her somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Tang Wei calmly interjected, Darling, I am hungry too. What did you just say? I said I'm hungry. Does my dear husband not wish to cook for me? Tang Wei feigned a sulky expression, to which Shen nodded vigorously. Fine. I shall cook. With that, he dashed toward the kitchen like a gust of wind. Suji watched in astonishment. What did you just call Shen? What does it have to do with you? Tang Wei retorted coolly, reclining in her chair with an air of leisure. If memory serves, you are merely his colleague. Is it not a tad shameless to visit him daily like this? Tang Wei's words were blunt, causing Suji's face to flush crimson as she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Meanwhile, in Shen laboratory, the previously silent room was suddenly disturbed by a footfall. Yi Huang cautiously appeared, turning on the light only to find the space empty, letting out a sigh of relief. Excellent. I'm quite curious about what Shen has been up to. After all, he has gone to such lengths to recruit someone. They cannot be a mere fool. I must ascertain their true capabilities first, he thought. Stealthily approaching Shen's workstation, he discovered that everything was neatly organized, save for a small robot lying forgotten in the corner, seemingly overlooked. Yi Huang was taken aback. He had never encountered such a finely crafted robot, complete with limbs and 2 antennae atop its head. However, its diminutive size raised questions about its utility. Surely, it cannot be merely a toy designed to startle, Yi Huang murmured, instinctively reaching out to examine it closely. To his surprise, the previously motionless robot suddenly emitted 2 intense beams of laser. The searing pain prompted Yi Huang to instinctively summon a light energy shield, narrowly evading the twin rays. Yet, the robot, seemingly aware of his position, redirected its attacks toward him. Yi Huang was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such an astute little robot, and it seemed to possess an intelligence that was rather extraordinary. In a moment of desperation, Yi Huang swiftly covered the small robot with an object nearby. Without a target to attack, the robot gradually grew quiet. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Huang felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. This little contraption was truly remarkable, possessing an automatic defense mechanism and an exceedingly high level of aggression. If an ordinary person were caught off guard, they would undoubtedly suffer harm. Chapter 51. Establishing a relationship. As Yi Huang pondered, he glanced down at his palm, where the burn lingered, throbbing faintly with the emergence of blood. If left untreated, the wound could very well become infected. Yet, despite the pain, Yi Huang's heart brimmed with joy. This was proof that the ingenious Shen Mu, from whom he had so painstakingly awakened, had indeed created something of great utility, an extraordinarily intelligent and aggressive invention. He must find a way to ensure Shen Mu served him. Meanwhile, Tang Wei observed as Su Ji departed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Initially believing she had successfully driven Su Ji away, her smugness faltered when she saw Su Ji return, now equipped with a new set of utensils, beaming at Tang Wei. "Ah, it seems we are preparing to dine. I trust my presence will not be an inconvenience," Su Ji remarked, her boldness catching Tang Wei off guard. Tang Wei could not suppress an eye roll, though she maintained her composure. "If you truly believe your audacity knows no bounds, I have no further remarks," she replied, her words laced with a playful sarcasm that Su Ji, of course, could not miss. With a fierce glare directed at Tang Wei, she turned her attention back to Shen Mu, who was laboring in the kitchen. "Brother Shen Mu, how could you manage such a demanding task alone? My culinary skills are rather commendable. Allow me to assist you," Su Ji offered with a smile. Shen Mu frowned slightly. Before he could decline, Su Ji had already taken the items from his hands, her cheerful demeanor unwavering. "Cooking is my forte. Let me handle it." Just as Shen Mu was about to refuse, he heard Tang Wei chuckle lightly from outside. "Since my sister is so eager to cook, let her take charge." She then calmly called out, "Darling, I would like some grapes." Upon hearing this, Shen Mu immediately understood and promptly went to wash the grapes. He skillfully peeled them and fed them one by one to Tang Wei, the atmosphere between them harmonious and warm. Su Ji, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate, only to be greeted by the sight of this tender exchange, her face turning a shade of fury as she confronted Tang Wei. "How could you allow such a remarkable person as Brother Shen Mu to peel grapes for you? It's utterly indulgent." Tang Wei raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "What's the matter? I merely asked him to peel grapes. He did so willingly. Why do you look at me in such a manner?" Shen Mu, caught between amusement and exasperation, wore a fond smile, unable to suppress his affection for the situation. "Indeed, I am most certainly willing," Su Ji retorted, her face paling with indignation as she forcefully cast aside the cloth she was holding. "You cannot treat Brother Shen Mu in such a manner. You shall prepare the meal." The tone of her counterpart was entirely commanding, devoid of any room for discussion. Yet Tang Wei remained unperturbed, smiling serenely. "Oh, really? Did I not just hear you proclaim your culinary prowess before Brother Shen Mu? Why the sudden reluctance now?" Before long, the dishes were prepared. As the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, Tang Wei inwardly marveled at Su Ji's evident talent in cooking. Su Ji single-handedly brought all the dishes to the table. Noticing Brother Shen Mu enthusiastically peeling grapes for Tang Wei, her tone soured, though she endeavored to suppress her ire. "Brother Shen Mu, do cease peeling. Sister Tang Wei is not without hands. Let us dine first." Yet, Shen Mu remained oblivious, continuing to joyfully serve fruit to Tang Wei. Brother Shen Mu, we ought to eat now. What? Can you not manage a meal on your own? Why must you summon Shen Mu alone? Am I to subsist on mere stones? Of course not. Su Ji bit her lip, striving to contain her frustration. Then let us all eat together. Very well, Tang Wei readily acquiesced, popping one of the grapes peeled by Shen Mu into her mouth. Thank you, darling. Let's have our meal. Shen Mu, utterly enchanted by Tang Wei's sweet address, nodded obediently. All right then, let's commence our dining. Brother Shen Mu, do try this. At the table, Tang Wei sampled the dishes prepared by Su Ji, wrinkling her brow in distaste, while noticing Su Ji eagerly adding more food to Shen Mu's bowl. What on earth is in this that renders it so unpalatable? Without hesitation, Tang Wei expressed her discontent, causing Shen Mu, who had intended to take another bite, to immediately set down his chopsticks, gazing at her with a smile. If you do not enjoy it, I shall prepare a personal serving for you. Tang Wei nodded. All right, but I am not inclined to eat just yet. Perhaps you could fetch me a cup of tea instead. Shen Mu promptly agreed, dutifully moving to the side to serve tea. Absolutely not. Brother Shen Mu, have you been ensnared by this Tang Wei? Why are you so compliant with her? Shen Mu regarded Su Ji with an expressionless gaze, as though she were a fool. I have not. I refuse to believe it. How could you be subjugated by a woman like Tang Wei? Whatever the matter may be, confide in me, and I shall assist you. Su Ji spoke with unwavering conviction, firmly believing that Tang Wei must have some leverage over Shen Mu. Otherwise, how could he be so obedient? There is nothing amiss. My rapport with Tang Wei has always been harmonious. Conversely, do you not feel you have overstayed your welcome here? Shen Mu replied with remarkable calmness, causing Su Ji's expression to darken. Was he suggesting she leave? Brother Shen Mu, you suthifegnet apitifel expression, epiringaterli hardroken. Chapter 52. A kind reminder we are colleagues. How could you possibly force me to leave? This is my home, and the fact that I haven't kicked you out already is quite courteous. Tang Wei interjected coldly, her tone devoid of any compassion. You all. Su Ji was utterly enraged, casting a fierce glare at Tang Wei before awkwardly departing. Call out again. Once Su Ji had left, Shen Mu turned to the contented Tang Wei, a smile gracing his lips. What did you just call me? Repeat it. Shen Mu's smile deepened as he approached Tang Wei step by step. No, just moments ago, she had spoken so fluidly to provoke Su Ji, yet now, in the solitude of Shen Mu's presence, Tang Wei found herself unable to utter the words. However, Shen Mu seemed determined not to let her off the hook, inching closer with an intense gaze. Is that so, my dear husband? Before long, the base's broadcast blared forth new updates. News of the zombie mutations had spread widely, and humanity's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Countless individuals were displaced, and even securing food had become a luxury. Though Shen Mu and Tang Wei observed this grim reality, they felt powerless, as their options were severely limited. Apart from undertaking daily missions to procure supplies for the base, there was little else they could do. Conversely, Yi Huang noticed the chaos within the base escalating. Although the conditions there were infinitely better than outside, unease lingered in his heart. Thus, he fervently organized a rally in an attempt to inspire hope, though the impact was minimal. In these trying times, when people could scarcely guarantee their basic sustenance, few were inclined to heed Yi Huang's words. Hai Yinshin's team was similarly struggling, despite their prior efforts to gather supplies. The large number of team members, coupled with inefficient collection, meant that food had become a pressing need. To prevent his team from starving, Hai Yinshin resorted to selling weapons on the streets, hoping to exchange them for food. As Tang Wei and Shen Mu set out on their mission with Allah, they chanced upon Hai Yinshin, who was in the midst of selling various weapons, and were momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Tang Wei approached him, and upon hearing her voice, Hai Yinshin quickly recognized her, surprise lighting up his face. It's you. However, after the initial thrill, his expression fell slightly. Aren't you selling weapons? My abilities are currently limited, and the zombies are evolving at an alarming rate. With my current capacity, I cannot defend myself, so I must stockpile food instead. As he spoke, he wore a wry smile while looking at the weapons before him. These weapons were meant for my protection, They possess formidable power and have been my treasured possessions for quite some time. Now, I find myself in a position where I must sell them out of necessity. Tang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. In this apocalyptic world, their lives would only grow more arduous. If they did not swiftly enhance their abilities, they would ultimately be left behind. Has your power never once strengthened? Although Tang Wei was aware that Gao Yinshan's abilities were not particularly formidable, she still felt compelled to remind him, considering he had once saved her during their breakup. Indeed, her own capabilities were limited, unlike others who were naturally gifted and now seemed unafraid of anything. Listening to the tone of Gao Yinshan's voice, filled with a sense of helplessness, Tang Wei could only let out a long sigh. I know there is a way to enhance one's abilities, though I am not entirely sure how it works, she said, her words somewhat vague. However, a flicker of hope ignited in Gao Yinshan's eyes upon hearing this. Really? What is it? Please tell me. With a sigh, Tang Wei leaned slightly forward and softly spoke. You could collect more crystal cores. It might be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Gao Yinshan was suddenly enlightened. Although he did not fully grasp the purpose of collecting the crystal cores, he could surmise some meaning from her earlier comments. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. You're welcome. Just make sure to survive. Tang Wei smiled as she offered her encouragement before departing with Shen Mu. Why were you so close to him just now? Shen Mu inquired. I merely wished to discuss a few matters with him, but I was concerned about others overhearing. After all, too many people can complicate things. Tang Wei explained earnestly, yet Shen Mu still furrowed his brow. Could you refrain from getting too close to others in the future, especially men? Anzai, Tang Wei zipped, feeling somewhat helpless. She realized that Shen Mu was quite particular about such matters. However, since they had already established their relationship, it was indeed prudent to maintain some distance from others. With Tang Wei's agreement, Shen Mu's mood lightened as he continued to observe Xiao Liao and Tang Wei embark on their mission. Where are you going? Tang Wei rose, surprised, as they had barely rested for a moment. Was he about to meet with Su Ji again? Don't worry, I just want to check on the laboratory. I still have some research to complete, Shen Mu reassured her. This mention of Su Ji stirred a sense of unease within Tang Wei, knowing that she was also in the same lab as Shen Mu. Although she was aware Shen Mu was not that type of person, she could not shake her apprehensions. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Shen Mu replied simply before turning to leave. In the laboratory, Su Ji had been waiting for a while, knowing that today was the day she would collaborate with Shen Mu on their project. Surely, Tang Wei would not join them. Su Ji had dressed meticulously for the occasion and prepared a gift, resolute in her intention to confess her feelings to Shen Mu today. Even if he were to reject her, she reasoned, she still had plenty of time to find another opportunity. Chapter 53. Barred from entry, lost in her thoughts. The sound of the door opening interrupted her reverie, and Shen Mu entered with an expressionless demeanor, heading straight for his workstation. Upon seeing him, Su Ji eagerly approached, smiling as she offered him the tools. Brother Shen Mu, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting here for quite a while. Observing the other party casually resting a hand on his shoulder, Shen Mu could not help but furrow his brow, his tone icy. Please remove your hand. Brother Shen Mu, I am your companion. Not anymore. Shen Mu's voice was devoid of warmth, leaving Su Ji momentarily stunned and somewhat incredulous. Why? We have always been companions from the very beginning. Is this because of Tang Wei? I do not require a companion like you. You may leave this laboratory now. Su Ji, unable to believe the situation, continued to linger, while Shen Mu's expression grew increasingly grim. If you do not depart at once, do not blame me for taking action. Perhaps due to the chilling indifference in Shen Mu's tone, Su Ji was left without doubt that he would indeed resort to force. Yet her heart could not accept this reality. Brother Shen Mu, do you truly intend to treat me this way? Do I need to repeat myself? In a fit of anger, Su Ji rushed out, only to find Yi Huang standing at the entrance. Instantly, a flicker of hope ignited within her as she rushed to embrace his arm. Brother Yi Huang, did we not agree that I could stay here? What is wrong with Brother Shen Mu? Yi Huang's tone was flat and devoid of emotion, and Su Ji felt a wave of despair wash over her. I refuse. I want to remain by Brother Shen Mu's side. Yi Huang's demeanor grew suddenly frosty. This is an order. If you are unwilling to comply, kindly remove yourself from this place. Suji could hardly believe her ears. How could he not know that Shen Mu had threatened her with leaving the laboratory if she did not vacate his side? How could he bear to lose a formidable ally he had so painstakingly recruited? Compared to Shen Mu, Suji was virtually insignificant, so it was clear whom he would choose without a moment's hesitation. Seeing Yi Huang's attitude even colder than Shen Mu's, Suji, heartbroken, could only depart in tears. Moreover, the atmosphere in the base had been dismal for days, with anxiety permeating the air. The scarcity of food and supplies left everyone uneasy, frequently resulting in conflicts. Yi Huang exhausted various methods in an attempt to soothe the populace, but to little avail. Ultimately, he chose to reveal Shen Mu's identity, portraying him as almost mythical and capable of anything. This tactic proved effective. Upon learning of Shen Mu's extraordinary identity and abilities, the people began to believe Yi Huang's words, convinced that with Shen Mu among them, survival was assured. However, Shen Mu remained unaware of Yi Huang's machinations. Little did he know that upon leaving the laboratory, he was surrounded by a throng eager to witness his experimental results. Previously, he had always departed alone, and now the sudden influx of people left him perplexed, leading him to suspect that something was amiss. Thus, he regarded them with caution. Gradually, he realized that these individuals were all from the base, clamoring to see the weapons and abilities he had created. Surrounded by a throng that left her unable to move, Shen Mu resorted to tossing out a few small robots, which indeed captured the attention of a portion of the crowd. However, the majority of their gazes remained fixated upon her. Tang Wei initially believed these individuals to be mutated zombies, only to discover that their minds were quite lucid, laced with derogatory epithets that expressed their profound animosity towards her. Yet, after observing them for a considerable time, Tang Wei realized that she was unfamiliar with most of them and could not fathom any enmity that might exist. Moreover, since they were not zombies and she lacked any lethal weaponry to defend herself, she found the incessant harassment exceedingly vexing, while they seemed utterly reckless in their relentless assaults. Just when Shen Mu had managed to catch her breath, she saw Tang Wei burst into the house, both appearing utterly disheveled. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh at their predicament. Troubled by the situation, Shen Mu shared her experiences with Tang Wei. Are you saying that those people surrounded you merely to observe your weapons and abilities, without any intention to attack? Tang Wei's realization sparked a sense of indignation within her. Could it be that they were solely targeting her? But why? She had no acquaintance with them, nor had she fostered any grievances. I cannot say for certain. It seems they harbor a certain admiration for me, Shen Mu pondered. Perhaps someone has spread rumors that incited them to act against you, a notion I had not considered. Although Tang Wei understood this matter did not involve Shen Mu, she was determined to uncover the truth behind it and sought to contact Zhou Xiaojue. Meeting with Zhou Xiaojue under such circumstances proved to be exceedingly arduous. Tang Wei watched as he wrapped himself in layers, resembling a panda, only daring to slip inside when the coast was clear. Why are you dressed like that? Tang Wei inquired, bemused as she observed Zhou Xiaojue shedding his gear upon entry. You have no idea. If those people outside were to discover my identity, I would surely find no peace. Chapter 54. The Frenzied Siege. Hearing this, Tang Wei recalled her own bewildering experience during the attack and felt a surge of empathy toward Zhou Xiaojue. He sighed in resignation, explaining the recent atmosphere within the base. Due to the prevailing despondency among the base's inhabitants, Yi Huang resorted to embellishing Shen Mu's exploits, leading everyone to believe she is an all-powerful savior, which incited such fervor. As he spoke, he glanced at Tang Wei, shaking his head once more. As for you, I believe their aggression stems from jealousy regarding your close association with Shen Mu. Although this reasoning seemed rather tenuous, Tang Wei could not dismiss the reality of their red-eyed assaults against her. Are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by Yi Huang? An undercurrent of anger tinged Shen Mu's voice. Zhou Xiaojue nodded slightly, his expression tinged with helplessness. However, I find Yi Huang's actions somewhat justifiable. After all, the current situation at the base is indeed chaotic. If this continues, an incident is bound to occur. Yet, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. It would be a blessing if these individuals could all experience amnesia. Tang Wei let out a long, helpless sigh, casually jesting about the situation. Beside her, Shen merely nodded, fully aware that such a scenario was rather improbable. Who could have foreseen that the following day, upon opening her door, Tang Wei would discover a significant reduction in the number of people outside? It seemed she had heard whispers that many had collectively lost their memories, rendering them oblivious to recent events, leaving everyone in disbelief. When Tang Wei received this news, she couldn't help but recall her flippant remark from the previous night and instinctively covered her mouth. The casual words she had uttered had somehow come to fruition. However, if her words had indeed manifested, why were there still so many people lingering outside her room? With no other recourse, Tang Wei sought out Zhou Xiaoju for clarification. To her astonishment, she learned that the number of individuals suffering from amnesia precisely constituted half of the Base S population. An uncanny coincidence. The remaining individuals, who had not lost their memories, continued to be fervent admirers of Shen Mu, while those who had forgotten seemed unconcerned about anything else. Zhou Xiaoju, while speaking, regarded Tang Wei with a hint of curiosity. Sister Tang, regardless of the circumstances, your words hold remarkable power. It seems whatever you say comes true. Tang Wei sighed inwardly, lamenting that she had no desire for such a peculiar situation, yet it had come to pass, and there was no alternative. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that no one suspected Tang Wei regarding the mass amnesia, and as a result, the crowd surrounding Shen Mu had indeed halved, allowing both Tang Wei and Shen Mu to breathe a little easier. They believed that if they exercised a modicum of caution, they might still be able to venture out for missions as usual. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were immediately encircled by 2 or 3 eager onlookers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mr. Shenmu, we've heard tales of your exceptional abilities. Why not demonstrate your powers for us? It would surely be an eye-opener. Piped up a slightly shorter, chubby individual, bouncing on his toes in excitement. Moreover, we've also heard that you're a research expert. You must have developed numerous formidable self-defense weapons. Would you be willing to share some with us? Several pairs of eager eyes were fixed on Shen Mu. Though noticing their enthusiasm, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. I am not as formidable as you presume. You have been misled, he stated, attempting to extricate himself from their grasp. Yet, these individuals have been lying in wait outside for 2 days. There was no way they would easily abandon their pursuit based on Shenmu's mere words. That's impossible. The rumors are rampant outside. If you weren't genuinely extraordinary, how could so many people believe in you? They insisted. You've been deceived by Yi Huang. If you have concerns, go to him. I have nothing to offer. Seeing Shen Mu's indifferent demeanor and his eagerness to depart, the group began to grow increasingly frustrated. We have offered you friendly advice, yet you remain ungrateful. If that is the case, do not blame us for being impolite. With that, they abruptly began to strike. Tang Wei observed from the side, languidly crossing her arms, showing no reaction, but rather appearing to relish the unfolding drama. This is a matter you initiated. Shen Mu's gaze turned sharp as he retrieved 2 small robots from his pocket, carelessly tossing them to the ground before turning to lead Tang Wei away. Let us go. These 2 robots will provide them with ample diversion. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt somewhat deflated. She had anticipated an exhilarating confrontation, but now it seemed rather lackluster. You intend to leave just like this? The group behind them appeared incensed, feeling belittled, their tone filled with ire as they raised a hand, swinging a long iron rod towards them. Tang Wei lifted her gaze slightly, yet before she could react, the iron rod was inexplicably halted mid-air. The individual wielding it, taken aback, glanced down to discover that the 2 small robots Shen Mu had cast aside had somehow leapt onto the nearby railing. Their delicate antennae, seemingly fragile, had firmly ensnared the iron rod, rendering him unable to swing it further. Do you truly believe these tiny contraptions can obstruct us? The others, now visibly enraged, furrowed their brows and unleashed their signature moves, launching a fierce assault on Shen Mu and Tang Wei, aiming to eliminate them. Tang Wei had not anticipated the ferocity of their attack. Just moments ago, they had been so fervent in their pursuit. As she was preparing to urgently retreat with Shen Mu into a safe space, she noticed that the two small robots had inexplicably generated a large protective shield, successfully intercepting all incoming attacks. Despite their appearance, which seemed easily crushable underfoot, these diminutive devices had thwarted the collective onslaught. The assailants, astonished and in disbelief, swiftly redirected their aggression towards the robots. The outcome was evident almost immediately. No matter how fiercely they attacked, every blow was effortlessly intercepted. Chapter 55. A guilt-driven escape. How is this possible? A heart-wrenching scream erupted, leaving the others dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Shenmue's seemingly toy-like devices would possess such formidable offensive capabilities and unparalleled defensive prowess. Momentarily stunned, they hesitated, no longer daring to pursue. You are not to follow us again. Otherwise, you will receive far more than this mere lesson. Having witnessed Shenmue's prowess, the group now refrained from advancing, casting complex glances from a distance. Meanwhile, in Shenmue's laboratory, a furtive figure had been lurking nearby for some time. Confirming the absence of others, the individual cautiously entered. Upon switching on the lights, they found the laboratory empty, allowing a sigh of relief to escape their lips as they carefully approached Shenmue's workbench. She was determined to uncover the secrets that Shenmue was concealing from her, convinced that he would not allow her to collaborate with him. After rummaging through his belongings, Suji discovered a drawer containing an extensive array of escape weapons, each meticulously labeled with instructions and their respective functions. As she marveled at the sheer number of self-defense tools Shenmue had crafted, her gaze fell upon a small name inscribed nearby, Tang Wei. The sight of this name ignited a surge of fury within Suji. No wonder Shenmue, despite having created these weapons himself, had taken the time to annotate their usage. They were not intended for her, but for that woman. Jealousy and anger coursed through her veins, contorting her expression into a sinister visage reminiscent of a demon. Seizing the weapons, she dismantled several components with little thought, fueled by her experience. Once I take these apart, let us see how you can use them. It would be best if those things consumed you, sparing me the trouble of competing with you for Shenmue. In a fit of rage, Suji dismantled everything, ultimately finding satisfaction in her destructive actions. Sufi, what are you doing in Shenmue's laboratory? I was just passing by and thought I'd take a look. There is nothing to worry about. You should leave quickly. Suji, taken aback, instinctively shielded the disassembled weapons with her body, although the scattered parts lay strewn about. Xiaomeng sensed something amiss and hurried over, only to find the chaotic remnants of Suji's handiwork. Her brows furrowed in disapproval. Aren't these the self-defense weapons Shenmue specifically made for Tang Wei? Why have you dismantled them all, and so recklessly? Don't you realize these items could save lives? Suji's eyes reflected disbelief. Why would you do such a thing? Faced with the exposure of her actions, Suji's irritation grew, prompting her to abandon any pretense. I had every reason to do so. Tang Wei has done nothing for Shenmue, yet she receives his unwavering trust and an abundance of weapons crafted just for her. Meanwhile, I'm the one who cooks and assists him daily. Xiaomeng's gaze turned complex, refraining from judging the emotions among their group, but she found Suji's actions to be utterly reckless. I want to be held responsible. Suji scoffed, her expression revealing her displeasure. Since you've already disassembled them, how could you not be? Hurry up and fix them. Xiaomeng's frustration mounted, knowing that these items represented countless hours of Shenmue's labor and dedication, each one refined through extensive experimentation before being deemed suitable for self-defense. Yet here was Suji, effortlessly destroying the fruits of his hard work, an affront that would infuriate anyone who says I can't dismantle them without consequence. I advise you to mind your own business. As she spoke, Suji fiercely turned her head away. The tone of the young Meng was unmistakably protective of Tang Wei. Now that he was aware of the mischief that had transpired, he would undoubtedly report it to Shenmue, complicating their future interactions. It was imperative that this individual be dealt with swiftly. Startled, Meng instinctively attempted to counter, yet the two green serpents moved with astonishing speed, seemingly possessing a sentience that allowed them to anticipate his every action, effortlessly evading his strikes and advancing towards him with bared fangs. All mutated species within the base should have been eradicated, and there were always patrols outside. Such creatures should not have appeared. Meng was taken aback, pondering the origin of these serpents. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. He could only clumsily dodge their attacks while scrambling towards the direction where he hoped to find aid. Yet, the late hour meant that few souls lingered nearby. And despite Meng's loud cries for help, no one came to his assistance. Instead, the serpents grew ever swifter, closing in on him. Help! There are 2 snakes that have inexplicably appeared. Please assist me. It is crucial to note that although Meng was an experimenter, he was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any special abilities, and at that moment, he possessed no means of defense against the serpents. To his dismay, Suji did not lend a hand. Rather, upon hearing Meng's plea, a peculiar smile crept across her face. Sensing something amiss, Meng opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a sudden, excruciating pain in his shoulder as one serpent bit down. Crying out in agony, he instinctively reached for the creature. But to his horror, he felt a chilling sensation wrap around his neck. In the next instant, Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. The second serpent had seized the opportunity during his moment of panic, coiling around his neck and sinking its fangs into his throat, leading to his untimely demise. Once it was confirmed that Meng was lifeless, the 2 serpents licked their tongues and obediently entwined themselves around Suji's arm. Before long, the patrol team, having discovered Meng's motionless form on the ground, initially assumed he was merely unwell. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to find he had long since ceased to breathe. However, after examining his body, they noted only the bite marks on his shoulder and neck, with no other peculiar injuries, leading them to sigh in resignation. It must have been something that slithered in from outside the base. We may never know when it occurred. Quite unfortunate indeed, no matter the method she employed. She found herself unable to absorb the energy within the crystal core. Despite her numerous attempts at contemplation, success eluded her. Shenmu, equally perplexed, chose to remain silently by Tang Wei's side, aware of her troubled state. My abilities have stagnated, while the zombies and mutated species evolve at an alarming pace. At this rate, I fear I shall be unable to contend with anyone. Upon hearing this, Shenmu's lips curled into a faint smile. No witties. I can still protect you. I don't want your protection. Although Tang Wei retorted in irritation, she felt a flicker of gratitude within her heart, cherishing this sentiment deeply. Actually, I have another solution, Shenmu said, mysteriously grasping Tang Wei's hand. I shall take you to a wonderful place. Surprised yet intrigued by his words, Tang Wei obediently followed him. After traversing several locations, they arrived at Shenmu's laboratory. Tang Wei gazed at the myriad of items, her eyes widening in astonishment. Did you create all of this? Indeed, these are all self-defense weapons I prepared for you. As Shenmu spoke, he adjusted his equipment, only to discover that several items appeared to have been tampered with, and some weapons were rendered unusable. How peculiar! Many items here seem to have been interfered with. Shenmu's expression turned serious, yet Tang Wei remained unfazed. Perhaps it was your fervent fans. Haven't they been trailing you lately? But this laboratory is my private domain, known only to a select few. It remains undisclosed to the outside world. Tang Wei was taken aback by this revelation, yet she dismissed it, aware that many sought to uncover Shenmu's secrets. Regardless, your craftsmanship on these weapons is commendable. With these at my disposal, I should be able to defend myself quite well. Shenmu felt a warm flush rise to his cheeks at Tang Wei's praise, inexplicably delighted. Meanwhile, after attending to Xiaomeng, Su Ji sought out Yi Huang. Brother Yi Huang, why have you been so busy lately? I haven't had the chance to come and play with you. The sudden appearance of a charming woman at the door brightened Yi Huang's demeanor, allowing him to cast aside earlier unpleasant thoughts. It's simply that I've been swamped, yet you seem to have ample leisure to visit me. Of course. However, I am considerate. If Brother Yi Huang is too occupied to see me, I wouldn't dream of intruding. That's not the case. What brings you here today? Su Ji had deliberately donned a rather revealing outfit, and Yi Huang found himself captivated by her alluring presence. I do have some matters to discuss with you. She stepped closer, her fragrance intoxicating him. Yi Huang, being astute, sensed her ulterior motives, his expression shifting to one of intrigue, laced with a hint of amusement. Chapter 57. United in battle, her words resonated perfectly with Su Ji's intentions. She gazed at him seductively, feigning bashfulness, before being swept up in Yi Huang's arms as he carried her away. Meanwhile, outside, Xiago Wei was contemplating approaching Yi Huang to inquire about certain matters. However, upon reaching the door, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a sight of two individuals entwined in an embrace, which piqued her curiosity. Nonetheless, being perceptive, Xiago Wei refrained from pursuing them further, merely observing the departing figure of the woman, who struck her as oddly familiar. Who could she be? Xiago Wei murmured to herself as she gradually walked away. In recent days, in their quest to acquire more crystal cores, Shen and Tang Wei had been undertaking missions with increasing frequency. Yet, despite the escalation in their combat engagements, the battles had not become any easier. On the contrary, they had grown increasingly arduous. These mutated creatures relentlessly consumed their kind, some of which possessed extraordinary abilities that could absorb energy and powers, resulting in their own capabilities rising and seemingly even their intelligence improving. Moreover, Tang Wei's abilities had yet to advance significantly, and although Shen had made some progress, it paled in comparison to the myriad of mutated species they faced. Fortunately, Tang Wei was equipped with various self-defense weapons devised by Shen, which she carried for protection against diverse assaults. Nevertheless, despite these advantages, the duo continued to struggle immensely, and their quest for crystal cores proved to be exceedingly challenging. The rate of evolution among these creatures was alarmingly rapid, far exceeding that of humanity. If this trend persisted, it would not be long before they found themselves unable to contend with them. Tang Wei was greatly troubled by the swift evolution of these monstrous entities, which surpassed their expectations. Shen, too, felt the weariness of prolonged combat. Although Tang Wei was exerting herself to support him, the bulk of the attacks and defenses relied on his own strength. Extended engagements were undeniably taxing. Suddenly, a peculiar noise echoed from a distance. Tang Wei and Shen had become adept at discerning the nature of the approaching entity by sound alone. This time, it was a corpse plant. After attentively listening to the noise, Tang Wei's expression grew complex, noting the considerable number of them. Perhaps we should retreat, she suggested. However, Shen stood resolute, shaking his head firmly. No, corpse plants are the species from which we can harvest the most crystal cores, and their abundance provides an excellent opportunity for us to gather more. We cannot let this chance slip away. Though Tang Wei felt a surge of gratitude, she was reluctant to allow Shen to endure hardship on her behalf. The movement speed of the corpse plants had notably increased, leaving them little time to contemplate their next actions as the creatures surged forward in a relentless wave. Shen, wielding his formidable powers, was the first to strike, fending off the initial onslaught, while Tang Wei coordinated her attacks with her weapon and abilities from the sidelines. With their remarkable physical prowess and armaments, they swiftly dispatched the first wave of corpse plants. Yet, a continuous stream of them surged forth, compelling Shen and Tang Wei to maintain their collaboration. However, Tang Wei's supply of weapons was limited. She had already depleted a significant portion during the earlier skirmishes, leaving her with no surplus to continue the fight. Thus, they could only rely on Shen, who was using his metal-based abilities to hold on. However, such excessive use of powers was exceedingly draining on both his energy and stamina. Tang Wei, observing Shen's dwindling strength, felt a profound ache in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her own abilities to complement Shen's natural talent of invoking heavenly thunder. This power was notoriously taxing, and under normal circumstances, Tang Wei would not resort to it lightly. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to act. Otherwise, Shen might not endure much longer. As the sky crackled with lightning, numerous bolts surged forth to strike the zombie plants, filling the air with a distinct scent of charred matter. Evidently, their assault had been effective. After a billowing cloud of smoke cleared, a multitude of zombie plants lay defeated, prompting cheers of triumph from both Tang Wei and Shen Mu. They could scarcely fathom the bounty of crystal cores they might collect. However, their elation was short-lived as strange sounds echoed from afar. To their astonishment, some of the zombie plants, previously vanquished by the thunder, began to rise once more, seemingly intent on continuing their attack. Tang Wei was taken aback. Despite the enhancement of her powers and Shen Mu's mental abilities, some of the zombie plants could withstand the onslaught. Nonetheless, the remaining creatures appeared gravely weakened, their movements significantly slower than before. Tang Wei hastily retrieved her limited equipment, mixing a potent herbicide to unleash a fierce inferno aimed at annihilating the remaining zombie plants. True to her expectations, under the dual assault of the flamethrower and herbicide, the creatures writhed in agony before collapsing. This was excellent news. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before all the zombie plants would be eradicated. Shen Mu smiled faintly, poised to speak, when he noticed something amiss with Tang Wei's flamethrower. Before he could offer a warning, flames suddenly reversed and engulfed her. "Be careful!" Tang Wei instinctively hurled the flamethrower away, and Shen Mu rushed forward to extinguish the flames on her body. However, the mechanism within the flamethrower was uniquely crafted and resistant to ordinary extinguishing methods. Possessing a lethal potency, once in contact with a person, it could incinerate them to ash within a minute. Tang Wei panicked and instinctively prepared to retreat into her spatial realm, only to feel a sudden chill envelop her, extinguishing the flames. It was Aller, who had sensed the peril and swiftly employed ice abilities to encase Tang Wei in blocks of ice, extinguishing the flames while ensuring she remained unscathed from frostbite. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the nearby zombie plants had regained their composure. With the immediate threat of the flamethrower eliminated, they rapidly contorted their bodies and advanced. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Shen Mu immediately discarded his protective gear and utilized healing skills to expedite their escape with Tang Wei. The undead could not easily relinquish the two tempting morsels within their grasp, relentlessly pursuing them. Shen Mu and Tang Wei found themselves unable to match their speed. Fortunately, Allah provided cover for Shen Mu throughout their escape, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the undead, thereby slowing their advance and creating an opportunity for Shen Mu and Tang Wei to flee. Chapter 58. Urgent action. Tang Wei had already suffered severe burns from the flames, leaving her in a state of discomfort, the agonizing pain rendering her speechless. She could only watch helplessly as Shen Mu anxiously led her away, his struggle evident. A pang of sympathy tugged at her heart as she noticed the relentless pursuit of the undead behind them. Although Allah continued to bravely obstruct their advance, he was ultimately outnumbered and began to falter. If this persisted, both they and Anna would meet their demise here. Gritting her teeth, Tang Wei resolved to disregard everything else and transport both Shen Mu and Allah into her space. Though this decision might invite skepticism, the dire circumstances left her with no other choice. Preserving her own life was paramount. In the next moment, Allah let out a wail. Having been ambushed by one of the zombies, a gaping, bloody wound torn into his back. Tang Wei was stunned, feeling utterly powerless to save him. Bewildered, she wondered why her own firearm had not produced flames as fierce as those that had just emerged from the hands of Xia Wei, who had arrived unbeknownst to her. Xia Wei, what brings you here? Tang Wei's heart swelled with gratitude as she struggled to dismount and gathered Allah into her arms. I'm fine. These creatures cannot withstand my crimson flames. You must escape. Tang Wei nodded, aware that while Xia Wei's abilities were formidable, they too drained energy and could not be sustained for long. They had to seize this precious moment to flee. Soon, under Xia Wei's protection, they successfully reached a safe location. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Mu retrieved his pre-prepared backup weapon, joining forces with Xia Wei to fend off the remaining undead. Tang Wei, summoning her strength, observed Shen Mu and Xia Wei struggling against the intelligent and powerful undead. Despite their combined efforts, the lack of coordination hampered their effectiveness. It soon became apparent to Tang Wei that, although Shen Mu was equipped with numerous weapons, something was amiss. He fumbled ineffectively, inflicting no damage upon the undead. Was his weapon malfunctioning? Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tang Wei noticed Xiaogu Wei nearing exhaustion and Shun Mu's weapon rendered useless. They could not hold out much longer. I must help. With this thought, she slowly closed her eyes, a formidable power surging through the air around her. In an instant, the previously aggressive corpses, which had been attacking Shun Mu and Xiaogu Wei in April, abruptly ceased their onslaught and instead retreated in an orderly fashion in the opposite direction. Shen Mu, witnessing this astonishing scene, was momentarily taken aback, and even Xiaogu Wei found herself momentarily stunned. The corpses seemed utterly oblivious to their actions, abandoning their assault on Shen Mu and Xiaogu Wei to march away in unison. "Are you all right?" Seeing the corpses successfully depart, Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to check on the conditions of Tang Wei and Xiaogu Wei. Fortunately, the two had only sustained superficial injuries, while the corpses bore more severe wounds, with a deep gash on their backs from which blood flowed incessantly. "Let me take care of that." Observing the wounds on Allah, Shen Mu felt a surge of concern and immediately stepped forward to heal the injuries. Thankfully, although Ala's wounds appeared quite gruesome, they did not threaten any vital areas. Shen Mu managed to partially mend the injuries with his healing magic, and after Tang Wei applied a high-quality ointment, Allah began to regain some vitality. "Thank you, Xiaogu Wei. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I wouldn't know what to do." Tang Wei sighed deeply, genuinely grateful that Xiaogu Wei had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Allah would have been beyond saving. Upon hearing this, Xiaogu Wei couldn't help but smile, her tone tinged with pride. "Of course, when the moment is critical, you have to rely on me. By the way, those corpses seem genuinely afraid of your flames. When I used my flamethrower, even with herbicides, it was ineffective. Your fire proved far more effective." Tang Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration as Xiaogu Wei continued with an air of triumph. "Naturally, my flames are not ordinary. They're the fearless crimson fire. How could those corpses withstand it?" Seeing Xiaogu Wei's triumphant demeanor, Tang Wei stifled a laugh. If it weren't for witnessing Xiaogu Wei's weakened state after using the crimson fire, she might have been completely convinced. Truth be told, while the crimson fire is formidable, it undoubtedly demands a significant amount of energy and stamina, making it something one would not use lightly. Regardless, Tang Wei felt immense gratitude for Xiaogu Wei's timely rescue in this perilous situation. "Are you all right?" she inquired with concern. After a brief examination, she discovered that Xiaogu Wei was merely somewhat drained of energy and did not appear to be in any other distress. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Shen Mu replied with a subtle smile. However, Tang Wei suddenly recalled the moment when he and Xiaogu Wei faced the corpses together, during which their weapons had been rendered completely ineffective. If Shen Mu's weapons had functioned properly at that time, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Tang Wei was deeply troubled, fearing a recurrence of such an unsettling situation. Shen Mu's expression grew complex. His laboratory had already been tampered with previously, and many weapons had been maliciously damaged, though he was unaware of the culprit's identity. As Shen Mu spoke, he gradually revealed the weapon he had used at that time. These weapons were also retrieved from the hidden compartment of the laboratory, intended as backup since they were seldom used. To his dismay, he discovered they had been damaged. Chapter 59. Investigating the behind-the-scenes culprit, Tang Wei was instantly consumed by anger, for this was a matter of life and death. Had it not been for her sudden ability to harness her powers, they would have been in grave danger. "I am unsure, but outsiders are typically unaware of my laboratory. It must be someone close by," she mused, a chilling realization creeping in. Tang Wei's expression turned grave as she contemplated. "Those close to me? Who could that possibly be? Do you have anyone in mind?" "I do not know. It seems no one around me would intentionally harm me. However, to assert that there is absolutely no one would be unrealistic, especially given the fervent pursuers who are fixated on Shen Mu. It is entirely plausible that someone has gleaned information about his laboratory," she reflected. Tang Wei was acutely aware of this, yet she was determined to uncover the perpetrator behind these actions. She immediately enlisted help to investigate who had the freedom to access the laboratory. Upon inquiry, she discovered that aside from Yi Huang, nearly no one else could enter Shen Mu's sanctuary. Tang Wei was the first to express disbelief. For if truly no one had access to Shen Mu's laboratory, how could the weapons have been tampered with? She gazed at Yi Huang, her expression intense, her tone laced with a hint of threat. Very well, although we have rules against unauthorized access to private laboratories, Shen Mu's laboratory was not particularly fortified. If someone genuinely wished to enter, they could do so clandestinely. Tang Wei's fury ignited. If it is Shen Mu's laboratory, why allow others to enter? Yi Huang's tone was somewhat defensive. This has always been our practice. You cannot blame me. Moreover, who would be frivolous enough to trespass into another's laboratory? Tang Wei's face turned ashen. At this point, she felt powerless. Are you suggesting that anyone could potentially enter Shen Mu's laboratory? Yi Huang appeared troubled, but nodded slightly. Yes, but do not fret too much. Shen Mu's weapons are intricately designed and are not something an average person could dismantle. I believe that anyone capable of doing so must be either a researcher or someone knowledgeable in this field. Upon hearing Yi Huang's words, Tang Wei felt a surge of clarity. His reasoning held merit. She had witnessed Shen Mu's craftsmanship firsthand. The intricacy of his robots and the complexity of their components were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Thus, anyone able to disassemble Shen Mu's weapons must possess a profound understanding of this domain or have a close acquaintance with Shen Mu. The question lingered. Who could it be? Tang Wei found herself perplexed, as vague silhouettes flickered in her mind. Yet, lacking any tangible evidence, she was compelled to delve deeper in search of clues. A curious unease welled within her. It was unlike Shen Mu to remain motionless in bed for such an extended period. An ominous premonition gripped her heart as she hastened forward, calling his name softly twice, only to be met with silence. She reached out, gently shaking him, but he remained unresponsive, deeply asleep, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Shen Mu, under normal circumstances, would never sleep so soundly. The fact that he had not awoken by this late hour was decidedly abnormal. Beside her, Anla also appeared anxious, softly calling out while placing her hand atop Tang Wei's, seemingly wishing to convey something. How could this happen? How could he suddenly develop a fever? Just earlier, when she had checked on him, everything seemed fine, yet now. The sudden onset of fever left Tang Wei feeling helpless. In a flurry of activity, she searched for various cold and fever medications, only to discover that the supplies had been entirely depleted. In her frantic state, she found herself unable to locate anything. As Shen Mu's condition worsened, Tang Wei was consumed by urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, she took both Shen Mu and Anla into her space. Strangely, once inside, Shen Mu's condition seemed to improve slightly. His breathing gradually steadied. A wave of joy surged within Tang Wei as she noted how comfortable the space felt, even for someone unwell. It seemed that this place served as a healing sanctuary. Deciding to leave Shen Mu there, she ventured out in search of suitable medication. After much effort, she finally found the appropriate remedy for him, carefully administering it while attentively tending to his needs. Under her devoted care, Shen Mu soon awoke, blinking at the unfamiliar surroundings in a state of confusion. Tang Wei, filled with delight at his awakening, instinctively began to inquire about his condition. How are you feeling? Is your body any better? Shen Mu, sensing a newfound lightness in his body and the cleanliness of his surroundings, responded, I feel much improved, but where is this place? I've never been here before. Upon hearing his words, Tang Wei froze momentarily. In her elation at his revival, she had neglected to mention that they were in her space. Now, faced with the need to explain, she pondered her words. This is my other home. The environment is rather pleasant. I assenti it? A hint of confusion flickered in Shen Mu's eyes as he regarded the smiling Tang Wei, though he nodded slightly in agreement. It is quite nice. I feel comfortable here. Relieved that he did not press further, Tang Wei exhaled quietly, grateful for the reprieve. As long as you like it, focus on getting better here and do not concern yourself with anything else. Tang Wei, while speaking, placed the necessary medicines and water beside Shen Mu, and then proceeded to attend to Allah Chapter 60. The quarrel at the base meanwhile, at the base after Xiago Wei and the others had completed their tasks. Worry crept into their hearts as they remembered that Shen Mu and Tang Wei were both injured. They decided to bring some food and medicine to check on them. However, after calling out for a long time at the door, Xiaowei grew increasingly agitated when there was still no response from Tang Wei. How could no one answer? It was impossible for both Shen Mu and Tang Wei to be inside without responding, given their injuries. Xiaowei immediately sensed that something was amiss and quickly inquired with those nearby about the whereabouts of Shen Mu and Tang Wei. But no one seemed to know anything about their situation. Panic began to set in for Xiaowei. After all, Shen Mu and Tang Wei's injuries were severe, and their simultaneous disappearance without a trace was deeply concerning. What is going on? Who is making such a racket? Yi Huang, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out, accompanied by a woman clad in a white dress. Upon seeing Su Ji, Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? What of it? You're causing quite a disturbance, waking everyone up. This is our territory, so you'd best adhere to some decorum. Su Ji's tone was haughty, her arm linked with Yi Huang's, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiaowei had never liked her, and at this moment, her disdain intensified as she turned her gaze to Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Shen Mu, and Tang Wei encountered a corpse plant outside, though they managed to escape. They were both injured, and we have no idea what has happened to them. Do you know where they might be? Yi Huang's expression tightened slightly, recalling a previous conversation with Tang Wei. The issue concerning Shen Mu's laboratory was not publicly disclosed, and most individuals here were merely spectators. How could he divulge anything about Shen Mu's laboratory at such a critical time? Thus, he could only shake his head hesitantly. Xiaowei's tone grew more irate as she slammed her hand on the table. I have already searched for them, but there has been no sign. Do you have a key? Open the door for me, quickly. What if they are unconscious inside? Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression turned complex. After a moment of hesitation, he produced a spare key. This is the only spare key I have. Please remember to return it after you're done. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaowei swiftly snatched the key and hurried away. Wait! Yi Huang exclaimed in shock, quickly following her. Xiaowei, already moving at a rapid pace, unlocked Shen Mu and Tang Wei's door, only to find it completely empty. How could this be? Xiaowei was utterly panicked. Although Tang Wei and Shen Mu's injuries were not particularly grave, if they were not treated promptly, it was inevitable that calamity would befall them. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had already elapsed, and the only place they could seek refuge was the base. Now, even the base seemed deserted, leaving Xiaowei in a state of despair regarding their whereabouts. Beside her, Su Ji observed the situation with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. After waiting so long, she finally witnessed the disappearance of Tang Wei. It was exhilarating. As for Shen Mu, though his death alongside Tang Wei was somewhat regrettable, she now had a more formidable ally in Yi Huang. As long as Yi Huang was present, she need not worry about her sustenance and could act as she pleased. The thought of this made Su Ji's expression even more animated, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiaowei immediately noticed the change in Su Ji's demeanor, her gaze igniting with fury. What are you smiling about? Did you have a hand in this? Did you deliberately harm Shen Mu and Tang Wei? The anger within Xiaowei became overwhelming, igniting a fierce flame that compelled her to hurl something at Su Ji. Seeing this, Yi Huang was taken aback and quickly positioned himself in front of Su Ji, conjuring a protective barrier. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Upon witnessing Xiaowei's rage-filled eyes, he could not help but roar. Can't you see? That vile woman beside you is responsible for Shen Mu and Tang Wei's demise. I am determined to end her today. Su Ji, hearing this, stood her ground defiantly. What nonsense are you spouting? I have done nothing. Why would you accuse me? Do you seek evidence? Xiaowei sneered. Then consider this. When you learned of Shen Mu and Tang Wei's potential peril, instead of offering assistance, you stood there laughing. If you're not responsible for this, then who could be? Upon reflection, it became apparent that Shen Mu and Tang Wei rarely offended anyone, and were often cherished and supported by many. The sudden turn of events suggested they had been poisoned by a malicious hand. Such an act could only stem from someone harboring deep-seated grievances. Yet, aside from Su Ji, Xiaowei could not fathom who else might possess such malevolent intent. Yi Huang let out a long sigh, feeling that Xiaowei was being unreasonable. Stop this nonsense. Since this morning, Su Ji has remained by my side, never straying. How could she possibly have harmed Shen Mu and Tang Wei? Then she must have plotted this in advance. This woman is cunning. Why do you keep her around? Xiao Wei was consumed by rage, unable to consider any other possibility. But Su Ji has been with me the entire time. Those around me can vouch for that. What are you babbling about? Yi Huang, too, was growing angry. Regardless of the circumstances, he was well aware of Su Ji's actions while she had been by his side, making it implausible for her to have harmed Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Moreover, what transpired between Shen Mu and Tang Wei remains a mystery to those of us in the base. How could we possibly seize this opportunity to act against them? If you continue with these baseless accusations, I shall not hold back. Yi Huang's tone was filled with indignation, and Xiao Wei was equally unyielding. Lifting her gaze just in time to see Su Ji standing behind Yi Huang, coldly, smirking provocatively. Xiao Wei was instantly enraged, her voice rising in a fierce roar. This matter undoubtedly involves Su Ji. I must get to the bottom of this today. As she spoke, the atmosphere around them grew heated, and Xiao Wei was on the verge of unleashing her powers. What are you doing? Calm down. Yi Huang noticed the escalating situation and immediately intervened. Step aside. I must extract the whereabouts of Shen Mu and Tang Wei from this vile woman. Xiao Wei was indeed agitated, flames igniting within her palm, ready to strike at both Yi Huang and Su Ji. Wait, please, regain your composure. At this critical moment, Zhou Xiaojue rushed forward to block Xiao Wei, insisting that impulsiveness would yield no results. We must first locate Shen Mu and Tang Wei. However, Xiao Wei appeared deaf to reason, her glare fixed menacingly on Su Ji. Can't you see? It is this wretched girl who has caused Shen Mu and Tang Wei to go missing. Zhou Xiaojue understood Xiao Wei's thoughts, but without any evidence. And with Yi Huang protecting Su Ji, it was impossible to glean any useful information from her. Do not act rashly. Even if Su Ji is responsible, she will never admit it. We must first find Shen Mu and Tang Wei and gather sufficient evidence. Zhou Xiaojue's voice was nearly a roar, prompting Xiao Wei to slightly regain her composure. After some contemplation, she sighed heavily. Very well, I shall grant you one more chance. However, once I uncover the evidence, I will not let you off easily. Su Ji, hiding behind Yi Huang, feigned a pitiful demeanor, shaking her head. What does this have to do with me? Stop spouting nonsense. Xiao Wei could no longer tolerate her pretense and turned away sharply, walking off. Meanwhile, Shen Mu and Tang Wei were quite comfortable in their secluded space. Although Tang Wei's injuries were gradually healing, the previous harm had been severe, causing Shen Mu great concern. Thus, he took the initiative to heal him. It's nothing, just minor wounds. Tang Wei dismissed the concern, but Shen Mu's gaze remained serious. Regardless, it was due to my weapon malfunction that you endured such hardships. Had Alan not reacted swiftly, we might not even know what fate had befallen you. Shen Mu felt a deep sense of guilt regarding this matter, while Tang Wei displayed remarkable generosity. It's all right, this is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it falls on the one who tampered with our weapons. With a long sigh, Tang Wei revealed his own unease regarding the incident, while Shen Mu surveyed the surrounding space. This place must be your secret base. Although Shen Mu did not intend to inquire further, she felt a sense of novelty about this location and was aware that it was undoubtedly Tang Wei's secret. Indeed, do you cherish this place? The main character wore a smile, yet her expression bore a hint of vigilance. While Shen Mu refrained from probing into her personal space, Tang Wei remained somewhat uneasy. Should anything untoward occur as a result of her carelessly leading Shen Mu into this realm, she could not foresee the repercussions. I quite like it. Shen Mu faintly curled her lips, though her gaze remained serious. However, once we safely exit this place, you will use your ability to erase my memories, correct? Tang Wei was taken aback and somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Why? This is your secret after all, and I worry that knowing about it might adversely affect you. Therefore, it would be best to erase my memories to prevent any complications. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a mixture of emotions, both touched and complicated. I understand. Even though Shen Mu was willing to allow Tang Wei to obliterate her memories without prying into her secrets, Tang Wei lowered her head slightly, feeling her wariness towards Shen Mu diminish significantly. In the end, the two could only sit together, nibbling on the bread in their hands, with a bottle of mineral water beside them. Why does this bread taste so dreadful? Halfway through, Tang Wei grimaced and set the bread down, but soon enough, she hesitated to pick it back up. After all, this was a critical moment, and food was scarce outside. She could not afford to waste any. Shen chuckled softly. I actually find this flavor quite pleasant. Do you not like it? Tang Wei pouted, somewhat embarrassed to admit that she had grown finicky due to Shen Mu's cooking, which made her dislike the taste of bread. Ultimately, the bread was blameless. It was merely her aversion to the flavor. Reflecting on this, Tang Wei felt a twinge of grievance. Let us share it. The two walked a bit further, and as Tang Wei concentrated her thoughts, upon reappearing, the surroundings felt unfamiliar. Where is this? Yet it seemed they had not strayed far from their base. Still, the distance they had covered surprised Tang Wei. Shen remained remarkably composed, uncertain of where Tang Wei's space might transport them. She cast a cautious glance around, as if observing something. It appeared that bringing Shen into the space, compounded by the length of their stay, had resulted in a minor mishap during the transport. It seems something is amiss around us. We should be cautious. Shen spoke suddenly, prompting Tang Wei to lift her head and survey the environment, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 62. The Mushroom Forest. Tang Wei nodded, tightening her already modified protective gear, and cautiously followed Shen. Not long after, the two individuals quickly discerned that the path ahead had become increasingly damp, and a heavy, humid scent permeated the air, inducing a sense of discomfort within them. Along the roadside, small, vividly colored mushrooms began to appear, their appearance evoking a sense of wariness. With such an abundance of mushrooms, it seemed prudent to avoid contact, as they appeared potentially toxic. Shen, leading the way, called back a warning to Tang Wei. Though aware of the danger, found herself bemused by the necessity of such a reminder. The pair continued their cautious advance, but midway through their journey, they sensed an unsettling change in their surroundings. Various crackling sounds resonated around them, seemingly emanating from a multitude of sources. What could it be? Could it possibly be those monsters again? Tang Wei felt a creeping dread. Both of them were physically weakened and lacked sufficient weaponry. If a confrontation arose, it would likely prove arduous. In the next moment, the small mushrooms that had been lying low by the roadside suddenly swelled in size, reaching half the height of a person, and then launched an organized assault towards Shen and Tang Wei. Be careful, Shen exclaimed, swiftly dropping two robots to form a protective barrier while wielding a weapon to eliminate the mutated fungi. Fortunately, the mushrooms were not as aggressive as Tang Wei had feared. After a flurry of strikes from their weapons, the mushrooms reverted to their original forms, lying quietly on the ground, devoid of their former luster. Relief washed over them, as it seemed these creatures posed no serious threat. They could manage this ordeal, though Tang Wei mused that future encounters might not be as easily dealt with. Shen, understanding the gravity of their situation, gazed thoughtfully at the ground. Regardless, the toxins within these mushrooms had now been eradicated. They should be safe to consume. At this revelation, Tang Wei was taken aback, staring incredulously at Shen. You intend to eat these? They just attempted to take our lives. Indeed, Shen replied earnestly. These mushrooms are actually a delicacy, altered only by some external contamination, which we have now eliminated. With the right culinary preparation, they could be transformed into a gourmet dish. Though Shen spoke with utmost seriousness, Tang Wei's feelings were mixed. How audacious could one be? Yet, Shen was not jesting. He promptly retrieved some basic cooking equipment he carried with him, setting up a small pot to prepare a wild mushroom feast for Tang Wei. Watching from the sidelines, Tang Wei felt a mix of helplessness and the need to assist, as she busily lent a hand. Throughout the cooking process, Shen skillful movements, particularly his adept handling of the flowing water, left Tang Wei in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, at the base, Yi Huang and Su Ji sighed in relief as they observed Xiago Wei finally depart. This formidable figure truly had a tempestuous temperament. Did she intend to act against them in such a blatant manner? Yi Huang felt a surge of anger, for Xiago Wei's previous actions had clearly shown a lack of regard for him. Su Ji, on the other hand, appeared as a delicate flower, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying a pitiful fragility. Indeed, it was perplexing why she harbored such animosity towards him. To accuse him of such a grave offense was utterly unfathomable, especially as lives hung in the balance. As Su Ji wept sorrowfully before him, Yi Huang's gaze became intricate, and he decided to disperse the onlookers surrounding them, reluctantly pulling Su Ji into his embrace. Su Ji averted her gaze, yet her tone was laced with anticipation. Yi Huang, aware of her unspoken thoughts, found himself unable to dismiss the weight of Xiago Wei's words, thus resolved to clarify the matter at hand. I must inquire whether what Xiago Wei uttered holds any truth. Do you have any involvement in this situation? Upon hearing this question, Su Ji's gaze faltered momentarily, and when she lifted her head again, tears shimmered in her eyes. I did not expect this. It is one thing for others to doubt me, but even you, Brother Yi Huang, seem unwilling to believe in my innocence. The moment he heard her words, a wave of guilt washed over him, and seeing the tears on her face deepened his sorrow, compelling him to hold her tightly. That is not the case. My curiosity simply prompted my inquiry. If you are indeed uninvolved, I would never hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression softened, and he nodded, still sniffling. Of course, how could I ever commit such an act? Brother Yi Huang, please do not utter such words again. They truly pain me. As she spoke, her hand instinctively rested on his neck, her gaze imbued with a hint of intimacy. Initially burdened with guilt, Yi Huang felt a fire ignite within him at Su Ji's gesture, and he instinctively drew her closer. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will always trust you. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Su Ji's lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. Is that so? How might I prove it? The two of them found themselves entwined, and Yi Huang felt a dryness in his throat, swallowing hard. You shall see shortly. Meanwhile, Xiago Wei and Zhou Xiaojue were preparing to leave when they discovered a throng of zombies surrounding the area, clawing and rampaging outside the base. How can there be so many zombies here? Xiago Wei was taken aback. While zombies were formidable, they typically lingered in various locations, never congregating unless they sensed the presence of the living. However, their base had undergone special isolation measures, and it was unusual for them to be besieged by such a multitude. Zhou Xiaojue's expression was equally complex. He had heard that the zombies had been evolving at an alarming pace, having devoured countless individuals with special abilities. They were no longer mere plants. Caution was indeed prudent. Yet, the current zombies were solely fixated on the safety of Tang Wei and Shen Mu, oblivious to all else. Chapter 63. Successful escape with a determined gaze. She prepared to open the door. I must rescue them. Zhou Xiaojue, taken aback, hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct her. Sister Xia, you cannot act impulsively. There are so many zombies outside. Even if you disregard your own safety, you must consider the people in our base. If even one were to breach our defenses, it would spell disaster. Xiago Wei was acutely aware of this truth. However, if she did not eliminate these creatures, she would be unable to venture out to find Shen Mu and Tang Wei. The longer she hesitated, the more precarious Shen Mu and Tang Wei's safety became. She had to act swiftly. No matter what, I must at least try. Yet, how could Zhou Xiaojue allow Xiago Wei to take such a perilous risk? He resolutely stood in her way, and soon a scuffle broke out among the group. Fortunately, Xiago Wei was mindful of her strength and only intended to push Zhou Xiaojue away without causing him serious harm. Nevertheless, even with such restraint, both sides sustained varying degrees of injuries. Do not act recklessly, Xiago Wei. Even if you could overpower the zombies, you would not have the energy left to rescue Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Remain calm. Upon noticing Zhou Xiaojue's serious injuries, Xiago Wei finally came to her senses. Though her heart ached with sorrow, she chose not to say anything further, simply shaking her hand and leaving resolutely. Zhou Xiaojue understood that Xiago Wei was filled with self-reproach. Although it pained him, he had no choice but to follow her. Meanwhile, Shen Mu and Tang Wei observed the small pot before them, steam rising and enticing aroma wafting through the air, making their mouths water. It's ready. Would you like to try it? Shen Mu gently suggested. Tang Wei, captivated by the scent, felt tempted yet hesitant. Are you sure these ingredients are safe to consume? Shen nodded firmly. If you doubt it, let me be the one to try first. Yet Tang Wei continued to shake her head. That's out of the question. What if you eat it and something goes wrong? I'm not skilled in healing arts. Truly, it's fine. You can trust me, Shenmu replied, amused yet exasperated by her reluctance. No, I cannot allow you to take that risk. At that moment, Ella, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and took a lick from one of the small bowls containing mushrooms. The delectable taste instantly awakened his appetite, and without hesitation, he devoured the entire bowl's contents in no time. Tang Wei and Shen Mu, still caught in their debate, turned to see Ayla had already consumed the mushrooms. They were momentarily stunned and rushed over to examine him closely. Oh my goodness, who permitted you to eat that? We don't even know if it's safe. What will we do if something happens? Tang Wei exclaimed, flustered as she held Ayla, checking him over anxiously, which nearly made Shenmu chuckle. Really, it's fine. Look at Ayla. He is perfectly fine. Shenmu felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet he held unwavering confidence in his culinary skills and discerning taste. Furthermore, given that Tang Wei had consumed but a solitary piece of bread since morning, it was imperative for her to replenish her energy. Otherwise, her body would falter. I must keep an eye on Anna, Tang Wei declared resolutely, clutching Anna tightly to her chest, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Shenmu, left with no alternative, awaited alongside her. Approximately half an hour later, with Anna still seemingly unharmed, Shenmu's stomach began to grumble incessantly, compelling him to lift another small bowl nearby. I can't wait any longer. These mushrooms will grow cold if I do, he thought, deciding to sample them first. Observing Shen Mu relishing his meal, Tang Wei found herself swallowing repeatedly, eventually succumbing to temptation and joining him in the feast. The two of them, each cradling a bowl, savored the exquisite flavors of the mushrooms, a wave of satisfaction washing over them. Before long, having indulged in a hearty meal, they both rose, discovering not only a lack of discomfort, but also an invigorating sense of strength coursing through their bodies. Even Anna appeared remarkably energetic. Tang Wei, fully aware of this phenomenon, uttered nothing further but retrieve her compass to continue their journey. In a short time, they advanced, noticing that the mist had considerably dissipated, revealing glimpses of the surrounding environment. It seemed they were nearing the base. Overjoyed, Tang Wei let out a jubilant cry, inadvertently attracting the attention of a few nearby zombies who began to sniff around. Startled, she cautiously followed Shenmu. Where did these zombies come from? Why are they not attacking us? She pondered. Typically, these zombies would swarm upon detecting Shenmu and Tang Wei, yet they remained stationary, as if oblivious to their presence. Zombies cannot see. They rely on smell and sound. Your voice just now drew their attention, yet they haven't discovered us. Could it be that we emit some peculiar scent? Shenmu mused, curiosity piqued. Tentatively, he took a few steps forward, and indeed, two zombies suddenly seemed to sense something, lunging towards him. It must be these mushrooms, he concluded with a long sigh. To his astonishment, these mushrooms could confuse the zombie's sense of smell. As long as they possessed these mushrooms, they could evade their attacks. However, before Shenmu could complete his thought, he noticed that Tang Wei had already vanished from his side. Turning back, he found her eagerly foraging for mushrooms. You. Shenmu pressed his forehead, a slight headache forming, yet he followed suit, selecting several large, round mushrooms alongside her. This time, armed with their bounty of mushrooms, they ventured forth, discovering that the zombies indeed did not pursue them further, behaving as though they were unaware of their presence, continuing to meander about. This is splendid. These mushrooms truly work wonders, Shenmu exclaimed. Chapter 64. Forced isolation. The two guards at the door regarded Shenmu and Tang Wei with cold, complex gazes. They exchanged a silent glance before subtly shaking their heads in unison. It is impossible, one finally declared. Recently, there's been a surge of infected individuals within the base. Given the multitude of zombies outside, I cannot ascertain whether either of you has contracted the infection. Tang Wei found this assertion bewildering. But we have not been infected, she protested. You both bear wounds, the guard replied. If the virus were to contaminate those injuries, transformation could occur at any moment. We are left with no choice. Shen Mu's expression mirrored the guard's complexity, yet he understood that this measure was for the safety of all. He nodded in acquiescence. Very well then. What do you propose we do? If possible, it would be best for you two not to enter the base, one guard suggested. However, under these circumstances, not entering the base would pose an even greater danger, Shen Mu countered, his brow furrowing slightly, only to be met with the guard's impassive expressions. If you insist on entering, you must be isolated separately and cannot reside with the others for the time being. For how long will this isolation last? Tang Wei inquired, her demeanor growing calm. The demand was not entirely unreasonable. She was willing to accept isolation if it meant ensuring the safety of others. The duration will depend on the situation. If you are determined to enter the base, please follow me. Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged a glance, deriving affirmation from one another's eyes. They nodded in agreement. Very well. The two followed the guards to a room where they discovered several individuals, each bearing injuries and exhibiting strange behaviors. Some were frantically banging on the door, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Due to the limited number of rooms in the base, you will need to isolate with these individuals for now, one guard explained. As they walked, Tang Wei felt an inexplicable chill creep over her. Upon reaching the entrance of one particular room, she gasped in surprise. Inside sat another person, their gaze eerily fixated on Tang Wei, as if plotting something sinister. Are there no other separate rooms available? She asked, dismayed. To ensure centralized management and prevent sudden mutations, we must confine all of you together for ease of oversight, the guard replied. Though Tang Wei felt a sense of resignation, she ultimately conceded. Very well, I will comply. The two entered the small room, the damp air making it difficult to acclimate. At that moment, Shen Mu produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere and placed it in Tang Wei's palm. With a complex expression, she accepted the handkerchief, and together they sat silently in the isolation room, taking turns to vigilantly observe the other isolated individual across from them. For reasons she could not articulate, Tang Wei sensed that this person was distinctly abnormal. Their vacant stare seemed to fixate on them, resembling someone lost in thought. Their hair was disheveled, as if neglected for an extended period, and their clothing was tattered, clearly indicative of a prior struggle with some entity. Might he have engaged in a struggle with those loathsome zombies? Why does he appear so disheveled? Tang Wei murmured, her heart fluttering with concern for the man's alarming demeanor. It was truly frightening. Could it be that he has already succumbed to the infection? Shen Mu shook his head, his gaze heavy with gravity. I am uncertain, yet it is indeed possible that he may have been infected. Regardless, you should exercise caution. How could that be? I have taken extensive precautions with those weapons. Why do Shen Mu and Tang Wei seem unaffected? It was imperative that they not survive. If they remained unscathed, an investigation into the weaponry would undoubtedly occur in a month's time, and should the scrutiny fall upon him, he would be unable to remain at the base alongside Yi Huang. That very evening, a slender figure materialized at the laboratory, arriving at Shen Mu's door only to discover it secured with a formidable lock. Fortunately, Su Ji had come prepared, having acquired the key from Yi Huang. Silently, she unlocked the door and located Shen Mu's experimental apparatus. Two slender green serpents, unknown from whence they slithered, coiled delicately around the instruments, their elongated tongues leaving behind glistening droplets that shimmered with a faint luminescence in the dim surroundings. As night fell, Shen Mu and Tang Wei took turns resting, with the one on duty primarily observing the external conditions and the man opposite them. If anything occurs, call for me. I shall take my rest now. After an indeterminate passage of time, fatigue began to weigh upon Shen Mu, yet the gaze from across remained intensely fervent, impossible to disregard. In the next instant, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Shen Mu sprang to his feet, his firearm discharging with a resounding crack as the shot propelled towards the figure before him. The commotion roused Tang Wei, who, aided by the flickering light, realized with horror that the man had inexplicably transformed into a zombie, now lunging at them with a ghastly countenance. Be careful. This individual has mutated, Tang Wei exclaimed, springing to her feet and urgently calling for help. Chapter 65. Relentless entanglement help. There's a mutation here, she cried, joining Shen Mu in the effort to fend off the zombie. However, due to the unknown status of their assailant, they could not strike with lethal force. Thus, Shen Mu and Tang Wei struggled to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, Tang Wei's cries soon attracted nearby patrols, who arrived to assess the situation yet appeared somewhat perplexed. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and let us out," Tang Wei implored the patrol members, only to be met with silence as they stood frozen, their expressions troubled. "We cannot release you." One of the outside voices finally spoke as Tang Wei urged them again. Given that this individual has mutated, releasing him would only invite greater peril. Tang Wei seethed with anger. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that his mutation has brought us both to this predicament? We have already called for assistance. Please wait a moment." The members of the patrol team stated matter-of-factly. Tang Wei was infuriated, as the zombies' speed was increasing, and they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Observing the patrol team's indifference, unwilling even to lend a hand, Tang Wei's anger surged. Just as she was about to unleash her abilities, she noticed Shen Mu, from an unknown source, produce a short blade and swiftly sever the zombie's throat. The atmosphere fell silent as Tang Wei cautiously kicked the fallen creature, ensuring it was no longer a threat before she exhaled in relief. Finally, it was over. "You killed it?" The patrol team outside exchanged glances filled with complexity. Tang Wei nodded, preparing to speak when a cacophony erupted from outside. "Where's my son? Where's my son?" A woman's voice pierced through, accompanied by a middle-aged man who rushed in, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Tang Wei was momentarily bewildered. In this room, there were only Shen Mu and herself. The son she referred to couldn't possibly be the one on the ground. Sure enough, as the woman hurriedly searched, she spotted the corpse and instantly broke down in a torrent of tears. "My son, how cruelly you have died." The earth-shattering lament left Tang Wei speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just as she opened her mouth, the woman fixed her with a fierce glare. "Did you kill my son?" Tang Wei was taken aback, attempting to explain, yet the woman was not inclined to listen, interrupting her vehemently. "How heartless you are! What wrong did my son do to you? How could you be so cruel as to take his life?" Tang Wei, feeling helpless, shook her head. "You saw him. His condition was clearly abnormal. He had already transformed into a zombie. If I had not acted, he would have killed me." Moreover, Tang Wei hesitated, her tone growing somber. "He was infected. He is no longer your son. You speak nonsense." Suddenly, the woman lunged forward, gripping Tang Wei's clothing tightly. "My son is perfectly fine. You are the one who killed him. Why did you do this?" Tang Wei struggled to breathe under the woman's grip, but fortunately, Shen Mu intervened just in time, separating them and standing protectively in front of Tang Wei with an air of cold detachment. "Madam, please calm yourself. I am the one who killed him, and your son had indeed mutated. I had no choice but to end his life." The woman looked at Shen Mu, her eyes shifting with a hint of recognition before she erupted into tears, lamenting her plight. "You two murderers! You have taken my son's life. It was the patrol team that prevented us from leaving. If you had allowed us to exit earlier, we would not have been compelled to resort to such drastic measures." Tang Wei, at her wit's end, finally directed the blame towards the patrol team. After all, had the patrol team opened the door promptly to let them out, they could have avoided any contact with the zombie and would not have been compelled to take lethal action against it. Ultimately, this incident cannot absolve the patrol team of responsibility. "It is you who has caused my son's death. Return my son's life." Observing that the family had finally shifted their focus, Shen Mu and Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, just in time to hear hurried footsteps approaching from outside. "Tang Wei, Shen Mu, are you two all right?" Upon seeing the familiar faces, Tang Wei was nearly moved to tears. "Xia Wei, what brings you here? I heard you were missing and fear the worst. I was so worried. We are fine. There should be no further issues here. Let us leave." However, just as they took a few steps, they were intercepted by the patrol team. "You cannot leave yet." Shen Mu frowned slightly at these words. "Why not? The zombies have already been dealt with, and we have been here for quite some time. It is because a zombie emerged from your room, and we cannot ascertain whether either of you has been infected. Therefore, the quarantine must be extended." Tang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. We have already resolved the matter with the zombies. How can you still prevent our departure? What if we had let all the zombies loose to harm others? The patrol team members appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet remained steadfast before Tang Wei. We sincerely apologize, but this is our duty. Your current status is uncertain. You cannot leave. We are not infected. If necessary, you may conduct examinations, but I refuse to remain in this place any longer. Tang Wei was utterly disinclined to stay in such a dreadful location. The air was damp and the odor repugnant, compounded by the recent incident where a zombie had been killed, rendering the surroundings unsafe. Chapter 66. A strange tragedy regardless. We hope you can cooperate with us. While Shen and Tang Wei continued to argue with the patrol members, Xiago Wei conjured a flicker of flame in her palm. Enough is enough. My friends have declared they are not infected. If you continue to provoke us, I shall set fire to the needles. Xiago Wei spoke with an audacious tone, and the patrol team members appeared intimidated by her. At the sight of the glaring flame in her palm, they dared not utter another word. Let us hurry and leave. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Tang Wei raised an eyebrow, weary of wasting more time with them. Noticing the patrol team still in a daze, she quickly followed Shen out. Thank goodness Allah, you are unharmed, Tang Wei exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed with emotion as she embraced Allah exuberantly. Xiago Wei, observing from the side, smirked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ah, you owe her your gratitude. Why are you being so affectionate with the dog? Tang Wei, perplexed by Shen Mu's inexplicable comment, chuckled in confusion. What's wrong? I cannot share a kiss with Alara just yet. How could that be possible? After all, Alara is merely a male dog, while we are the true companions. Shen Mu's thoughts trailed off, but Xiago Wei, beside her, perceptively sensed something, and her gaze turned somewhat ambiguous. Could it be? The two of them exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Oh dear, it's not like that at all. Tang Wei chuckled shyly, her lips curving into a subtle smile, while Shen Mu appeared quite pleased with herself. What do you mean it's not like that? We are already together. My goodness, you two are utterly disloyal. I've been toiling away outside searching for you, and here you are, indulging in romance. She feigned annoyance, though her heart genuinely rejoiced for them. Oh, it's just that there hasn't been an opportunity to tell you. Moreover, we've only recently become a couple, and with you being the only one in the know, isn't that sufficient proof of the depth of our relationship? Tang Wei quickly reassured her, and Xiago Wei pretended to be appeased, playfully patting their shoulders with a gleeful smile. Very well, as long as you two are safe and sound. That is what matters most. However, speaking of which, I've noticed that Su Ji has been getting rather close to Yi Huang lately. You both should be cautious. I sent something off about Su Ji. Upon hearing Xiago Wei mention Su Ji, Tang Wei expressed surprise. What's going on with her? I'm not quite sure, but something about her feels peculiar. She used to cling to Shen Mu, yet now she is suddenly with Yi Huang. I suspect her intentions are not pure. You two should be wary. Tang Wei nodded, acknowledging that her recent outing had indeed been marked by odd occurrences. Someone must be scheming behind the scenes. And while she couldn't definitively accuse Su Ji, she felt an undeniable connection to her. All right, I understand. I will be more cautious. Yet, despite this, many had witnessed the gruesome fate of the deceased, and whispers of dread circulated throughout the base. One cannot blame them. After all, the manner of death for these extraordinary individuals was exceedingly brutal, having endured significant torment, and it was evident that they did not perish at the hands of mere zombies, their ends appearing utterly tragic. Speculation abounded regarding the true villain orchestrating these heinous acts, yet the atmosphere was fraught with uncertainty, leaving everyone to ponder who could commit such vile deeds. Some were paralyzed by fear, while others could no longer bear the unease of living in such a state of perpetual anxiety. They unleashed their frustrations, exploiting their powers to wreak havoc within the base, bullying the weaker populace to vent their anger. Although the patrol team was aware of this misconduct and attempted to intervene, their efforts yielded little results, as the perpetrator continued to destroy various properties within the base daily. Both Shen Mu and Tang Wei were aware of this troubling situation, which filled them with disdain. Yet they were reluctant to meddle. After all, In such tumultuous times, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who could have anticipated that on that very night, the base would descend into an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds? Just when everyone thought the troublemaker had finally relented, a corpse was discovered in a corner. The manner of their demise was exceptionally tragic, mirroring the fates of several other extraordinary individuals. Could it be that such a formidable person met such a grim end? This only serves to affirm that the individual orchestrating these events must possess unparalleled prowess. Otherwise, how could so many gifted beings be unable to contend with him? The terror is simply overwhelming. It seems that this person could effortlessly eliminate any one of us. But who could he possibly be? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the identity of the murderer, yet their conclusions diverged widely. That evening, Shen escorted Tang Wei into the laboratory, intending to investigate the damaged weaponry, hoping to salvage and repair some useful tools. To their surprise, Shen discovered that his laboratory had seemingly been tampered with. Unbeknownst to Tang Wei, who was about to casually pick up a robot, Shen swiftly pulled her back. "Do not touch it," he exclaimed. Taken aback, Tang Wei inquired why not. "It appears someone has interfered here. We must first conduct an inspection," he replied. Chapter 67. Inspecting the laboratory with that, Shen retrieved several small robots, deploying them throughout the laboratory to conduct a thorough examination. Hearing Shen earlier remarks, Tang Wei's expression grew serious. "Are you suggesting that someone has entered your laboratory again?" "But ever since the last incident, it was locked. Who could it be?" Shen shook his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the small robots. "Regardless, we must exercise caution. Remain still and do not move." Upon hearing his words, Tang Wei obediently nodded and stood still, watching Shen. After a while, the small robots began to gather and report back. Shen took out his laptop, meticulously analyzing the data collected by the robots, and his expression changed dramatically. "These experimental tools have been poisoned." Tang Wei was instantly astonished. "How can this be? Isn't this your laboratory?" With a grave countenance, Shen shook his head. "I do not know, but there is undoubtedly a sinister plot behind this. We must tread carefully." "I am well aware," Tang Wei sighed deeply. "Someone is undoubtedly watching us from the shadows. It would be wise to leave this place. I am unfamiliar with the toxin present here. We should consult Zhou Xiaoju for assistance." Tang Wei nodded, recognizing that Zhou Xiaoju, with his medical background, would likely have insights into the nature of the toxin, potentially identifying its origin. "What are you two in such a hurry for? I still have numerous experiments to complete." Zhou Xiaoju interjected, his brow furrowing. "It's not safe to discuss this here. Come over and help me determine what poison has been used." Upon hearing the word poison, Zhou Xiaoju's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Are you implying that someone has poisoned you? Where? Show me immediately." The experimental apparatus had already been thoroughly investigated by my robot, revealing that all were tainted with a certain toxin, the nature of which remains unknown. "You likely possess more knowledge regarding this matter than I do. Perhaps you could assist me in examining it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoju nodded in agreement, cautiously scrutinizing the toxic substance. It appeared as a colorless liquid, carelessly smeared across the experimental equipment, suggesting that mere external contact could induce poisoning. Zhou Xiaoju's brow furrowed slightly. This poison was either insignificant or exceedingly lethal, and should one encounter it, escape would be improbable. Tang Wei felt a chill of fear at this revelation. Who could be so malevolent as to wish you harm? Shenmu's expression tightened, yet he remained silent. "Give me a moment to examine this thoroughly." Zhou Xiaojue retrieved a pair of laboratory gloves, delicately removing the apparatus and procuring a small cotton swab, meticulously wiping the surface of the equipment and scraping away a portion of the toxic liquid. As he spoke, he exhaled softly, casting aside the gloves he had just removed. Tang Wei glanced at the discarded gloves with a furrowed brow, but refrained from commenting. However, unbeknownst to them, the instant Zhou Xiaojue had removed the gloves, his fingertips had already been contaminated with a few shimmering droplets of liquid, emitting a faint green luminescence under the light. Curious, Zhou Xiaojue accepted the mushroom that Tang Wei offered, charmed by its petite and adorable appearance. "This little creature is quite delightful. But are you certain it can evade the assault of zombies?" Zhou Xiaojue was skeptical. It seemed absurd to believe that such small mushrooms could deter the zombies outside from attacking them. He had assumed Tang Wei was jesting, only to find Shen nodding seriously beside him. It is true. I suspect these mushrooms contain some unique substances that can temporarily dull the zombie's sense of smell, allowing us to escape unharmed. Upon hearing Shen earnestness, Zhou Xiaojue grasped the gravity of the situation and realized that these mushrooms were indeed extraordinary, nodding in agreement. Understood. The two parties commenced their respective tasks. Shen and Tang Wei replaced all the experimental equipment, while Zhou Xiaojue investigated the nature of the toxins and mushrooms. Zhou Xiaojue. What's wrong? Shen approached swiftly, with Tang Wei following closely behind, only to find Zhou Xiaojue in a daze, his eyes devoid of any luster. Before him, the mushroom appeared to have been squeezed, exuding a few crystalline droplets, and the air was imbued with a faint, unusual fragrance. Oh no! It seems Zhou Xiaojue has been poisoned. Tang Wei reacted swiftly, her expression turning grave. Please take a look and see if there's any way you can cure him. Shen nodded as he observed Tang Wei swiftly administering a glass of water to Zhou Xiaojue, while he himself employed his healing technique to gradually expel the toxins from his body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and finally, Shen exhaled a sigh of relief. Tang Wei immediately approached him, offering a glass of water. What is the situation? Does Zhou Xiaojue have enough time? The nature of the poison that had afflicted Zhou Xiaojue remained a mystery, and Tang Wei's heart was heavy with concern. Thankfully, Shen expression appeared somewhat relaxed as he released a long breath and softly reassured Tang Wei beside him. Chapter 68. A chance encounter with a hunter. Rest assured. Everything is fine. I have measured the toxins and eliminated them all. He must have been poisoned and trapped in a hallucination. He has yet to fully awaken. But once he does, he will be all right. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Zhou Xiaojue was safe, her heart felt lighter, although she was astonished by the potency of the toxin. Before long, Zhou Xiaojue indeed began to regain consciousness, haunted by the terrifying scenes from when he was poisoned. As he awoke, he gasped for breath while patting his chest and confiding in Tang Wei. She listened with a mix of jest and seriousness in her gaze. Regardless, since we are delving into such matters, you ought to exercise more caution. If by chance, Shen is not around next time, we may not be so fortunate. Although Tang Wei's words bore a frightening undertone, they were meant to serve as a warning to Zhou Xiaojue. He nodded slightly, a hint of guilt crossing his features, and spoke softly, "Don't worry, Sister Tang. I won't let it happen again." In the aftermath of this incident, Zhou Xiaojue resumed his investigation into the mushrooms and the toxins, while Shen remained in the laboratory, seeking evidence to uncover the true culprit behind it all. However, it was evident that the assailant had been thoroughly prepared, having vacated the premises without leaving a trace, rendering any useful leads unattainable. Despite spending considerable time and effort, Shen findings were still scant. Meanwhile, during her free time, Tang Wei continued to undertake missions with her team. Due to her frequent collaborations with Shen she found it challenging to mesh seamlessly with her teammates, often preferring to operate independently. Armed with the weapon Shen had gifted her, she chose to fight alone. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as every individual within the base had their own responsibilities, and it was unrealistic to expect everyone to wait on one person. Additionally, the team had great confidence in Tang Wei's abilities. Her extensive combat experience was well recognized by all, coupled with the arsenal of weapons at her disposal, which typically shielded her from significant peril. Tang Wei persisted in her battles against various mutated species, primarily driven by the desire to acquire more crystal cores. However, she soon realized that her assumptions were misguided. This individual was merely biding their time. As Tang Wei traversed a somewhat secluded street, an unsettling sensation gripped her, compelling her to turn swiftly. In that fleeting moment, she beheld a menacing dagger lodged firmly into the wall at the very spot where she had just stood. "Who dares?" came a low, threatening voice. "Leave behind everything you possess." Tang Wei furrowed her brow slightly, responding, "Are you referring to the crystals I carry? They are merely worthless stones. What do you intend to do with them?" Upon hearing her words, the The stranger's gaze flared with irritation as he coldly retorted, I said, surrender all of it to me. Are you deaf? Tang Wei's frown deepened. Regardless of whether he was a stranger, one would expect a modicum of courtesy when demanding something from another. This person's tone was unreasonably hostile, and without revealing his identity, what right did he have to demand that she relinquish the crystals she had painstakingly gathered? I refuse. Very well. The stranger seemed to be thoroughly enraged, responding with a fierce affirmation before launching an attack on Tang Wei. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities. Tang Wei's instinct immediately recognized him as a formidable opponent, his powers uniquely oppressive, rendering her breathless, as if she were on the verge of asphyxiation. Just as she sensed impending doom, her companion, Allah, suddenly barked furiously and lunged at the assailant. Caught off guard by this unexpected intervention, the man's aggression faltered, and he glared at Allah. What are you doing? Tang Wei seized the opportunity to alleviate her pressure. Witnessing the man's intent to harm her companion ignited her fury. Who are you? With that, she struck with a powerful palm, conjuring a fierce gust of wind aimed at sending him flying. However, to her astonishment, the man stumbled slightly but remained steadfast, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. You, Tang Wei, unable to comprehend how he could remain unscathed after her formidable strike, one that had drawn upon over 80% of her strength, was momentarily taken aback. Typically, even the most resilient individuals would be forced to retreat several steps, yet he stood resolute. It was evident he was a master of his craft, growing increasingly wary. She noted the derisive tone in his voice as he sneered, since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Chapter 69. Space distortion. With that, he resumed his assault. Initially, Tang Wei managed to fend him off with relative ease, but soon discovered that this man was no ordinary adversary. He appeared to wield multiple abilities, each learned to a sufficient degree, which was rather peculiar. What astonished her most was his uncanny knowledge of the weapon she bore. He seemed to effortlessly discern methods to counter her every move. Ultimately, Tang Wei found herself devoid of any additional weapons, forced to stand helplessly in place. What do you truly intend to accomplish? Allah observed the ferocity of his opponent's moves, a deep concern for Tang Wei gnawing at his heart. Thus, he endeavored to assist, yet he was no match for this formidable adversary. Several times, he narrowly escaped injury, remaining unscathed only under Tang Wei's protection. However, Allah's tenacious spirit compelled him to realize that, in terms of skill, Tang Wei was also at a disadvantage against this individual, whose techniques were not only peculiar, but also bore the intent to kill, showing an unwavering determination to prevail. Tang Wei, sensing the lethal intent emanating from her opponent, prioritized Allah's safety. Upon hearing her words, Allah hesitated, acutely aware that this individual was indeed quite unsettling. If he chose to remain, danger loomed over both him and Tang Wei. It would be wiser to swiftly seek assistance from Shen. Hurry, Tang Wei urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Fearing that the cloaked figure might seize the opportunity to strike at Allah during a moment of weakness. In anguish, Allah let out a pained wail before fleeing. The dark-clad figure, clearly unwilling to relinquish his pursuit of Allah, felt a surge of rage upon witnessing his retreat. With a swift motion, he unleashed a beam of light, intent on bringing Allah to his demise. Do not touch him, Tang Wei exclaimed in a sudden fury, releasing the robot Shen had prepared for her. It positioned itself to create a substantial barrier in the direction Allah had just fled, successfully intercepting the hunter's attack. How could you still be concerned for others at a time like this? The opponent's voice was unsettling, manipulated by some device. Yet, Tang Wei had no time to ponder his identity. Her thoughts were consumed by the sheer suspicion surrounding his methods. Despite his apparent mastery of various abilities, none seemed to be executed with expertise. What she could ascertain, however, was the intensity of his murderous intent. Each strike aimed squarely at her life. Any moment of negligence could spell her doom at his hands. Tang Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, without Allah's assistance. Facing this adversary alone proved to be an arduous challenge. You are the one who has been killing in the base, aren't you? After narrowly evading another lethal blow, Tang Wei suddenly grasped the truth, her eyes widening in realization. The assailant seemed momentarily taken aback by her revelation, his movements slowing before quickly resuming their previous pace. His tone dripping with derision. "You certainly think highly of yourself." His mundane retort left Tang Wei perplexed, and just as she pondered this oddity, another attack surged toward her head. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, dodging the strike, though the iron door frame beneath her feet was cleaved in two. "You are truly violent." She couldn't help but exclaim, only to find that her remark further incensed her opponent, whose assaults intensified in speed. In her quest to summon aid, Tang Wei engaged in a relentless struggle while subtly maneuvering to lead him toward the base, hoping to attract the attention of those within. However, by the time Tang Wei had escorted the individuals to the entrance of the base and had been waiting for quite a while, there was still no sign of activity from within. Tang Wei found this rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, she would expect a number of individuals to rush out to assist. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos of the conflict with the crystal core, she glanced at the guards only to discover two lifeless bodies lying flat on the ground, clearly devoid of breath. How could this be? Tang Wei was momentarily stunned. Who was this individual that could eliminate the base's guards so effortlessly? It was evident that the opponent possessed considerable power. Fortunately, this person seemed unaware of the mushroom's significance, and as Tang Wei fought and retreated, she successfully led him to this mushroom area. Upon arriving, the individual appeared to hesitate, and seizing this opportunity, Tang Wei swiftly vanished behind a cluster of mushrooms. Just as the individual intended to pursue her, she disappeared into thin air, diving into her spatial realm and exhaling a long sigh of relief. She had finally escaped. Yet, she pondered the identity of this individual and the source of their numerous abilities, each maneuver seemingly intent on her demise. What kind of heart could execute such ruthless actions? Tang Wei intended to rest here for a while, planning to find a way out once the individual departed. However, just as she began to relax, she felt a distortion within her space. Stunned, she realized that such a phenomenon had never occurred in her realm before. Why was there trouble now? Her sense of vigilance prevented her from sitting still, prompting her to stand and patrol her surroundings. Chapter 70. The Spoils of Theft Before Long. Tang Wei discovered a small fissure in her space through which she could see the figure of that individual. "It was you." Tang Wei was taken aback. Was this not her own space? Why could this person also enter? To her surprise, the individual merely responded with a chilling smile, preoccupied with some task, causing her space to distort further with his actions. This was dire. The only explanation that came to Tang Wei's mind was that this person also possessed spatial abilities, and she needed to change her position. As she contemplated this, she attempted to exit, only to find herself unable to do so. How could this happen? This was the first time such an occurrence had transpired in her frequently used space, and it was particularly troublesome at this moment. Tang Wei's thoughts immediately reverted to that individual. When she raised her head again, she was shocked to see him somehow positioned outside her spatial realm. "You." Tang Wei was momentarily stunned, unable to react, as he lunged directly towards her. Meanwhile, at the base, Shen had spent the past few days completely overhauling the laboratory, installing a new lock at the entrance and adding several robots for monitoring and management. However, despite this, Shen remained uneasy and felt compelled to deploy various small robots to patrol the surrounding environment daily. Fortunately, in recent days, it seemed that the laboratory had not been tampered with, allowing Shen to relax somewhat. Once the safety of the laboratory was assured, he began to investigate who might be behind the disturbances. Strangely, after inquiring with most individuals at the base, no one seemed to know who had secretly accessed Shen's laboratory, nor could they identify the source of the venom. Just as Shen was feeling troubled, he received an invitation from Su Ji. "Brother Shen, would you like to join me in my laboratory today?" Upon hearing Su Ji's voice, Shen intended to leave without a glance. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't come just to find you. I've also invited Yi Huang and everyone else, merely to showcase my latest weapon, which is incredibly powerful and might even serve as a means of self-defense." At these words, Shen's footsteps faltered slightly. If Su Ji could indeed develop some remarkable self-defense weapon, It would be worth seeing, especially since Tang Wei was in dire need of more formidable arms. When is it? Shen Mu's demeanor remained cold. Yet Su Ji was filled with excitement as she replied, "This afternoon." Shen Mu nodded, acknowledging, "I understand." With that, he departed directly. Upon returning to his room, Shen Mu instinctively sought Tang Wei, only to discover she was absent. After scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of her. Just then, he noticed Zhou Ju approaching from another direction. "Shen Mu, you're looking for Sister Tang, aren't you?" Shen Mu nodded, recalling that he had advised Tang Wei not to wander off. Why was she now missing? His brow furrowed in concern. "I'll go look for her." "All right then." Shen Mu glanced at the time. It was not long before the visit to Su Ji's laboratory. He decided to check on Tang Wei first. As the afternoon arrived, Shen Mu arrived at Su Ji's laboratory, where indeed a throng of people had gathered. Numerous researchers and influential figures, including Yi Huang, were present, all eager to witness Su Ji's newly developed weapon. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold my latest invention, the Crimson Fire Crossbow. It boasts exceptional combat capabilities, capable of swiftly firing bolts in battle, repelling enemies while inflicting significant damage." Su Ji stood on the platform, passionately extolling her weapon. Shen Mu cast an intrigued glance. It was indeed an impressive armament with a novel design concept. Combining flames with rapid-fire crossbow bolts, it offered the potential for timely responses in the event of an ambush. Moreover, according to Su Ji, this weapon could ignite bolts upon firing, not only controlling zombies, but also driving away certain species that feared flames. While it might not deter all mutated creatures, it would undoubtedly have some effect. Such extravagant words. Yet they merely stem from the pilfered experimental achievements of the little genius. Through the extraction of dumplings from mushrooms, Zhou Xiaojue, after numerous attempts, finally concocted a spray that replicated the same flavor. Overjoyed, Zhou Xiaojue immediately sought out Shen Mu, borrowed a few robots, donned his attire, even adorning himself with a bell, and then sprayed the concoction he had developed onto the robots. After completing this task, Zhou Xiaojue released the robots with a heart full of trepidation. How wonderful! Could it be that I have succeeded? Chapter 71. Sudden Disappearance Heavens. Meanwhile, after leaving Su Ji's laboratory, Shen Mu also began to engage in the development of similar self-defense weaponry. After considerable effort, he managed to create some prototypes, despite feeling utterly fatigued. He found himself increasingly worried about Tang Wei, who had yet to visit him. An unsettling premonition surged within him. When he turned to seek Zhou Xiaojue, there was still no news. "I do not understand. I have visited several times, yet Sister Tang has not appeared. Could she have encountered some urgent matter?" The sky was nearing dusk, and at this hour, Tang Wei would never linger outside for long. Shen Mu began to panic, instinctively preparing to head out. "Hey, wait a moment. It's quite late. It wouldn't be safe for you to go out. Why not search the base first? I can help you look for her." Zhou Xiaojue's reminder, though it ignited Shen Mu's anxiety, compelled him to nod in agreement. He promptly unleashed a multitude of robots to scour every corner of the base. However, despite their extensive search, they uncovered no trace of Tang Wei, and since her departure at noon, there had been no further word of her. Just as Shen Mu was on the brink of despair, a gentle female voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Brother Shen Mu, do not fret. Perhaps Sister Tang is merely out attending to matters. Why not have a bite to eat first?" Turning around, he was taken aback to find Su Ji, holding a beautifully crafted bento box, her gaze fixed on him with anticipation. Shen Mu's expression instantly soured. "I do not wish to eat. Please take it away." Despite Shen Mu's cold rejection, Su Ji remained undeterred. With a gentle sigh, she placed the food container beside him, feigning an expression of deep concern. "It is all right. I understand you may not have much of an appetite right now, but this meal is prepared by me. You can eat whenever you wish." As she spoke, she subtly drew closer to Shen Mu, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his leg. In an instant, Shen Mu recoiled in disgust, shaking off her hand with a tone as frigid as ice. "I have stated that I do not wish to eat. I ask that you leave immediately." Startled by his outburst, Su Ji shuddered, rising with a hint of sorrow. "Brother Shen Mu, what have I done wrong? You treat me this way?" Yet that Tang Wei does not even compare to how I treat you. Why do you care so much?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt Shen Mu's piercing gaze land upon her like a blade, sending a chill through her entire being, and she immediately fell silent. "I shall take my leave then. The food in the bento is still warm, so feel free to eat it whenever you like." As Su Ji spoke, she turned it apart. But scarcely had she taken 2 steps when a resounding thud echoed behind her. Turning back, she was shocked to see Shen Mu had callously discarded the meticulously prepared bento into the trash. A wave of resentment surged within her. This was a meal he had painstakingly crafted, one she had not even dared to taste, and yet he trampled upon her heartfelt gesture. How could he? In that instant, 2 emerald-green venomous snakes appeared at her feet, flicking their tongues as they slithered along the wall towards Shen Mu. Just as the snakes were about to strike, he abruptly lifted his foot and swiftly dispatched a robotic device that intercepted the serpents. "Get away!" Shen Mu bellowed, and the snakes, realizing their ambush had failed, quickly retreated along the wall. Seeing the green snakes attempt to flee, Shen Mu's anger flared, and he prepared to pursue them with the intent to eliminate them both. However, he was interrupted by hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Su Ji grasped Shen Mu's arm, feigning concern. "Brother Shen Mu, what's wrong?" Shen Mu, feeling anxious, attempted to break free from her grip to chase after the snakes, but she stubbornly held on, her eyes filled with urgency. "What is happening? Please tell me." "It's nothing, just 2 snakes trying to ambush me." Upon hearing this, Su Ji appeared genuinely astonished, her mouth agape. "What? Did you see what kind of snakes they were?" "No, just 2 very ordinary venomous snakes. I have no idea where they came from. I've never heard of such creatures in the base before." Su Ji forced a nervous smile, pretending to be nonchalant. "Who knows, perhaps they just wandered in from outside." Shen Mu remained silent, scrutinizing Su Ji with a piercing gaze. If his memory served him correctly, the unfortunate Xiao Ming had also met his demise at the hands of snakes. Yet, despite the time that had passed, no reports of snakes had emerged from the base. Why then, was he suddenly under attack today? Where could these 2 serpents have come from? His gaze shifted back to Su Ji, who seemed to falter slightly, offering a couple of awkward laughs before hastily fleeing. Meanwhile, a hunter was attempting to forcibly breach Tang Wei's domain. However, upon making contact, he collided with an invisible barrier, prompting Tang Wei to exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 72. Life and Death Struggle. The hunter appeared infuriated, immediately resorting to his abilities to violently tear at Tang Wei's space. Tang Wei could only perceive the environment around her twisting and changing incessantly, while she seemed utterly powerless against such formidable forces. Although she wished to flee, escape was not an option. Feeling utterly helpless, she noticed a sudden transformation in the sky. The previously overcast weather had, unbeknownst to her, gathered a multitude of dark clouds. And now, a gentle rain began to fall. Within the confines of the space, Tang Wei remained unharmed, whereas the hunter still outside was being scorched by the raindrops, appearing to be in great agony. Though she did not understand the cause of the hunter's distress, she soon sensed that something was amiss. Seizing the moment, she exited the space and took refuge beneath a mushroom. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a startling thunderclap resonated, striking the hunter squarely on the head. As he struggled to fend off the acidic rain, he had yet to comprehend his fate before meeting his demise. Tang Wei could not help but exhale in relief. As she sheltered beneath the mushroom, she noticed that the surrounding smaller plants had all been burned to death by the raindrops, leading her to realize that the rain was indeed acidic, explaining the hunter's earlier suffering. Fortunately, the acidic rain was brief, ceasing shortly thereafter. Cautiously, Tang Wei emerged from beneath the large mushroom to inspect the corpse, only to discover that the energy within the body was in a state of conflict and contradiction. While this had not been particularly evident during her earlier confrontation with the hunter, his death had caused the energies within him to unravel completely, each vying for dominance as they surged forth from his body. Upon closer examination, she discerned that these energies did not originate from a single source. They were clearly not inherent to him, but rather seemed to have been acquired from others. This revelation piqued her curiosity, And just as she prepared to investigate the identity of the deceased, she was suddenly alerted by the sound of numerous strange footsteps nearby. Upon closer inspection, she found a multitude of mutated beasts prowling in the vicinity, their eyes fixated hungrily on the hunter's corpse. In an instant, Tang Wei comprehended the situation. With the hunter's demise, the abundance of energy and scent emanating from his body had drawn in the mutated creatures surrounding them, likely attracting beasts within a 10-mile radius. Realizing it was unwise to linger, Tang Wei resolved to depart. However, the sheer number of beasts drawn by the hunter's body was overwhelming. She attempted to carve a path for her escape, but these creatures had already marked her as a target, lunging at her with fierce aggression. Initially, she managed to defend herself, but soon realized that their numbers were not diminishing. Rather, they were multiplying incessantly. Sensing imminent danger, she hastily retreated into her space. The sudden disappearance of Tang Wei puzzled the beasts, yet the allure of the hunter's corpse proved too tempting for them to resist. They disregarded everything else and focused solely on the prize before them. After a period of time, Tang Wei, remaining in her space, surmised that they must have consumed the hunter's body by now. Breathing a sigh of relief, she cautiously emerged, only to find that the beasts had vacated the area, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The hunter's body had long been mangled beyond recognition. Tang Wei sighed, preparing to seize the opportunity to depart, when a gentle drizzle of acidic rain began to fall from the air. The corrosive nature of this rain was formidable, compelling Tang Wei to swiftly take refuge beneath a nearby giant mushroom, waiting for the downpour to cease before resuming her journey. Before long, she had discerned the patterns of the acidic rain and the surrounding mushroom environment, even managing to hunt several mutated beasts that ventured in to partake in the spoils. However, as time dragged on, Tang Wei began to feel a disorienting haze clouding her mind. Having lingered in the mushroom zone for so long, she realized that she must have been poisoned. To ensure her consciousness remained intact, she promptly retrieved some invigorating herbs from her space and pressed on, determined to escape. Yet, as time passed, she found herself still wandering in circles within the mushroom realm, unable to locate an exit, while the surroundings grew increasingly indistinct, engulfed in a dizzying blur. Eventually, she was so lightheaded that she could scarcely move, just as the acidic rain began to descend once more. With no other option, she hastily sought shelter beneath a large mushroom, desperately pinching her arms in an effort to remain alert, though the effect was minimal. To her dismay, she had reached a state where even pain seemed dulled. Outside, Shen was deeply concerned for Tang Wei's safety, disregarding the protests of those around him. He resolutely decided to venture out in search of her. Wei, equally anxious upon realizing Tang Wei was missing, chose to accompany Shen. They soon observed Allah fiercely battling against the onslaught of zombies outside. It was unclear what Allah had endured, as he was covered in blood and bore numerous wounds, yet he continued to fight valiantly. Unfortunately, the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, forcing Allah to alternate between fighting and fleeing, using his speed to evade the pursuing horde. However, this strategy only resulted in an increasing array of mutated creatures closing in from behind. It was evident that Allah, having persevered thus far, was beginning to falter, his movements growing sluggish. Shen sprang into action, while Wei harnessed her abilities to fend off the remaining zombies. Finally freed, Allah collapsed onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, Shen rushed to him, cradling him with concern. "Allah, how are you?" Allah appeared profoundly fatigued, his eyelids drooping as he let out a faint bark in a particular direction, before weakly wagging his tail and drifting into a deep slumber. "Allah," Shen panicked. Fearing the worst had befallen him, he immediately employed a healing spell to assess Ala's condition, discovering only minor injuries. It seemed he was simply overwhelmed by fatigue after enduring relentless battles. "Rest well, my friend. I shall go find Tang Wei now." However, the journey was far from smooth. As night fell, the number of surrounding zombies began to multiply, and various mutated creatures lurked silently in the air. Chapter 73. The Peculiar Individual. At this moment, Shen and Wei appeared, and to the multitude of zombies, They were undoubtedly a delectable feast, prompting the creatures to jostle and compete for the chance to pounce. Yet, Shenmue and Xiaogwei were not easy prey. After a fierce struggle, they made considerable progress. Nonetheless, they dared not linger on the road. Once they dealt with the immediate zombies, they swiftly pressed onward in search of Tang Wei. Just then, a filthy individual unexpectedly blocked their path. His attire stained with dark crimson blood. He stood alone in the obscurity of the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. Xiaogwei, intrigued, initially thought he might be an injured person in need of assistance, and moved forward, only to be halted by a Shenmue-esque grip. Be cautious. This person is not simple. The numerous zombies around have not attacked him. Upon hearing this, Xiaogwei scrutinized the surroundings and indeed noticed various shadowy figures lurking, none daring to approach the man. Having dispatched so many zombies, this was the first time she encountered such a peculiar situation. The man, despite his grimy appearance, bore a normal expression, seemingly unaffected by infection. Regardless, we should proceed with caution, Xiaogwei remarked, stepping back a couple of paces. There is something strange about his presence. We must remain vigilant. As the man stood directly in the middle of the road, Shenmue and Xiaogwei had no choice but to advance, maintaining a safe distance before finally speaking. Yihuang, what is the matter? Do you require assistance? Upon hearing his name called, the man slightly lifted his head, casting an odd gaze upon the trio. I am injured and cannot move. Relieved to hear a normal voice, Xiaogwei responded, All right, where are you injured? Would you like me to take a look? I have some medical knowledge. Allow me to assist. However, just as Shenmue reached out to touch the man, he suddenly dodged, evading Shenmue's grasp with remarkable speed, entirely inconsistent with someone who was supposedly injured. Both individuals exchanged surprised glances, and the man's reaction was swift, a stiff smile appearing on his face. I am fine. The wound has been treated. I merely require a special herbal remedy for complete healing. Xiaogwei, growing impatient, retorted, Haven't you already healed? What more do you need? The man's speech was somewhat halting and unclear, yet his intent was discernible. His dark eyes appeared particularly hollow. I am merely lacking 2 specific herbs to finalize the treatment. Might I ask for your assistance? Shenmue furrowed his brow in contemplation, just as he heard Xiaogwei let out a sigh beside him. Very well. Why don't you tell me what kind of material it is? Perhaps I can assist you in locating it. The man, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat pleased. The once vacant expression in his eyes now shimmered with a spark of excitement. He promptly began to describe the herb in question. Xiaogwei listened attentively. It was merely an ordinary herb, yet it might not necessarily be found in the surrounding environment. The two searched for quite some time, and Shenmue even deployed his small robot to scour the area. Yet they still came up empty-handed. The item you mentioned is utterly elusive. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. My friend possesses some healing skills, and he might be able to. Xiaogwei turned around, somewhat exasperated, intending to clarify the situation and enlist Shenmue's help. However, to her surprise, he spoke up first. I know this herb is bloodthirsty. If each of you were to prick your finger and release a few drops of blood, it should appear forthwith. Upon hearing this, Shenmue immediately furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, Are you suggesting that this herb is drawn to the scent of blood? The man's expression stiffened slightly, yet he nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is how I found it last time. You might consider trying it. Xiaogwei, seemingly growing impatient, produced a small knife and prepared to cut her finger, only to be intercepted by Shenmue. Wait, Xiaogwei, puzzled, stared at him in confusion. What's wrong? Didn't Tiwi come to find the herb? At this moment, deep into the night, the zombies were likely more active, should blood be spilled now. A horde would inevitably be drawn to the scent, leaving us with no escape. Upon hearing this, Xiaogwei suddenly understood. That makes sense. Shenmue's gaze turned icy, his intense stare fixed on the man before them. You've been outside for so long. How could you possibly be unaware that blood attracts zombies? You are deliberately luring us into this trap. What is your true intention? The man before them appeared to realize his scheme had been unraveled and let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha! I never imagined that you 2 humans could be so astute. However, even without a horde approaching, you have nowhere to run. With that, a hand, long hidden within his sleeve, emerged, revealing sharp claws glistening with a crimson hue. clearly indicative of prior mutation. This is bad. He has already been infected. Wei, upon seeing the man's claws, instantly reacted and shouted a warning to Shen. All right, in that case, we shall not hold back. With that, both of them drew their weapons for self-defense and charged at the man. It was evident that although he had been infected and transformed into a zombie, he still retained his wits, fully aware of Shen and Wei's intentions, unlike ordinary zombies that stood mindlessly and took blows. Ha ha! Since you refused to yield willingly, allow me to take care of that. As he spoke, the man revealed his sharp claws, preparing to launch an attack towards Wei. Chapter 74, Finding Someone. The once boisterous zombie was instantly reduced to 2 heaps of ashen black. Wei patted her chest. Who else dares to provoke me? This shall be your fate. The surroundings fell into a sudden silence, and those who had intended to seize the opportunity to benefit from the chaos, sensing the man's disappearance, retreated uneasily into the corners, too afraid to emerge again. What a nuisance! I had initially hoped to conserve my strength in search of Tang Wei, but now I find myself delayed by these creatures. Wei couldn't help but mutter as she collected the crystal core from the man and tucked it into her clothing. Beside her, Shen remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed intently ahead, while the nearby robot diligently searched for any trace of Tang Wei. Let us proceed to find Tang Wei. The group continued forward, following the direction indicated by Allah. Although they encountered a few zombies along the way, the two of them managed to dispatch them with ease. Ahead, it appeared rather dark, shrouded in mist. As they entered the mushroom zone, the foggy surroundings instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within them. I remember this place. I came here with Tang Wei before. The mushrooms here possess extraordinary effects, so we must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Wei felt both astonished and intrigued. Since you have been here before, it should be easy to find Tang Wei. Let me in. No, the environment here is exceedingly intricate, and I cannot be certain of Tang Wei's whereabouts. She may have encountered some trouble. Let's enter together and search. As they conversed, the two cautiously stepped into the damp area. The sticky sensation beneath their feet made Wei feel quite uncomfortable, and the air was thick with a strange odor, as if every article of clothing had been drenched. What on earth is this place? Why does it seem like this? Regardless, we must remain vigilant, Shen said, carefully calling out for Tang Wei's name, but the surrounding area remained eerily silent. Only the occasional scuttling of mutated small creatures beneath their feet caught their attention, and they chose to ignore them as long as they posed no disturbance. However, after walking for an extended period without any new discoveries, not even a glimpse of Tang Wei's shadow, Wei pondered, could Tang Wei still be ahead? Why is there nothing here? No, I have visited this area with Tang Wei many times before. There is nothing extraordinary here that could trap her. She is likely in this vicinity. Hearing Shen confident assertion, Wei had no further objections and continued to obediently follow behind in search of her friend. Do you feel as though the fog around us has thickened? As Wei walked, she sensed something was amiss when they first arrived. The mist had been merely a light haze, but now she could hardly see anything beyond a couple of meters. Shen too sensed something amiss. He took a cautious step forward, only to be startled by some peculiar sounds emanating from the cuckoo's performance, prompting him to retreat slightly. Something was approaching. The atmosphere felt charged with an unsettling presence. Wei, however, remained oblivious to the danger, her brow furrowing in impatience. What could possibly come here other than mere mushrooms? Shen remained silent, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his senses taut as the sounds grew increasingly closer. At that moment, Wei suddenly let out a piercing scream. Shen swiftly turned to face her, only to realize that a dense mass of shadows had appeared behind her. By their postures alone, it was evident that they were all zombies. How could there be so many of them all of a sudden? Wei shrieked and turned to flee. But as she took her first step, dizziness overwhelmed her, and her legs felt weak. Have you been poisoned? Shen quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Yet with the zombies closing in, they could not afford to linger. They had to flee immediately. Despite feeling utterly drained, Wei had no choice but to run for her life in this dire moment. Unfortunately, the relentless horde of zombies pursued them, and with Wei incapacitated. Shen had to half-drag her along, inevitably slowing their pace. With no other option, Wei, unable to use her abilities, relied on Shen to fend off the zombies and shield her escape. As they fought and retreated, the growing number of zombies began to overwhelm them. "You seemed fine earlier. Why do you look so weak now?" Wei remarked half-jokingly, only to notice that Shen eyelids were beginning to droop, and his movements had noticeably slowed. "Wait, surely you haven't been poisoned too?" Panic began to creep into her voice as Shen, though slightly weak, nodded slowly. "It appears so." Meanwhile, at the base, Yi Huang and Su Ji were preparing their gear, while an underling stood nearby, carrying a portion of supplies and gifts. "Boss, we packed everything," the subordinate reported. "Good. Are the weapons ready?" "Rest assured, we are more than equipped to handle those zombies outside," the subordinate replied confidently, prompting a relieved sigh from Yi Huang. "In that case, let us set off now." Su Ji linked her arm with Yi Huang's, smiling sweetly. Yi Huang, lost in thought with a smile playing on his lips, responded, "But what if the situation there is dire, and they have no surplus supplies for us?" Upon hearing this, Su Ji's face fell. "Then why give him so much? Isn't that a bit wasteful?" Yi Huang's tone was gentle, and recognizing the need to concede, Su Ji pouted in reluctant agreement. All right, I'll defer to you." As soon as the two had taken a few steps, Su Ji pretended to be in agony, clutching her abdomen, which alarmed Yi Huang, compelling him to bend down immediately. "Su Ji, what is the matter?" Chapter 75, Declining Brother Yi Huang. "My stomach hurts terribly. I may not be able to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression darkened. He had boasted to others about having a charming and delightful woman by his side, which would surely impress the rough and burly men he was to meet. Now, with Su Ji unwilling to join him, his pride felt utterly diminished. Contemplating this, Yi Huang's face fell, and he feigned reluctance as he spoke. "If you are unwell, I can fetch you some medicine. Why don't you wish to go?" Su Ji's complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow. "But I am in excruciating pain. Even if I were to go, I fear I would not be able to properly accompany you. So perhaps it is best to forego it." Ultimately, despite Yi Huang's displeasure, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. As Yi Huang and his companions departed, Su Ji rose slightly, her expression revealing a profound depth. Meeting with so many individuals from the base would expose all my previous secrets. I am no fool. How could I possibly go? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoju delved into the archives of various bases, only to uncover a familiar name. Tianxiang Base had been annihilated due to the emergence of a unique supernatural being, which attracted zombies and mutated species, leading to its ultimate destruction. This extraordinary being was none other than Su Ji. As Zhou Xiaoju read the final name, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be Su Ji? Realizing that Su Ji possessed the ability to attract zombies and other mutated creatures, a sense of dread washed over him. If that were the case, his own base was in peril. Appalled, Zhou Xiaoju prepared to relay this alarming information to Yi Huang, only to discover that Yi Huang had already departed with the other team members, just as he was torn between seeking out Su Ji to clarify matters. A cacophony of crackling noises erupted from outside. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Xiaoju rushed toward the entrance, where he found two guards struggling to fend off an overwhelming tide of zombies. It was evident that they were in dire straits, and the alarms blared incessantly. A wave of terror gripped Zhou Xiaoju as he recalled Su Ji's ability to draw in hordes of zombies and mutated beings. Could it be that they had already arrived? Just as he pondered this, the guards began to falter. We do not understand why, but it seems these creatures have caught a scent of something and are surging forward uncontrollably. We cannot hold them back. Our first line of defense is on the brink of collapse. Observing the guards struggle, Zhou Xiaoju realized he had no alternative but to join in the effort to repel the oncoming horde. Meanwhile, hidden in the corner and absorbing the crystal cores, Tang Wei seemed to sense something amiss. Her instinctive alertness compelled her to open her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a thick mist with ominous shadows gathering ahead, reminiscent of the undead. How could there be such a sudden influx of zombies? Instinctively, Tang Wei felt the urge to turn and flee. The abrupt appearance of so many zombies was surely extraordinary. She needed to relocate to a safer area without delay. At that moment, she heard Xiaowei's voice calling out Shen Mu's name. Tang Wei was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Shen Mu and Xiaowei had come searching for her? Upon reflection, they had been gone for quite some time, and if they were indeed on their way, they should be arriving soon. This was dire. With so many zombies around, and the weapons here having a certain toxicity, they would certainly struggle to endure. Without a second thought, Tang Wei sprinted away, just in time to see Shen Mu and Xiaowei, who were barely clinging to their last shred of strength, collapse to the ground. The zombies, now unimpeded, surged forward, eager to rend Shen Mu and Xiaowei to pieces. In an instant, Tang Wei conjured a protective shield in front of them, and the advancing zombies crashed violently against it. Breathing a sigh of relief, she knew that this shield would not withstand for long. She had to eliminate these zombies swiftly. With that thought, Tang Wei closed her eyes, allowing her will to flow, and suddenly a dark cloud gathered overhead. In the next heartbeat, thunder roared and countless bolts of lightning struck down upon the zombies, the sparks of electricity leaping from one to another, incinerating them into charred remnants. In an instant, the once dense horde of zombies was reduced to ashes, leaving only a scattering of crystal cores behind. The environment fell silent, and Tang Wei, feeling utterly drained, knelt on the ground, rushing over to check on Shen Mu and Xiaowei. Fortunately, a small robot had been guarding Shen Mu all along. Though it had ultimately succumbed to exhaustion at the critical moment, it had previously shielded them well, leaving them with only minor injuries while suffering from more severe poisoning. In the dead of night, Shen Mu, her body aching, slowly opened her eyes to find herself beneath a makeshift shelter crafted from large mushrooms and leaves. She was momentarily taken aback. With a mix of confusion and delight, she turned her head to see Tang Wei seated nearby, tending to a small pot in which mushrooms were simmering, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. "Tang Wei, I'm so relieved you're safe," Shen Mu exclaimed, astonished, as she had feared she would never see Tang Wei again. Thankfully, it seemed that Tang Wei was unharmed. "Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. Would you like to try some?" Tang Wei offered. Seeing Tang Wei safe and sound eased Shen Mu's heart considerably, and without hesitation, she nodded slightly in agreement. As I rose, I was surprised to find Xiaowei beside me, peacefully asleep, her complexion considerably rosy, suggesting she was on the mend. "How is Xiaowei?" I reassured her. "Do not worry. I have procured some medication. Since you're feeling better, Xiaowei should awaken shortly." Tang Wei beamed with joy, and Shen Mu finally exhaled in relief, lifting the mushroom soup to indulge in its delightful flavor that was nothing short of exquisite. Chapter 76. The Return of Allah. While savoring the mushroom soup, the two exchanged their experiences from the day. Upon learning of Tang Wei's struggles, Shen Mu's emotions became quite intricate. Tang Wei was equally astonished to discover the lengths Shen Mu had gone to in order to save her, feeling deeply moved. In the midst of their conversation, they couldn't help but embrace one another. At that moment, Xiaowei stirred at the sound, slowly opening her eyes. To her surprise, she saw the two in a tight embrace, instinctively covering her eyes, wishing to drift back into slumber. Just then, familiar barks echoed in the air. "Allah!" Tang Wei exclaimed, immediately lifting her head. Shen Mu found it peculiar as they both stood up, only to see a furry figure bounding towards them. "Wonderful! Allah! I'm so glad you are safe." The trio shared a warm embrace, reveling in their reunion, before glancing up. "What about Xiaowei? Has she still not woken? To think you both remembered me. I thought I had vanished from your world," Xiaowei joked, though there was an edge of annoyance in her tone. Tang Wei quickly replied with a laugh, "Of course not. Your well-being is what matters most." As they conversed, Shen Mu inspected Allah, noting that the dog seemed to be recovering well, yet a sense of confusion lingered. He had entrusted Allah to the care of the base personnel. So why had the dog ventured out on its own? Tang Wei, initially concerned, inquired and then sighed nonchalantly. "Perhaps Allah simply missed us and decided to come find us." Shen Mu nodded. Although perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it further. "Look, this is a collection of crystal cores I have gathered recently." "Aren't there many?" Tang Wei exclaimed, pulling out a substantial number of glimmering cores from her pocket, which shimmered beautifully in the air. So many crystal cores. It seems your haul has been quite impressive, Wei teased, retrieving a core that emanated a striking red glow. What do you think of this one? As soon as Tang Wei laid eyes on the dazzling brilliance of the core, she was instantly captivated, examining it closely. My goodness, this crystal is stunning. Where did you find it? On my way to find you, I encountered a rather unusual zombie. After dispatching it, I realized that the reward was indeed quite extraordinary, Wei remarked as she pushed the crystal core towards Tang Wei. All right. I know you have a fondness for this, so it's yours. Tang Wei initially cherished it, but knowing it wasn't hers. She was taken aback when Lu Hai uttered such words, bubbling with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Shen Mu, observing from the side, managed a faint smile. It sensed that Tang Wei seemed somewhat different today, prompting a furrow of concern on his brow. Are you now able to absorb the energy from the crystal core? Upon hearing this, Tang Wei nodded slightly and recounted her harrowing experience of being poisoned and attacked in the mushroom zone. I thought I might not survive to this day. Yet inexplicably, I seemed to be able to absorb the energy from the crystal core, and the severe poison in my body could be neutralized by the mushrooms. It truly is astonishing. I never expected this place could actually be toxic. I previously thought it was merely a bit foggy. Wei complained, recalling her own brush with danger during a zombie siege, still haunted by the memory. It's all right. I can now gradually absorb the energy from the crystal core. In no time, I should become even stronger, and then I will be able to protect you. That's splendid. As the group conversed, Allah appeared to be quite exhilarated, leaping onto Wei and licking her fervently. Ah, what are you doing, Allah? Wei exclaimed in surprise, attempting to evade, but Allah's enthusiasm was simply irresistible. Tang Wei watched with delight, knowing that Allah rarely expressed such excitement towards unfamiliar individuals. This warmth was solely due to her fondness for Wei. You should feel fortunate. Allah seldom behaves this way with anyone else, which clearly indicates how much He likes you. Wei found herself both amused and exasperated by this comment, and once Allah calmed down a bit, they resumed their conversation. You mentioned encountering a hunter here, and it seems he can absorb the abilities of others? Midway through their chat, Shen Mu suddenly sensed something amiss, his demeanor turning serious. Wei also adopted a solemn expression. Are you certain you encountered a hunter? These individuals are not to be trifled with. I cannot fathom why he sought me out, but it is evident that he is exceptionally powerful. If he were to confront an ordinary person, he could easily siphon their energy. You must understand, these individuals are part of an organization that emerged during the apocalypse, coinciding with the rise of superhumans. It was during this time that hunters began to stealthily appear. In the face of adversity, a group of ambitious and capable individuals sought to survive and thrive in such an era, but lacking sufficient strength. They devised a cunning plan and formed the Hunters Association. They typically form groups of several individuals to set traps or hunt down supernatural beings, unlawfully seizing their abilities to enhance their own strength. Wei shook her head slightly as she spoke, reflecting on how these individuals, who once scurried like rats in the sewers, had now become so brazen. The person you encountered, daring enough to confront you alone, must either possess an overabundance of confidence or be remarkably formidable. Chapter 77. The Zombie Invasion. Given your words, it seems we are rather fortunate, Tang Wei remarked, a mix of sentiment and jest in her tone. Anyone like you who has not fallen prey to those hunters is indeed lucky. She continued to express her thoughts, feeling both relieved and contemplative. Now that you can absorb the energy from crystal cores, it is imperative that you strive diligently to enhance your abilities. I am counting on you to grow stronger swiftly to protect me. Of course, while they shared laughter and mirth, chaos had already erupted within the base. The outer defenses were faltering, and despite Zhou Xiaoju's valiant efforts to hold the line, the majority of the base's inhabitants, upon realizing the zombie invasion, chose to scatter in panic. Few were willing to stand in the front lines to fend off the undead, resulting in a deteriorating situation where several defenses had completely collapsed. The crowd could only fight and retreat, struggling to maintain a semblance of order. However, It was evident that such perseverance could not endure for long. Zhou Xiaojiu and his companions were nearing their breaking point, and if this continued, they faced the grim possibility of perishing in this chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Huang, who was engaged in dialogue with individuals from other bases, was struck with alarm upon learning of the crisis at his own base. How could this happen? Was everything not fine before I left? His subordinate, equally anxious, fumbled with his words. Outside, Gao Yinshin and others passing by were taken aback to see the area overwhelmed by a tide of zombies. Isn't this the base where Tang Wei resides? Where is she? Although they suspected she might have already evacuated, Gao Yinshin felt a twinge of concern. Gripping his gear firmly, he resolved to join the fray. Amidst the disarray, finding Tang Wei seemed an insurmountable challenge. Just as Gao Yinshin grappled with uncertainty, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by an unseen force. The rocky terrain made it difficult for him to regain his footing. As he struggled amidst the throngs of panicking individuals, he finally managed to stagger to the wall. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream broke through the chaos. Turning, Gao Yinshin saw a woman in her 30s, her arm ensnared by a zombie, desperately fighting against its grasp. However, regardless of how loudly he called out, those around him hurried past, unwilling to lend a hand. Some even recoiled as if confronted by a plague. Are you all right? The woman had just escaped the clutches of death, her gaze now vacant, shaking her head in a frantic attempt to flee through the gaps in the crowd. Just as Wu Hao felt a sense of helplessness, he was suddenly shoved hard from behind. He vaguely heard someone cursing, and before him loomed a multitude of zombies. Mind your own business. Go die. Gao Yinshin was caught completely off guard and was thrust directly in front of the undead. Instinctively, he tried to turn and run, but his body, like that of the woman before him, was seized violently by the zombies. He struggled with all his might, calling out loudly, yet was met only with endless indifference. Among the throngs of people, Gao Yinshin spotted the woman he had saved earlier, cowering in a corner, trembling and staring at him, offering no sign of wanting to help. A chill enveloped his heart. As he was about to be dragged into the horde, Gao Yinshin suddenly felt something in his pocket radiating a searing warmth. With every ounce of strength, he extracted it, discovering it to be the crystal core he had obtained that very day. In a miraculous turn of fate, he clenched the stone tightly, closing his eyes slightly as waves of energy surged from his palm into his body. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from him, and an impenetrable shield manifested, allowing him to burst forth from the sea of zombies. When he regained his senses, he found himself outside the base, the zombies still desperately charging towards it. Gazing at the crystal core in his hand, he could scarcely fathom that he had just escaped from so many undead. Looking again at the core, it had lost all its luminescence. The swirling energy within was now invisible. It seemed he had absorbed all its power, using it to escape in that fleeting moment of energy release. Tang Wei had not deceived him. Gao Yinshin felt as if he had just emerged from a brush with death, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Wonderful. Meanwhile, the very passage he had just vacated was instantly filled with countless zombies, the cries and pleas of people echoing around him. Yet, Gao Yinshin's expression turned cold. After exerting all his strength to save others, he was met with such treatment. He would never again risk himself for this crowd. Concurrently, the laboratory at the center of the base was under assault from the throngs of zombies outside. The researchers inside remained relatively composed, collectively forming a protective barrier to mask their scent, keeping the zombies at bay. In the mushroom zone, Shen Mu, Tang Wei, and Xiago Wei were seated together, with Allah obediently beside them. The group engaged in lively conversation, their little pot in front containing an assortment of mushrooms and some freshly acquired meat. Although the quality of the meat was not exceptional under such circumstances, the mere presence of edible fare was a delightful stroke of fortune. None among them were inclined to be picky, and the modest pot yielded a delectable meal. Even Allah, typically discerning in her tastes, relished 2 generous bowls of mushroom and grilled meat. After their satisfying feast, they were all quite content, with Allah even lying down on the ground to sleep. Chapter 78. The Black Sparrow's message. At that moment, a black sparrow suddenly swooped down from above, chirping excitedly overhead. Tang Wei's eyes sparkled at the sight. Wonderful. It seems we shall have bird meat today. With that, she intended to shoot the black sparrow down. Wait. In a moment of urgency, Wei extended her hand to stop Tang Wei, her gaze fixed intently on the bird. That sparrow seems to belong to Zhou Xiaoju. Tang Wei was taken aback by this revelation, but halted nonetheless. How do you know? I encountered a situation earlier, and it was Zhou Xiaoju who used this black sparrow to contact me. As Wei spoke, she gently extended her hand, and after a few swift kicks in the air, the black sparrow obediently landed in her palm before swiftly taking flight again. It's a messenger. Tang Wei was astonished, while Shamu looked on with keen interest. What could Zhou Xiaoju possibly want to convey? This seems rather mysterious, employing such a traditional method. Tang Wei spoke half in jest, yet Wei's expression grew serious. It's likely not a trivial matter. Zhou Xiaoju once told me that he would not allow the black sparrow to appear under such circumstances unless it was urgent. Her words cast a somber atmosphere over the group. As expected, upon unfolding the note, they discovered alarming news. The base was in trouble. How could this happen? Doesn't our base have a protective shield? Typically, the zombies wouldn't breach our defenses. Wei made a decisive turn, preparing to leave. Wait, we're coming with you. Shen and Tang Wei promptly stepped forward, with a law quickly trailing behind as they hastened towards the base. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, Suji had already fled from the base earlier. Shortly thereafter, she concealed herself in a corner and witnessed the base being besieged by a horde of zombies. She couldn't help but feel relieved that her instincts had prompted her to escape in time. Otherwise, she might have been reduced to mere bones by the relentless undead. While Suji was making her escape, she unexpectedly encountered Yi Huang and his team arriving to assist. It was too late to flee. Yi Huang called out her name. Suji, what are you doing here? What's the situation at the base? Brother Yi Huang, you finally arrived. I was nearly paralyzed with fear as the base was suddenly besieged by a multitude of zombies. They demanded that I venture out to deliver a message to you. I never anticipated encountering you here. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang felt a surge of emotion within him, observing Suji with tears glistening in her eyes. He tenderly caressed the top of her head. How could this happen? When Yi Huang surveyed the chaotic scene, he was momentarily taken aback, feeling a profound sense of dilemma. With only a handful of personnel at their disposal, confronting such an overwhelming number of zombies seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even if they managed to eliminate the zombies, it was likely that the base would have already been reduced to ruins, devoid of any utility. Noticing Yi Huang's furrowed brow and palpable anxiety, Suji feigned gentleness and leaned against him. Brother Yi Huang, do not fret excessively. Did they not mention that Shen and Tang Wei are within the base? With Shen's extraordinary prowess, their presence surely guarantees our safety. At this, Yi Huang offered a slight nod, though he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts. Given the sheer volume of zombies, even Shen, with his remarkable abilities, could not be expected to eradicate them all with ease. As the number of zombies multiplied and the despair among the trapped individuals grew, some despaired to the point of wailing loudly, even turning on their companions. Others desperately attempted to flee, only to be bitten midway, meeting their tragic fate. A few altruistic ability users endeavored to protect the ordinary people, yet amid the overwhelming chaos, their efforts seemed almost negligible, and the situation had become dire. As the environment descended further into turmoil, the crowd scattered in panic, with countless individuals succumbing to bites from the undead. If this continued, the base would inevitably fall before Shen and Tang Wei could arrive to assist. Yet, what Zhou Xiaoju had not anticipated was that after he had unleashed all the spray within the base, while the zombies indeed lost sight of humans, resulting in fewer attacks, this very spray plunged everyone into hallucinations. Everyone was affected to varying degrees, succumbing to different levels of intoxication and delusion, though they had mentally prepared themselves. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Tang Wei and Shen were still taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a horde of zombies. It appeared that this wave was more ferocious than any they had faced before. The reasons for this sudden escalation remained unclear, but they had no time to ponder, only to seek a way to respond. Wei, Unable to contain her impatience at the disarray of the base, unleashed her abilities, conjuring fierce flames that reduced a portion of the zombies to ash. However, this only incited a greater frenzy among the remaining undead. As a horde charged toward them, Tang Wei, who had been contemplating alternative strategies, found herself compelled to retaliate. As the group struggled against the overwhelming horde of zombies, it became evident that their numbers were excessive. Furthermore, many of these undead had consumed the blood of abilities users, resulting in a notable enhancement and mutation among them, making the confrontation increasingly arduous. With the situation deteriorating and chaos erupting within the base, Tang Wei could no longer contain herself. Her eyes widened slightly. Chapter 79. The Eruption of Power Thunder. A commanding shout echoed, and a brilliant flash of light erupted forth. The zombies, as if struck by a powerful force, disintegrated into ashes, leaving a scattering of crystal cores behind. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiaogui and Shen charged forward, utilizing their abilities and robots as vanguards. Meanwhile, Xiaogui and Tang Wei remained at the rear, eliminating any foes they encountered, creating a truly spectacular scene. However, it wasn't long before Tang Wei halted her movements. Although she possessed a psychic ability that was notably effective against zombies, it came at the cost of immense energy expenditure. Despite the formidable power she had just unleashed, she could distinctly feel the overwhelming drain on her energy. She was nearing her limits. Noticing Tang Wei's distress, Shen swiftly deployed several robots to temporarily hold back the oncoming horde and supported the increasingly weakened Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, are you all right?" he inquired. Tang Wei opened her eyes slightly, her gaze weary. "I feel drained." Xiaogui bit her lip in concern, realizing that Tang Wei's fatigue stemmed from her previous overexertion. She had depleted her energy reserves entirely. Shen furrowed his brow as the zombies, no longer hindered by Tang Wei's powers, began to swarm furiously towards them. It seemed his robots would not withstand the assault for long. "What about the crystal cores you collected earlier? Surely, they contain significant energy," he suggested. Suddenly, Shen eyes widened, while Tang Wei's expression grew grave. "I'm afraid it's not feasible. The last time I absorbed energy from the crystals, it took considerable effort. And now don't worry, I can assist you," Shen replied calmly. Reluctantly, Tang Wei produced the crystal core she had on her person. In the next moment, Shen opened his palm, and an unusual radiance began to shimmer in the air as numerous crystal cores floated, swirling in a mesmerizing dance of light. "Try to absorb the energy from these crystals," Shen encouraged, visibly relieved as he raised his gaze, filled with determination. "All right." Despite knowing it was nearly impossible, she chose to trust Shen. Focusing her mind, she envisioned the tangible form of the energy within the crystals, resembling an intricate web woven from countless beams of light. As Tang Wei attempted to draw closer to the energy, she was unexpectedly met with beams converging from all directions towards her. In a daze, she opened her eyes just in time to witness the last of Shen's robots faltering as a relentless tide of zombies surged towards them. "Get back!" A fierce shout erupted, followed by a violent blaze engulfing the scene. Tang Wei hastily employed her extraordinary abilities once more, and the surroundings fell into an instant silence. Countless zombies disintegrated into fine ash, leaving behind a myriad of crystal cores scattered across the ground. "Wow, Tang Wei, you are exceptionally formidable." Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat astonished by her own strength. Shen standing nearby, wore a faint smile. "How do you feel now?" "With the energy from those crystal cores, I feel remarkably revitalized. I no longer experience the weakness I felt before." Tang Wei lifted her head in delight, but her expression turned grave upon noticing the zombies still assaulting the base not far away. "Please assist me in collecting the crystal cores. I must investigate the base." Just as Tang Wei was about to charge in alone, Shen quickly grasped her hand. "I will accompany you." The remaining Xiaogui interjected. "Shall I leave then?" Tang Wei chuckled helplessly as Shen produced several small robots from his pocket. They swiftly began gathering the crystal cores, amassing a substantial amount in no time. "So, shall we proceed now?" Shen Mu asked with a smile. Tang Wei, resigned, joined him and Xiago Wei as they entered the base. However, upon truly stepping inside the base, Tang Wei realized the situation was far graver than she had anticipated. The external defenses had long since collapsed, and corpses littered the ground. As Tang Wei and Shen Mu advanced, they fought their way through, searching for any surviving escapees. Tang Wei, it seems there are no living souls left here. Slaying them one by one is far too slow. We should take decisive action. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei paused. Are you suggesting we eliminate all the zombies at once? But what if there are still survivors? Her gaze wavered, despite the absence of any survivors or even a living creature on their journey. She held on to the hope that there were still those who lived, however slim that possibility might be. Why hesitate? This place is teeming with zombies. It's unlikely there are any survivors. Let's clear this area and search inside, Xiago Wei urged, dispatching 2 more zombies in quick succession. Tang Wei hesitated, lifting her gaze slightly. While resolving the situation collectively would indeed be more efficient, it would also mean that any survivors would face dire consequences. Just as Tang Wei contemplated her course of action, a sound akin to a baby's cry caught her attention, leaving Xiago Wei wide-eyed in astonishment. Could it be? There are still people alive. Shen Mu's expression turned serious as he deployed his robots to scan the vicinity, ultimately detecting life signs beneath a heap of corpses. Over here, Xiago Wei dashed forward and, upon lifting the bodies, gasped in shock. Beneath the weight of the corpses lay a woman. Her arms were rigid, yet she desperately held her elbow aloft to create a small space to protect her child from being crushed. Beneath her was a wailing infant. Quickly, rescue her! Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, eager to assist, but noticed that Xiago Wei's expression seemed somewhat off, prompting her to furrow her brow. What's wrong? The mother has ceased to breathe. Xiago Wei's voice quivered with emotion, leaving Tang Wei momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more. Until her last breath, she had valiantly sheltered the infant with her own body. Xiago Wei's words trailed off, and Tang Wei's gaze turned somber. They first extricated the unharmed infant, then laid the mother's lifeless body on a relatively clean spot, covering it with a white cloth before departing. With heavy hearts, the group cleared the preceding zombies and pressed onward. Suddenly, the previously inconspicuous Ayla seemed to sense something, becoming restless and barking twice, its tail wagging incessantly. Woof. Chapter 80. The guide Tang Wei, perplexed, crouched slightly and asked Allah, "What troubles you?" However, Allah could not articulate its feelings, instead anxiously circling in place before barking towards the depths of the base's laboratory. Allah? Before Tang Wei could fully comprehend, she saw Allah dart ahead. Shen Mu and the others, unsure of what was amiss, chose to trust Allah and followed suit. Before long, they arrived deep within the base, where they discovered a considerable number of survivors. Zhou Zhaojue was organizing other ability users to band together against their foes. United in purpose, the numerous ability users had vanquished countless zombies. By the time Tang Wei arrived, several of these fighters had succumbed to exhaustion, yet Zhou Zhaojue persisted at the forefront, holding steadfast. Zhou Zhaojue. Upon spotting him, Xiago Wei couldn't help but call out. Just then, a zombie that Zhou Zhaojue had previously felled inexplicably rose again, seizing his pant leg and dragging him towards the horde. Zhou Zhaojue, caught off guard, fell to the ground, gripping the nearby railing tightly. Not good. Zhou Zhaojue is in danger. Sensing the peril, Tang Wei rushed forward to assist. However, Xiago Wei was quicker, swiftly advancing and unleashing a burst of crimson fire that incinerated a wide circle of zombies in an instant. Do not worry, it is all right now. Zhou Zhaojue lifted his head slightly, just in time to see Xiago Wei, clad in red, extending her hand towards him, her charming smile impossible to resist. Thank you, he managed to say. It's nothing. You are safe now. Meanwhile, Yi Huang and the others, who had been hiding outside, learned that the base was secure. In disbelief, they rushed over with Su Ji and found that indeed, the zombies had diminished significantly. They arrived just in time to witness Tang Wei effortlessly dispatching the remaining zombies, leaving them in awe. My goodness, Tang Wei, did you eliminate all these zombies? Upon seeing Yi Huang suddenly appear, Tang Wei glanced at Su Ji behind him and politely shook her head. It was a collective effort. I merely contributed a small part. Tang Wei's modesty was evident, prompting others around her to speak on her behalf. How can this be considered a mere, trifling task? Had it not been for Sister Tang's relentless efforts in vanquishing so many zombies, it is likely that we would not have survived to this day. Indeed, all credit is due to Tang Wei. Hearing the praises from everyone, even Yi Huang's gaze reflected admiration. Su Ji's jealousy surged uncontrollably, as if to stake her claim. She leaned into Yi Huang's embrace and spoke with a sardonic tone. I suggest you all refrain from exaggerating. Everyone knows how capable Tang Wei has been at the base. Do you truly believe that she single-handedly dispatched all those zombies? Would you believe such a tale? While some were unconvinced, Su Ji's words planted seeds of doubt in others. After all, it was true that Tang Wei had not been this formidable in the past. Could it be that she had merely been pretending to conceal her true strength? Yet, what purpose would such deception serve? As the group exchanged uncertain glances, Su Ji's mocking voice rang out once more. Tang Wei regarded Su Ji with a cold smile, her lips curling slightly. You seem to know me rather well. Why don't you enlighten us on what underhanded methods I have employed? Perhaps I have delved into some malevolent practices? Su Ji, with an air of entitlement, began to respond, only to abruptly close her mouth as if she had suddenly realized something. Are you unable to tolerate the improvement of others? Xia Wei furrowed her brows, casting an impatient glance at Su Ji, while Tang Wei sensed a shift in the atmosphere, her gaze growing colder. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. My sudden surge in abilities is due to my recent discovery that I can absorb the energy from these crystal cores, resulting in a temporary enhancement. However, my actual strength has not significantly increased. I still require further effort to improve. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Standing beside Yi Huang, Su Ji watched as his eyes seemed glued to Tang Wei, her heart burning with resentment. Brother Yi Huang, is anyone truly that captivating? No, he replied. Yet, Su Ji was not in a state to heed such words. Though her face wore a gentle smile, in her heart she had already berated Tang Wei 1,000 times. Shen remained composed, utilizing the conversation to assess the extent of the base's damage, noting that most of the buildings had been ravaged by zombies. He frowned slightly. The bodies left in the wake of this calamity were countless, prompting a collective sigh from the group. Let us not dwell on those matters. While the situation at the base is currently stable, we cannot predict when these creatures may strike again. We should exercise caution and prioritize repairing the base. At Shen Mu's reminder, Yi Huang finally grasped the urgency of the situation. Indeed, our primary objective must be to restore the base swiftly, lest the zombies launch another attack, leaving us with a fighting chance. Just then, the base's loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing that the energy from the crystal cores was now available for use by ability users, along with an initial explanation of their attributes. To everyone's surprise, Yi Huang had acted swiftly, conducting research and making these findings available in such a short span of time. Chapter 81. The pursuit of immediate gain at the moment when Tang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. A remark from behind abruptly extinguished her smile. All of these revelations stem from our exceptional experimenter, Su Ji. May everyone remember her name. As soon as the words fell, Tang Wei was met with a resounding applause from outside, where all present extolled Su Ji's beauty, kindness, and formidable abilities, declaring her fortune to be in Yi Huang's company as a stroke of serendipity. The group who had previously heard Tang Wei's comments raised questions, only to be met with dismissive responses. It must have been Su Ji who informed her. After all, she herself admitted to stumbling upon it by chance. Tang Wei could scarcely tolerate this, casting aside her belongings in frustration and departing. Meanwhile, Shen Mu, who was tidying up in her room, also caught wind of the earlier broadcast. Both were incensed and reached a mutual resolution to confront Yi Huang for clarification. Just then, they spotted Yi Huang setting down the microphone, with Su Ji coiling around him like a water snake, their intimacy palpable. What a delightful atmosphere you have here. Tang Wei scoffed coldly. Upon recognizing her voice, Yi Huang instinctively pushed Su Ji away and stood up, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. Tang Wei, what brings you here? Was it you speaking in a broadcast just now? Yi Huang queried, bemused yet nodding. Indeed, is there an issue? I was the one who first discovered the properties of crystal cores and conducted research alongside Shenmu. How has it now been attributed to Su Ji? Tang Wei's tone betrayed her simmering anger. However, upon grasping her intent, Yi Huang let out a long sigh. Oh, so it was because I failed to mention your names during the broadcast. Is that it? No matter. I shall rectify that now. As Yi Huang spoke, he feigned reaching for the microphone, only to be interrupted by Su Ji's assertive tone. Brother Yi Huang, why bother with him? From the moment the crystal core appeared, I have been conducting research. I had indeed discovered its properties, but simply chose not to share that with you. What you stated is entirely valid. Su Ji's brazen demeanor infuriated Tang Wei further, her brows knitting together, her expression frigid. You truly assert your position with such conviction? It appears that Su Ji is nothing more than an interloper, unrepentant and devoid of any intent to apologize. In light of this, there is no reason for her to expect courtesy. Given your stance, does that imply you were already aware that abilities could absorb crystal cores? If so, why did you not inform us from the outset? Su Ji seemed momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, her gaze wavering slightly, yet after a long pause, she merely huffed in response. Since this matter was my secret, what obligation do I have to disclose it to you? Moreover, at that time, I was not entirely certain, and thus could not speak freely for fear of misleading you. Tang Wei listened to her words, feeling a blend of anger and amusement. Since you were uncertain back then, that makes it my discovery. Why then do you put on such airs? As the two sides engaged in a heated dispute, Shenmu suddenly recalled that during his time in the laboratory, he had heard rumors of Su Ji stealing another's experimental results. In light of recent events, it seemed these matters were not mere coincidences. With this thought in mind, Shenmu promptly voiced his concerns, and indeed, he observed Su Ji's complexion darken significantly. Brother Shenmu, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never stolen anything. All of my work is my own. Do not casually slander me. Su Ji retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. Shenmu, uninterested in wasting time on her protests, continued, I may lack concrete evidence regarding this matter, but if it holds any truth, it implies that Xiaomeng was likely killed by you. This statement left Tang Wei momentarily stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she regarded Shenmu. What did you just say? I speak the truth. Xiaomeng's untimely death was due to a venomous snakebite, yet it occurred within the base. Do you not find that peculiar? Sen mo presedon. At the time, the atmosphere in the base was fraught with anxiety, and many perished, causing everyone to overlook these events. However, with my mention, it appears there may indeed be something substantial to consider. To Su Ji, the resurfacing of these events was unexpected, and a flicker of panic crossed her gaze, though she feigned calmness. I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not even know this Xiaomeng. Why would I want to kill him? You are simply making baseless accusations. Tang Wei, decisive in her actions, seized Su Ji by the collar. If you have nothing to hide, then allow us to conduct a thorough search to ensure you possess no incriminating evidence, and we shall not wrongfully accuse you. Upon hearing this, Su Ji instinctively took a step back, retreating behind Yi Huang. How dare you? I've done nothing wrong. Why should you inspect me? Yi Huang's expression darkened, although he was unaware of Su Ji's true actions. Her seemingly delicate demeanor led him to believe she could not be involved in something as heinous as murder. He attempted to mediate the situation. May I interject? I too have witnessed the aftermath of the incident involving the deceased researcher. It was indeed a snakebite that caused his demise. Yet we have never kept such snakes in our facility, and Su Ji has been by my side daily, making it improbable for her to have harbored one. As he spoke, Yi Huang softened his tone. Perhaps there is another explanation? Even if there were, Su Ji remains a prime suspect. What harm is there in allowing us to check? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? Tang Wei pressed on relentlessly, while Shenmu maintained a serious demeanor, clearly unwilling to let the matter slide. Su Ji's face paled, and caught between the two, Yi Huang found himself in a difficult position. Before he could devise a way to reconcile them, Zhou Ju stormed in from an unknown direction, furious, and began to berate Su Ji. "Sufi, what is your intention? Why must you monopolize all the credit? Indeed, the true credit for this matter belongs predominantly to Sister Tang and Shen Mu." Upon witnessing Zhou Xiaojue's unexpected arrival, still clad in his lab attire, I felt a surge of emotion. "Why are you here too?" Chapter 82. The Search. I heard the broadcast. Su Ji did nothing at all. Why should she claim all the credit? I simply cannot abide by it, Zhou Xiaojue exclaimed with indignation, causing Yi Huang to feel a sense of exasperation. "What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? The matters concerning Sister Tang are my concerns as well. Why shouldn't I come?" "Su Ji is merely feeling guilty," Zhou Xiaojue retorted. "Let us conduct an inspection." Su Ji straightened her neck and replied coldly, "This crystal core was originally researched by me. What difference does it make if it bears my name? Who are you to inspect me?" Zhou Xiaojue was taken aback by Su Ji's unreasonable demeanor, his anger flaring as he braced himself for a confrontation. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air. "How dare you claim righteousness?" With those words, a flicker of flame appeared, descending directly upon Su Ji's head. Her hair ignited instantaneously, the searing heat causing her to scream in terror. "Yi Huang, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save me," she cried. Yi Huang, witnessing the chaos, rushed to assist. But alas, it was too late. By the time Su Ji's hair was extinguished, a substantial portion had already been charred, leaving her in a disheveled state. Yi Huang froze momentarily, gazing at the disarray before him, struggling to comprehend the scene. "What is wrong? Even you find me unattractive?" Su Ji seemed genuinely offended, her eyes reflecting a dark, greenish hue. As if sensing something, Yi Huang's expression softened, and he tenderly embraced Su Ji. "How could that be? You are beautiful, regardless of your appearance." Nearby, Tang Wei felt nauseated, just as Xia Wei rushed over in a flurry, bursting into laughter at the sight of Su Ji's disheveled appearance. "Honestly, with your looks, even a beggar would find you repulsive." The moment those words were spoken, Su Ji's fury ignited once more, recalling the mysterious voice and the flames. She could easily deduce that it was Xia Wei's doing. "Xia Wei, what exactly do you intend to achieve? You have snatched Tang Wei's credit. Is it too much to burn a few strands of your hair?" Xia Wei responded with an air of entitlement, a smug smile adorning her face. "I did not steal anything. Stop spreading such nonsense." Su Ji, visibly agitated, forcefully waved her hand and turned to glare at Yi Huang. "Let us go." Yi Huang, lost in thought, made no attempt to resist, obediently following Su Ji. "Where do you intend to go?" Just then, as Shen Mu prepared to act, Yi Huang unexpectedly stepped in, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Ji. Shen Mu was left with no choice but to halt his actions, casting a cold gaze at Yi Huang. "What do you think you are doing? Do not harm Su Ji." The tone of the other party seemed somewhat mechanical, prompting Shen Mu to furrow his brow slightly. He appeared to be in a peculiar state, his gaze vacant, as if he were being controlled by an unseen force. "We harbor no intention of harming her. We merely wish to ascertain whether Su Ji possesses anything suspicious," Tang Wei remarked, feigning nonchalance as she approached. In an instant, she struck, firmly binding Su Ji in place. Upon witnessing this, Yi Huang immediately attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by Shen Mu beside him. "What are you doing?" Su Ji exclaimed, sensing the precariousness of her situation and attempting to flee. Yet, breaking free from Tang Wei's grip proved to be no simple feat. Tang Wei searched Su Ji's person thoroughly, but found nothing of concern. "Nothing at all? How can that be? I shall search Su Ji's room." Summer Wei volunteered. Their eyes met, and they promptly dashed toward Su Ji's quarters. Meanwhile, Su Ji thrashed about wildly, vociferously protesting, "Release me. On what grounds do you rummage through my belongings?" Curiously, amidst Su Ji's frantic struggles, Yi Huang, usually composed, also began to writhe uncontrollably, desperately attempting to break free from Shen Mu's grasp. Something was amiss with both individuals. I, too, sense something is off, particularly with Yi Huang, who seems devoid of his own spirit. At that moment, Su Ji suddenly turned her head, coldly fixing her gaze upon Tang Wei and Shen Mu. "Of course. Watch your step." Shen Mu, upon hearing this, instinctively looked down and was startled to discover a tiny emerald serpent slithering dangerously close to his ankle, nearly striking him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the creature's attack and crushing it beneath his heel. The serpent perished instantly, and Su Ji's expression reflected profound distress, her eyes widening in anguish. Tang Wei observed this exchange intently, immediately sensing something was amiss, and coldly directed her stare at Su Ji. "Did you summon this serpent?" Su Ji turned her head away, internally seething. The serpent had nearly bitten Shen Mu, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. I would never keep such a creature." Then why the earlier expression? Moreover, how could such a venomous snake suddenly appear in the base without cause? Tang Wei expressed her skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Su Ji's words. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoju and Summer Gowei arrived, breathless. "What is the situation? Have you discovered anything?" Tang Wei inquired eagerly, but they merely shook their heads in silence. "It's strange. We found nothing particularly noteworthy. It must have been concealed by Su Ji." Disheartened by this revelation, Tang Wei prepared to release Su Ji from her bindings when Shen Mu interjected, "I have a solution." "What solution do you propose?" If these snakes were indeed summoned by Su Ji, yet she bore no unusual items, it must certainly pertain to her extraordinary abilities. Tang Wei nodded, having already contemplated this possibility. However, if Su Ji did not voluntarily utilize her abilities, they would remain oblivious. "I can employ healing magic to examine her. Perhaps we might uncover something." Indeed, it was a prudent approach. Yet, it was surprising that upon hearing that Shen Mu intended to inspect her, Su Ji instantly panicked. "I refuse." In Chapter 83, The End of Future Troubles, Su Ji began to struggle wildly, shaking her head vehemently, utterly unwilling to undergo the examination. "You must help me restrain her." Witnessing Su Ji's frantic demeanor further solidified Tang Wei's suspicions about her, prompting her to firmly immobilize Su Ji. After Shen Mu conducted a thorough examination using healing magic, it was revealed that Su Ji harbored a significant amount of toxins within her body, explaining her ability to command so many venomous snakes. "Are you suggesting that Su Ji possesses such a multitude of toxins? How is it that she remains unharmed?" Tang Wei found this revelation difficult to fathom. Su Ji, as the host, had managed to refine those deadly snakes, allowing them to remain by her side for her own use. This fact rendered her exceedingly perilous, corroborating that Xiao Meng's demise indeed stemmed from her machinations. Upon hearing this, a mix of dread and fury welled up within Tang Wei as she glared fiercely at Su Ji. "Are you even human? You would go so far as to kill our comrades in the laboratory," aware that her secret was now exposed. Su Ji's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as she regarded Tang Wei. "What difference does it make that you know now? The deed is done, and no amount of words can change that." With a steely gaze, she commanded, "Release me at once. Otherwise, Yi Huang shall meet his demise." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Wei understood that Su Ji had long since poisoned Yi Huang, likely employing some form of manipulation. Otherwise, he would not be so obedient to her commands. "Yi Huang is your closest confidant. How could you be so ruthless? If you do not release me now, there shall be more than just Yi Huang's life at stake." Su Ji's cold laughter echoed, her eyes devoid of the previous vulnerability, replaced instead with a fierce malice and cunning. In the midst of their exchange, unbeknownst to them, Shen Mu had surreptitiously administered something to Yi Huang, who suddenly became tranquil, ceasing his struggles. Observing this, Su Ji felt a flicker of panic, attempting once more to exert control over Yi Huang, only to find him unresponsive. "Too late. I have hypnotized everything you placed upon Yi Huang. You now have no avenue for retreat." Surprised, Tang Wei cast a glance at the now serene Yi Huang, exclaiming in astonishment, "I had no idea you possessed such skills." Shen Mu replied with a faint smile, "It was merely a previous study. Given this, we must eliminate Su Ji to prevent any future threats." A murderous intent flickered in Tang Wei's gaze, to which Shen Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, allowing such a dangerous individual to remain within the base poses a significant risk. We must act swiftly. Suddenly, Su Ji interjected, "No. If you kill me, Yi Huang will surely die. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wei hesitated in her actions. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Huang was under Su Ji's control. If killing Su Ji would indeed implicate Yi Huang, that was certainly a matter deserving contemplation. Meanwhile, Shen Mu remained remarkably composed, casting a reassuring glance at Tang Wei. Do not worry. With me around, Yi Huang shall come to no harm. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Tang Wei's heart suddenly found tranquility. Just as she resolved to take action, a sudden loud noise erupted from behind. This is bad. How could this happen? Amidst the swirling smoke, Tang Wei faintly discerned the figures of several individuals clad in black, identical to those who had previously sought her demise. In an instant, her eyes reddened, and, just as she prepared to pursue, she was intercepted by Zhou Xiaojue. Sister Tang, these individuals are of unknown identity, and we cannot ascertain their intentions. It is prudent to remain cautious and not leave the base. Despite this warning, Tang Wei was reluctant to let Su Ji escape. As she dashed forward, the smoke dissipated, revealing that the figures had vanished. What now? Those individuals must be Su Ji's accomplices. Although they did not attack us, they have spirited her away. This must have been premeditated. Tang Wei's brow furrowed deeply, but Zhou Xiaojue, with a smile, patted her shoulder. Sister Tang, fear not. Su Ji cannot have gone far. Confused by his words, Tang Wei only understood after Zhou Xiaojue explained that Su Ji had been subjected to a tracking agent he had recently developed. Initially, he had suspected her identity and used her for an experiment, inadvertently creating something remarkably useful. That is splendid. Quickly, find Su Ji's location. Meanwhile, after Su Ji's departure, Yi Huang appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Shen Mu swiftly approached, removing his outer garment to reveal several small green serpents coiled around his chest, back, and even his arms. No wonder Yi Huang had suddenly felt so unwell. His torso bore the marks left by the serpents. This Su Ji is truly despicable. Observing that the serpents lay with closed eyes, showing no signs of movement save for a slight tremor, Tang Wei comprehended that they had indeed been hypnotized. As Shen Mu had stated, I shall remove these serpents at once. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp them, but was promptly stopped by Shen Mu. Do not touch these. Perplexed, Tang Wei furrowed her brow. Why not? Is Yi Huang not unharmed? These serpents are venomous. We cannot guarantee that there is no poison on their surface, so it is safer not to touch them. Though Tang Wei felt somewhat unconvinced by Shen Mu's caution, she nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, she watched as Shen Mu produced a small robot, utilizing its mechanical arms to carefully extract each serpent, eliminating them one by one, before employing healing magic to gradually cleanse Yi Huang of the toxins. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yi Huang finally awoke, having nearly purged the toxins from his body. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt a lingering disorientation. It's all because of your blind trust in that Su Ji, said Tang Wei, exasperated. If he had not been so easily swayed by her, she wouldn't have been able to inflict so much harm upon the base. To Tang Wei's astonishment, Yi Huang's mind remained clouded. Su Ji? Who is Su Ji? Why am I here? In the ensuing silence, Zhou Xiaojue, standing nearby, expressed disbelief. You spent every day with Su Ji. How can you suddenly deny her existence? Let me tell you, Su Ji has committed numerous wrongdoings, and you bear some responsibility. You cannot evade this. No matter how fervently Zhou Xiaojue insisted, Su Ji merely shook her head. What are you talking about? Is there even a person named Su Ji in our base? Seeing Yi Huang's genuine confusion, Tang Wei struggled to comprehend. You truly do not remember Su Ji? What has happened to the base? Why have so many perished? Yi Huang was momentarily stunned by the scene behind him. Tang Wei turned to Shen Mu, seeking a glimmer of hope, but he merely offered a resigned smile. I can only conceive one explanation for this predicament, Shen Mu began. Su Ji exploited her abilities to manipulate Yi Huang's mind. The creatures we just vanquished were employed to control him, and now that they are dead, Yi Huang has been liberated, leaving him with a blank slate regarding his memories of Su Ji. Upon hearing Shen Mu's explanation, Tang Wei could only accept it. They recounted the events of Yi Huang's manipulation bit by bit, as if narrating a story. Impossible. How could I ever tolerate a woman like that by my side? You must be deceiving me, Yi Huang exclaimed, struggling to come to terms with the truth, particularly the notion that he was responsible for the current state of the base. This is common knowledge among everyone at the base. If you doubt it, just ask around, Xia Wei interjected, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged looks of resignation, and Yi Huang reluctantly acknowledged his role in the calamity. Very well, I am at fault for causing so much distress, and for the loss of so many comrades' lives. Sighing, Shen Mu and Tang Wei understood that while Yi Huang was culpable, he had merely been misled. Just then, a baby's cry pierced the air. Xia Wei hurried over to cradle the infant, retrieving a pre-prepared bottle to feed the child, which soon silenced the wails. Yi Huang watched, puzzled. Tang Wei shook her head, her expression tinged with sorrow. This child likely has no family left. As she spoke, she recounted the circumstances of the infant's rescue to the others. This child is indeed unfortunate. Remaining in the base, he is likely to endure untold hardships. A profound sense of guilt and self-reproach surged within Yi Huang as he approached, gently stroking the infant's head. We seem to share a unique bond. Should you lack the time to care for him, allow me to assume the responsibility for this little one. Upon hearing these words, the others exchanged glances, acutely aware of the immense burden of remorse and sorrow weighing on Yi Huang's heart. Entrusting the infant to him appeared to be a commendable decision. Meanwhile, Su Ji, having escaped the base, paused a short distance away, casting a stern gaze at the several figures in black. Who permitted your emergence? Our identities have now been exposed, leaving us oblivious to the situation within the base. The black-clad individuals lowered their heads in response. Miss Su, we acted out of concern for your safety. We will find a way to manage matters within the base. Observing their subservient demeanor, Su Ji's expression remained cold and detached. Indeed, the base, having resolved all her tasks, Tang Wei felt an overwhelming fatigue. Just as she prepared to depart, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed her, and the only sound that reached her ears was Shen Mu's worried voice before she collapsed. Nearby, Zhou Xiaoju saw this scene and was instantly alarmed, rushing over to catch Tang Wei, only to be intercepted by Shen Mu. I can handle this. What has happened to Sister Tang? She is fine. I've already examined her. Tang Wei is merely exhausted from the past few days' exertions, which has caused her current weakness. Now aware of the significance of the crystal cores, everyone was diligently collecting them. Shen Mu joined in the search. As Zhou Xiaoju emerged, he fortuitously spotted Shen Mu engaged in the hunt for crystal cores, and with enthusiasm, he joined in. Hand it over as instructed. Stop dawdling. Just as Zhou Xiaoju prepared to approach Shen Mu out of curiosity, he heard a few individuals nearby barking orders. Looking up, he saw several ability users confronting a group of ordinary people, seemingly demanding something from them. We searched for ages and found nothing. The ordinary individuals appeared somewhat intimidated, fully aware that the ability users far surpassed them in strength. Any attempt to resist would yield no favorable outcome. You claim to have found nothing? We witnessed you. Hand over all the crystal cores in your possession. For these ordinary folks, the search for crystal cores was exceedingly arduous, lacking substantial strength. They could not contend with the mutated creatures, relying instead on scavenging what little remained. Who would have thought they would be confronted by such individuals? I said there is none. One individual, seemingly enraged, shouted defiantly, only to be met with a sharp slap from one of the ability users, who casually flicked his arm. I advise you to be sensible. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chapter 85. The struggle for the crystal core of the man was battered severely, half of his face swollen and blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. I'll give it to you, he stammered, trembling as he raised his hand to reveal a shard of crystal within. Yet, the group of supernatural beings regarded it with disdain, their brows furrowing in disapproval. Is this all? There is not enough for all of us. One scoffed. Indeed, produce more. However, these ordinary individuals possessed little else to offer, no matter how fervently they pleaded for mercy. Unperturbed, the group of supernatural beings glowered menacingly, their resolve hardening. Refuse to comply, will you? We'll ensure you yield. As the situation escalated and the threatening figures prepared to strike, Shen Mu could no longer stand idly by. He intervened at the last moment. Hold on, gentlemen, we are all men here. Why must we turn against one another? The sudden emergence of this formidable foe caused the supernatural beings to instinctively retreat, eyeing Shen Mu with narrowed brows. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. The items they possess are ours by right. If you wish to contest that, you should first consider your own chances of survival. One of the supernatural beings, with an air of menace, unleashed his abilities. Shen Mu merely glanced at him, his expression betraying no sign of alarm. The display of power from these beings posed no threat to him. Their anger flared at his indifference, and they seemed poised to attack. Sensing a flicker of hostility nearby, Shen Mu let out a cold snort. The terrifying force he emanated made the supernatural beings tremble, their courage dissipating as they abandoned their intentions of aggression. Wait, we had no idea you were a high-level supernatural being. We were mistaken. Please, spare us. We promise to leave immediately and never return to this place. Depart now, and do not let me catch you committing misdeeds here again. The supernatural beings quickly acquiesced, turning to flee the scene, fearful of Shen Mu's potential change of heart. Once he confirmed their departure, Shen Mu glanced back to see the ordinary individuals hesitating momentarily before they too retreated from the vicinity. They swiftly clutched their crystals and hurried away. As Shen Mu approached the entrance of the base, he spotted Yi Huang, who was organizing personnel at the entrance, and greeted him. I didn't expect to find you still here. How is everything at the base? Is there anything you need assistance with? Yi Huang smiled at Shen Mu, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, the base is relatively stable, and I can manage it alone. But what about you? After being away for so long, have you been engaged in something of great importance? It was nothing significant. Let's not dwell on that. Let us discuss the situation at the base instead. Those prior issues should have been resolved by now, correct? Yi Huang offered a bitter smile and nodded, acknowledging that while matters at the base had not proceeded as smoothly as anticipated, they had nonetheless been resolved to some extent. Rest assured, he said, as long as I am here, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. You need not worry about the affairs at the base. Your concerns should lie elsewhere. However, there was one matter that required your assistance. Our personnel are already arranged, yet I believe you may need to intervene with the other ability users. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu nodded. After bidding farewell to Yi Huang, he made his way to the temporary camp where the majority of the ability users were stationed. The moment the ability users laid eyes on Shen Mu, they were taken aback, rising to present him with the utmost respect. The atmosphere grew tense, and without further ado, one individual spoke up. Everyone, I have come to discuss a matter. My friends mentioned that you seem to have some concerns regarding the construction of the base. At this, the expressions of the ability users turned noticeably cold. One of them stepped forward, voicing his complaints. To speak frankly, we unanimously believe that as powerful ability users, we have no need to collaborate with ordinary people. If we were to act independently, we could achieve our goals with far greater efficiency. However, involving those commoners would only have our effectiveness. Hearing this, Shen Mu furrowed his brow, his gaze growing icy. Are you suggesting we abandon those ordinary people? The speaker hesitated, sensing Shen Mu's discontent, but after a moment, he mustered the courage to nod. In essence, only by relinquishing those ordinary individuals can we, as ability users, better confront the current situation. I believe this is our most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu looked at the other ability users, surprised to find that they too seemed to acquiesce. A wave of indignation washed over him, yet in the interest of the base's future construction, he chose to endure. Sighing deeply, he continued, I can largely understand your perspective, but have you considered that before becoming ability users, you too were once ordinary people? We are all human. If we forsake the ordinary people here, how do we differ from the monsters we face? Moreover, how many of your family members are still ordinary? Would you truly abandon your own kin? At this, the majority of the ability users fell silent, their expressions growing conflicted, clearly struck by Shen Mu's poignant words. Seizing the moment, Shen Mu pressed on, You are not devoid of conscience. I urge you to reflect deeply on what truly matters in this apocalyptic world. We are all human, and in these dire times, we must support one another. Listening to Shen Mu's counsel, many ability users set aside their prejudices, choosing to embrace his vision. I am willing to collaborate with ordinary individuals. For among my family, there are also those of simple nature, and I do not wish to forsake them. I stand in support of Shen Mu. I too am eager to join forces with them. We are all willing. As many of the elite begin to gravitate towards Shen Mu, those few possessing extraordinary abilities can only express their agreement, drawing closer to his side. Observing these individuals finally willing to cast aside their prejudices brings Shen Mu considerable solace, prompting him to speak. I am genuinely pleased that everyone is willing to relinquish their biases and choose collaboration. Let us assist one another. Do not hesitate to voice any need for assistance, for I shall not hesitate to help. Upon hearing these words, we erupted into cheers, and under Shen Mu's leadership, we swiftly advanced toward the shared goal, joining the initiative to construct a communal base. Witnessing Shen Mu rescuing the stranded, Yi Huang was taken aback, approaching to pat Shen Mu on the shoulder, grinning as he remarked, "Indeed, your prowess is undeniable." When I attempted to persuade these individuals, they would not even acknowledge my presence. Yet, upon your arrival, they all acquiesced. Shen Mu chuckled and shook his head, surveying the harmonious scene before him, a smile gracing his lips. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us cherish the peace we currently enjoy. I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Focus on developing the base, for once it is established, our lives will gradually improve. Yi Huang readily agreed, noticing the approaching law enforcement team intent on upholding justice. He promptly joined them to engage in dialogue. Meanwhile, within the camp, the long unconscious Tang Wei slowly opened her eyes, sensing something in her hand. Upon raising it, she discovered a gleaming black crystal core. How did this come to be here? Could it be that Shen Mu placed this crystal in my hand? The core possesses the ability to enhance the powers of those with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps Shen Mu intended to offer this opportunity to her. One day, Tang Wei, having gathered her thoughts, decided not to utilize the core just yet, but instead sought Shen Mu's presence, departing the camp. On the other side, Yi Huang arrived at the newly constructed base, promptly locating the leaders of the extraordinary individuals planning the construction. It appears your progress is quite smooth. Is there anything you require assistance with? The leader, upon noticing Yi Huang's arrival, greeted him warmly, shaking his head as he replied, "There is nothing we need assistance with. You should focus on your own matters. Things are progressing well here, and I anticipate completion within a few days. By the way, how are those residents outside faring? I've heard they seem rather uncooperative." Yi Huang offered a wry smile and responded, "It's nothing of great concern. I have resolved those issues. However, seeing your progress reassures me. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the leader was somewhat taken aback and immediately gestured for Shen Mu to speak. "Go ahead. Express your thoughts freely. Your contributions are invaluable, and I shall earnestly consider your opinions." Yi Huang smiled and nodded, taking a seat directly opposite the leader. After a moment's hesitation, he candidly articulated his purpose. "I wish to discuss the involvement of ordinary individuals in the search for the crystal cores." At these words, not only were the abilities of the supernatural beings momentarily stunted, but even the nearby captains engaged in construction tasks turned their incredulous gazes toward Shen Mu. "What did you say? You want those ordinary people to participate in the search for the crystal cores? They lack our capabilities. Including them would only lead them to perilous outcomes." In light of the resistance from the supernatural beings, Yi Huang had anticipated such a reaction. Maintaining his composure, he continued, "Please do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. While it is true that these ordinary individuals do not possess the formidable physical attributes of supernatural beings, they are not entirely without merit. My suggestion is to form teams of 6, composed of 4 supernatural beings responsible for the search, while the remaining 2 could be ordinary individuals tasked with collecting and transporting the crystal cores. This way, everyone would have a role to play, and no one would feel sidelined. What are your thoughts on this?" Listening to this, the supernatural beings furrowed their brows, falling into pensive silence. After a moment of contemplation, One of them shook his head, addressing Yi Huang. Soon, Shen and Tang Wei approached Yi Huang's station, where he was coordinating personnel. Shen stepped forward and interrupted. Please, pause your work for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing Shen and Tang Wei, Yi Huang recalled something and offered a wry smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, after setting aside his tasks, he followed the two to a nearby tent. What is it you wish to discuss? I am quite busy and cannot spare too much time. In response, Shen nodded and, avoiding any circumlocution, stated directly, We just heard about your intention to involve ordinary people in the search for crystal cores. You may not fully grasp the repercussions of such actions. Those ordinary individuals lack the capability to confront the monsters. Should they encounter danger, you would find yourself in a precarious position. Hearing this, Yi Huang offered a rueful smile and nodded. These considerations have not escaped me. However, there remains a significant divide between the ordinary residents and the supernatural beings. The only solution I can envision to bridge this gap is this proposal. If we do not take such steps, this rift will persist indefinitely. Though my suggestion may seem audacious, I believe it holds profound significance. Although this course of action may expose the general populace to certain dangers, it also serves to alleviate the conflicts between the two distinct groups to the greatest extent possible, undoubtedly playing a decisive role in the future development of the base. Listening to Yi Huang's words, Shen instantly furrowed his brow. After a brief silence, he gently patted Yi Huang's shoulder and, with a resigned sigh, remarked, I can comprehend your perspective. However, I must express that your ideas are excessively radical. The chasm between ordinary people and those with abilities is inherently insurmountable. Even employing those filtration methods will not eradicate the divide entirely. Setting that aside, could you share your true thoughts with me? Upon hearing this, Yi Huang fell silent for a moment. With a resigned sigh, he finally articulated the underlying reason. In truth, the primary catalyst is that researchers from another department have developed a formidable spray using mutated mushrooms. This spray can enhance the abilities of those with powers threefold. Yet for ordinary individuals, its effects are sustained indefinitely. Conversely, for those with abilities, the spray is consumed rapidly. This is precisely why I wish for ordinary people to participate in the plan. It is the only way to maximize the efficacy of the spray. Upon hearing this, Shen fell silent. If what the young man said were true, ordinary individuals might indeed wield significant power on the apocalyptic battlefield through the use of the spray. However, this remains the most optimistic scenario. Regardless, in this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people without abilities face insurmountable risks if they wish to partake in the actions. Yi Huang, understanding Shen's sincere intentions, nodded with a wry smile, recognizing that there was no need to rush. By the way, concerning the spray, I recommend that you first inform everyone about it. Additionally, you should organize the ordinary people and initiate specialized training on the spray. Once they are proficient in its use, your plan will progress more smoothly. Listening to this, Yi Huang nodded and swiftly began to document the plan. After all, Shen's proposal was undeniably advantageous for him. You are right. I have been too hasty. I will commence executing these tasks immediately. Please rest well here. With that, he departed, making the matter public and announcing the forthcoming training sessions for ordinary people. In an instant, the entire base buzzed with activity. The idle, ordinary individuals were filled with hope due to this news, while the ability wielders within the base, though dissatisfied with the situation, were compelled to suppress their grievances due to Shen's formidable presence and ultimately consented to the arrangement. Due to the scarcity of talent in the polar regions, after much deliberation, Shen ultimately decided to appoint Tang Wei as the instructor for the training course. As the training program commenced, it quickly attracted a multitude of ordinary individuals eager to participate, filling the class to capacity. Observing the influx of participants, Shen felt a pang of anxiety. But Tang Wei remained unfazed. She resolved internally to impart all the knowledge she could to these ordinary individuals, equipping them with better self-defense skills. Most of the ordinary people within the base had never received martial arts training, and their physical capabilities were generally lacking. Even if Reno learned how to use the spray, he would probably struggle to do so effectively. It would be prudent to recruit a few skilled martial artists to join the training course and provide these ordinary participants with a solid foundation. Upon hearing this suggestion, Tang Wei readily agreed, recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, technology was not the sole solution. Possessing superior physical attributes was of utmost importance. Well then, since we have decided to initiate physical enhancement training, I shall seek suitable candidates this semester. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to explore the base and see where you can lend a hand, Shen said, rising and stretching. Tang Wei nodded in agreement and also stood up, pondering for a moment. Until Shen departed, she refrained from mentioning the matter of the crystal cores. Meanwhile, within the base, Wei was actively assembling a team of supernatural beings. This endeavor, however, was not sanctioned by the base and was entirely her personal initiative. Nonetheless, the supernatural individuals were highly obedient to her commands and quickly gathered. Observing the dense assembly of supernatural beings below, Wei nodded in satisfaction and promptly led them away from the base to commence a mission to collect crystal cores in the surrounding areas. When news of this operation reached Shen and others, it ignited widespread discontent within the base. Perhaps due to the initiation of the training program, the entire base had tacitly accepted that those leading excursions should include a few ordinary individuals for experience. Yet Wei had brought none, undoubtedly inciting the ire of many within the base. In light of this incident, Shen found himself in a difficult position and promptly joined forces with Tang Wei to soothe everyone's frustrations. As soon as Wei returned from her expedition, Shen and Tang Wei sought her out for a private discussion. Inside the tent of the supernatural team, Shen and Wei found themselves alone, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei furrowed her brow, regarding Shen with a hint of confusion. If there's something you need to say, please do. I have many matters demanding my attention and cannot linger here for long. Chapter 88. Dispelling rumors. Tang Wei observed Wei's seemingly indifferent demeanor and sighed. You must be aware of the current situation within the base, since it has already been established that supernatural beings should be paired with ordinary individuals. Why did you not include any ordinary people in your team? It turns out that this was the reason for your visit. Wei could not help but chuckle softly. Tang Wei, you are well aware of my nature. With my temperament, ordinary individuals would hardly dare to join my ranks. It is they who choose to stay away. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei pondered for a moment, recognizing the possibility that her words held truth. However, despite such reasoning, the current situation is quite dire, as the uproar surrounding your affairs has reached a fever pitch, with some individuals deliberately stirring trouble. This cannot continue. Wei, feeling quite helpless, added, to be honest, you know that I have a penchant for engaging in risky endeavors. The reluctance of some to join me stems from the inherent danger involved. It is indeed inappropriate for untrained individuals to partake in such perilous activities alongside me. Her words were heartfelt, for Wei was, by nature, an adventurer, surrounded by a circle of formidable friends. One can imagine the precariousness faced by ordinary individuals when paired with such strong allies on dangerous missions. Very well, I understand. I will clarify this matter for you. Tang Wei sighed, reluctantly turning to leave, aware that Wei was innocent in this matter. However, the discord within the base was indeed severe. Some individuals even went so far as to claim that Wei's refusal to include ordinary people in her team was a blatant defiance of Yi Huang's directives. In this charged atmosphere, certain individuals could not resist belittling the ordinary folk, which incited discontent and protests among them, leading to an increasingly hostile environment. Some even began to use their abilities to harm the ordinary citizens. Although those who engaged in such behavior were swiftly apprehended by the enforcement team upon detection, such individuals continued to emerge incessantly. Faced with this situation, Tang Wei and Shen found themselves at a loss after numerous failed attempts to intervene. Consequently, they decided to hold a public meeting to address the issue. The primary aim was to clarify that Wei's actions were not rooted in disdain for Yi Huang, but rather a concern for the safety of ordinary individuals. However, as soon as Tang Wei articulated this notion, she was met with widespread protests and discontent. Isn't this just nonsense? In the end, it's still a matter of looking down on us ordinary people. Just because you have a bit of luck, does that elevate you above us? Among the ordinary individuals, those embroiled in heated arguments with the abilities users could no longer remain seated and stood up in protest. Likewise, some abilities users, unable to tolerate the remarks from the ordinary folk, immediately rose to defend themselves. The situation spiraled out of control once more. Silence. Suddenly, a formidable magnetic force enveloped the space, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure, instinctively falling silent. The oppressive energy was so intense that it seemed as though they might be crushed in an instant. Both abilities users and ordinary individuals struggled to withstand it. Breaking out in cold sweat, standing on the platform, Tang Wei emanated tremendous pressure, her tone icy and devoid of warmth. Wei did not harbor any disdain for ordinary individuals. Rather, her concerns stemmed from the perilous nature of the tasks they favored. Most ordinary people had yet to undergo comprehensive training, making them susceptible to the various mutated species and zombies lurking beyond the base. This situation posed an undeniable danger. As Tang Wei spoke, her brow furrowed with apprehension. Moreover, Wei's team had never expressed reluctance to recruit ordinary individuals. Indeed, they welcomed anyone willing to embark on an adventure alongside them. Wei nodded in agreement, affirming this sentiment. However, much to their surprise, after Tang Wei's remarks, the ordinary people exchanged hesitant glances. Those familiar with Wei's valiant exploits naturally hesitated to take such risks, while others, who had merely heard rumors, found their fears validated by Tang Wei's words and, thus, refrained from volunteering. An odd silence enveloped the atmosphere. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. The training initiatives for ordinary individuals were still underway. Anyone present, including those with abilities, was welcome to enroll in the training program. They would receive systematic instruction to ensure they could protect themselves while searching for crystal cores. Some confident individuals might even venture out with spray to seek these cores, a significant leap forward for ordinary people. The other ability users had no objections. After all, having ordinary individuals capable of keeping pace would benefit them greatly. Even those with ulterior motives found their attempts to incite discord falling on deaf ears. To guarantee the safety of every trainee, Tang Wei and Shen distributed a certain quantity of mushroom spray to each participant and instructed them on how to swiftly escape when confronted by zombies or other hazardous creatures. Before long, Tang Wei and Shen had adequately trained the participants. Nearly everyone knew how to confront zombies and safeguard themselves in dangerous situations. However, once physical conditioning reached a certain threshold, further enhancements became limited. After deliberation, Shen and Tang Wei decided to recruit a martial arts instructor to teach self-defense techniques. This would undoubtedly bolster the self-preservation skills of ordinary individuals. Soon, they identified a suitable candidate, and after a thorough training session, they appointed him as the instructor for the ordinary recruits. Time passed rapidly, and amidst extreme weather fluctuations, they were on the brink of enduring a sweltering heat. Chapter 89. Encountering a Betrayal. Resources outside were dwindling, and the base had previously faced an onslaught from zombies, resulting in significant material losses. Their current reserves were insufficient to sustain the population at the base. Yi Huang found this predicament exceedingly vexing, despite multiple discussions with Shen and Tang Wei. They had yet to devise an effective solution. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to continually dispatch more ability teams to scour for supplies. However, in such a hostile environment, the myriad of mutated species outside continues to evolve, and many areas have already succumbed to pollution. The quest for suitable resources has become exceedingly arduous. After all, Tang Wei's base remains one of the more viable and formidable sanctuaries among all bases. Yet upon arriving here, one must adhere to Yi Huang's regulations, which stipulate that ordinary individuals must be included in team formations. This requirement unsettled Gao Yinshen, as no one wishes to carry a burden. Nevertheless, since he intended to join Tang Wei's base, he had no choice but to bring along an ordinary person named He Xiao. However, after He Xiao joined their team, Gao Yinshen found himself regretting the decision. harboring an inexplicable aversion towards him. Once the team was formed, altering its composition became impossible, leaving Gao Yinshen with no alternative but to reluctantly include He Xiao. During an outing on a mission to gather supplies, they encountered zombies. The trained ability, users knew how to confront the undead, especially being aware that ordinary individuals like He Xiao possessed poor self-defense capabilities. Consequently, they instinctively positioned themselves to shield him during confrontations. Meanwhile, He Xiao took advantage of his teammates' engagement in battle to discreetly pass them elemental cores, replenishing their energy. Thus, their mission proceeded relatively smoothly. On another front, Shen and Tang Wei formed a team, working seamlessly with the remaining two ordinary individuals. Although the quest for resources proved somewhat challenging, they were fortunate enough not to encounter any significant dangers. In the shadows, Suji lurked in a corner, observing Tang Wei and Shen, along with several unfamiliar faces, harmoniously cooperating with laughter that echoed harshly in her ears. Why do you two, who should not be alive, get to thrive? Suzi sated, kidanching hertit. Seizing the moment while Shen and Tang Wei continued their search for elemental cores, she subtly moved her hand, sending two slender venomous snakes slithering from her feet toward Shen. Now, the venomous snakes, trained by Suji, had become exceptionally cunning. They concealed themselves within the sand and stones, and when they approached the team near Tang Wei and Shen, they suddenly transformed into a cloud of toxic mist, vanishing without a trace. Did you hear any strange sounds just now? Shen inquired, shaking his head, having not paid much attention earlier. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that a teammate's complexion had turned notably poor. The man's once fair skin had turned a dark crimson, and before Tang Wei and Shen could react, he collapsed backward, rigid and unseeing. What's wrong? Shen rushed forward, supporting the fallen individual, only to see his face twisted in distress, mumbling incoherently, his consciousness slipping away. What could have caused this? Tang Wei quickly summoned a protective shield, but to her astonishment, the afflicted individual lunged at her with frenzied aggression. Shen, noticing the abnormality, furrowed his brow. It appears these individuals have lost their sanity. Everyone be cautious. In order to prevent these individuals from harming others, Shen swiftly conjured a protective shield around them. By the time several teammates sensed something amiss, it was already too late. They collapsed one by one, their pallor identical to that of the first person who had fainted. Soon, the man who had gone mad and attacked his comrades also exhausted his energy and slowly fell to the ground. Sister Tang here. Xiao Qi, how are you holding up? Tang Wei immediately halted, cradling Xiao Qi in her arms. At that moment, strange noises echoed from a distance. Shen, seasoned by countless battles, reacted instinctively. This is bad. The zombie tide is approaching. Tang Wei also sensed the impending danger and quickly attempted to lead a few teammates away. However, these teammates were now disoriented, some exhibiting aggressive behavior, making it impossible to evacuate them. There was no time left. They could only brace for battle. Shen swiftly deployed several robots behind him, positioning himself in front of Tang Wei and the other teammates. Fight alongside me, or these teammates will surely perish. Tang Wei understood the gravity of the situation. After placing Xiao Qi safely to the side, she stood resolutely, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the approaching horde of zombies. The arrival of these creatures was rather sudden, and coincidentally, our teammates had fallen unconscious. Wasn't that a tad too convenient? Tang Wei scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing, her expression growing increasingly severe. No time to ponder. They were upon them. In the front, the zombie horde surged toward them like a relentless tide. Shen and Tang Wei were at the forefront, drawing their weapons to confront the first wave of the undead. In no time, under the onslaught of Shen and Tang Wei's specialized firearms, the initial wave of zombies was reduced to ashes. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The fuel for their guns was nearly depleted, forcing them to resort to melee weapons. The effectiveness of these close-range weapons was minimal and perilous, but Tang Wei had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that the zombies did not approach her teammates, making their defense exceedingly arduous. Chapter 90. Taking advantage of the crisis, we're out of weaponry. We can only fight back. As Shen Mu's weapon ran dry, he narrowly escaped injury from the zombies multiple times. Tang Wei, feeling anxious, quickly conjured a protective barrier and took 2 steps back. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and countless bolts of lightning struck down, incinerating the zombies and rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. As she witnessed the complete annihilation of the undead around her, Tang Wei, utterly exhausted, felt her legs weaken, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, Shen Mu arrived just in time, enveloping her in his embrace. "You're pushing yourself too hard." Despite being utterly drained, Tang Wei managed a faint smile. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Ji observed the scene with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. Though she was taken aback by Shen Mu and Tang Wei's ability to eliminate the horde of zombies, it was evident that Tang Wei had exhausted her strength, and Shen Mu appeared equally fatigued. This moment seemed to present an opportune time to strike. "Did you see? Now, Shen Mu and Tang Wei have been completely captured." The leader of the hunters nodded, preparing to move when he noticed the presence of ordinary people nearby. It seemed there were also some supernatural beings among them, and even the ordinary folks were present. "How should we handle this?" Su Ji let out a cold laugh, adhering to the old rules. The hunter paused momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well." Immediately, the leading hunter waved his hand, and the rest of the hunters followed suit, collectively launching an assault on Shen Mu and Tang Wei. At that moment, Shen Mu was still holding on to Tang Wei, preparing to call for assistance to help evacuate their teammates, when he suddenly spotted several bizarre figures clad in black attire and masks materializing nearby. His brow furrowed instantly. These individuals were armed and exuded a menacing aura, clearly approaching with ill intent. "Who are you?" Tang Wei, having heard the commotion, slowly raised her head and, upon seeing their attire, became instantly vigilant. The outfits they wore were identical to those of the person who had previously attempted to kill her. Hearing this, Shen Mu's guard intensified as he positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Wei. "What do you intend to do? Since you're already aware of our identities, why not surrender promptly? It would save us the effort," one of them retorted. Indeed, knowing their adversaries' identities, Shen Mu's fists clenched involuntarily. He was acutely aware that Tang Wei had suffered greatly at their hands, nearly losing her life, which fueled his deep-seated animosity towards them. With that thought, Shen Mu tightened his fists and, unexpectedly, raised his hand to strike, aiming to catch them off guard. However, to his astonishment, the opponents seemed to have anticipated his move, employing a skill to counter him, and it was a metal-based ability. "How is this possible? You possess a metal-based skill too," Shen Mu exclaimed, astonished. His own ability was exceedingly rare. Despite spending considerable time in the base, he had never encountered another with a metal-based power. He had only heard of someone with such abilities in a neighboring base, but that person had mysteriously vanished shortly thereafter, although the individual was later discovered dead. How could another with metal abilities appear here? Before Shen Mu could fully process this revelation, the adversary unleashed an ice-based ability. "They intended to trap us." Tang Wei quickly utilized her powers to mitigate the threat. Realizing their intentions, she sought to retreat with her teammates and Shen Mu into a spatial refuge. However, just as she opened the space, the entrance felt as though it had been forcibly constricted, rendering it inaccessible. How could this happen? Tang Wei had always manipulated space with ease. Apart from the previous incident with that hunter distorting her space, she had never encountered such a situation. This individual seemed to have entirely confined the space, preventing entry. Shen Mu soon detected something amiss. Among the black-clad figures, one person's expression was grotesquely contorted, as if manipulating something. Upon careful observation, one can discern that the air before him is distorted and shifting. These individuals harbor ill intent. Someone is manipulating your space, preventing our entry. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Tang Wei lifted her gaze, only to discover that her surroundings were indeed under the control of that individual. The leading hunter could not suppress a chilling laugh, glaring coldly at Tang Wei and Shen Mu. "I advise you to refrain from futile efforts. Surrendering willingly may yield a more favorable outcome." As he spoke, one of his companions seized Xiao Qi's body, seemingly intending to crush her with a single strike. No. Shen Mu instinctively intervened to block the lethal blow, successfully deflecting it. What are you doing? I merely suggested that you two surrender. I never mentioned sparing anyone else. The leading hunter chuckled ominously, assuring them that as long as they complied, their leader would not harm them. Who are you, truly? Tang Wei demanded fiercely, her eyes narrowing as she glared at them. And who is your leader? You need not concern yourself with that. The leading hunter appeared to lose patience, delivering a forceful strike. Shen Mu and Tang Wei attempted to counter, but Tang Wei was already drained of energy, incapable of defense. Shen Mu exerted all his strength to block the attack, yet his own energy had been significantly depleted from their earlier battle, rendering him powerless. He was grievously injured but managed to protect Tang Wei. Observing that Shen Mu and Tang Wei could no longer retaliate, the leading hunter let out a cold laugh. His subordinates promptly complied, delivering a blow that rendered Shen Mu and Tang Wei unconscious, unable to resist. Half-conscious, Xiaoqi slowly opened her eyes, only to witness Shen Mu and Tang Wei being struck down. She instinctively reached out, feebly crying out no. One of the hunters, noticing her, approached with a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Oh, there's still someone awake. What a pity, a useless waste. Indeed, while the ability users might still yield crystal cores, this one is best disregarded. With that, Xiaoqi was carelessly kicked aside, while several hunters turned their attention to extracting crystal cores from their other incapacitated allies. The air was thick with the scent of blood, causing Xiaoqi to furrow her brow in an attempt to intervene. In the next moment, her hand was brutally severed, and the hunter, dissatisfied, cast her aside. Useless, do not obstruct us. You waste our time. Xiaoqi's arm was brutally severed, the excruciating pain causing her to gasp, helplessly collapsing to the ground as she watched her comrades have their crystal cores extracted one by one, the stench of blood bringing tears to her eyes. Yet, the hunters appeared indifferent, coldly extracting the cores before kicking Xiaoqi once more and departing. Xiaoqi watched helplessly as Shen Mu and Tang Wei were taken away by those men, her heart heavy with an unbearable anguish that accumulated until it finally erupted after the hunters had vanished into the distance. Beneath the dimming glow of the setting sun, a girl, stripped of her arm, slowly rose from the pool of blood, only to collapse to the ground from exhaustion. She resembled a fearsome, trapped beast, her intense pain and sorrow forcing a mournful wail from her lips. Go after them, Xiaoqi rasped, a glimmer of bloodthirsty madness flickering in her gaze. The mutated beasts surrounding her seemed to understand, growling in response, and several robust creatures followed the scent of blood, setting off in pursuit. The remaining beasts continued to circle around Xiaoqi, two long-eared creatures gently lying beside her, cautiously licking her wounds with their tongues. The searing pain caused her entire body to tremble slightly, yet she did not resist, allowing the beasts to clean her injuries. To her astonishment, her wounds quickly ceased bleeding, as if they were gradually healing. Xiaoqi slowly stood up, the pack of beasts behind her roaring in what seemed like celebration, all rallying around her. Thank you, but I have more important matters to attend to. Will you accompany me? The beasts growled in unison, steadfastly remaining by her side. A wave of understanding surged within her heart, and sensing something profound, Xiaoqi led the pack forward in a determined direction. Under the remnants of the setting sun, Xiaoqi strolled across the sandy terrain with a throng of beasts, a vivid trail of blood marking her passage. Not long after, Wei, anxious over the lack of news regarding Tang Wei's team, set out in search of them. Upon reaching the sandy area, she was confronted by the sight of several ability users sprawled in pools of blood, remnants of a fierce struggle evident around them, leaving her astounded. These are members of Sister Tang's team. Where's Sister Tang? One of Wei's teammates stuttered. Another teammate noted that these individuals had been brutally tortured, their fates eerily reminiscent of those who had perished in their base. In contrast, Wei maintained a composed demeanor, her expression stoic. After a brief pause, her voice took on a tone of solemnity. Come with me to find Tang Wei and Shen Mu. However, some in the team hesitated. Yet upon witnessing Wei's resolute silence as she departed, they sighed in resignation. Deep down, everyone understood that under such circumstances, it was highly likely that Tang Wei and Shen Mu had met with misfortune. After all, given their personalities, they would never abandon their comrades unless absolutely necessary. In the current situation, if they were not hiding due to severe injuries, they had likely been captured. Regardless of the possibility, it was not good news for them. Xiago Wei was well aware of this reality, yet she preferred to believe that Shen Mu and Tang Wei were merely seeking refuge. Upon discovering that all these team members belonged to Tang Wei's group and had their crystal cores extracted, a serious expression emerged on their faces as if a realization dawned upon them. Could it be the hunters doing? Observing Xiago Wei's agitation, Zhou Xiaojue retracted his neck and spoke obediently. It was those who rescued Su Ji last time. Zhou Xiaojue sighed deeply, explaining that he had conducted a thorough investigation when those individuals appeared at the base. These hunters had formed an organization that relied on seizing others' crystal cores to gain power. By collaborating to extract the cores of other ability users, they could harness multiple abilities at once, becoming increasingly formidable. As Zhou Xiaojue spoke, he noticed Xiago Wei's expression gradually turning to one of fury. Are you implying that Shen Mu and Tang Wei were captured by Su Ji? Zhou Xiaojue shook his head, his gaze heavy with concern. We currently possess no evidence, and even if Su Ji were indeed responsible, we have no means to act. We must locate these hunters first if we wish to find Shen Mu. So that is the case. Immediately notify all bases to exert every effort in locating the hunters. Yi Huang approached from behind, his face aflame with anger. I will personally go. Xiago Wei, equally incensed, collaborated with Yi Huang to contact various bases, launching a full-scale investigation into the hunters' hideouts, determined to eradicate their base. Meanwhile, Shen Mu seemed to be caught in a dream, feeling the incessant vibrations of the robotic apparatus around him. The excruciating pain gradually compelled him to open his eyes. To his surprise, upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with faint voices echoing in the distance. Despite the agony coursing through him, Shen Mu utilized his self-healing ability to recover somewhat before proceeding to untie the ropes binding him. Utilizing the dim light within the vehicle, he noticed another person seated opposite him. Startled, he leaned in for a closer look, realizing it was Tang Wei. Chapter 92. Plea for help. Tang Wei was drenched in blood, lying bound in the seat across from him. Shen Mu cautiously surveyed their surroundings. They appeared to be in a confined vehicle, shrouded in dim light. As long as they remained quiet, they wouldn't alert those in the front. However, to escape, he needed to rescue Tang Wei. Shen Mu pondered this as he vigorously shook Tang Wei, yet she remained unresponsive. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shen Mu immediately employed his healing technique to examine Tang Wei's condition, discovering that both of them had been drugged. Fortunately, his body's self-healing abilities had allowed him to expel the drug beforehand. Sadly, Tang Wei was not so fortunate and remained unconscious. No wonder those in front seemed so at ease. They likely were unaware of his self-healing capability. Shen Mu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and, after unbinding Tang Wei, he employed his healing powers to gradually mend her injuries and rid her body of the drug. After a short while, Tang Wei slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing her surroundings, she momentarily felt disoriented. She attempted to speak, but Shen Mu swiftly covered her mouth. The two exchanged glances, and Tang Wei quickly grasped their predicament, promptly sealing her lips in silence. Currently, their situation was unclear, and they had no knowledge of where they were being taken. Shen Mu and Tang Wei sat closely together, whispering to each other in hushed tones, with the cacophony of the vehicle's movement outside providing ample cover for their conversation. Should we make a break for it? Shen Mu's heart ached at the sight of Tang Wei's bruised form. No, I am devoid of any energy at the moment. In a real confrontation, I would be rendered nearly useless. You are also nearly exhausted, having expended so much effort treating me. If we attempt to flee and are discovered, engaging them would be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Tang Wei's complexion was pallid, and Shen Mu felt a pang of sorrow, furrowing his brow in concern. Do not panic, Tang Wei said softly as she patted her clothes. I do not have my phone on me. Do you have yours? At her words, Shen Mu instinctively checked his own garments and was elated to find his phone still intact. It seemed these captors were overly confident and had not bothered to search them thoroughly. Shen Mu's heart soared with hope. I shall send a message to Yi Huang. It had been a considerable time, and he was uncertain if they had realized our absence. Regardless, sending a message now would surely summon assistance. Just as Shen Mu was about to relay his location, he suddenly overheard voices from outside. I could have sworn I heard something in the cabin. One of them remarked impatiently. With all these drugs, even an elephant could sleep for 3 days. I think you're worrying for nothing. Shen Mu and Tang Wei remained motionless inside, anxiously listening to the exchange. That is not how one should think. Caution is always warranted. Another voice interjected, seemingly uneasy. The vehicle came to a halt, and the individual approached the rear compartment, opening the door to find Shen Mu and Tang Wei still unconscious, securely bound by ropes. I told you not to worry. This is a waste of time. Hurry up and continue. Another hunter snapped impatiently. However, his companion did not heed the warning. He stepped into the cabin, approached Shen Mu, and drew a dagger. In the next moment, the blade plunged forcefully into Shen Mu's ribcage. He merely emitted a muffled grunt, barely louder than a mosquito, remaining utterly still. I told you not to worry. With all these sedatives, he cannot possibly feel it. This is the person our superiors specifically requested. If he dies, it will be troublesome. Another accomplice expressed irritation, kicking the door of the vehicle. The hunter seemed to find the situation tedious, discarding the dagger and closing the door as he returned to the front. On the other side, Shen Mu and Tang Wei waited until the vehicle resumed its slow motion before they finally managed to loosen their bindings. Tang Wei crawled to Shen Mu's side, her gaze filled with terror. Are you all right? The wound that had just been inflicted continued to bleed profusely. Tang Wei yearned to tear off her clothing to tend to the injury, yet she was stopped by Shen Mu. No, it cannot be done. If we bandage it now, it will undoubtedly be discovered. Tang Wei was anxious, but Shen Mu reassured her. Do not fret. Do not forget, I possess healing abilities. They cannot harm me. His voice was soft, as delicate as a feather. Although Tang Wei felt a deep concern in her heart, she found herself powerless to act. Fortunately, Shen Mu's wound soon ceased to bleed, and the two managed to contact Yi Huang via their mobile phones, patiently awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Before long, Yi Huang received Tang Wei's address and swiftly gathered everyone to deliberate their strategy. What is there to discuss? Now that we know their location, we should rush in and rescue Tang Wei and Shen Mu. Upon learning their whereabouts, Xiao Wei hastily prepared for action. Do not be too impulsive. Tang Wei and Shen Mu's messages indicated that those hunters are exceptionally skilled and possess various supernatural abilities. Even they, formidable as they are, could not prevail against them. If we attack recklessly, we may not gain any advantage. Yi Huang appeared remarkably composed, yet Xiao Wei could not contain her impatience. What advantages? If we do not act swiftly to rescue Shen Mu and Tang Wei, we may lose our chance altogether. There is no need for haste. I will immediately dispatch 2 individuals to track their movements and ensure Shen Mu and Tang Wei's safety. However, if we intend to launch a strong offensive, we must consult with the elite from other bases, he replied. Zhou Ju nodded in agreement. Given their current strength, confronting those hunters head-on might yield little benefit. The day before, Yi Huang had urgently relayed this information to other bases, seeking collaboration to formulate a plan, hoping to request that they send some elite forces for assistance. Yet, upon arrival at the scene, many hesitated. It was well known that those hunter organizations were not to be trifled with, and a careless misstep could cost them their lives. Chapter 93. A lion's demand. Moreover, this endeavor seemed entirely redundant to them. There was no necessity to assist Yi Huang. In truth, most bases sent personnel merely to increase numbers, lacking any genuine intent to help him. Esteemed colleagues, when you faced difficulties, I offered my utmost support. Why do you now exhibit such a lackluster attitude? Yi Huang observed their disinterest, feeling a surge of indignation. Leader Yi, you are mistaken. The adversary we face is the hunter base, a group that devours without leaving bones. Should we confront them, we may very well suffer considerable losses. They shook their heads quietly, Warning, your base's elite have been captured. Do not expect us to sacrifice our own. Yi Huang furrowed his brow. I have summoned you all to devise a comprehensive strategy, and I assure you that I will strive to ensure everyone's safety. However, despite Yi Huang's assurances, the crowd remained thoroughly skeptical, utterly unconvinced of his capabilities. Suddenly, the leader of the Firewolf base spoke up, expressing his willingness to assist Yi Huang. Yi Huang, taken aback, lifted his gaze in disbelief, for the leader of the Firewolf base was notoriously miserly, often begrudgingly dispensing even the most basic supplies. What could have prompted such unexpected generosity? With this thought, Yi Huang's tone shifted to one of cautious optimism as he smiled at the leader. Given this, how many individuals are you willing to send to aid me? I can lend you half of the elite personnel from my base. The Firewolf leader declared with remarkable generosity, much to Yi Huang's delight. If that were the case, it would be splendid. He vowed to extend his utmost assistance to the Firewolf base should they ever require help in the future. As Yi Huang stood, eager to shake hands in partnership, he noticed the leader remained seated, a cold glint in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. No need for anything else. However, I do have a stipulation regarding the personnel I lend you. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression dimmed slightly, yet he nodded slowly. Speak your mind. What is your requirement? I will certainly do my utmost to accommodate you. I require half of your base's supplies in exchange for my assistance, the Firewolf leader stated, clearly demanding a significant price. Half of their resources, which amounted to their very lifeblood. Yi Huang's countenance grew awkward, and his tone took on a conciliatory note. I'm already grateful for your willingness to assist. Providing supplies is certainly feasible, yet our current circumstances are rather bleak. I fear we may not be able to sustain such a demand. With a beaming smile, Yi Huang continued, how about this? We can commit to supplying you with a portion of our resources each month, ensuring a long-term provision. What do you think? Yi Huang's words were carefully phrased, making a concession in the negotiation. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Once you rescue your people, you intend to take your leave, do you not? The Firewolf leader spoke bluntly, slamming his hand on the table. Let me be clear, half of the supplies is already a generous offer. If you cannot agree, then our discussions are at an end. His tone was resolute, and Yi Huang's expression darkened, the atmosphere growing tense and awkward. At that moment, the other leaders present could no longer contain their laughter, turning their gazes toward Yi Huang. Li Dadye, I believe the conditions set forth by the Firewolf base leader are quite reasonable. Perhaps you should reconsider. If you can provide such supplies, I would also be willing to assist you. The other leaders chimed in, echoing their agreement. Indeed, without supplies, how can we muster the strength to aid you? Perhaps you should give another thought. Leader Yi. They laughed heartily, departing with an air of triumph, leaving Yi Huang alone, fuming and pounding his chest in frustration. Outside, the crowd awaited Xia Wei, and upon seeing that the personnel from other bases had departed, they rushed inside. How'd it go? Did they agree to lend us people? Xia Wei inquired, her expression awkward as she shook her head slightly. They demand half of our supplies. Otherwise, they refuse to lend anyone. What? Half of our supplies? They clearly wish for our demise. Xia Wei erupted in anger, slamming her hand on the table. Have they forgotten how we assisted them during their time of scarcity? Such ungrateful wretches. At this moment, further discussion seemed futile. The attitude of these individuals suggested they had no intention of cooperating. If I were to relinquish half of our supplies, it would only exacerbate our plight, she lamented. Yi Huang's gaze was serious. Unable to contain her fury, Xia Wei cursed vehemently. In that case, we shall go save them ourselves. Do you think it's that simple? We might end up sacrificing ourselves in the process. Zhou Xiaojue interjected, prompting Xia Wei to turn her anger towards him, ready to retaliate, but Yi Huang intervened. Let us hold off for now. Our immediate priority is to find allies to aid in rescuing Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Soon, Yi Huang disclosed Shen Mu and Tang Wei's dire situation to the base, eliciting a wave of sympathy from the crowd. The hunters from the other base were formidable, yet Shen Mu and Tang Wei were trapped and required their assistance. Yi Huang's voice trembled slightly, aware that this request placed them in a precarious position. After all, everyone had their own endeavors, and no one wished to risk their life unnecessarily. To his surprise, after a moment of hesitation, the crowd began to respond. Shen Mu and Tang Wei have helped us immensely. Now that they are in trouble, we must be the first to assist. Indeed, if it weren't for Tang Wei and Shen Mu, we wouldn't be where we are today. We must lend our support. Though my abilities are limited, I stand ready to assist in any way I can. Nearly everyone in the base fervently expressed their willingness to be the first to charge forth and rescue Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Yi Huang had lost hope, but witnessing the enthusiasm of the base members filled him with joy and disbelief. Chapter 94. Separated and imprisoned, however, this mission may entail life-threatening dangers. Are you truly willing to take that risk? Yes. Leader, do not hesitate. Let's go save them. The fervor was palpable, and surprisingly, very few exhibited cowardice. Yi Huang, astonished, felt a wave of emotion. If that is the case, let us prepare diligently and set forth to rescue Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Meanwhile, Shen Mu and Tang Wei sat in the swaying vehicle, uncertain of how long it had been until it finally came to a halt, followed by the sound of someone alighting from a vehicle. Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged a glance before promptly closing their eyes, feigning sleep. Shortly thereafter, the car door was gently opened, and the hunters outside roughly seized both women, unceremoniously tossing them onto the ground. Even without opening her eyes, Tang Wei recognized that voice. It belonged to Su Ji. To her astonishment, she realized that Su Ji was behind all of this. Filled with fury, she struggled to suppress her emotions. Fortunately, the nearby hunters seemed oblivious to Tang Wei's distress, bowing respectfully to Su Ji. Upon hearing their words, Su Ji's tone conveyed a hint of boredom, questioning whether they had all been sedated. What was the point of that? As she spoke, her gaze fervently scrutinized Shen Mu and Tang Wei, who could only endure their emotions in silence, refraining from any reaction. The hunters slightly bowed their heads, acknowledging that the two women possessed overwhelming abilities, which had prompted them to inject a significant amount of anesthetic for transport. How dull! Su Ji sighed, turned to walk away. Seizing the moment, Tang Wei discreetly opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, only to find them oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized this was near her own estate. Su Ji seemed to have noticed the estate in the distance as well, appearing robust and secure. Was anyone living there? Why not launch an attack? As Su Ji pondered aloud, she aimlessly surveyed the area. The environment here paled in comparison to that of the estate. The hunters kept their heads bowed, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Su Ji, hearing their words, appeared somewhat incredulous. How could anyone possibly create such formidable robots? The hunter replied, his tone indifferent, stating they were unaware but had attempted numerous times to breach that place, suggesting it must be the work of a master. Su Ji's dissatisfaction was palpable. Essentially, it was because of their incompetence. Hurry up and devise a plan to conquer that place. The hunters, chastised, dared not retort, merely nodding in agreement. Time passed, and Shen Mu seemed to have succumbed to another dose of sedative, drifting into a haze. Upon awakening, she discovered herself imprisoned in what resembled a dungeon. Shen Mu quickly lifted her head, scanning the vicinity for any sign of Tang Wei, only to feel a surge of panic upon realizing her absence. Standing up, she noticed a figure at the door, also clad in hunter attire. "Where have you taken Tang Wei?" Shen Mu demanded, incredulous that she had fallen victim to their drug again and lost track of Tang Wei. The hunter at the door, aware of Shen Mu's consciousness, wore a look of schadenfreude. To her surprise, "You woke up rather quickly. However, it is unfortunate. Your Tang Wei has likely been taken to extract the crystal core." Anger surged within Shen Mu at this revelation. She attempted to forcefully break through the iron door, only to be obstructed by the hunter. "You don't truly believe you can overpower me now, do you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Mu furrowed her brow. Ignoring the warning, she activated the robot to forcibly breach the door. The strength of the robot was formidable, bending the iron gate with ease. Shen Mu sought to escape directly, yet the hunter stood resolutely in his path. "I didn't expect you to possess some strength, but alas, with me here, you shall not leave today." Shen Mu, unwilling to engage in further frivolities, prepared to strike. Unleashing his golden abilities, He emanated a powerful aura that prevented the hunter from approaching him even a step closer. "Leave at once, and I may yet spare your life," he stated coldly, wishing to avoid unnecessary violence, at least for the moment, as he needed to find Tang Wei swiftly. However, the hunter appeared undeterred, letting out a disdainful laugh. "I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are merely this weak." Frustration creased Shen Mu's brow upon hearing the mockery. Just as he was about to act, he discovered that his strength could not penetrate the barrier before him, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. The hunter smirked slightly, an expression of malicious delight crossing his face. "What a pity! You cannot harm me." It dawned on Shen Mu that a transparent shield had already risen around the hunter, effectively repelling his energy. Yet to his dismay, the hunter showed no intention of letting him pass and continued to obstruct his path. "Let me go." Shen Mu's anger flared. The hunter was no feeble opponent. With a subtle movement of his hand, a long ice pillar manifested, accompanied by a chilling gust aimed directly at Shen Mu. He attempted to use his shield for defense, but it proved ineffective against such an assault. The ice pillar struck him directly, causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat as he staggered back. "Spare your efforts. Stay put, and soon it will be your turn." Shen Mu, defiant, rose to face the hunter again, yet found himself met with the same fate. He realized his abilities were entirely countered by the hunter, rendering him incapable of inflicting any damage. It was evident that the hunter's strength, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was specifically suited to monitor him due to the inherent conflict of their abilities. Chapter 95. The failed assault. Upon grasping this realization, Shen Mu calmed himself. His energy reserves were limited, and engaging in a futile struggle would only lead to exhaustion, hindering any potential rescue from Yi Huang. Both he and Tang Wei possessed coveted energies, and though they sought his crystal core, capturing Tang Wei would likely entail greater complexities. He reminded himself not to act impulsively. Yi Huang's assistance would arrive soon, and he must remain composed to ensure Tang Wei's safety. The hunter stationed at the entrance had taken extensive precautions. Yet he was taken aback when Shen Mu, after 2 attempts, simply sat down and closed his eyes to rest. It left him momentarily perplexed. What transpired? Hadn't he been brimming with vigor just moments ago? Was he no longer intent on rescuing his beloved? The hunter's tone carried a hint of mockery as Shen Mu remained still, his expression betraying no sign of relaxation. "Tang Wei will be fine," Shen Mu asserted with unwavering conviction, his gaze probing the hunter's demeanor, seemingly in search of some revelation within his countenance. The hunter, possessing remarkable intelligence, comprehended Shen Mu's intentions and could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! Spare yourself this self-deception. Even if you wish to escape, I shall not permit your departure." Following this, the hunter snorted derisively, resolutely stationed at the doorway, showing no inclination to leave. Shen Mu slightly opened his eyes, contemplating deeply. Conclusively deducing that there was no alternative exit from this place, he could only sigh in resignation and continue to meditate, awaiting Yi Huang's signal. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Tang Wei lay on the ground, unaware of how long she had been unconscious until she gradually began to stir. "Ah, you finally awaken." As Tang Wei opened her eyes, she heard Su Ji's voice, immediately tensing up and sitting upright. "Su Ji, what have you done?" Boredom had driven Su Ji to seek out Tang Wei, who had unexpectedly slept for an extended period. While waiting nearby, she had grown somewhat restless and absent-mindedly flicked her nails. "Oh, you must have seen it all, haven't you?" Tang Wei bit her lip, recalling her teammates, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as she fixed her gaze on Su Ji. "Where are my other teammates? Why haven't I seen them?" Earlier, in the vehicle, Shen Mu and Tang Wei had noticed its emptiness, with only the 2 of them present. The whereabouts of their other companions remained a mystery, inevitably leading to some unsettling conjectures, though they dared not dwell on them. Now, seeing Su Ji here, Tang Wei could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired about her teammates' fates. "Ha, you certainly possess a good heart, but those individuals hold no significant value to me," Su Ji replied, a cold smile gracing her lips, her expression decidedly enigmatic. "Care to guess what fate befalls those who are of no use to me?" Tang Wei's expression soured instantly. "What have you done to them?" Even if they had met the same fate as her, Tang Wei would feel a degree of reassurance. But now, with no sign of them and no new contact from Yi Huang, anxiety gnawed at her. Ha 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 ha! Su Ji burst into laughter, pulling several energy cores from her hand. Look at these. Don't they resemble your teammates? Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the abilities contained within the cores. Indeed, they belonged to her fellow powered teammates. Tang Wei was nearly breathless with rage. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this moment, witnessing her teammates' crystal core laid bare before her was still too much to bear. Su Ji, observing Tang Wei's torment, couldn't help but break into a gleeful smile. What's the matter? Regretting your choices now? When you were vying for Shen Mu, did you feel any remorse? Shen Mu was rightfully mine. The notion of competition was absurd. It was merely your own inadequacy. Tang Wei coldly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and wrath. You had better kill me now. Otherwise, I will surely seek vengeance. Instead of feeling fear, Su Ji's laughter grew more jubilant, her gaze laced with arrogance and defiance. Rest assured, since you so desire death, I shall certainly grant it, but not just yet. I believe there are still some intriguing treasures to uncover within you. As she spoke, Su Ji circled around Tang Wei with keen interest, her finger lightly tapping Tang Wei's forehead. Pray tell, what is it about you that has captured Shen Mu's heart so completely? Tang Wei frowned, repulsed, and pushed Su Ji's hand away. What business is it of yours? Is it because of this face or your own abilities? Su Ji pondered aloud. I shall certainly seize your abilities, but as for this face. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Tang Wei. Indeed, there's a certain charm, but perhaps I should assist you in resolving that. With that, she produced a small dagger from seemingly nowhere, brandishing it near Tang Wei's face. Tang Wei's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively attempting to resist, but the ropes binding her rendered her powerless. Ha 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 ha! Suthikaklid maniakali. Just as the dagger was about to descend, when an alluring voice interrupted from behind. Little Su Ji, what are you up to? My dear, I'm merely teaching this wretched woman a lesson. Oh, Tang Wei looked up to see a provocatively dressed woman, clad in leather, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling smile. Her fiery red lips curling in mockery as she appraised Tang Wei. How could such a little thing compare to our little Su Ji? I suggest you don't dwell on it. At this, Su Ji obediently lowered her head, her tone soft as silk. Yes, boss. Chapter 96. The Loss of Heart and Soul Darling. The woman continued, stepping closer and expertly wrapping her arms around Su Ji. Don't address me so formally. Remember, I am your woman. Before she could finish her thought, Su Ji's face flushed crimson, stammering. Why yes now, darling, do not waste time. After studying this little creature, extract her crystal core. I have no desire to spend my days without your company. As she spoke, the woman pressed a delicate kiss on Su Ji's forehead. Instantly, Su Ji felt her body weaken, nearly collapsing under the weight of the moment. Fortunately, the woman was quick-witted and swiftly embraced Su Ji once more, her tone tinged with mild reproach. My dear, do you find my company unsatisfactory? Su Ji immediately waved her hands in a flurry, appearing utterly flustered, devoid of the previous poise she had displayed before the hunter for the past 6 months. No, I merely lost my footing. All right, my dear, I understand your thoughts. As long as you manage these matters well, I shall remain by your side. A faint smile graced the woman's lips as she turned to leave, instructing to escort Tang Wei to the laboratory. Noticing Su Ji's fiery demeanor, Tang Wei found herself perplexed. The woman, though alluring in appearance, hardly seemed capable of captivating Su Ji to such an extent. Moreover, their earlier intimate exchange led her to wonder, could it be that Su Ji harbored feelings for women? The thought struck Tang Wei with astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, Su Ji's demeanor in relation to that woman certainly appeared unusual, making Tang Wei's speculation seem justifiable. As she was led away, Tang Wei oscillated between concern for her own predicament and confusion regarding Su Ji's state. Ever since the woman had visited, Su Ji had been in a trance, as if her very soul had been ensnared. Tang Wei even questioned whether the woman possessed some form of soul-capturing ability. However, She had felt no energetic fluctuations during their encounter, indicating that the woman had likely refrained from utilizing any supernatural powers. Yet, why had Su Ji transformed in her current state? Who was that person? Given your current demeanor, do you have feelings for her? After holding her tongue for so long, Tang Wei finally voiced her curiosity, but to her surprise, Su Ji's expression shifted dramatically as she glared fiercely at Tang Wei. Do not tarnish Lord Liang's name. Hearing this, Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Su Ji was fiercely protective of her superior. Nonetheless, it appeared that their relationship was merely one of a typical superior and subordinate. Yet, the earlier display of affection left Tang Wei struggling to comprehend what kind of subordinate could exhibit such familiarity. Before long, Tang Wei found herself confined within the laboratory. She attempted to break free, only to discover that the effects of the tranquilizer rendered her nearly powerless, and her supernatural abilities were rendered useless. As she watched Su Ji summon someone from the side and close the door, a wave of panic surged within her. The absence of Shen Mu indicated that he had likely been taken elsewhere for confinement. In this dire situation, it seemed that Su Ji intended to explore the energy within her body, potentially extracting the crystal core. If that were the case, their time for safety was dwindling, and she had no knowledge of Shen Mu's circumstances. If she did not receive assistance from Yi Huang soon, she feared she would meet a gruesome fate. Meanwhile, Tang Wei noticed that Su Ji remained in a daze, seemingly lost in the lingering tenderness of that woman's presence. As she observed the array of unfamiliar vials lay before her, a sense of unease enveloped Tang Wei. Many experimental potions possess corrosive properties. Could it be that Su Ji intended to test these concoctions on her own body? Tang Wei struggled with all her might, yet the restraints binding her were utterly inescapable. She could only watch helplessly as Su Ji selected various potions, meticulously adjusting them before preparing to pour them onto her own skin. In the midst of her frantic attempts to break free, Tang Wei noticed that Su Ji appeared distracted, miscalculating the placement of the potion. By the time both women realized the error, the liquid had already splashed onto Su Ji herself, inducing a sharp, agonizing reaction as she writhed in pain, desperately attempting to wipe the potion away. Simultaneously, Tang Wei felt the force confining her begin to weaken, presumably due to Su Ji's corrosive mishap. Seizing the opportunity, she summoned her strength to free herself from the bindings and made her way toward the exit. Meanwhile, Su Ji had managed to cleanse the potion from her skin, and upon witnessing Tang Wei's attempt to flee, her fury ignited. She conjured 2 venomous snakes, directing them toward Tang Wei with haste. As Tang Wei reached the door, she was dismayed to find it had been locked at some point unbeknownst to her. Fortunately, the snakes lacked formidable strength, and Tang Wei harnessed her mental prowess to reduce them to mere ashes. Witnessing the demise of her serpents left Su Ji heartbroken and incensed, her gaze fixed on Tang Wei with fierce intensity. "Ah, you possess some skill, but it is too late now," she exclaimed, launching an assault. Tang Wei had already discerned that the effects of the tranquilizer still lingered within her system. A direct confrontation with Su Ji could prove disastrous. The pain inflicted by the potion had rendered Su Ji irritable, and her frustration mounted as Tang Wei evaded her attack. In a fit of rage, Su Ji unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Tang Wei's previous position, obliterating the doorway where she once stood. Seizing the moment, Tang Wei swiftly escaped. Expecting to find a path to safety, she was instead confronted by a series of additional cages, each imprisoning an individual. Chapter 97: Resistance. A brief glance revealed that the captives appeared to be individuals with special abilities. They had long been aware of the commotion between Tang Wei and Su Ji and were now animatedly discussing the appearance of the 2 women before them. "Who would have thought there was an escapee?" they exclaimed. "Where's the exit?" Tang Wei scanned the vicinity but could not discern a way out. The crowd chuckled. "There is indeed an exit, but you cannot leave alone. You must first defeat Su Ji." As Tang Wei surveyed her surroundings, the absence of an escape route gnawed at her, leaving her with a growing sense of discomfort. On the other side, Su Ji was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Tang Wei escape, her fury intensified, prompting her to pursue aggressively. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their clash creating a chaotic scene that exhilarated the onlookers. Some cheered for Tang Wei, while others offered tactical advice on how to exploit Su Ji's vulnerabilities. However, this was Su Ji's territory, and with Tang Wei's energy in short supply, merely holding her own against Su Ji was an arduous task, especially given the incessant threat of Su Ji's elusive venomous snakes. Meanwhile, Shen Mu remained quietly recuperating in the dungeon, eyes closed in meditation, when a strikingly alluring woman suddenly appeared at the entrance. "My Lord Liang, do you have any instructions?" she inquired, her presence captivating yet unsettling. "How long has she been here?" Shen Mu cracked open her eyes, a frown forming as she beheld the woman's appearance. The guards seemed entranced, their faces flushed at the sight. "She has been confined for half a day," one guard replied. "Keeping her locked away serves no purpose. I have been eager to test my healing abilities." The woman spoke, her gaze fixated on her crimson-painted nails. "Bring her to me." Without hesitation, the hunter nodded and prepared to drag Shen Mu from her resting place. "What are you doing?" Shen Mu instinctively resisted, sensing the ominous turn of events. But her adversary's strength overpowered her, and she was forcibly extracted. Liang Xiaoling appraised Shen Mu with a lingering gaze, releasing a sigh that resonated with regret. What a pity. Such a beautiful little creature. If her core were to be extracted, she would lose her allure. As those words echoed, a chill coursed through Shen Mu's body, her eyes narrowing coldly at the woman. "Let me go. Where have you taken Tang Wei? Are you so concerned about her? By now, Tang Wei has likely had her core extracted. Perhaps you should join her?" Liang Xiaoling's taunting remark transformed Shen Mu's expression into one of fury. "How dare you?" Liang Xiaoling laughed mockingly. "You seem to misunderstand. This is my domain, and I will do as I please." Her domineering words sent a wave of dread through Shen Mu, who couldn't help but worry for Tang Wei's well-being. Although Tang Wei's injuries had significantly healed, her remaining energy was alarmingly scarce, compounded by the presence of these deranged hunters. If Tang Wei were to be besieged, her chances of survival dwindled. In that moment of realization, panic seized Shen Mu, and she resolved to escape in search of Tang Wei. However, just as she took a step forward, her captor swiftly intercepted her, preventing any further movement. The overwhelming strength rendered Shen Mu immobile, her expression a mask of rage. "Release me. I must find Tang Wei. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Be patient, and I will soon take you to her." Liang Xiaoling cooed, her eyes glinting with mischief. Shen Mu's resolve wavered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "I refuse. You shall not harm Tang Wei." To my astonishment, Shen Mu remained impervious to my allure. Liang Xiaoling appeared somewhat disappointed, yet a flicker of interest ignited within her. "Is that so? Let us see if you possess such capability." Shen Mu, driven by an urgent desire to rescue, could no longer concern himself with the ramifications and sought to force a breakthrough. However, his extraordinary abilities were precisely suppressed by that hunter, rendering him utterly unable to escape from his grasp. Liang Xiaoling chuckled softly from the side, remarking candidly, "You are quite handsome. I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant. Yet, it is a pity that your demeanor is so unpleasant." As she spoke, she circled to the front of Shen Mu, her palm slightly outstretched, and in the next moment, she lunged directly for his heart. "I do not approve." In an instant, the robot accompanying Shen Mu sprang forth, deflecting Liang Xiaoling's hand. A burnt odor wafted through the air as her palm was singed. "What is this contraption?" Despite Shen Mu's extraordinary abilities being suppressed by the hunter, how could he still manage to retaliate against me? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Liang Xiaoling's gaze, yet Shen Mu remained composed. "You cannot harm me." It turned out that the robots Shen Mu had been carrying were not mere mechanical constructs, but rather entities brimming with intelligence. They activated protection mode the moment Shen Mu faced peril, and the previous counterattack was their response. Liang Xiaoling, upon hearing Shen Mu's words, could not suppress a cold laugh. "Is that so? I am eager to discover just how strong you truly are." With that, she continued her assault on Shen Mu, only to be forcefully repelled once more. This time, however, Liang Xiaoling was prepared, As the robot struck, she raised a shield, sustaining minimal damage but still suffering a slight setback. Liang's yelling narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger flickering within. I did not expect you to possess some measure of skill. Just as she intended to press the attack, the hunter intervened. Lady Liang, remain calm. The machines he has created possess a rebound ability. It would be prudent to allow your subordinates to neutralize them. Very well, let them proceed. Shen Mu stood his ground, observing the two with a calm demeanor, devoid of any panic. With these robots at his side, he momentarily felt secure. However, while Tang Wei was lost in her thoughts, a golden light emanated from the hunter's palm. Chapter 98. A struggle to cope. Suddenly, Shen Mu's robots began to emit smoke, collapsing motionlessly to the ground. How can this be? Shen Mu was instantly enraged. The robots he had meticulously crafted could not possibly be so easily destroyed, not even triggering their self-protection protocols. This is impossible. Just as Shen Mu grappled with disbelief, his adversary erupted into laughter. What is the matter? Is it so strange? Have you forgotten that you infused this robot with golden elemental energy? Upon hearing these words, Shen Mu suddenly awakened to the realization that, in his quest to enhance the self-defense capabilities and intelligence of the robot, he had infused it with certain metallic powers. Gritting his teeth, Shen Mu acknowledged that although the robot was damaged, his own strength and energy had largely been restored. With no option to flee, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. With this determination, Shen Mu engaged in combat without delay, and the two opponents quickly found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. Nearby, Liang Xiaoling observed the spectacle with an air of leisure. However, after a brief exchange of blows, Shen Mu sensed something amiss. Despite the opponent's metallic powers being less refined than his own, the individual appeared unfazed, possibly due to having absorbed energy from other ability users, which allowed him to counter Shen Mu effortlessly. It seemed that Shen Mu possessed a self-healing ability, and while battling this adversary, he discreetly replenished his own stamina. Thus, he decided to confront his opponent in a test of endurance. This was quite tedious. The opponent's capacity for self-healing rendered any prolonged engagement futile. Liang Xiaoling, appearing somewhat bored, rose and yawned, prompting a blush to rise in the hunter's ears as he nodded in response. Very well, Lady Liang, I shall deliver him a fatal blow. With that, the hunter slowly prepared himself, gathering a small luminous orb of energy in his palm, intending to unleash all his power upon Shen Mu, rendering him defenseless. You certainly have ambition, Liang Xiaoling remarked with a light chuckle, shaking her head slightly as if she had already foreseen the outcome of this duel. As the hunter concentrated his energy, Shen Mu erected a protective shield, remaining stationary as if waiting for the perfect moment. In the next instant, the hunter let out a fierce grunt, launching the amassed energy sphere towards Shen Mu. Simultaneously, Shen Mu swiftly vacated his previous position, leaving only a protective energy barrier in his stead. The beam of light hurtled towards the spot where he had been standing, only to rebound and strike the hunter instead. Oh! The hunter, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. With the hunter incapacitated, Shen Mu exhaled in relief. Facing this woman should be considerably easier without the interference of her comrade. What a fool, he thought. Witnessing the hunter fall, Liang Xiaoling could not suppress her disdain as she kicked him lightly, then stood up, lazily fixing her gaze on Shen Mu. You executed that rather well, I must say. I admire your prowess. Shen Mu remained motionless, his gaze icy as he regarded the woman. Given the demeanor of the fallen hunter, it was clear that she held a position of authority among them, and he could not afford to underestimate her. Indeed, after complimenting Shen Mu, Liang Xiaoling, noticing his lack of reaction, let out a sigh of boredom. What a dullard you are. It seems I have little interest in accepting you, so I shall extract your core instead. As Liang Xiaoling spoke, she opened her palm, and the surrounding air appeared to warp. Shen Mu felt an excruciating headache, as if something were pressing down on him with immense force, threatening to crush his very organs. What have you done? He exclaimed. Liang Xiaoling couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Ah, I truly did not wish for it to come to this. However, it seems you are impervious to my enchanting influence. Thus, I must resort to manipulating your mind. It turned out that Liang Xialing possessed formidable mental prowess, capable of distorting the surrounding energy field and inflicting unbearable pain, particularly on those with weaker mental fortitude. Although Shen Mu's was resolute, his concern for Tang Wei had already unsettled his mind, rendering him susceptible to her influence. While he suffered, he was also seeking a way to break free. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, struggling fiercely against Su Ji, was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, she sensed a surge in her mental strength. Realizing that the anesthetic that had dulled her senses had finally worn off, filled with excitement, Tang Wei quickly retrieved some cores from her spatial pouch to replenish her energy, preparing to confront Su Ji once more. Su Ji, who had been relentlessly overwhelming Tang Wei during her weakness, was taken aback to discover that Tang Wei's strength had increased. In response, she unleashed a flurry of sharp attacks, summoning dozens of venomous snakes to strike at Tang Wei. Despite Tang Wei's formidable nature, she could hardly withstand such a multitude of venomous assaults and found herself retreating in disarray, struggling to fend off the serpentine onslaught. Each snake seemed intent on overwhelming her, and Tang Wei dared not let her guard down, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. Do not panic. The fact that Su Ji can summon so many snakes indicates that her mental energy is fully devoted to controlling them. Now is your chance to strike at her core. A voice from the dungeon offered a timely reminder as Tang Wei dodged the serpent's attacks. In an instant, realization dawned upon her, and she deftly moved closer to Su Ji. Perhaps due to the strain of controlling so many entities, Su Ji's reflexes had noticeably dulled. By the time she sensed Tang Wei's proximity, it was already too late to counter. Tang Wei harnessed her formidable mental power, forcefully subduing Su Ji, causing the snakes to wilt and vanish in a thin air. Tang Wei, you! Su Ji was rendered immobile under Tang Wei's mental control, her eyes filled with malice. Chapter 99. Release me at once. Otherwise, I shall summon aid immediately. Faced with this threat, Tang Wei remained unfazed. Shen Mu's safety was not something that could be easily swayed by Su Ji's words. Wait, I helped you. Are you truly not going to save me? Hearing this voice, Tang Wei recalled that it was this very reminder that had allowed her to seize control over Su Ji. Turning around, she saw a youth in his early 20s, his pallid face betraying a frail appearance. All right. Upon discovering the key on Su Ji, he immediately unlocked all the locks within the dungeon. Once freed, the captured abilities users were overwhelmed with excitement. Wonderful! I am finally free. I have truly had enough of this wretched place. We must devise a way to escape. The crowd erupted in exuberance, yet Tang Wei merely gazed intently at the young man who had aided her. Thank you for your assistance. What is your name? I shall find a way to repay you. It is of no consequence. You have saved me, and thus we are even. Tang Wei shook her head, insisting, that cannot be the case. You have rendered me a great service. Do not be modest. The boy hesitated briefly before nodding gently. I am Gumu Ling. What a melodious name. I shall remember it. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait, there are many hunters outside. It would be too perilous for you to venture alone. It would be wise to take us with you. As the boy observed Tang Wei's intent to depart, he felt compelled to intervene. You have only just been released, and your bodies are still too frail. You should first find a place to recuperate. To be candid, Tang Wei did not believe these seemingly ailing individuals could be of any assistance. Bringing them along might only serve as a hindrance. She needed to locate Shen Mu swiftly and could not afford to waste time here. Do not worry. We are all psychics and do not require excessive physical strength. Trust us. We could be of help. Elated by their words, Tang Wei resolved to bring them along. As they searched for Shen Mu, the group engaged in conversation and learned that these individuals were among the first captured by the Hunters organization. All were psychics with unique abilities. Some could foresee the future. Others conjured illusions, and some even wielded word spirits. To her astonishment, Tang Wei had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove of talents, which filled her with delight as she continued to seek Shen Mu. Inevitably, they encountered several hunters pursuing them. However, Tang Wei was no longer bound by spatial constraints and could utilize crystal cores to replenish her energy and strength. The abilities users behind her diligently assisted, and although their powers were peculiar, they indeed proved beneficial to her. As the group scoured the area, they finally heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. Tang Wei's heart raced as she discerned that it must be Shen Mu battling with his lover. Rushing forward, she confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, it was Shen Mu. "Is that Liang Xialing?" Upon seeing her, the others were filled with a measure of trepidation, for half the reason they had been captured was due to this woman. In that moment, none wished to reveal the true circumstances of their own capture, yet they all glared at Liang Xialing with palpable hatred. Shen Mu. Tang Wei beheld Shen Mu, his body marred by numerous injuries, desperately engaged in a fierce battle with Liang Xialing. An immediate urge to assist surged within her, yet she was promptly restrained by Gumu Ling. "Do not act impulsively. Liang Xialing is exceedingly dangerous and also wields psychic abilities. Should you recklessly intervene now, you may incur a backlash," Gumu Ling cautioned. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei swiftly regained her composure. However, witnessing Shen Mu's faltering state filled her with trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to join him in the fray. As she approached, she was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Being a psychic herself, Tang Wei discerned that her opponent's abilities far surpassed her own, the tremendous force nearly rendering her breathless. "What are you doing here? It's far too dangerous. You must leave at once," Shen Mu exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at her presence, yet anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that Liang Xialing's mental onslaught might engulf her. "No, you cannot withstand this alone," Tang Wei retorted, bracing against Liang Xialing's might and retrieving a crystal core from her spatial pouch, struggling to hand it to Shen Mu. "Take this." With the crystal core's support, Shen Mu felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, alleviating his burden considerably. Concurrently, Tang Wei distributed a multitude of crystal cores to the other psychic practitioners. "We will hold Liang Xialing here. You must find a way to escape." The recipients of Tang Wei's crystal cores were astonished yet elated. After regaining some energy and stamina through the cores, they chose not to flee but to stand firm alongside Shen Mu and Tang Wei in the confrontation. Although Liang Xialing's psychic prowess was initially sufficient to subdue both Shen Mu and Tang Wei, the influx of additional psychic allies began to shift the balance, her demeanor growing increasingly perilous. "Ah, they wish to play the tragic couple. What business do you have meddling in our affairs?" Liang Xialing spat, her teeth clenched as her formidable mental force invaded the neural pathways of each individual present, eliciting grimaces of pain from the group. "Do not fret. She cannot truly harm us," Tang Wei replied, though she herself struggled against the discomfort. Just then, a throng of hunters surged forth from outside, and Tang Wei sensed impending doom. With so many hunters converging, their collective strength might prove insufficient for their defense. Chapter 100. The powerful psychic field. In the midst of her panic, Tang Wei noticed the youthful figure who had initially aided her breaking away from the crowd. She presumed he intended to flee, her heart heavy with regret and heightened vigilance, prepared to retreat with Shen Mu and the others into the spatial realm. However, to her surprise, Gumu Ling stood resolutely before the encroaching hunters, unflinchingly extending his palm. "Do you believe you can withstand us single-handedly? Step aside." A particularly impatient hunter drew forth his long blade, poised to strike Liang Xialing, yet his focus suddenly wavered, his eyes glazing over. Not only he, but also those around him began to succumb to a state of lethargy, with some murmuring indistinctly. "Where am I? Who are you?" Tang Wei observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. How could these individuals suddenly appear so transformed, their minds seemingly adrift? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was Gumu Ling at the forefront, with a radiant wave emanating from the palm of his hand. It turned out to be a psychic field. Tang Wei was astonished. Such a rare psychic ability was indeed remarkable, and it was beyond her comprehension how Gumu Ling could control so many individuals simultaneously. As Tang Wei marveled, Gumu Ling suddenly shouted with fervor, "The enemy is before us. Why are you still standing there?" Instantly, The previously intimidating hunters found themselves ensnared within an illusion, engaging in mutual destruction, the scene turning chaotic and intense. Good heavens, Gumu Ling, you are truly formidable. Tang Wei could not suppress her exclamation. Yet Gumu Ling's expression remained grave. We must act swiftly. Some among them possess considerable mental strength, and I fear I cannot maintain this for long. Impossible. You possess such formidable mental power. Liang Xiaoling had initially believed she would easily vanquish the hunters, but she was taken aback by Gumu Ling's effortless subjugation of her subordinates. Stop this at once. Awaken. Liang Xiaoling bellowed in fury, preparing to unleash her own potent mental force to rouse her subordinates. However, Shen Mu and Tang Wei were not about to grant her that opportunity. As the afternoon light surged, they launched themselves forward, with other psychics swiftly following suit, uniting their efforts to ensnare Liang Xiaoling's mental prowess. Despite Liang Xiaoling's considerable abilities, after contending with Shen Mu and Tang Wei for so long, she was already fatigued. Now, besieged by numerous psychics, she found herself overwhelmed. Recognizing Liang Xiaoling's vulnerability, Shen Mu and Tang Wei adopted a strategy of attrition, distributing crystal cores to each psychic to sustain their efforts while they took the lead, systematically exhausting Liang Xiaoling. As expected, under the relentless onslaught, Liang Xiaoling began to weaken, her initial aggression devolving into a desperate defense. Ultimately, through the relentless efforts of Shen Mu and Tang Wei, they cornered Liang Xiaoling's surrender. You have lost, Tang Wei stated coldly, gazing at Liang Xiaoling, who was now devoid of any means to retaliate. Perhaps I have underestimated the situation, Liang Xiaoling sneered, raising her hand slightly. Shen Mu and Tang Wei instinctively retreated a step, wary of a potential ambush. Yet Liang Xiaoling made no aggressive move. Instead, she shouted, Meng Qingqing. Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of whom Liang Xiaoling was calling. Be cautious. Shen Mu swiftly positioned himself in front of Tang Wei, a radiant sphere of golden light emanating from his palm as a remarkably sturdy shield materialized before them. In the next instant, the purple glow in the woman's hand erupted violently, creating a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. Yet, both Tang Wei and Shen Mu stood unharmed amidst the chaos. I didn't expect you to withstand so much, the woman in the black leather jacket remarked as she hastened to Liang Xiaoling's side. Upon witnessing the numerous wounds adorning her body, she immediately bowed her head. I apologize, Lord Liang, I have arrived late. Had you been any later, you would have missed me entirely, Liang Xiaoling replied, her tone laced with disappointment. Meng Qingqing, aware of her own shortcomings, dared not retort but merely lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Shen Mu and Tang Wei. So it is your lot, right? I shall avenge you, Lord Liang. As she spoke, she gently assisted Liang Xiaoling into a nearby chair. Please rest for a moment, my lord. I shall handle the rest. While speaking, Meng Qingqing summoned a faint glow in her hands, and soon a small shield rose before Liang Xiaoling, enveloping her securely. Good, Liang Xiaoling remarked with a slight smile. Tang Wei, however, was still unwilling to relent, yearning to advance and eliminate the threat once and for all, but she was restrained by Shen Mu. The abilities of this person beside Liang Xiaoling are unknown to us, and that last attack was indeed formidable. We should proceed with caution, Shen Mu advised. Despite her reluctance, Tang Wei acquiesced and nodded in agreement. Who are you? Meng Qingqing turned slightly, her gaze icy as it fell upon Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Are you the ones who have reduced Lord Liang to this state? You are courting death. With that, Meng Qingqing shifted her form and, in an instant, appeared behind Tang Wei. A thunderous roar erupted as Tang Wei, caught off guard, was struck forcefully in the back, sending her sprawling forward, blood spilling from her lips. You! Tang Wei weakly extended her hand, but her injuries were too severe for her to rise. Tang Wei! Shen Mu watched in despair as she was hurled away from him, a surge of rage propelling him to retaliate against Meng Qingqing. The two figures collided in a flurry of movement, their forms intertwining in a whirlwind of speed that left the surrounding ability users bewildered, unable to intervene. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoling sat comfortably in the position Meng Qingqing had arranged for her, leisurely wiping the blood from her lips, appearing utterly unfazed. Tang Wei was greatly concerned, but fortunately, she had prepared some healing ointments beforehand. Seizing the opportunity during their skirmish, she consumed the emergency medicine while continuing to harness her energy through the crystal core. However, amidst their battle, Tang Wei astutely observed that while Meng Qingqing possessed considerable strength, she had not employed any abilities. She relied solely on sheer physical prowess, allowing her to penetrate the shield Shen Mu had conjured. Moreover, throughout the struggle between Shen Mu and this woman, Tang Wei keenly observed that Meng Qingqing's speed was extraordinarily swift, and her strength surpassed the ordinary, allowing her to disregard Shen Mu's protective barrier even without employing any supernatural abilities. It could be described as quite monstrous. Before long, the two figures finally separated, each adorned with injuries, yet it was evident that Shen Mu bore the brunt of the wounds, clutching his chest as a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The strength and velocity of this individual were astonishing. Engaging her directly would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Tang Wei could not contain her urgency and called out, prompting Shen Mu to acknowledge with a slight nod. He too had realized this. However, given the circumstances, if they did not eliminate Meng Qingqing, it would be impossible to harm Liang Xiaoling. I can hardly endure any longer. At that moment, Gu Lingmu, adjacent to them, cried out, his complexion revealing profound weakness, cold sweat beading on his forehead, indicating he had reached his limit. Meanwhile, some hunters ensnared within the illusion had begun to awaken. Yet they were momentarily unable to escape their plight, still under assault from their companions, thus remaining trapped. Hold on to me, Tang Wei shouted gently to Shen Mu. Swiftly grasping his hand, Meng Qingqing, with her remarkable speed, had already reached their side, her palm descending directly toward Shen Mu's forehead, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in horror. Should she land this blow, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Mu and Tang Wei's figures inexplicably vanished. Meng Qingqing, taken aback, was unable to halt her momentum and fell to the ground, seething with fury. Simultaneously, Shen Mu and Tang Wei reappeared at their original position, seemingly well prepared. Shen Mu swiftly harnessed his abilities to immobilize Meng Qingqing, while Tang Wei seized the opportunity to summon the thunder. By the time Meng Qingqing regained her senses, it was already too late. Dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, and a tremendous bolt of lightning struck her directly on the forehead. With a piercing scream, she collapsed to the ground, and Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged relieved glances, finally having resolved the confrontation. Not good. Liang Xiaoling has escaped, Tang Wei exclaimed in fury, intent on pursuing her to eradicate the threat completely, but was interrupted by Gu Lingmu's anguished cry from behind. I can't hold on any longer. In an instant, Gu Lingmu's mental barrier shattered, awakening numerous hunters who, despite having spent considerable energy in their previous skirmishes, now, upon regaining consciousness, were filled with rage and charged towards the supernatural beings, as well as Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Tang Wei and Shen Mu quickly reached a consensus and moved forward to engage the hunters in battle, while Gu Lingmu, pale and motionless, sat in a corner. Tang Wei soon noticed something amiss and deliberately positioned herself before Gu Lingmu, obstructing the approach of the hunters. However, these hunters, upon realizing they had been deceived, appeared particularly enraged, their fury blinding them to reason. One by one, they fell into a frenzied state, while Tang Wei and Shen Mu struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step until they found themselves with nowhere left to flee. Meanwhile, a voice from the crowd exclaimed in horror, "Good heavens! Are those rats? Why are there so many?" Alarm spread as another shouted, "These are mutated rats. We must retreat." Tang Wei's heart raced, given their current predicament. Confronting these mutated creatures would yield no benefit and might even lead to a pincer attack, leaving them truly cornered. Yet, due to the chaos among the other ability users, the crowd could not quickly regroup. Tang Wei shouted loudly for them to gather, urging them to seek refuge in her space for temporary safety. Unbeknownst to them, In that fleeting moment, the swift-moving horde of mutated rats had already reached their front, completely disregarding Tang Wei and the other ability users as they charged directly at the hunters. The hunters, caught off guard by this sudden influx of mutated rats, erupted in furious curses as they attempted to drive them away. However, these mutated creatures seemed imbued with an uncanny intelligence, targeting the hunters with precision and biting at vulnerable spots, instilling a sense of terror. Moreover, the rats possessed razor-sharp teeth. A single bite could rend flesh and cause gruesome injuries. As they swarmed the hunters, chaos ensued, leaving the hunters unable to attend to anything but their desperate struggle against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Shen and Tang Wei stood in stunned silence, witnessing the relentless tide of mutated rats attacking the hunters. Could it be that these creatures bore a grudge against them? It seemed implausible. These beasts lacked the capacity for such reasoning. Suddenly, Tang Wei noticed more mutated beasts pouring in. At that moment, she spotted a group of hunters entering the room. Their attire disheveled and grimy, consisting of wolves, tigers, leopards, and even more smaller beasts. A glance revealed that nearly all had undergone complete mutation and were advancing towards them. "We're doomed. It seems these creatures are coming for us," someone cried in panic. "These beasts are no better than the rats. We should find shelter." The crowd erupted in frantic discussions, and amidst the tumult, Tang Wei's gaze fell upon a peculiar figure within the throng, causing her brow to furrow slightly. "Do I sense a person among them?" she mused. Shen, hearing her words, looked up and indeed spotted a woman, filthy and disheveled, her features obscured. One of her arms hung limply, having been severed. The sight was harrowing. Why had this woman not been devoured by the mutated beasts? Amidst the crowd, discussions ensued. Yet I found myself enveloped in an unsettling sensation. It appeared that these beastly creatures were following the rhythm of a woman's stride, accompanied by a cluster of smaller, unusual beasts. Could it be that these mutated creatures were summoned by her? As Tang Wei pondered this mystery, she caught sight of the woman slightly lifting her head, revealing a pair of grimy eyes. In an instant, Tang Wei was astonished. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi. As the shock coursed through her, the mutated beasts had already approached them. Only then did she react, preparing to usher everyone into a safe haven, when she noticed the woman subtly raise her head. Before the gathered assembly, the woman curled her lips into a faint smile. Qi. Tang Wei was taken aback, realizing that it truly was Qi. The mutated beasts surrounding her, however, disregarded Tang Wei and lunged directly at the hunters, engaging in a frenzied assault. Heavens! So many mutated beasts! I exchanged a glance with Shen, and it was evident that we both recognized Qi among the creatures. How could Qi have lost an arm and be amidst such a horde of mutated beasts? The entire situation was exceedingly bizarre. Yet, we were uncertain whether this was truly the Qi we once knew, prompting Tang Wei to refrain from impulsive actions, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Initially, the hunters had not regarded the mutated rodents with much concern, but as more mutated beasts appeared, the assassins grew irate, unleashing their powers to eradicate the creatures with fervor. It seemed that Qi sensed something amiss and bravely stepped forward, engaging in combat with one arm still intact against the hunters. This is troubling. These mutated beasts will not hold out for long. We must assist. As I watched Qi become engulfed by the swarm of mutated beasts, anxiety gripped my heart, compelling me to step forward, only to be halted by Gu Lingmu and others. The rescued mutants, filled with trepidation, dared not approach the chaotic mass of beasts, urgently advising Tang Wei against it. "Let it be. We know not the origins of these creatures. If they finish their fight and then turn on us, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei furrowed her brow and shook her head slightly. "They will not. How can you be so certain? These beasts lack humanity. Should any of us fall prey to them and contract the virus, we would truly have nowhere to hide." Faced with the collective opposition and counsel, Tang Wei hesitated for a lengthy moment, ultimately refraining from intervening. Just then, a hunter, filled with rage, shouted amidst the crowd, "Is it you behind all this?" Tang Wei's gaze shifted, only to discover it was Qi. Though she had but one arm left, she fiercely wielded a wooden stick, striking mercilessly at the hunters. "Seeing that I have severed your arm and you still survive, let me send you to hell today," the hunter proclaimed, raising his blade high, aiming directly at Shao-Chi. Tang Wei's heart leaped in her throat. Just as she was about to step forward to assist, she was halted by a fellow ability user behind her. "Do not go." As she struggled to advance, it was already too late. The blade of the assailant had reached Shao-Chi. Yet, she did not evade or flinch. Her gaze coldly fixed on Hunter. In a startling twist, the hunter suddenly cried out as a colossal mutated tiger lunged at him, unhesitatingly severing his neck. By the time the crowd reacted, the hunter had already succumbed to his fate, blood splattered across the ground. Tang Wei stood frozen, gazing at the crimson pool, momentarily at a loss. Moreover, what the hunter had claimed, that he had severed Shao-Chi's hand, echoed hauntingly in her mind. What had transpired with Shao-Chi? Yet, amidst all these questions, no one offered Tang Wei any answers. After dispatching the hunter, Shao-Chi swiftly engaged in a new battle. The hunters, under the relentless onslaught of the mutated beasts, began to show signs of trepidation, seeking to flee rather than continue their struggle. However, this provided the mutated beasts with an opportunity. They leaped with astonishing speed onto those attempting to escape, mercilessly tearing them apart. Heavens! Tang Wei and the others huddled in a corner, while Shen conjured a protective shield around them, watching the bloody scene outside, struggling to come to terms with it. "I initially believed that woman would be devoured, yet she seems unharmed. Could it be that these creatures were summoned by her?" Among the ability users, some began to notice Shao-Chi, speculating amongst themselves. Tang Wei harbored similar thoughts, yet dared not voice them. Especially during the moment when the mutated tiger intervened to protect Liang Xieling, her doubts intensified. Could it be that these mutated beasts were indeed summoned? However, they had only been apart for a few days, and Shao-Chi was merely an ordinary person, lacking any knowledge of abilities. If she truly had her arms severed by those hunters, surviving would be a remarkable feat now. Shao-Chi was evidently not herself, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty rage. Almost frenzied as she relentlessly tore into the hunters, creating a grotesque scene of carnage. Such a spectacle was difficult for anyone to comprehend, even for Tang Wei. As a woman before her was once the comrade they fought alongside. Simultaneously, the situation for the mutated beasts appeared increasingly dire. The hunters, growing impatient, began employing lethal techniques against them. Despite the ferocity of the mutated beasts, they struggled to withstand the hunters' specialized methods, resulting in the deaths of more and more creatures. What should we do? It seems the mutated beasts are nearing their limit. Should we offer assistance? Whispers began to circulate below. Tang Wei's expression grew grave as she observed Shao-Chi, still wildly battling within the crowd, her gaze a tumult of emotions. Could it be Liang Xieling's doing? Shenmu's expression was somewhat grave. What could Liang Xieling possibly want with Meng Qingqing's corpse? It was likely an attempt to seize the crystal core. Tang Wei, having grown weary of the unfolding events, could only focus intently on the individuals before her. The atmosphere was perilously charged. It would be prudent for them to devise a means of escape. Just as the group wavered in indecision, a hunter suddenly leapt from the throng, launching an attack towards Tang Wei and Shenmu. Tang Wei's attention was fixated on Shao-Chi, rendering her oblivious to the imminent threat. She was completely unprepared and fell victim to a surprise assault. As Shenmu rushed to shield Tang Wei, the hunter sought to continue his offensive. With Tang Wei severely injured, Shenmu instinctively positioned her behind him for protection, just as other ability users noticed the disturbance and swiftly came to their aid. However, the hunter's abilities appeared to be quite extraordinary. Noticing the approaching crowd, he slightly spread his palm, releasing a surge of gray-golden light. In an instant, all the ability users felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, rendering them momentarily incapacitated. Meanwhile, Shenmu observed the hunter hastening towards them. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he instinctively raised a protective shield, only to find that the assailant pierced right through it and charged directly at them. Shenmu, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen tactic, felt his pupils constrict as he prepared to shield Tang Wei with his own body. Just then, A wild figure with disheveled hair dashed forward, seizing the hunter and dragging him to the ground, the force of his grip leaving deep scratches on the earth. Xiaoqi. As the situation became increasingly dire, the hunters, now free from the relentless entanglement of the mutated beasts, regained their vigor and began to assault the remaining ability users. These individuals had only just recovered from the hunters' disorienting attack, and they now faced the collective onslaught of numerous foes, leading to a chaotic scramble for defense. Tang Wei sensed the precariousness of their situation. The mutated beasts were faltering, and while the mental ability users possessed a degree of self-preservation, their prolonged confinement in the cage had left them utterly exhausted. After enduring such an extended battle, their energy reserves were nearly depleted. If this continued, calamity was inevitable. With a sharp gaze, Tang Wei called out, "Everyone, gather around me." Upon hearing her command, the group responded affirmatively, simultaneously fending off the hunters' attacks while obediently converging towards Tang Wei. Once the majority of the crowd had gathered, Tang Wei made a subtle movement, and a flash of white light enveloped them. In an instant, all the hunters vanished, replaced by an entirely new environment. Is this a space? A few knowledgeable ability users quickly recognized their surroundings, while others looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated Tang Wei's remarkable prowess. She was indeed their savior. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers of relief, Tang Wei's gaze tightened as she recalled Xiaoqi, who remained outside the confines of their newfound sanctuary. Now, all the abilities have been transported into the space, leaving behind only the mutated beasts and Xiaoqi. However, they had just witnessed that the mutated beasts would not last much longer outside, and it was exceedingly perilous for Xiaoqi to remain there alone. The reason the mutated beasts refrained from attacking them must be linked to Xiaoqi, and Tang Wei could not shake off her concern, especially since Xiaoqi had risked her life to save her moments ago. Just as Tang Wei prepared to turn and venture outside, a gasp echoed from behind her. An ability user exclaimed, "Muyan, what has happened to you?" Turning around, she discovered a pale-faced ability user had fainted. Tang Wei's gaze instantly sharpened, and Shen promptly stepped forward to assess the situation. Before they could express their thoughts, they heard another thud from behind. Some individuals had also collapsed, while others lay motionless on the ground, utterly exhausted. Shenmu's brow furrowed in silence as he rose to examine the two fallen ability users. Fortunately, after checking a few, his expression relaxed. It's all right. They merely exhausted their energy and are too weak, which caused them to faint. Tang Wei remained skeptical, recalling how vigorous they had seemed moments ago, valiantly facing each hunter. How could they suddenly collapse? Are you certain? Why is everyone in this condition? Just as Tang Wei pondered this, one individual among the fallen let out a sigh. Chapter 104. The Rift in Space. You may not know this, having just arrived 2 days ago, but we've been confined here for so long that our bodies have undergone countless experiments, and our stamina has diminished significantly. If it weren't for the crystal cores you distributed to us, we would have long since succumbed. Shenmu nodded in agreement, his expression grave. He was correct. Although these individuals appeared frail, they were not in dire straits, merely fatigued. Tang Wei now understood that their earlier display of valor was merely a fade to prevent her from worrying and to avoid bolstering the hunter's confidence. Once they realized their situation was relatively secure, they began to rest freely, while some of the weaker individuals could not endure and fainted immediately. Please take care of them and rest well. I must go outside to assess the situation, Tang Wei stated, her concern for Xiaoqi growing. With so many hunters outside, she was unsure if Xiaoqi and the mutated beasts would manage to cope. Just as she was about to leave the space, she noticed a small rift had been torn in the entrance, and a pungent, bloody scent wafted in from outside. What do you intend to do? Upon closer inspection, the individual outside was a bloodied hunter, desperately tearing at Tang Wei's space. Instantly, she felt compelled to intervene, yet it seemed the adversary was relentless, fiercely striving to rip apart the very fabric of reality. This was unacceptable. Should this individual succeed in dismantling the spatial structure, it would result in an instantaneous collapse, leaving the remaining extraordinary beings to meet their demise. She would not allow such a catastrophe. With resolve, Tang Wei leapt forth from the confines of her space, engaging in combat with the hunter. As anticipated, he too possessed spatial abilities. Upon witnessing Tang Wei emerge, a cunning smile spread across his lips, and he raised his weapon, aiming it directly at her. Tang Wei sensed the imminent danger and immediately countered, but to her dismay, more hunters, having noticed her presence, shifted their focus and began launching their assaults upon her. Time left no room for contemplation. Their strikes were swift, overwhelming her defenses. In the midst of the chaos, she caught sight of a figure weaving through the throngs of hunters, clad in disarray. This individual dispatched anguished cries wherever they passed. As the figure drew nearer, Tang Wei recognized it to be Shao-Chi, whose sharp fangs dripped with blood, rendering him a terrifying sight. With Shao-Chi as assistance, Tang Wei managed to fend off the hunter's onslaught, though it proved to be a strenuous endeavor. A multitude of hunters besieged both Tang Wei and Shen. Despite Shao-Chi's relentless efforts to restrain the hunters, the odds were insurmountable. Suddenly, Su Ji emerged from the shadows, leading an assault against both Shen and Tang Wei. With Su Ji at the forefront, the hunters seemed to find their focus, their movements becoming increasingly vicious, as if they had resolved to eliminate Tang Wei without mercy. This was dire. Both Shi and Shen bore injuries, and with Su Ji present, it was evident they could not sustain themselves much longer. They had to escape swiftly. Tang Wei's gaze wavered slightly. She recognized that if she insisted on continuing the fight, there would be no advantage gained, and it could jeopardize Shen further. Shen, severely wounded, had been enduring the pain, steadfastly protecting Tang Wei, and his injuries were no less grave than hers. Yet, neither dared to voice their afflictions, instead exchanging determined glances as they faced the relentless hunters. The hunters, who had been fervently attacking Shen and Tang Wei, abruptly halted, a sinister grin creeping onto their faces. What was this? Had they finally recognized the futility of their resistance and considered surrender? Su Ji could not suppress a mocking laugh, declaring, but now it's too late for you two to think of capitulating. Having harmed so many of my brethren, I shall not let this go unpunished." As Su Ji spoke, she commanded the hunters to surge forward, each individual unleashing their ultimate attacks, a myriad of beams hurtling towards Shen and Tang Wei. In an instant, a tremendous roar filled the air as the very spot where Shen and Tang Wei had stood was reduced to mere fragments, dust swirling everywhere. Yet, their bodies were nowhere to be seen. Realizing something was amiss, Su Ji's gaze narrowed. "Quickly find them. We cannot allow them to escape." At her chilling command, one of the hunters hesitantly voiced his confusion. "That's impossible. I had clearly set restrictions here. They couldn't have escaped." Meanwhile, another spatial ability user suddenly exclaimed in alarm. "They might have hidden within the space." Upon hearing this, the crowd awakened to the realization that only by retreating into the space could they remain unharmed and leave no trace. Su Ji's expression twisted into a fierce scowl as she glared at those around her. "Utilize every means necessary. We must drag them out." At that moment, Shen and Tang Wei lay within the confines of the space, their bodies battered and bruised. Tang Wei was on the brink of collapse, trembling slightly. Shen retained a modicum of strength and promptly employed healing magic to mend Tang Wei's wounds. After tending to their injuries, they extracted a portion of crystal cores to replenish their powers. "What now? We are trapped here. If we venture out, we will surely be besieged." Some of the ability users voiced their concerns, having regained some strength. It was clear that outside lurked hunters, and emerging from the space would be tantamount to courting death. "Do not fret. Remaining here is still relatively safe. Let's not dwell on grim thoughts," Shen reassured them. However, Tang Wei's expression was grave, as he could distinctly sense someone outside persistently tearing at the fabric of the space, attempting to infiltrate through the previous fissure. "You all rest here. I will step outside," Tang Wei declared solemnly before proceeding forth. Shen, sensing the unusual tension, exchanged a few words with a nearby ability user before hastily following Tang Wei. Indeed, upon reaching the fissure in the space, they discovered hunters attempting to release some sort of smoke through the gap. "What are you doing?" Shen instantly sensed the danger and quickly conjured a shield to envelop their surroundings, preventing the smoke from spreading. To his dismay, upon seeing Shen and Tang Wei, the hunters' expressions grew even more exhilarated, their actions hastening as they seemed determined to breach the space. "We cannot let this happen. Otherwise, this place will collapse." Tang Wei, sensing the turbulence of the space, momentarily panicked and launched an attack against the hunter, striving to thwart their plans. However, for reasons unknown, every time Tang Wei utilized her extraordinary abilities, the space would become increasingly tumultuous, while the hunter's injuries remained negligible. The hunter could not suppress a cold laugh upon witnessing Tang Wei's bewilderment. "You remain unaware, do you? Within this space, the presence of a singular individual can render your realm even more fragile. Just await your demise alongside your companions." Upon hearing these words, Tang Wei recognized the truth in them, her gaze turning grave, while Shen dared not make another move. "Stop!" Tang Wei was taken aback. Although the hunter had torn open this rift, the most it could do was damage this segment of space. She could still manifest other realms, but this also implied that those with psychic abilities would be eternally submerged in this abyss. Left with no choice, the two could only refrain from using their powers and extend their hands, attempting to thwart the hunter's actions. However, the moment Tang Wei reached out, he seized her hand with a triumphant grip and yanked her forcefully outward. Caught off guard, Tang Wei was unable to resist, but fortunately, Shen reacted swiftly and grasped her hand tightly. Thus, within the fissure of this space, Tang Wei found herself pulled in two directions, her body rigid and devoid of any capacity for resistance. "Let go of me," Tang Wei exclaimed in a flurry of panic, striving to shake off his hold. Her sharp nails pierced the hunter's palm, yet he remained undeterred, frantically dragging her outward as if possessed. Fearing for Tang Wei's safety, Shen clung tightly, pulling her back with all his strength, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pain she endured under such tremendous forces. Just as the struggle reached an impasse, the hunter suddenly emitted a piercing scream of agony, relinquishing his grip and sliding helplessly through the rift. In the final moments of his exit, Tang Wei caught sight of a massive mutated rat clamped onto his other arm, its powerful bite having torn through flesh and sinew. Could it be Xiaoqi? Shen felt a surge of relief, realizing that Tang Wei was ultimately unharmed, and offered words of comfort. "It's all right. Xiaoqi has those mutated beasts for protection. Nothing will happen to him." Despite Shen's reassurance, Tang Wei remained anxious. After he had tended to her wounds, she was determined to venture outside. "No, it's far too perilous out there. With your injuries, stepping outside would be tantamount to courting death." After much insistence from Tang Wei, Shen found himself unable to dissuade her, ultimately deciding to accompany her. Little did they know, as they emerged, they were met with a sight of chaos. Yi Huang's forces had finally assembled, seizing the opportunity while Xiaoqi was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the mutated beasts and the hunters. They mounted a coordinated attack from behind. The hunters, already weary, now faced the onslaught of assassins, their situation devolving into utter disarray as they sought only to flee. As two individuals beheld the scene before them, astonishment mingled with an immediate urge to assist. However, in a corner, they discovered the injured Xiaoqi gasping for breath. Nearby lay an arm, severed and still bleeding, its crimson splatters marking the ground, though it was evident that much of it was not from her own body. Xiaoqi. Upon witnessing this pitiful sight, Tang Wei felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow and rage, calling out the girl's name. Xiaoqi, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze and, upon seeing Tang Wei, tears brimmed in her eyes. "Sister Tang." It was reassuring to know that Xiaoqi was still conscious. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Tang Wei swiftly drew Xiaoqi into a safe space. Within this sanctuary, tranquility reigned. Xiaoqi, perplexed by the sudden change of surroundings, stood momentarily dazed. "Sister Tang, are you all right?" Xiaoqi inquired. Observing the blood-soaked state of the girl, coupled with the sight of the empty sleeve, Tang Wei felt tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm fine, but what happened to you? Who did this?" Tang Wei's heart ached, But Xiaoqi merely shook her head lightly, feigning ease. It was those hunters. But I have avenged myself. Look, I have acquired special abilities. As she spoke, she attempted to summon a beast, only to realize that they remained in the safe space, beyond her reach. You are truly remarkable, Tang Wei remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes betrayed her with unshed tears. Xiaoqi, feeling a pang of sadness at Tang Wei's distress, endeavored to smile reassuringly. It's all right, Sister Tang. I'm Fine. While they conversed, Shen Mu silently began tending to Xiaoqi's wounds. As their dialogue continued, Xiaoqi's injuries gradually improved, yet the severed arm remained irreparable. Rest here for now. Yi Huang and the others are on their way to assist. I will go check outside, Tang Wei said, her concern evident. Once assured of Xiaoqi's temporary safety, she and Shen Mu ventured out in search of Yi Huang. Chapter 106. A desperate situation. Upon stepping outside again, they discovered that the once crowded area had mostly emptied, with the hunters having retreated after suffering losses. Those left behind were merely the frail, the ill, or those incapable of resistance, captured and abandoned. Tang Wei, sensing this, stepped forward with trepidation. Where are the hunters? Why are there so few remaining? The personnel at the base recognized Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Their faces lit with excitement upon seeing them. Sister Tang, it's so good to see you safe. The leader is currently pursuing the fleeing hunters. We have achieved a great victory. Yet, as she observed the exuberant expressions of the ability users before her, Tang Wei could only shake her head in resignation. Only they understood the true cost of this so-called victory. Nevertheless, she said nothing more, merely nodding slightly. I will go find Yi Huang now. Those who recognized the base's inhabitants obstructed their path, casting peculiar glances at Tang Wei. Sister Tang, what business do you have with the leader? Those hunters are no match for us. They are merely fleeing cowards. However, Tang Wei merely shook her head slightly, a hint of gravity in her eyes. She had already surveyed the vicinity and noted the absence of the mutated beasts, which likely followed the hunters in their pursuit. Xiaoqi was gravely injured, and although the hunters had been routed, this was still their territory. Retaliation would not be difficult for them. Thus, Tang Wei was determined to follow and seek vengeance for Xiaoqi. As she spoke, Tang Wei dashed out, with Shen Mu immediately trailing behind her. Upon reaching the outside, they discovered that the battle was still ongoing. Some lower-ranked hunters had already been captured, while others continued to resist and flee. Observing this, Tang Wei rushed forward to lend her aid, and chaos ensued once more. At that moment, everyone suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Those with psychic abilities retained some clarity and soon realized that Liang Xialing stood not far away. Liang Xialing has emerged. Everyone be cautious. The gravity in Tang Wei's gaze deepened. Liang Xialing, despite her severe injuries and the absence of any healing abilities nearby, had recovered remarkably quickly and now controlled all present psychics. Simultaneously, Liang Xialing's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet she curved one corner of her lips into a gentle smile. You all arrived rather swiftly. Tang Wei swiftly noted those at the forefront, including Yi Huang, and instinctively pursued them. Are you all unharmed? That is truly wonderful. Who is this woman? The other hunters, upon witnessing Liang Xialing's arrival, surged forward en masse. However, Yi Huang's group, wary of Liang Xialing's sudden appearance, refrained from direct confrontation, instead encircling from a distance to cut off all avenues of retreat. This must be the leader of the hunters, associated with Su Ji. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yi Huang's eyes. So, it is her. His tone grew serious. Everyone, be alert. This individual is the leader of the hunters' organization. Exercise caution. Tang Wei regarded Liang Xialing from a distance, her gaze indifferent. You have reached a dead end. It would be wise to surrender now to minimize casualties. In response to Tang Wei's words, Liang Xialing merely chuckled coldly, a trace of derision gleaming in her stunning eyes. My dear, you speak too boldly. Wherever I, Liang Xialing, tread, it is never a dead end. As she spoke, she raised her hands, and the surrounding air seemed to twist and warp. An eerie yet formidable force approaching the crowd, unstoppable by any means. Tang Wei understood that Liang Xialing was establishing a psychic field, aiming to envelop everyone present within it, similar to the abilities of Guling Mu. She must not succeed. It was evident that Liang Xialing was still somewhat weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei shouted, immediately rallying the other psychics to launch an attack against her. Under the leadership of Tang Wei, all the supernatural beings at the base assembled and launched a coordinated attack against Liang Xialing. Liang Xialing was compelled to interrupt her spellcasting, furrowing her brow as she agilely evaded their assault. However, the hunters left behind were not as fortunate, suffering grievous injuries and fatalities, causing a cacophony of wails to fill the air. Liang Xialing, you truly are ruthless, fleeing while abandoning your subordinates. Tang Wei realized that, given the hunters' speed and agility, they should have been able to perceive or evade the danger in the first instance. Yet, because Liang Xialing stood her ground, the hunters, confident in her protection, hardly made any effort to defend themselves or escape. Consequently, nearly half of them were severely wounded, with some losing their lives. What a useless bunch, Liang Xialing remarked, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. The personnel under Yi Huang were quite formidable, comprising various supernatural beings, and with her own hunters already half injured. A prolonged confrontation would yield little benefit. Resolving this in her mind, Liang Xialing set up another mental field, this time with greater swiftness than before. By the time Tang Wei attempted to intervene, it was too late. The collective consciousness of the group fell into a brief stupor. Only Tang Wei, possessing the strongest mental prowess, was not directly controlled. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered Liang Xialing seizing the moment of confusion to lead the remaining hunters in an escape. You should pay attention to your comrades, she urged. No. Although Tang Wei was also a mental-type supernatural being, she could not dismantle another's mental field. The assassin's only recourse was to prevent the base personnel from turning on each other. As the conflict appeared imminent, Tang Wei's gaze shifted, and she closed her eyes, unleashing a formidable mental force. Chapter 107. The siege of the manor. The expressions of all present transformed from indignation to bewilderment before succumbing to unconsciousness. Sister Tang, where is Liang Xialing? Tang Wei gently shook her head. They have already fled. You were ensnared by her mental field, and I could do nothing. At her words, Guling Mu's face fell with sorrow. Meanwhile, the other supernatural beings gradually regained consciousness. Yi Huang awoke to the bewildering scene around him, momentarily unsure of what had transpired. What is happening? He inquired, only to realize that the hunters and others had vanished, his expression shifting rapidly. Where is Liang Xialing? Where have the hunters gone? Tang Wei could only provide a brief explanation of the recent events. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's fury ignited. Impossible! How could we allow them to escape? Just as Yi Huang was on the brink of despair, his subordinates began to awaken, their confusion evident as they surveyed their surroundings. However, upon hearing the explanations from those nearby, their dissatisfaction was palpable. How could this be? Upon careful reflection, it appears that Liang Xialing must have absorbed Meng Qingqing's crystal core, thus granting him a fleeting ability to sustain himself. However, having expended a considerable amount of mental energy to control the personnel at the base, he likely has very little strength remaining. Even in flight, he would scarcely get far. Pursue. Liang Xialing is now severely weakened, and with a diligent search in this vicinity, we are certain to locate him. Yi Huang harbored the same sentiment. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, his confidence surged. Indeed, let us immediately dispatch individuals to chase after him. The atmosphere once again buzzed with excitement as the personnel at the base divided into small groups, dispersing in all directions to search fervently. Tang Wei stood fatigued, overwhelmed by the multitude of events that had transpired over the past few days. Her body had long since reached its limits, and at that moment her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Shen Mu was nearby to support her, and upon witnessing Tang Wei's pallid complexion, he felt a profound concern. Tang Wei waved her hand, summoning her formidable mental strength to regain her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips. It is all right. I must find those hunters. Liang Xialing's abilities are formidable. And with so many hunters rallying around him, allowing him to escape this time could mean a lost opportunity for capture in the future. Such a menace must be eradicated at its roots to avert potential calamities. You are too weak at present. Rest here while I assist in the search, Shen urged, releasing his robots to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, a small robot within his clothing emitted a series of beeps. Tang Wei furrowed her brow upon hearing the sound, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. We have discerned the whereabouts of Liang Xialing and his cohorts. Upon this declaration, the crowd converged eagerly. An excitement flickered in Tang Wei's eyes. This realization should have dawned upon her earlier. The desolate environment offered little in terms of concealment, the only potential refuge being the grand estate she had previously marked. Given that Liang Xialing and his companions were injured with no other refuge available, it was likely they would seek shelter within the estate to recuperate. However, the estate was secure by the robots under the watch of Shen and Tang Wei, making entry impossible for them in the short term. The group convened to strategize, and after a brief deliberation, a decision was reached. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoling's faction hastily fled, arriving near the estate, only to find that all potential hiding spots had vanished. This won't do. Aside from here, we are left with the mountains and forests, which are teeming with wild beasts. The mutated creatures will surely pose a threat. Perhaps we should settle here for the time being, suggested one of the hunters. Liang Xiaoling stood immobile, his gaze intensely fixed upon the estate before him. If I recall correctly, have we not already visited this place? Queried one of the hunters, bowing slightly. Indeed, my esteemed leader, this place has long captivated our ambitions for conquest. However, it is shrouded in an inexplicable array of robotic defenses that have thwarted our numerous attempts in the past. Surely, it must be the residence of a formidable master. Given the stringent security measures in place, perhaps we ought to consider an alternative location. Among our ranks, a sense of trepidation is beginning to surface. They are all weary from expending excessive energy in repeated endeavors. Should we continue to squander time against these machines, it is likely that Shen and Tang Wei will soon catch up with us. Yet, we can no longer afford to deliberate. The absence of suitable hiding places ahead compels us to seize this stronghold if we wish to survive. Nonetheless, as a subordinate offered a word of caution about the robotic sentinels, Liang Xiaoling's gaze remained icy. What are you waiting for? Open the door. In that moment, uncertainty swept through the crowd. They were acutely aware of the heavy toll they had paid during their previous attempts to breach this fortress, and now, who would dare to charge forward blindly? Nevertheless, Liang Xiaoling's command was absolute. After some deliberation, an unusually reticent hunter was reluctantly pushed forward. Hesitating at the threshold, he extended his trembling hand toward the door. Quicken your pace. Do you wish to perish? Liang Xiaoling's exhaustion was palpable. She had nearly expended all her spiritual energy in her efforts to contain Tang Wei and the others. At this moment, she was devoid of the strength to persist, which fueled her urgency to conquer this stronghold. The hunter, startled by her fierce command, instinctively grasped the doorknob and pushed it open. In an instant, the door swung wide, and the hunter retreated a step, conjuring a small protective shield around himself. Chapter 108. Capturing the tortoise in the jar, a profound silence enveloped the space. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, the hunters were hesitant to trust their own eyes. Among them, some had never set foot here before, and impatience began to brew among those who had. Initially, they had anticipated perilous dangers based on hearsay, only to discover an unsettling emptiness. A hint of mockery crept into their voices. You must be deceiving us. There is evidently nothing here. This place has likely been abandoned for ages. As evidenced by the layers of dust, one audacious hunter boldly stepped inside, while the others remained anxiously fixed to the spot, watching his back. When he emerged unscathed and proceeded to open the interior door, it seemed that indeed, nothing was amiss. Could it be that the robotic defenses had malfunctioned? I think you might be right. Otherwise, they would have activated the moment we opened the door. Had we known this sooner, we would have arrived at this location much earlier. It is infinitely preferable to that dreadful place. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the first hunter confidently enter without incident. prompting a jubilant rush as they all followed suit into the space beyond. Meanwhile, hidden not far away, Yi Huang and his companions observed with a sense of exhilaration as all the hunters ventured inside. Liang Xiaoling hesitated at the entrance for quite some time, but upon seeing that nothing untoward was happening to the others, she too stepped forward and entered slowly. The grand door closed behind them, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in Tang Wei's eyes, while Yi Huang could hardly contain his eagerness, unable to resist calling out. They had all entered. This was the perfect moment to launch an attack. With that thought, Yi Huang intended to lead the group in a coordinated assault, but was promptly halted by Shen. Let us not rush. Our robots have yet to be deployed. At these words, Yi Huang, who had been brimming with impatience, seemed to grasp the significance and nodded slightly, a hint of joy illuminating his gaze. In that case, let us hasten. I am quite eager to discover just how formidable your robots truly are. Tang Wei and Shen exchanged glances, each detecting a shared mirth within the other's eyes. Within the manor, the multitude of hunters arrived and immediately erupted in jubilant chaos. Those severely wounded sought out corners to tend to their injuries, while others with lighter wounds began to claim rooms. The once pristine estate was soon in disarray. Liang Xiaoling chose the cleanest and quietest room, retreating inside to rest in silence. Suddenly, all the doors of the room swung open, and an army of robots surged forth from within, their antennae emitting bursts of laser beams, violently assaulting everyone present in the room. The hunters were utterly unprepared for such an unexpected onslaught. By the time they reacted, many had already been struck, writhing in agony. Some who remained unscathed immediately attempted to dismantle the robots, but the machines were equipped with formidable self-defense capabilities. Their heavy shields rendered them nearly impervious to harm, and any retaliatory strikes only resulted in the hunters injuring themselves. What had once been a lively manor now echoed with genuine cries of despair. Liang Xiaoling soon sensed that something was amiss as she reacted. A few small robots squeezed through the doorway, unleashing a torrent of beams upon her, the searing pain causing her to furrow her brow. Curse be this! Meanwhile, some of the more astute hunters seized the opportunity to flee towards the garden, clearly intent on escaping. Concurrently, Yi Huang and his companions had long been prepared. As those attempting to flee emerged, they were besieged from all sides, and none managed to evade capture. Others, realizing that the exit was blocked by Yi Huang's men, grew frantic and attempted to scale the walls. However, the walls were already constructed to tower high, and with Shen and Tang Wei's specially designed anti-climbing equipment, anyone who attempted to ascend was swiftly met with fiery retribution. As the other hunters witnessed the unfolding chaos, fear gripped their hearts. Some even surrendered on the spot. The robots, displaying remarkable intelligence, diligently disarmed those who chose to capitulate, refraining from further aggression. Thus, under the relentless siege orchestrated by the robots and Yi Huang, nearly all the hunters found themselves ensnared, suffering casualties both dead and wounded. Liang Xiaoling, in a state of utter exasperation, was surrounded by a few hunters who still placed their unwavering trust in her, collectively barricading against any encroaching robots while anxiously inquiring about their next course of action. "My Lord Liang, what shall we do now?" they implored. The truth was, they were encircled by dozens of formidable robots, each possessing immense offensive capabilities. It was only through the combined efforts of the hunters that they had managed to survive thus far. However, the relentless onslaught of the robots had begun to take its toll, with hunters falling one by one. If this continued, they would surely face annihilation. Her subordinates continued to beseech Liang Xiaoling. "My lord, we can hardly hold out any longer. Please devise a plan." There was indeed a solution, though she feared it would not be to their liking. A sly smile crept across Liang Xiaoling's lips, and the hunters, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded fervently. "As long as it can save us, we will embrace any method," they declared. "You have said it yourselves." With a smirk, Liang Xiaoling seized one hunter by the back, her sharp claws piercing his heart, extracting a glimmering crystal core with brutal efficiency. As she began to absorb the energy from the core, the other hunters stood momentarily stunned by the grim spectacle. By the time they comprehended the horror and sought to flee, it was already too late. She discarded the lifeless body and swiftly captured another hunter, piercing his flesh to extract yet another bloodied core. In this manner, Liang Xialing consumed the cores of approximately 6 or 7 hunters, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over her. With a single powerful strike, she repelled the nearby robots and grabbed 2 corpses to shield herself as she soared toward the entrance of the manor. Meanwhile, at the gate, Shen and Tang Wei had been patiently awaiting Liang Xialing's emergence. The moment she appeared, they seized the opportunity to attempt her capture. However, as they lunged forward, the 200 corpses landed directly before them, effectively obstructing their attack. Taking advantage of this distraction, Liang Xialing sought to make her escape, but was suddenly immobilized by the formidable mental prowess of her opponents, leaving her frozen in place. As Tang Wei realized the need to pursue, she discovered that Liang Xialing had already fled, moving with astonishing speed, appearing entirely unscathed. How is this possible? Wasn't Liang Xialing gravely injured? How could she recover so swiftly? Yi Huang let out an incredulous roar, yet Tang Wei merely shook her head slowly, stepping before the hunters. She discovered that their hearts had long been hollowed out and the crystal cores had vanished, instantly grasping the entirety of the situation. Liang Xialing had extracted the crystal cores from her subordinates, absorbing their energy, which explained her newfound strength. As these words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. They had not anticipated Liang Xialing's treachery. Her heart was indeed as venomous as a serpent's. After a moment, someone finally voiced their outrage. Fortunately, all the hunters had been captured. Even if a few managed to escape, they would pose no significant threat. Although Yi Huang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for not apprehending Liang Xialing, he found solace in the fact that a substantial portion of the hunter organization had been eradicated. However, the escape of Liang Xialing was a grave concern. She was exceedingly dangerous and possessed formidable mental control abilities. Should she remain at large, she would undoubtedly become a significant menace. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was infuriating. They should have rushed in to eliminate her then and there. Tang Wei analyzed the situation calmly, with Shen beside her, nodding in concurrence. Soon, the news of the base's resounding victory over the hunter organization spread across the major bases, elevating their reputation to remarkable heights. The leaders of several bases, who had previously rejected Yi Huang's plea for assistance, were now filled with regret upon hearing this news. This was not merely a simple victory over the hunter organization. It was a testament to the formidable strength of Yi Huang's base. If they could forge an alliance, it would undoubtedly become a tremendous force in battle. However, not only had they failed to ally with him, but their earlier refusal to assist had also created a rift. Should calamity befall their own bases in the future, it would be exceedingly difficult to seek his aid. Contemplating this, the leaders of those bases grew restless and began to seek ways to send gifts to Yi Huang and his team. How audacious! Xiao Wei exclaimed in fury upon learning that the leaders of the bases that had previously spurned her were the ones sending gifts. They dare approach us again. Just wait until I teach them a lesson today. With that, she stormed off, ready to confront them. Fortunately, Yi Huang remained composed and stood up to intercept Xiao Wei. Though they previously rejected our help, their current overture is an attempt at reconciliation. We need not harbor grudges. Xiao Wei, though still reluctant, realized that such behavior would reflect poorly on the base and reluctantly nodded, returning to her seat. In contrast, Shen and Tang Wei were oblivious to the unfolding events and exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Why do they wish to reprimand those individuals? Zhou Xiaojue, noticing Tang Wei's lack of awareness, was ignited by curiosity and recounted the events of Yi Huang's earlier attempts to solicit assistance from the various base leaders. You cannot imagine the disdain we felt when we invited them over. They carried themselves with an air of arrogance that still makes me want to confront them. Xiao Wei couldn't help but let out a scoff, her tone laced with sarcasm. Now, they finally comprehend the strength of our base and seek to ingratiate themselves. Such wishful thinking. Tang Wei and Shen nodded thoughtfully in response. If that is the case, it is hardly necessary to cultivate a good relationship with such a base. Yi Huang also nodded slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Let them be informed to leave. Just say that I am currently recuperating and unable to receive visitors." Upon hearing this, someone promptly exited to relay the message, muttering a few curses before swiftly forgetting the incident, returning to their merriment. However, 2 days later, the leaders of those bases seemed unwilling to relent, personally bringing gifts to seek an audience. Yi Huang, upon learning of this, felt somewhat helpless and summoned Shen Mu and Tang Wei to discuss a strategy. If they insist on coming, let them. After all, our base is in dire need of supplies. We can keep the gifts and send the visitors on their way. Xiaogwei happened to overhear this and could not help but let out a slight laugh. "I concur." Zhou Xiaoju hurried over upon receiving the news, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "They are willingly offering gifts. It is of no concern to us. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Tang?" Tang Wei nodded slightly. The matter was indeed not their concern, and if they wished to ingratiate themselves, it was permissible. "Very well, then let us invite them in." The visiting leader was from the Honggang base. Upon entering, he noticed the absence of Yi Huang and felt a twinge of confusion. "Where is your leader?" Though he had come to forge friendships, the fact that Yi Huang would not even show his face seemed rather presumptuous. The leader of Honggang felt a flicker of displeasure, and Zhou Xiaoju, having come to receive him, immediately discerned his feelings and smiled subtly. "Our leader is currently unwell with a cold and cannot meet with you at this time." Upon hearing this, Honggang's expression darkened instantly. He had made the effort to come, bearing numerous gifts as a gesture of goodwill, yet Yi Huang's rudeness was a blow to his dignity. Just as Honggang was about to unleash his anger, Zhou Xiaoju interjected smoothly. "However, our leader expressed his warm welcome for your visit, to avoid contagion. He has sent me to receive you." At this, Honggang found himself at an impasse, contemplating his purpose for visiting, and chose to swallow his frustration. "Since Yi Huang is unwell, I shall not press further. However, I have come to establish a rapport with your esteemed base. I hope Yi Huang can grasp the essence of my intentions." Zhou Xiaoju's eyes twinkled as he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "What words are these from Leader Honggang? Since you value our base so highly, even coming personally to present gifts for friendship, how could we possibly refuse?" Zhou Xiaojue remarked, slightly extending his neck to glance at the gifts carried by Honggang's subordinates, which appeared to be quite an assortment. His eyes narrowed slightly. "However, many seek to befriend our leader these days. I wonder what sincerity Leader Honggang has brought this time." In truth, Zhou Xiaojue had already noticed the gifts brought by Honggang's subordinates, but as the other party remained silent, he understood the implication and intentionally brought it up to put him in an awkward position. As expected, upon hearing this, Leader Honggang's tone became noticeably uncomfortable. "Are you jesting? I have come here to foster goodwill. How could there be a lack of sincerity?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning all his subordinates over. "Come quickly, show the gifts we have brought to these esteemed guests." At this, Zhou Xiaojue's smile broadened, and he waved his hand nonchalantly. "Leader Honggang, you are truly too courteous." Internally, Honggang gritted his teeth, yet his face remained adorned with a smile. "Not all. I actually feel these gifts are rather scant. Should Chief Yi Huang be willing to establish a friendship with me, I shall certainly bring more next time as a gesture of sincerity." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaojue immediately understood the cunning intentions of this old fox. He merely aimed to have Yi Huang meet him in person to negotiate cooperation, thus enabling him to bring more supplies and gifts, while in reality, they held little regard for these items. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaojue maintained a cheerful demeanor, inviting both him and his subordinates into a guest room. "Thank you sincerely for your kindness, Leader Honggang. However, our chief is currently unwell. Allow me to fetch him for a meeting. Would you mind waiting here for a moment?" Upon hearing this, despite his reluctance, Honggang had no choice but to force a smile. "Of course, no problem." Zhou Xiaojue nodded, instructing a few subordinates to carry away all the gifts brought by Honggang, and then he departed. Not long after, Zhou Xiaojue casually pushed open a door, finding Shen Mu, Tang Wei, and Yi Huang's people seated within. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaojue, their gazes were filled with intrigue. "So how many gifts did you bring?" Zhou Xiaojue smirked, and immediately his subordinates presented all the gifts brought by Honggang. "This is hardly anything. Even I would not be impressed." Shen Mu and Tang Wei leaned in to look, discovering that they were merely ordinary supplies, though significant enough within these smaller bases. Xiao Wei scoffed disdainfully with such offerings. Do they expect to curry favor with us? There is not an ounce of sincerity. In contrast, Yi Huang's reaction was more composed. He glanced casually at the gifts before lifting his gaze to Zhou Xiaojue. Where is he now? I casually found myself in a guest room, awaiting your arrival. Would you care to come take a look? Before Yi Huang could utter a word, Xiao Wei could no longer restrain herself and slammed her palm on the table. What is there to see? Let him wait there. When we needed their assistance before, they did not exhibit such an attitude. They ought to truly understand the taste of regret. Although Tang Wei remained silent, a smile adorned her face, and she harbored a discontent for the opportunistic leader of the Honggang base. Clearly, Shen Mu, nearby, shared a similar sentiment, shaking his head slightly. Let be. Those who cannot be relied upon in times of crisis will likely be of no help when real danger arises. Yi Huang nodded in agreement before turning to Zhou Xiaojue. In that case, please convey to him that I am unwell and unable to meet at this time. Zhou Xiaojue nodded slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. Of course, I shall not meet him, but I do not wish to reveal that just yet. They ought to wait a while longer and understand our formidable presence. Tang Wei could not suppress a laugh, and Yi Huang did not intervene, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Ultimately, he was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Xiao Wei promptly declined with righteous fervor, and Zhou Xiaojue wore an expression of full agreement. Indeed, I have spent quite some time speaking highly of them before they were willing to bring these gifts. Now that they have been delivered, how could they possibly expect to reclaim them? Let them wait. Yi Huang felt quite helpless, but did not obstruct the matter, merely nodding in tacit approval of Zhou Xiaojue's actions. Chapter 111. The farewell. Thus, Chief Honggang lingered in the guest room for approximately 4 to 5 hours. As twilight approached, and he still had not caught a glimpse of Yi Huang, his patience wore thin, prompting him to step out in search of the man. At that moment, Zhou Xiaojue happened to finish conversing with Tang Wei and her companions when Chief Honggang seized him. Did you not say you would summon Chief Yi Huang for me? It has been quite some time. Where is he? Observing the impatience etched on Honggang's face, Zhou Xiaojue managed a wry smile, feigning urgency. Alas, I sincerely apologize. Our leader's condition has unexpectedly worsened and is now quite severe. I have spent the last half hour attending to matters on his behalf and completely forgot about you. How regrettable. Upon hearing this, although Honggang felt some skepticism, he nodded slightly. How is your leader's condition? I shall go visit him personally. As he spoke, Honggang truly intended to seek out Yi Huang, prompting Zhou Xiaojue to quickly intercept him. Upon hearing those words, Chief Honggang's expression shifted instantaneously. After waiting for so long without even a glimpse of Yi Huang, he now inquired about supplies, as if he were a veritable treasure trove. My dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, our base is currently facing difficulties, and I truly cannot procure any medicine at this moment. Zhou Xiaojue feigned a look of deep regret. Upon hearing these words, although Honggang's expression was far from pleasant, he found himself devoid of alternatives, unable to even catch a glimpse of Yi Huang. Very well, I shall return another time, he resignedly concluded. Thus, Honggang's visit had essentially been in vain, as all the gifts he had brought were confiscated, leaving him seething with frustration, yet powerless to act. As for Xiao Wei, she regarded Zhou Xiaojue with a hint of curiosity, pondering the unusually cheerful demeanor he had just exhibited. What has brought you such delight? Has something festive occurred? Not particularly. I merely saw off the leader from Honggang, and he is likely still in a fit of anger, he replied nonchalantly. Strangely, upon learning of Xiao Wei's absence, Zhou Xiaojue, who had initially been in high spirits, felt a sudden cloud of gloom envelop him. I must take my leave, he declared, observing Tang Wei still smiling nearby, prompting her to inquire, what is the rush? Is something amiss? Nothing serious, just recalled a few matters, he answered, though Shen Mu, watching him, appeared skeptical. It was uncommon for him to be so preoccupied, particularly since Xiao Wei's absence seemed to have triggered this sudden urgency. Was it possible he felt compelled to seek her out? Tang Wei, sensing the underlying implication, wore a subtle smile. You should hurry and check on her. It seems Xiaowei truly is unwell. Feeling somewhat bashful, yet deeply concerned for Xiaowei, Zhou Zhaojue turned and departed. Before long, he arrived at Xiaowei's chamber, gently rapping on the door. A faint voice emanated from within. Who is it? It's Zhou Zhaojue. I heard you were unwell, so I came to see you, he called, his heart tightening at the sound of her weakened tone. Previously, Xiaowei had always exuded an air of arrogance, her voice brimming with confidence. Yet now she sounded frail, indicating she had indeed sustained injuries. Oh, it's you. Please, come in, she beckoned. As he entered, he found her lying on the bed, pallid and clad in a simple white garment, having changed from her earlier red attire. Upon seeing him, she managed a faint smile. So, you do remember to check on me. I thought you had entirely forgotten about me, she jested. Despite her playful tone, Zhou Zhaojue felt a pang of sorrow, stepping forward to envelop her in a tight embrace. You have been injured for quite some time, haven't you? If it weren't for your earlier wounds, you wouldn't have succumbed to such weakness now. He speculated that she had been enduring the pain in order to celebrate with Shen Mu and Tang Wei, masking her suffering until it could no longer be concealed. Taken aback by the sudden, fervent embrace, Xiaowei momentarily froze, mistaking his concern for jest. She gently pushed him away, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely a bit tired." "Nonsense? You should have spoken up sooner. Why wait until now when your injuries have become so severe?" He chided her gently. Zhou Zhaojue, with a fierce determination, forcefully grasped Xiaowei's wrist, revealing a long scar etched across her skin. In truth, this was merely one of many wounds scattered across her body, remnants of her efforts to rescue Tang Wei and Shen Mu. Upon returning, she had scarcely paused to celebrate, leaving her injuries inadequately treated, which ultimately led to their deterioration. "It's nothing," she insisted, though for reasons unknown. The typically domineering Xiaowei found herself unable to maintain her usual bravado in the face of Zhou Zhaojue's concern, merely shaking her head slightly. "I'm fine, so please don't worry." Despite her attempts to feign indifference, Zhou Zhaojue remained unconvinced. He assertively pulled her hand closer, gently tending to her wounds. "You must not push yourself like this again. Even for the sake of celebration, you cannot neglect your health. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call me. I am here to assist you, understood?" Chapter 112. Scavenging supplies. Once he had bandaged her injuries to an acceptable extent, Zhou Zhaojue reluctantly released her. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had cared for her with such tenderness, for Xiaowei felt her eyes moisten slightly, prompting her to lower her gaze to conceal her emotions. "I understand. Thank you," she said softly, observing her struggle to maintain composure. Zhou Zhaojue cast her a sympathetic glance before turning away, leaving her to her thoughts. With no alternative at hand, if they wished to continue supporting each other, they would need to venture out to gather supplies. Yet the majority of the abilities users at the base were injured, leaving an alarmingly small number of individuals capable of undertaking such a task. At that moment, Shen Mu suddenly proposed an idea. "Since we have already eradicated the hunter organization, there should still be some supplies remaining there. Has anyone gone to retrieve them?" Xiaowei felt a twinge of apprehension at this suggestion. "Is that really feasible? Can we just take their belongings? What if there are viruses?" "It's all right. Let us investigate. Perhaps we might find some useful resources," Shen Mu reassured her. After extensive discussion, Yi Huang also resolved to scavenge some new supplies from the hunter organization. Shen Mu and Tang Wei were appointed as team leaders, guiding a selection of injured or unscathed individuals to the hunter organization's base. After their thorough search, they indeed uncovered a considerable haul of valuable items. A faint smile played upon Tang Wei's lips as she directed her fellow abilities users to assist in transporting the supplies. Upon hearing her orders, the other abilities users mistakenly assumed that Tang Wei was planning a rendezvous with Shen Mu, their expressions betraying their amusement. Zhou Zhaojue was particularly quick to join in on the jest, approaching Tang Wei with a mischievous grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. Tang Wei, Isapata, found herself interrupted by Xiaowei, who delivered a sharp reprimand. "What nonsense are you spouting? She can do as she wishes, and besides, who are you to judge?" "Alas, it was merely a jest on my part. Turning away, I noticed a faint smile gracing Tang Wei's lips, while Wei appeared to wholeheartedly agree. Tang Wei, you may proceed. I shall handle any matters that arise here, I reassured her. Tang Wei felt a surge of gratitude and nodded slightly. Very well. Do remember to message me if anything comes up. Rest assured, Sister Tang, with me around, nothing untoward shall occur, Wei declared confidently, waving her hand. Only then did Tang Wei turn to depart, with Shen following closely behind. Where do you intend to go? I inquired. The manor lies ahead. I must inspect it after it was left in disarray by those hunters last time, Tang Wei replied. She remained somewhat apprehensive, for the last battle had indeed wreaked havoc upon her estate. Although the defensive system had proven invaluable, she still felt a pang of sorrow for the damage incurred. While Tang Wei remained silent, Shen seemed to grasp her unspoken feelings and continued to follow without a word, a subtle smile lingering on her lips. Soon, they arrived at the manor, and as Tang Wei approached the entrance, an odd sensation washed over her. Why does it seem as though the door has been cleaned? It looks remarkably pristine, she mused. She vividly recalled the chaos and bloodshed that had marred the place after the last confrontation, making the current cleanliness all the more perplexing. Feigning ignorance, Shen shrugged. Perhaps someone has tidied it up for you. What nonsense! We were at the base. Who could possibly have cleaned it? Tang Wei Tuka Lai, dismissing her doubts as she retrieved her key, only to discover that the door would not budge. Instead, a mechanical voice filled the air. Please verify for entry. Tang Wei fell silent, bewildered by this strange contraption. What on earth is this? I have never encountered such a device. Just as she began to question her existence, Shen suddenly suggested, why not try using a strand of your hair? Though skeptical, Tang Wei complied, plucking a hair and placing on the device. To her astonishment, it worked, and the door creaked open slowly. Standing in place, she looked up at Shen, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. Shen, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, what do you think? Do you like it? Tang Wei's emotions swirled within her. Had Shen not been by her side, she might have remained locked out. I meticulously configured this for you, Shen added, a hint of inexplicable vulnerability lacing her tone. Very well, I quite like it, Tang Wei replied, her voice somewhat perfunctory as she turned her gaze forward. Upon glimpsing the interior, her eyes widened in astonishment. You came here to clean? Shen shook her head. I've been right beside you all along. Isn't it supposed to be a chaotic mess, filled with filth? Why has the manor transformed into an immaculate sanctuary at this very moment, with every item meticulously cleansed of any trace of dirt? Tang Wei remained incredulous as she ventured further inside, only to discover that the interior was equally pristine. Aside from a few items irreparably damaged by hunters, which had been neatly arranged in a corner, everything else appeared orderly and intact. In Chapter 113, Discovery of Notes, she observed a small robot diligently mopping the floor where they had just entered. The once dirted surface gleamed with a flawless sheen. Shen lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of pride evident in her expression. I told you, it's all thanks to the little robots, she remarked. Tang Wei felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity at the remarkable capabilities of these small machines. I have implanted them with an intelligent system that not only defends against intruders, but also maintains cleanliness at any time and place, Shen explained. It was undeniable that this was indeed quite impressive. After all, if Tang Wei's room remained uninhabited for an extended period, it would inevitably gather dust. However, with these little robots, there was no cause for concern. How delightful, Tang Wei mused, somewhat speechless at the unexpected ceremonial welcome, which felt rather awkward. Shen, still reveling in her creative endeavor, beamed at Tang Wei. What do you think? This is specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Faced with Shen eager anticipation, Tang Wei could only nod slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Thank you. You nearly gave me a fright. Shen appeared somewhat embarrassed, her voice tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. I thought you would like it. Observing Shen disheartened de minor. Tang Wei recognized the intention behind her actions and felt an unexpected surge of joy, her lips curling into a smile. Just as she prepared to express a few cheerful words, she noticed Shen brow furrowed slightly. Hence, she moved to the side, where a damaged robot lay. her gaze filled with compassion. This was one of the robots that had been destroyed by hunters, now rendered incapacitated. Although it could still make slight movements upon sensing Shen Mu's presence, most of its structural integrity had long been compromised. You must have invested considerable effort and energy into creating these robots. I would feel the same way if I were you, Tang Wei expressed sympathetically. Shen Mu nodded silently, gathering the damaged robots and taking them to the laboratory for repairs and upgrades. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei wandered around the manor, discovering that most of the environment had been thoroughly cleaned. She only needed to explore and breathe in the fresh air, which was truly delightful. Before long, Shen Mu had repaired the robots and even upgraded them. When Tang Wei heard this, she felt a wave of disdain. No matter how intelligent the robots became, they could never outsmart her. Certainly, it pales in comparison to my own capabilities. Tang Wei's words elicited a chuckle from Shen Mu, who slightly lifted his head in response. It may not surpass yours, but there are some trivial matters in which you could certainly compete. Perhaps my robot might even outshine you in intelligence. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei, initially indifferent, felt a surge of competitive spirit ignited by Shen Mu's final remark, her expression turning serious in an instant. You dare suggest that I am less clever than your robot? That was not my intention, Tang Wei retorted through clenched teeth, fully aware of the implications of Shen Mu's earlier statement. Very well, let us compete. What shall we challenge each other on? How about riddles? Let it be so. They then randomly selected a book from the shelf and flipped through some riddles, engaging in a spirited game among the three of them, reveling in the enjoyment of the challenge. However, it wasn't long before Tang Wei found herself outmatched, petulantly slamming the book onto the table. Oh, these answers were all programmed by you. Of course, they would know better. It's only natural they are quicker than I am. Shen Mu immediately smiled faintly, refraining from any rebuttal. In truth, he had not inputted the riddles. He had simply programmed the robot with basic logical reasoning. As they tidied up, Zhou Xiaojue suddenly noticed a crumpled notebook that had fallen from a box. Upon opening it, he discovered it was an experimental journal recorded by hunters. Zhou Xiaojue's expression grew serious as he contemplated whether to destroy the notebook, just as he noticed Xiago Wei peering curiously over. What are you looking at? You seem rather serious. Instinctively, Zhou Xiaojue wanted to hide the notebook. After all, it was not something to be taken lightly, and it would not bode well if Xiago Wei were to come into contact with it. Never mind, it's not worth your attention. However, Xiago Wei was not so easily deterred, regarding Zhou Xiaojue with suspicion. Are you hiding something valuable from me? Why else would you refuse to show it? Zhou Xiaojue, with a pained smile, waved his hand dismissively. It's merely some items left behind by a group of lovers. I believe it would be best to destroy them. Upon hearing this, Xiago Wei gained some understanding, yet remained insistent on viewing it, recognizing that such items could hold significance. If it contained anything useful, it would be invaluable. I've already perused it. There is nothing of value, merely records of malevolent methods for usurping the powers of others, truly unsuitable for your eyes. Perhaps we should just destroy it. After much deliberation, Xiago Wei ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Xiaojue's insistence. Indeed, should such items fall into the wrong hands, they could be exploited by those with ill intentions, leading to the emergence of a second hunter organization, which would spell trouble. The two ultimately decided it was best to incinerate the notebook, ensuring it would not end up in anyone else's possession. Unbeknownst to them, while Zhou Xiaojue was perusing documents and discussing matters with Xiago Wei, a pair of eyes had been surreptitiously recording their every action. Chapter 114. The Invisible Girl. Meanwhile, Tang Wei and Shen Mu were on the verge of departing from the manor when they noticed that the storage robot at the entrance appeared to be rather bulging, as if it harbored a considerable amount of contents. Could it be garbage? As Tang Wei pondered this, contemplating emptying the robot's compartment the next day, she was taken aback when, upon opening the storage bay, a multitude of crystal cores tumbled out. Tang Wei was astonished. How could this robot conceal such an abundance of crystal cores? It was common knowledge that the robots guarding the manor made it nearly impossible for strangers to enter, let alone cause harm, leaving behind only a scant amount of resources. How had these robots amassed so many crystal cores? Tang Wei swiftly called Shen over, and the two stood before the unexpected sight, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. "I'll check the surveillance," Shen declared after a brief contemplation, deciding to investigate the footage to ascertain that, even after their arrival, all the robots within the manor, including the monitoring system, were functioning normally. Tang Wei found this utterly perplexing. After all, their manor was fortified with layers of defense systems. How had this little girl managed to infiltrate the estate without being detected by the robots? Shen was somewhat accustomed to this scenario, as he had programmed the robots with an intelligent system that made it nearly impossible for anyone other than himself and Tang Wei to enter the premises. "Wait, look here," Shen suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a specific section of the surveillance feed. There, in a corner, the young girl had been conversing with the robot when she suddenly perked up at a sound by the entrance. In an instant, she vanished, coinciding with Tang Wei and Shen entry into the manor. "Isn't this when we just arrived?" Tang Wei noted, observing that the girl had indeed been present moments ago and had vanished upon hearing their voices. It seemed she possessed some form of invisibility ability. While Tang Wei grasped the situation, she still found it rather astonishing, for they had never encountered an ability user with such powers. Since the main door had remained closed since their entry, it indicated that the girl might still be within the manor. Shen quickly took a seat, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time in the manor without any signs of aggression, it appeared that the little girl harbored no malicious intent. Nonetheless, both felt the necessity to remain cautious. In these apocalyptic times, the sudden appearance of a stranger capable of concealing herself posed a significant threat. At that moment, Tang Wei noticed a small flower in a corner of the garden bending, as if something had pressed down upon it. Yet there was nothing visible around, not even a whisper of wind. "There!" Tang Wei swiftly acted, casting a binding spell towards the corner. As anticipated, her movement seemed to fluster the girl, who anxiously attempted to escape. Although the effect of invisibility persisted, the trembling of the surrounding flowers and grass betrayed her location. "You cannot evade. Reveal yourself." Yet, there was still no response. The flora continued to quiver, and the girl remained trapped, clearly ensnared. Shen furrowed her brow slightly, gathering a sphere of attacking light in her hand. "This is our home. Your trespass is already a grave misdeed. If you do not emerge soon, I shall have no choice but to take action." Perhaps intimidated by Shen demeanor, the silhouette shifted slightly, and indeed, a figure gradually materialized from the corner, shivering and curled up in a ball. Upon closer inspection, Tang Wei recognized the girl from the surveillance footage, appearing frail and no more than 13 years of age. "Who are you? Is your ability invisibility?" Tang Wei's brow furrowed. The girl's sudden appearance was exceedingly suspicious, and possessing the ability to become invisible posed a potential threat to them. The young girl seemed utterly terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably as she shook her head. "I just came to play. I haven't done anything wrong or damaged anything here." Tang Wei could see that, though the girl frequented the manor to play, she had never engaged in any wrongdoing and even enjoyed conversing with the robots. Given her tender age, it was difficult for Tang Wei to associate her with malevolent intentions. Yet caution was still warranted. "Then tell me, who are you? Why did you stealthily intrude upon our estate?" Shen standing nearby, displayed far less patience, her gaze stern and her tone laced with authority. The girl appeared intimidated by Shen, her body quaking slightly as she fervently shook her head, clutching a nearby robot as if it were a lifeline, tears welling in her eyes. "My name is Ali. I was an ordinary person, not a bad one. I simply wanted to hide in the manor for a bit. I truly haven't done anything." "Do you genuinely possess the ability to become invisible?" Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, but Ali, with red-rimmed eyes, nodded slightly. "Yes, I suppose it is invisibility. Sometimes others cannot see me, but I don't know how to control it." Observing the girl's pitiful appearance, Tang Wei found her heart softening. Very well. She released Ali from her confinement, her tone becoming gentler and her gaze more compassionate. "Do you have anywhere to go now?" Chapter 115. Successfully persuaded, Ali shook her head slightly. "I have no other place to go. Aside from occasionally hiding in the manor, I have nowhere else." Given the circumstances, would you be willing to accompany us? I can take you to a place. Arlie hesitated upon hearing Shen Mu and Tang Wei's words. Where do you come from? Tang Wei gestured towards the direction of her base, a benevolent smile gracing her face. There are surplus houses over there, where you need not continue your wandering. A flicker of fear crossed the little girl's eyes as she shook her head frantically, unsure of the reason for her distress. Tang Wei paused, ready to inquire about the cause, but noticed the girl's figure slipping away, vanishing in an instant. Oh, Tang Wei attempted to call her back. Yet the girl moved with such swiftness that she barely had time to react before she disappeared from sight. Why did she run away? We mean no harm. Tang Wei felt quite innocent, having said nothing frightening. She couldn't comprehend the girl's overwhelming reaction. Shen Mu's expression turned serious, though the little girl appeared harmless. She possessed the ability to become invisible, making a surprise attack on them all too easy. Her reluctance to follow Tang Wei rendered her identity highly suspicious. My robots are guarding the entrance. She cannot escape. Shen Mu spoke calmly, surveying the area, but the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if Arlie had vanished from the world. We harbor no malice. If you fear something or have concerns, please come forward and discuss them with us. If you continue to hide, do not blame us for being unkind. As Shen Mu spoke, he stood protectively beside Tang Wei, wary of a potential ambush. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and Shen Mu decided against lingering further. He summoned his robots to conduct infrared scans of the environment, attempting to locate the little girl. Tang Wei began to feel a surge of irritation. She had been conversing amicably, yet the girl seemed to disregard her entirely. Since you are so determined to remain hidden, I shall compel you to reveal yourself. As Tang Wei spoke, her gaze narrowed slightly, preparing to summon a storm when she suddenly noticed some suspicious watermarks on a nearby stone. What is this? Her attention shifted, halting her actions as she observed the water marks forming crooked letters on the stone. If I come out, please do not dig for my crystal core. The childish and distorted handwriting was evidently left by the little girl. Shen Mu and Tang Wei exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of complexity in the other's eyes. Zhou Xiaojue, what have you been doing outside? Zhou Xiaojue felt perplexed. Had he not merely accompanied everyone to gather supplies? Look at this. An ability user presented a phone before Zhou Xiaojue, their demeanor slightly grave. You should see for yourself. Before Zhou Xiaojue could grasp the phone, he saw a glaring headline. Yi Huang Base is about to become the second hunter organization, despite not yet knowing the contents within. Zhou Xiaojue could not help but erupt in a torrent of curses upon reading the statement. What is this nonsense? What absurdity is being spouted? How could our base possibly become affiliated with a hunter organization? Witnessing Zhou Xiaojue's fury, the Esper beside him furrowed his brow slightly. As Zhou Xiaojue continued his tirade, he opened the video, revealing footage of himself and Xiaogui burning the hunter's notes. Wasn't it merely the destruction of a notebook? Why are we implicated in this? Xiaogui, standing nearby, shook her head, frowning slightly, regarding the situation as trivial. Take a closer look at the comments below, the first Esper remarked, seemingly exasperated, as he gently rubbed his forehead. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaojue, puzzled, opened the comments section, only to find an overwhelming tide of insults. This Yi Huang base is utterly absurd. They must have secretly recorded the hunter organization's notes before incinerating them. Is it true that this Yi Huang base is on the verge of becoming the second hunter organization? Who would have thought that this seemingly virtuous Yi Huang base could engage in such despicable acts behind the scenes? Perhaps they intend to swallow up all of our bases. The comment section was flooded with vitriol directed at both Yi Huang base and Zhou Xiaojue. What are they rambling about? We merely feared that the hunter base's notes would leak and cause detrimental repercussions, which is why we took it upon ourselves to burn them. Xiaogui, now incensed, slammed her hand on the table, her eyes reflecting a flicker of anger. These people know nothing, yet they spout nonsense without any sense of accountability. Zhou Xiaojue furrowed his brow slightly, although he did not believe he had erred. Witnessing the overwhelming public opinion, particularly from other Esper bases, he realized that allowing the situation to escalate could have significant repercussions for both himself and Yi Huang base. Do you not think that the one secretly filming us harbors ulterior motives? Zhou Xiaojue spoke calmly, and Xiaogui suddenly understood. Indeed, although the two had not disclosed their actions to others and had burned the notes privately out of concern for the potential fallout, the individual filming them had deliberately crafted such a misleading title. However, the Esper merely shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Meanwhile, Yi Huang soon became aware of the situation and approached Zhou Xiaojue, who provided a brief explanation. Yi Huang was immediately filled with rage. So, someone is deliberately conspiring against our base. Zhou Xiaojue nodded slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness as well. Still furious, Zhou Xiaojue promptly instructed his team to investigate the matter thoroughly. This incident quickly stirred significant unrest, as crowds of various espers began to gather outside Yi Huang base, hurling insults at both them and Zhou Xiaojue. Nevertheless, it is equally true that Zhou Xiaojue has faced the greatest controversies and accusations. Some emotionally charged individuals even ventured to the entrance of the base, attempting to forcefully breach its defenses in a bid to confront Zhou Xiaojue for explanations. Initially, these individuals were few and far between, easily managed by the guards, but as time passed, the number of those seeking Zhou Xiaojue grew exponentially. Among them were some deranged individuals who sought to dismantle the protective barriers of the base to find Zhou Xiaojue. The increasing number of seekers left Yi Huang with no viable options. If Zhou Xiaojue were indeed concealed within the base, its protective measures would soon prove inadequate. In light of the safety of the base and its inhabitants, Yi Huang urgently convened a meeting to discuss how to address the situation involving Zhou Xiaojue. I have done nothing wrong. Destroying that notebook was necessary to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, which would only exacerbate the consequences, Zhou Xiaojue asserted. A note of earnestness in her tone. Xiaogui nodded in agreement, her gaze anxiously fixed upon Yi Huang. The latter's expression was grave. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, she slammed her palm onto the table, silencing the crowd. Her words cast a pall over the assembly. Some feared that Zhou Xiaojue's presence would inevitably lead to an assault on the base by those outside, endangering many. Thus, they advocated for Zhou Xiaojue's expulsion. Conversely, others, driven by sheer selfishness, believed that Zhou Xiaojue might possess crucial intelligence from the Hunter organization and sought to prevent her from remaining close, lest she be targeted for her crystal core. Regardless of their motivations, many within the base were inclined to advocate for Zhou Xiaojue's removal. Even those who had faith in her actions understood that, given the current state of the base's defenses, it would not withstand the pressure for long. A palpable hesitation hung in the air. I am willing to retreat for everyone's safety, but only if you all trust me. I have no intentions of reconstituting the Hunter base, Zhou Xiaojue declared solemnly. Yi Huang exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Rest assured, we all believe in you. None of us think you would undertake such actions, she reassured. The others echoed Yi Huang's sentiments, nodding in unison. Indeed, we all trust you, Xiaogui added, though a bittersweet feeling lingered within her heart, for given the current trajectory of events. It seemed inevitable that the entire base would soon learn of Zhou Xiaojue's alleged intentions to reorganize the Hunter base. The assembly reconvened to devise a strategy. And that very evening, under the watchful eyes of many, Yi Huang discreetly facilitated Zhou Xiaojue's departure. In a manner, Tang Wei stood before a stone table, gazing ahead with a sense of resignation. I am not a villain. Why would I seek to extract your crystal core? The atmosphere remained thick with silence until, after a prolonged pause, a faint voice broke through. Aren't you from the Hunter base? Following the sound, Tang Wei quickly located the source, a young girl. Her tone tinged with increasing exasperation. We are not, she said. Why do you think we are affiliated with the Hunter organization? Upon hearing that Tang Wei and the others were not part of the Hunter organization, Ali seemed to exhale in relief, gradually revealing her form. Her petite frame curling into a corner, seemingly filled with trepidation, and her body trembled slightly. The direction you just pointed to is indeed towards the Hunter organization, is it not? At this remark, Tang Wei instinctively glanced back at the direction she had indicated, only to discover that it was indeed the base of the Hunter organization. However, Coincidentally, her own base was also in that direction, leading her to surmise that Ali must have misunderstood, leaving her both amused and exasperated. I wasn't referring to the hunter base. Our base is also in that direction, but further away. Rest assured, I would never harm you. Chapter 117. The peculiar man, perhaps due to Tang Wei's particularly sincere demeanor, Ali's expression began to relax a fraction, and she timidly approached. Do you truly wish to take me in? But I am of no use to you. It matters not. Your unique ability may prove invaluable if you choose to accompany us. We will ensure you are treated fairly. Tang Wei's words ignited a spark of hope within Ali, causing her to lower her head slightly. As long as you do not harm me, I am willing to follow you. Her innocence and vulnerability, coupled with her earnest attitude, were undeniably endearing. Tang Wei couldn't help but chuckle softly, nodding with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, we will never harm you. At that moment, Shen sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, casting a curious glance at Tang Wei. What is it? What's transpired? Tang Wei's gaze held a trace of disbelief. Something has happened to Zhou Xiaoju. He's been taken away. What? Tang Wei's expression grew grave. Yi Huang had sent Zhou Xiaoju away to ensure the safety of others at the base. Yet now, no one knew Zhou Xiaoju's whereabouts or whether he would be harmed. In contrast, Shen maintained a semblance of composure, nodding slightly. Regardless of Zhou Xiaoju's location, with Yi Huang's assistance, he is unlikely to be in danger. Tang Wei nodded in agreement. Both shared a profound trust in Yi Huang. However, it would be a difficult situation for Zhou Xiaoju, and they had no idea where he might be hidden. Although Ali was unaware of the specifics, she recognized that Shen and Tang Wei were dealing with a pressing matter, prompting her to hasten her pace alongside them. As they made their way, they overheard several older gentlemen and ladies gathered together, engaging in animated discussion. If you ask me, that young man is quite peculiar, always grinning at his phone, and his laughter is truly disheartening. Indeed, I have never seen him like this before. He has been glued to that phone all day without explanation. I sense that his laughter is too chilling. Surely, it cannot bode well. Initially, Tang Wei and Shen were not particularly invested in the matter, viewing it merely as the idle gossip of the older generation, which held little interest for them. As she continued to walk forward, Tang Wei unexpectedly encountered a man clad entirely in black work attire. He was indeed engrossed in his mobile phone, his eyes seemingly on the verge of falling into the screen, his fingers fervently tapping away at something, and the smile on his face was rather disconcerting. A sense of unease settled in her heart, and just as she was contemplating leaving, she noticed the man was walking without paying attention to his surroundings, nearly colliding with a utility pole. In a bid to prevent him from injuring himself, Tang Wei, out of goodwill, gently extended her hand to halt him. After all, walking without vigilance could easily lead to a fall. The man, lost in his merriment on the phone, had his delight abruptly interrupted by Tang Wei. He raised his head, his face contorted with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon seeing their faces, he instantly silenced himself, reflexively shielding his phone with his body, as though attempting to conceal it from Tang Wei and Shen. Tang Wei found his reaction baffling. She had no intention of viewing his phone, and his response seemed excessively dramatic. Are you from the Yi Huang base? He suddenly uttered, devoid of any preamble. Tang Wei was taken aback, but nodded slightly in response. What's the matter? Do you know me? She and Shen stood there, momentarily at a loss. This man was quite peculiar. After he departed, Tang Wei felt a lingering strangeness. What was amiss with the Yi Huang base? Why did the man react as if he had seen a ghost upon realizing she was affiliated with it? Hey, you two weren't scolded by him just now, were you? A few elderly individuals nearby, having observed the interaction between Tang Wei, Shen and the man, approached with concern, their tone somewhat fretful. That person is definitely not a good one. It's best to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei sensed an underlying meaning in the elder's words and couldn't help but lift her chin slightly. What do you mean by that? Was that man really strange? He's usually off, spending all day in his room. Today, however, he seems to have something joyous to celebrate, laughing incessantly at his phone. Yet when questioned, he refuses to divulge anything. Quite odd indeed. I once thought he might be ill, but if anyone obstructs his path, he'll certainly hurl a barrage of insults. His temper is notoriously bad. We tend to steer clear of him. The elders spoke while casting sympathetic glances at Shen Mu and Tang Wei. You two don't look like you belong here, so it's best not to provoke such a madman. If he truly snaps, he might lash out indiscriminately. Thank you, dear elders. After absorbing all of this, Tang Wei felt an unsettling sensation in her heart and quietly noted down the address of the room where the man had entered. Chapter 118. Targetedly nodded, somewhat understanding. Various bases that had previously held grievances against the Yi Huang base, or had received no benefits from it, began to stoke the flames of discord. They spread rumors that the Yi Huang base aspired to become a second formidable organization, inciting widespread anxiety. And many bases began to adopt an adversarial stance toward the Yi Huang base. Most of the remaining bases, while not severing ties with the Yi Huang base, have adopted a neutral stance, remaining poised to switch allegiances at any moment. In this precarious situation, external bases continue to defame Yi Huang, and various supernatural beings incessantly harass and damage the base, even though they are well aware that Zhou Xiaojue is no longer present. Despite this knowledge, they relentlessly target Yi Huang. The inhabitants of the base are beset with distress. Almost none can venture outside without being targeted and assaulted by other supernatural beings, possibly even to the point of death. In utter frustration, Yi Huang had no choice but to issue an order forbidding anyone from entering or leaving the base, reinforcing its defenses and deploying additional personnel for watch. Meanwhile, some supernatural beings within Yi Huang appear to be incited and ultimately succumb to their impulses, joining other bases. As a result, the number of those loyal to Yi Huang dwindled. While Yi Huang understood the situation, he refrained from interference, recognizing that those who wished to leave could not be retained, and that individuals choosing to depart during such tumultuous times lacked genuine sincerity towards the base. With Zhou Xiaojue absent, the base had no one to produce for them. Explanations were offered at the entrance, yet these individuals refused to listen, intent on targeting Yi Huang. When Tang Wei arrived, she witnessed these individuals fiercely assaulting the base's defensive systems, inciting her anger as she stepped forward to halt their attacks. What are you doing? Was it not said that Zhou Xiaojue is no longer here? Are you intent on instigating conflict between the bases? In this era, humanity is already struggling to survive, contending with various mutated beings while scavenging for resources in a harsh environment. Surviving is a formidable challenge. Any discord between bases would only exacerbate their struggle for existence. Yet, these individuals seemed oblivious to this reality. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, they merely scoffed and defiantly responded, "How dare you speak? Do you not know what Zhou Xiaojue of your base has done? He clearly seeks to extract our crystal cores and establish a second hunter organization. Not only do you refuse to surrender him, but you also shield him from justice. It appears you are all in league with him." One person instigated the others, leading to a chorus of derisive remarks. Indeed, the Yi Huang base has never been virtuous. Now, they are hoarding notes and protecting their own. Clearly, they are a unified front seeking to devour our bases. They must not be allowed to succeed in their nefarious schemes. As these individuals prepared to escalate their aggression, Tang Wei's fury ignited, her presence commanding the atmosphere, casting a pall of ominous clouds, rendering them utterly immobile. "What have you done? Why can we not move?" One of them exclaimed in bewilderment. "If I truly wished to bring about your demise, do you think I would need to resort to such elaborate measures?" Initially, they would have never believed Tang Wei's words. Yet now everyone stood frozen in place, unable to move, a wave of dread washing over them. "What exactly do you intend to do? I advise you all, the matter concerning Zhou Xiaojue is merely a misunderstanding, a deliberate entrapment by someone. If you continue to follow the crowd here, do not blame us for being ruthless." Tang Wei's tone was devoid of warmth, and fear began to creep into the hearts of the crowd, for they were acutely aware of their utter inability to resist. Should Tang Wei truly wish to turn them into adversaries, it would be a trivial task. Simultaneously, Ali, who had been trailing behind, feared that her presence might draw attention. Thus she stealthily concealed herself and entered the base alongside Tang Wei. However, when she noticed that there was no one behind her, she began to wonder if Allah had slipped away again. To her surprise, she saw Allah affectionately bounding towards a certain spot. The next moment, Ali was startled into her original form, gazing in bewilderment at Allah, who was energetically leaping and licking her. This sight amused Tang Wei. She had rarely witnessed Allah display such affection toward a stranger before. "It seems Allah really likes you," she remarked. Ali was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication. "This is our companion, Allah. He has never behaved this way towards strangers, which suggests he holds you in high regard." Although Allah did not know Ali at all, he exhibited no hostility, but rather an endearing fondness, indicating that Ali possessed no malevolent aura. Tang Wei silently released a sigh of relief. Ali remained somewhat dazed, yet her heart swelled with joy upon hearing Tang Wei's words. "Is that true? I've never been here before." Tang Wei smiled gently, but Shen Mu, standing nearby, recalled the attitudes of the supernatural beings outside. "I wonder where Zhou Xiaoju has gone. We should seek out Yi Huang for answers." "Indeed, even if we are expelled from the base, we must have a destination. We have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you could explore the base on your own for now." However, Ali lacked the courage to do so. Her timid nature and the absence of familiar faces heightened her fear of being treated as an outcast and expelled. Consequently, she fervently shook her head. "I don't want to be here alone." Tang Wei let out a resigned chuckle. "Then let Allah keep you company." Ali glanced at Allah, feeling tempted. Yet she hesitated and shook her head. "You all go ahead and take care of your business. I can manage by myself." Hearing this, Tang Wei felt a pang of discomfort. She had brought Ali here, but was unable to care for her properly. "Perhaps I should stay," she contemplated, realizing it was indeed inappropriate to leave Ali alone. Just as she was about to propose remaining with Ali, the latter shook her head vigorously. "There is no need for concern. I understand the urgency of your matters. I can manage on my own, if necessary. I shall take a stroll outside to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Hearing this, Tang Wei hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you possess the ability to become invisible, do remember to prioritize your safety while alone outdoors. Should you encounter any danger, swiftly return to us by using your power. Do you understand?" Ali nodded vigorously. Yet Tang Wei remained uneasy and offered several more cautions before departing with Shen Mu. The two proceeded directly to seek out Yi Huang, hoping to inquire about Zhou Xiaoju. However, the outcome was not as fruitful as they had hoped. "It is of no use to seek me. In order to keep Zhou Xiaoju's whereabouts confidential, I have instructed number 6 to transport him to a secret and secure location, unknown to anyone else." Tang Wei expressed her surprise. "Then what if something happens to Zhou Xiaoju? Will we remain oblivious to it?" "Yi Huang, seek it deeply. I still maintain communication with number 6. Should anything arise there, I will promptly dispatch assistance." He felt a sense of helplessness. If not for the safety of the others at the base, he would not have dispatched his own personnel so recklessly. Tang Wei, though resigned, understood that Yi Huang's actions were driven by necessity, and she could only nod in acknowledgement. "Very well, I comprehend." It appeared that apart from number 6, nearly no one else knew Zhou Xiaoju's whereabouts. If they wished to visit him, they would likely have to seek out number 6. However, to ensure Zhou Xiaoju's safety, number 6 movements were exceedingly discreet, making communication challenging. Left with no other recourse, the two resolved to find number 6 for further clarification. Meanwhile, after Shen Mu and Tang Wei departed, Ali played for a while with Alivar before leaving the base. Utilizing her invisibility, she caused no commotion and went unnoticed by those outside the base. As she wandered, she found herself once again near the residence of the man in black overalls whom they had encountered previously. Suddenly, Ali recalled that when she had first met the man, she had glimpsed what appeared to be a post on his phone, as described by Shen Mu and Tang Wei. Driven by an inexplicable urge, she began searching for the man's figure, hoping to locate him. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the individual she had just spotted was indeed the one she sought. He was still engrossed in his phone, his expression enigmatic as he typed away, seemingly unaware of what he was conveying. Intrigued, Ali assessed her current state of invisibility and quietly followed him, eager to discern the contents of his device. The man was exceedingly cautious. Although he frequently glanced at his phone while outside, He was vigilant against being observed by anyone nearby. Consequently, Ali struggled to find an opportunity to glimpse the information on his screen. Moreover, the man is indeed the author of this post, currently catering to a multitude of attackers from the Yihuang base, striving to sow discord and incite hostility. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals are uniting to berate and vilify the Yihuang base. Witnessing the entire truth, Ali was momentarily taken aback, nearly revealing her true form, and inadvertently brushed against a nearby bottle. The eerily silent room was suddenly filled with an unsettling sound, startling the man, who swiftly turned around, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, nothing was amiss, leaving him perplexed and even more cautious. However, as Ali took merely 2 steps forward, a murderous intent surged toward her, compelling her to evade swiftly. Although she managed to dodge, she soon realized her invisibility had inexplicably faltered. The earlier noise had instilled a sense of wariness in the man, who, upon perceiving her subsequent movements, adeptly launched an attack in her previous direction, unwittingly uncovering her concealed presence. "Ah, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's merely a little brat." The man's face twisted into a sinister smile upon seeing Ali, and he immediately reached out to apprehend her. Terrified, Ali instinctively dashed toward the door, only to find it locked tight, rendering her efforts futile. She refrained from activating her invisibility again, feeling utterly helpless. "No wonder I felt as if someone was trailing me. It seems you, little girl, have been quite adept at following me without my notice all this time." The man, observing Ali's entrapment, wore a peculiar smile, gradually approaching the girl with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 120. The Falcon's Rescue. Pray tell, what have you witnessed? Ali, gripped by fear, shook her head vigorously, her words disintegrating into incoherence. "I saw nothing, please spare me." At merely 13 or 14 years of age, being confined by a strange and perilous man naturally instilled terror in her heart. Yet, witnessing Ali's palpable dread seemed to intensify the man's intrigue, his gaze darkening with malicious intent. "Is that so? However, I find it hard to believe. Why not extract your core and show it to me? Perhaps then I might believe you." At his words, the young girl trembled uncontrollably, shaking her head repeatedly, though her legs felt weak from fear. Her overwhelming instinct for survival propelled her to rise and flee toward the nearby window. The window was ajar. With her petite frame, if she could manage to climb out, she would successfully escape this house. The man, noticing Ali's intent, wore a strange smile and lunged to grasp her arm. Ali's arm was yanked painfully, yet she dared not loosen her grip, desperately struggling and calling out loudly, hoping to attract the attention of those nearby. However, the man resided in an exceedingly remote location, and coupled with the unwelcoming disposition of the neighboring residents, this place seldom attracted anyone's attention, least of all assistance in times of need. Just as Ali was engulfed in despair, a piercing cry of a falcon echoed from the window, followed by a pair of sharp talons that seized Ali's collar with a fierce grip, attempting to lift her away. The man, momentarily startled, focused his gaze to discover a colossal eagle towering over him, its wingspan nearly obscuring the entire window. "What on earth is this creature? Do you not realize I'm engaged in serious business here? Begone." Though a flicker of relief coursed through him, he understood he could not allow Ali to escape and instinctively attempted to shoo the eagle away. Unbeknownst to him, this was no ordinary bird, but a mutated falcon endowed with extraordinary abilities. At the very instant he made his move, the falcon seized the opportunity and viciously pecked at his wrist. Blood gushed forth, compelling him to release Ali, who was then snatched away by the falcon, soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Ali was bewilderingly whisked away by the falcon, her mind momentarily clouded as she instinctively sought to escape. Yet upon glancing downward, the boundless expanse below prompted her to swallow hard. She was now several hundred meters above the ground. A fall from such heights would surely spell her demise. A flicker of fear ignited within her as she regarded the falcon above. Surely it did not intend to treat her as prey? Perhaps we could negotiate. You saved me, and I would gladly repay you in any way you desire, but please do not consume me. I could find you something far more delectable. Yet the falcon continued its swift flight, ignoring her pleas. Ali, uncertain of her destination, felt tears welling up, yet refrained from struggling, fearing a fatal plunge. How foolish of me! A falcon could hardly comprehend human speech. Still, if you're not hungry, might you spare me for now? Look at how thin I am. I would be of little sustenance. As the falcon circled in the air for an indeterminate duration, it finally began to descend. Overwhelmed by dread, Ali dared not look down, and when they landed, she found herself momentarily disoriented. Where am I? The falcon set the girl down and casually perched nearby, preening its feathers with an air of indifference. Ali, slightly dazed, surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar place. It dawned on her that the falcon had saved her in her moment of peril and brought her to this girl without any intent to harm, suggesting that the falcon may be under the girl's command. Although incredulous, Ali could not ignore the signs that hinted at the girl's extraordinary identity. Xiaoqi observed Ali's frail demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. What an audacious act! Did you not merely intend to stroll outside the base? How could you have ventured into someone's home, nearly facing dire consequences? To my astonishment, Xiaoqi seems to possess knowledge about everything concerning herself. Ali, feeling perplexed, glanced at the nearby falcon, at a loss for understanding. Even if Falcon had divulged her whereabouts, how could Xiaoqi possibly know that Ali merely wished to wander around the base? Are you watching me? Who exactly are you? As she inadvertently lowered her head, she caught sight of Xiaoqi's empty sleeve, which ignited a flicker of fear within her, prompting her to take a couple of steps back. Xiaoqi, observing Ali's fearful demeanor, felt a sudden surge of mischievous delight. With a slight smile, she slowly approached Ali. What's this? Are you so frightened? Perhaps fearing I might extract your core? Xiaoqi lowered her voice deliberately, her expression acquiring a more seductive allure. Ali, terrified, stumbled backward, almost losing her balance. No, no, no. Overwhelmed by fear, Ali instinctively diminished her presence, gradually fading from view, while Xiaoqi remained composed, offering no interference. Although Ali felt bewildered, she seized the opportunity to turn and flee. Yet, just as she began to rise, Falcon, as if sensing her intention, lunged toward her, grasping her collar without hesitation. Chapter 121. Entanglement. Ali, who had managed to conceal herself quite effectively, was abruptly captured by Falcon, revealing her true form. She gazed at Xiaoqi with a mix of terror and disbelief. Please don't extract my core. Perhaps moved by Ali's earnest distress, Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Cease your tears. I'm not a hunter. Why would I desire to extract your core? Upon hearing this, Ali gradually halted her sobbing, regarding Xiaoqi with a puzzled expression. You are not a hunter? Then who are you? I was sent by Tang Wei to keep an eye on you. Xiaoqi waved her hand dismissively, and Falcon, true to her word, released Ali, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Is that true? Upon learning that Xiaoqi was not her lover, Ali appeared particularly exhilarated, surveying her surroundings with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Then where are we? Since you know Tang Wei, you must be from the Yihuang base, correct? It matters not whether I belong to this place. Rather, I am curious as to why you nearly fell into that person's grasp. Who is he? Prompted by Xiaoqi's question, Ali quickly recalled, urgently pointing in the direction she had come from. That person is the uploader. We must act swiftly. He knows I have discovered him. If he seizes this opportunity to escape, it will be too late. Xiaoqi furrowed her brow at this revelation. Are you referring to the individual who has recently been posting about her base? Ali nodded vigorously. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I even recorded evidence. As Ali spoke, she placed the evidence she had recorded before Xiaoqi. It was indeed him. The recordings clearly documented the man's posts and his continued incitement in the comment section. How despicable! Ali felt a surge of urgency. This man was of immense significance to Tang Wei, and it was imperative that he did not escape. Though Xiaoqi was taken aback, he had prepared for this moment. Upon learning that the individual was their suspect, he immediately dispatched other mutated beasts to track the man's movements. Meanwhile, Ali swiftly informed Tang Wei, urging her to send someone to pursue the man without delay. On the other side, Tang Wei had exhausted various means to finally contact Zhou Xiaojue. Upon learning the truth, Her feelings were mixed, yet she reassured Wei. It's all right, as long as we find a mastermind behind this, everything will be clarified, and both you and Zhou Xiaojue will be safe. In truth, Wei was not afraid. She was merely concerned that Zhou Xiaojue's situation might deteriorate further, potentially causing repercussions. Moreover, those mutants were exceedingly reckless, likely to intentionally inflict severe harm on Zhou Xiaojue and the Yihuan base. Wei feared for Zhou Xiaojue's safety. Thus she remained vigilantly by his side, ever alert to the surroundings. Just after Tang Wei comforted Wei, she turned to exit and received a message from Shao Qi, which caused her to gasp in shock. Shen Mu, noticing her reaction, asked what's wrong. Is there something amiss? Shao Qi just informed me that he has located the uploader. We must dispatch people immediately. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu sprang into action, quickly summoning several ability users to assist in the park. Meanwhile, the man watched in disbelief as a hawk seized Ollie, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The wound inflicted by the hawk was oozing and bleeding profusely, causing him excruciating pain. What a wretched creature, so cunning as to snatch prey from me. He seethed, yet he felt utterly powerless to pursue the hawk. His concern for Ollie grew. If she survived being taken by the hawk, it would pose a significant problem. As the man muttered to himself, tending to his wounds, he realized the bleeding would not cease and was showing signs of necrosis. This is dire. That hawk is mutated. Generally, mutated hawks possessed remarkable intelligence. If Ollie managed to survive under its grasp, his secrets would be at risk of exposure. With this thought, the man hurriedly set out in search of Ollie's whereabouts. But the hawk had departed with incredible speed, leaving him clueless as to where the girl had been taken. Curse it! The man, filled with fury, struck the wall with great force, only to discover a multitude of rats gathered at his feet. In his anger, he stamped his foot and cursed vehemently. What are you doing? There's nothing to eat here, so get lost. I said leave. Can't you hear me? In that moment of rage, he had little patience to deal with these rodents. After shouting a couple of times in frustration, he decided to strike them down directly. However, as he lunged forward, the rats seemed to have anticipated his move, swiftly forming a line and evading his attack, while simultaneously gnawing at his body. The pain surged through him, igniting a deeper fury as he attempted to shake off the relentless creatures. Yet, the rats remained undeterred, continuing their assault. He swung at them, but their numbers were overwhelming, and each one was remarkably agile, deftly dodging his blows. With no other option, he sought refuge inside his room, only to find that the rats, as if possessed by some supernatural force, surged through the crack of the door he had opened, completely obstructing his escape. Accursed rats! It seems you are determined to meet your end. The man's rage escalated, an aura of fury emanating from him as he repelled the rats with a powerful force, gathering a faint glow in his hand, intending to obliterate them with a single strike. Chapter 122. The encirclement. The mutated rats appeared to sense a change in the atmosphere, scattering in a frenzied attempt to flee. However, they had already sustained injuries from the man's earlier attack, rendering their movement sluggish, and their sheer numbers made a full retreat impossible. You dare provoke me. It seems you are courting death. The man, exhilarated by his own power, roared as he unleashed his attack. Yet at that very moment, a reflective shield materialized before him, rebounding his own assault back upon himself. How is this possible? Why am I wounded by my own strength? Just as he grappled with this bewildering turn of events, Tang Wei and Shen Mu arrived on the scene. They had noticed the man preparing to strike the mutated rats, recognizing them as the minions of Shao Qi, and intervened to protect them, inadvertently injuring the man in the process. To their astonishment, the man had unleashed nearly 70 to 80% of his strength against mere wild rats, inflicting severe damage upon himself, blood trickling from his mouth. Is it you two? Upon seeing Shen Mu and Tang Wei, the man instinctively turned to flee, hastily covering his face as if to evade recognition. Tang Wei felt a sense of familiarity upon glimpsing him, but as she tried to scrutinize his features, he had already concealed himself and was attempting to escape, prompting her to react swiftly. Quickly pursue him. The nearby psychics and Shen Mu immediately responded. setting off in hot pursuit. Men are not to be underestimated. Upon sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned to flee. Summer Wei, informed of the situation, hurriedly arrived to block his escape, flames raging in her hands, eager to incinerate him on the spot. So it's you who's been posting recklessly behind our backs? Furious, Summer thought that if it weren't for this man, she wouldn't be forced to hide with Zhou Xiaojue, and their base wouldn't have suffered such severe repercussions. Realizing his exposure, the man panicked, attempting to shield his face with his sleeve as if to conceal something. However, his efforts were futile. Tang Wei raised her hand and intercepted his movement, revealing his face. Indeed, he was one of their own. I knew it. How could so many from the base disappear so quickly? It seems you've been persuading others to abandon ship. Haven to you? Although the base was in dire straits, most individuals remained resolute, unwilling to leave hastily. Yet, rumors circulated among the base, swaying the less steadfast to depart. Despite the situation's insignificance, anger surged within Summer upon realizing that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Her flames blazed even more fiercely. Sister Tang, since we have gathered evidence, why not eliminate this man? Otherwise, my resentment will remain unresolved. Tang Wei, seeing her agitation, quickly intervened. No, this man harbors too many secrets. Given his connection to our base, he is undoubtedly a spy sent by another organization. We must uncover his true identity. Meanwhile, the man, trapped and motionless, wore an ugly expression. Furious at the thought of Tang Wei investigating him, he shouted, "What right do you have to confine me here? This has nothing to do with me. I merely spoke the truth. Let me go." He struggled angrily, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Shenmu's metal-based powers had reached a remarkable level, erecting a shield that could withstand any attack while simultaneously trapping him inside. At his current level, the man stood no chance against Shenmu's barrier. Had it not been for your reckless rumors, our base would not have fallen to such a state. It is evident you wish to tarnish our reputation. What are your true intentions? Summer Wei, known for her fiery temperament, felt compelled to extract the truth, even if she could not eliminate him. Yet, it was clear that the man remained evasive in response to her inquiries, unwilling to clarify his motives, his expression betraying an unsettling air. What is wrong with my disdain for your base? If you're displeased, then just kill me to spare us the wasted breath. I never expected the other party to remain so brazen. Summer Wei was on the verge of striking again in her fury, but fortunately, Tang Wei intervened just in time. Truth be told, Summer Wei had already apprehended a crucial figure, and her urgency had begun to wane, although her anger lingered. Conversely, the man, upon hearing the exchange between Tang Wei and Summer Wei, became utterly enraged and struggled fiercely against his restraints. Yet, no matter how he writhed, Tang Wei's resolve would not easily release him. She merely cast a dispassionate glance at Shenmu. Shenmu nodded, preparing to render the man unconscious and take him away, when suddenly, the man revealed a sinister smile, a vibrant red glow radiating from him. He chuckled ominously, "Since you refuse to let me be at peace, let us all perish together." Chapter 123, Self-Detonation. As he spoke, a bloodthirsty glint shone in his eyes. Let us embrace mutual destruction. Shenmu immediately grasped the man's intent and shouted a warning to Tang Wei. Stop him. He intends to self-detonate. The so-called self-detonation involved gathering all of one's internal energy to trigger an explosion within, capable of inflicting widespread damage and posing a substantial threat. Yet, it would also bring immense suffering. Moreover, even in death, no crystal core would remain, rendering it wholly detrimental. The man before them was already exhibiting signs of extreme agony, on the brink of explosion. The potential devastation could surpass even Shenmu's protective shield. Instinctively, Shenmu sought to evacuate Tang Wei and the others. But Tang Wei remained rooted in place, her gaze complex as she focused on the man. Is there any way to stop him? There is, but it's exceedingly dangerous. If you stay here, you might get hurt. We must leave at once. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei resolutely shook her head. No, we have yet to ascertain his identity, and the evidence is insufficient. He cannot die. With no other option, Shen instructed Summer Wei and the other abilities users to take cover while he positioned himself beside Tang Wei. He deployed a small robot, infusing it with a stream of golden light from his palm. "What are you doing?" A person determined to self-detonate is exceedingly perilous, and the process will be excruciating. We must act swiftly to drain his power before he explodes. This method is fraught with danger, so employing the robot is the safest approach. Tang Wei's expression turned complex as she watched Shen gradually channel his energy into the robot. "Go!" The trader's demeanor had grown increasingly erratic, bloodshot eyes betraying a vacant stare, clearly teetering on the edge of collapse. At this moment, he let out a sudden, anguished cry. It turned out that the small robot beside him had firmly stepped on his foot, the sharp pain jolting him back to partial awareness. Yet, the pervasive sense of swelling pain throughout his body rendered him unable to bend down. Seizing this opportunity, little Chi leapt onto his head, her slender mechanical arm piercing into his skull, relentlessly siphoning off his energy. "How is this possible? You are absorbing my energy." The man realized it was somewhat late for him to contemplate the consequences of his actions. His strength was gradually being drained away, leaving him feeble and aching. The soreness he had felt during his self-detonation attempt rendered him incapable of even lifting his arms, as he helplessly sensed the robot devouring his power bit by bit. Since you have resolved to release all your energy, your core will no longer store it. Meanwhile, isn't it beneficial for me to have the robot assist you in expelling this energy? Shen smile remained calm, yet his words plunged the man into utter despair. He had intended to self-destruct, necessitating the complete storage of all his power within his body, only to reach a critical point before erupting. He never anticipated that this robot would exploit the situation, siphoning his energy midway, leaving him in an utterly depleted state, as if he were caught in a double bind, incapable of persevering any longer. "Well done. You cannot take such risks again. This was my first attempt as well, and should it fail, you must be aware of the consequences." To his surprise, Shenmu's gaze turned serious. Utilizing the robot to extract his energy was merely a last resort. Having never attempted such a strategy before, a failure this time could have repercussions for both himself and Tang Wei, the outcome of which was uncertain. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei understood that Shen was concerned for her, thus refrained from arguing, merely nodding slightly. Her demeanor was sincere. After all, she had indeed engaged in a reckless act, albeit one born out of necessity. If she did not prevent his self-detonation, the matters concerning Zhou Ju and the base would likely remain unresolved, ultimately continuing to fester. However, it seemed that everything had turned out well, which was the best outcome possible. The other ability user nodded slightly before intending to take the man, the spy, away. He might have wanted to resist further, but he had been completely drained of energy. Instead, the lingering pain from his attempted self-detonation tormented him, leaving him unable even to raise his arms, rendering any thoughts of escape or demise impossible. "I simply do not like you. What other reason could there be? If you ask further, you will discover nothing." The man's words were resolute, despite his hands and feet being bound, encased within an energy shield that rendered him immobile and unable to attack others. Nevertheless, his attitude remained defiant. "Do not waste your efforts here. I shall not speak. Instead of this idle time, you would do better to consider how to fortify the defenses of your base." The man laughed with audacity, while others, including the notably distressed Shen and Tang Wei, attempted to interrogate him but elicited nothing. This man was utterly unwilling to divulge any information. Had she known, Xia Wei thought bitterly, she should have swiftly eliminated him outside, rather than endure his arrogance and waste her emotional energy. Infuriated, she contemplated directly dealing with such a person. Yet each time she remembered that this was a life Tang Wei had desperately fought to protect, she hesitated. Just as everyone was at a loss, a clear, youthful voice resonated through the crowd. "Perhaps I have a solution." Chapter 124, Extracting Clues. Tang Wei recalled the impressive display of skill by Gu Lingmu during his time with the Hunter organization, which had been truly admirable. "I remember you possess formidable mental control abilities. Could you possibly compel him to speak?" Indeed, A flicker of hope ignited within Tang Wei. For this young man had previously come to their aid at a critical moment, showcasing his prowess. Perhaps he could devise a means to extract the truth now. With renewed hope, she observed as Gu Lingmu nodded slightly and approached. "Allow me to try," he said. Tang Wei stepped aside, granting him access to the traitor, who regarded the handsome youth with disdain and derision. "Really? In such a vast base, is this all you've got? You truly believe this little boy can extract anything from me?" Tang Wei remained silent, her gaze fixed on Gu Lingmu, her tone imbued with trust. "How do you fare? Are you confident? Do you require my assistance?" Gu Lingmu shook his head, addressing the man with a calm demeanor. "I'm sufficient on my own." Though others harbored skepticism, after all, they had exhausted every possible approach without success. Tang Wei's evident faith in him silenced their doubts. Gu Lingmu, exhibiting remarkable composure, stepped forward, raising a hand to conjure a translucent wave of light that enveloped the man. The man appeared flustered, attempting to struggle and evade, but his restraints rendered him powerless. He could only watch as the luminous wave gradually enveloped him, soon succumbing to a wave of drowsiness. "What are you doing?" he managed to ask, but before he could finish, his eyes snapped shut. The observers were astonished. This man possessed considerable mental fortitude, yet he was easily lulled into hypnosis by Gu Lingmu. As the onlookers grappled with their disbelief, Gu Lingmu stood before the man, who had completely succumbed to slumber, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. Why would one wish to frame Zhou Xiaojue? It was unexpected that Gu Lingmu would be so forthright from the outset. The others were taken aback, unable to fathom how he could pose such a question. It is known that this man possesses formidable mental prowess and is as tight-lipped as a sealed jar. He would never divulge anything. Just as the crowd began to dismiss Gu Lingmu as a charlatan, they witnessed the man slightly lift his head. Though his eyes were open, they held a vacant stare, rendering him utterly listless. It was merely out of jealousy. To everyone's astonishment, he actually spoke, and his reasoning left the crowd in shock. The conspiracy against Zhou Xiaojue and the UN base entangled numerous individuals and offended many factions. Was it truly born solely from jealousy? What warranted such envy? Why should you bask in the limelight, surrounded by companions, while I am left to suffer in silence? As they probed further, it became apparent that this man was a spy sent by the Hunter organization. Although he resided within their base, he had few friends and often faced reprimand from his own organization, leading to a dismal existence. It was precisely this plight that fueled his jealousy towards Wu Ping, prompting him to commit such acts, ultimately seeking malicious revenge against the UN and the entire base. How trivial, a mere flicker of emotion led to the suffering of us all. Zhou Xiaojue, upon hearing the news, hurried over, consumed by rage. Was there truly no other motive? Gu Lingmu remained remarkably composed, continuing to question him in a calm tone. No other reason. With this declaration, Gu Lingmu released his hold, causing the man to collapse, still ensnared in that pale wave of light. The inquiries had concluded. Immediately, someone raised doubts, unable to accept the words that had just escaped the man's lips. "I see you are merely pretending. That individual is deliberately misleading you." How could it be so simple? Wu Hao's expression was impassive, his tone unwavering. In my mental realm, he cannot lie. Perhaps it was Gu Lingmu's unwavering confidence or the man's own discontent that led him to stand defiantly. "Huh, I refuse to believe it. You are merely putting on an act. You know nothing. If you doubt me, there is no need for explanation." Gu Lingmu, disinterested in wasting time, turned to leave. Yet the man insisted on pursuing the matter, only to be intercepted by Tang Wei. "I trust Gu Lingmu. This man is currently within Gu Lingmu's mental domain. His formidable mental strength utterly overwhelms him, compelling him to speak the truth. How could this mere child's mental power overpower him? I refuse to believe it. Not only could it overwhelm him, but it could also surpass that of most individuals present." Since Tang Wei's last encounter with this man at the Hunter organization, she had sensed his extraordinary nature, particularly his formidable mental prowess and the impressive psychic abilities he possessed. Thus, she regarded him as an immensely valuable asset, more inclined to trust in his words and actions. Although the man felt a twinge of discontent at her assertion, he chose to remain silent. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaojuet was incensed at having to hide away for such an extended period, feeling like a rat scurrying through the streets, already weary of evasion. The realization that all this was merely for a trivial matter, which paled in comparison to the significance of his predicament, only fueled his fury. With the inquiries concluded, Zhou Xiaojuet found himself eager to unleash his pent-up anger. However, he was reminded to exercise patience. Chapter 125. The Truth Unveiled. How much longer can your mental field endure? Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's spirits lifted, and she nodded in agreement. You should inquire about how to access the Hunter Organization's website. It had already been thoroughly investigated. The website he had provided was notably elusive, indicating it had undergone special processing, and since he belonged to the Hunter Organization, it was likely intricately connected to it. If they could procure some information regarding this website, it might alleviate their troubles in pursuing other inquiries. Zhou Xiaojuet contemplated for a moment before nodding affirmatively. I shall give a try. Following his guidance, Tang Wei and Shen Mu executed the necessary steps and, to their astonishment, successfully accessed the Hunter Organization's network. Wonderful. Since he is affiliated with the Hunter Organization, he should be able to furnish us with more intelligence regarding it. Let us hasten to ask if there are any other leads worth investigating. The individuals nearby were elated, for finding someone willing to divulge information was a rare occurrence, and they could not afford to squander this opportunity. Gathering around, they bombarded the man with questions, and with Gu Lingmu's formidable mental strength, he answered effortlessly. Finally, Tang Wei posed a crucial question. Do you know where Liang Xiaoling has gone? Her gaze was intent on the man. For if they could ascertain her whereabouts or gather any clues, they would undoubtedly follow the trail to eradicate the threat, eliminating any concern of the Hunter Organization resurfacing. However, as the man was about to respond, Gu Lingmu's expression shifted slightly. He raised his hand, halting the man's speech, whose face contorted in agony. Gu Lingmu's demeanor revealed a hint of restraint. What is wrong? Speak quickly. We are all waiting. A powerful force seemed to be clashing with his mental energy, as if intent on silencing the man. With some difficulty, Gu Lingmu spoke, and beside him, Tang Wei quickly approached. It seemed that only Liang Xiaoling could silence a man on such a critical issue. It must be Liang Xiaoling's doing. Hold on, I will assist you. As Tang Wei spoke, she continuously channeled her own strength into Gu Lingmu, striving to resist Liang Xiaoling alongside him. However, as Tang Wei's energy flowed in, Gu Lingmu's complexion grew increasingly worse, culminating in a sudden spurt of blood from his mouth. Another man nearby fainted, and the aura surrounding him dissipated. Gu Lingmu, how are you? Tang Wei was desperately trying to maintain stability, yet she was taken aback by the formidable strength of Liang Xiaoling's mental prowess, which completely overwhelmed Gu Lingmu, leaving him defenseless. Even her combined efforts yielded no results. Gu Lingmu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed to examine the man's condition, only to find him vacant-eyed, with a trace of white foam at his lips, appearing to have lost consciousness entirely. What is the situation now? The onlookers hurriedly inquired. But Gu Lingmu simply shook his head solemnly, his expression grave. This man's mental consciousness has been utterly annihilated. It will be difficult for him to recover in the near future. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a tinge of regret. Realizing how swiftly and ruthlessly Liang Xiaoling had acted, effectively incapacitating his subordinate, which was tantamount to rendering him useless. That means we can no longer extract any information from him. Others, grasping the situation, also felt a sense of loss, having finally grasped a lead only to see it severed. Tang Wei, however, remained remarkably composed, smiling gently as she reassured those around her. It's all right. We have already gathered most of the information we needed. Opportunities will arise for the rest. Under Tang Wei's comforting words, the group refrained from taking further action. They continued to secure the man and began to delve into the Hunter Organization's network to clarify the truth, utilizing the photos and evidence from the man as earlier posts. Consequently, the clarifying post garnered significant attention online, although many sought to obscure the truth and tarnish the base's reputation. A larger number of individuals recognized the strength of the Yihuang base and began to express their admiration, with the support of various bases and other ability users. The matter was swiftly clarified, revealing the truth while diminishing the attacks on Zhou Xiaojue, leading to a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. After enduring such tribulations for days, Zhou Xiaojue finally felt his grievances wash away, and he was immensely pleased to celebrate with Xia Guai. However, the informant's mental state deteriorated after his consciousness was obliterated, and he passed away within a few days at the base. This incident did not attract much attention, as he was merely a behind-the-scenes figure, and few truly cared. However, just as Tang Wei was about to leave, a slender youth suddenly called out her name from behind. "Sister Tang, do you have a moment?" he inquired timidly. Given that he was from the base, Tang Wei maintained a friendly demeanor. The boy, appearing somewhat timid, slowly spoke while retracting his neck. Chapter 126. Another purpose. I heard someone mention that you are a spatial ability user. I wonder if you could teach me? Tang Wei felt a tinge of confusion, but patiently responded, "Are you also a spatial ability user?" "Yes, but I have yet to master it." Lin Feiyu replied in a soft tone, revealing a hint of fear. Observing his demeanor, Tang Wei couldn't help but smile gently, attempting to ease his tension. "Since you possess this talent, I will certainly assist you." She instinctively felt that Liang Xiaoling had only recently grasped the concept of spatial abilities and was likely still inexperienced. To her surprise, he readily agreed. "Sister Tang, although my abilities are not very strong, I am willing to stay here as long as you are willing to teach me." Hearing this, Tang Wei nodded and asked Liang Xiaoling to demonstrate his current abilities. Unexpectedly, his powers were quite formidable, right before her eyes. He shattered nearby tables and chairs into which shavings using his spatial manipulation. Impressive. Tang Wei et Gelim, realizing that such abilities would classify him as a strong individual in any base. Yet, he had sought her out, suggesting ulterior motives. With this thought, Tang Wei's tone grew more guarded. "But your purpose in seeking me out cannot merely be to ask for my guidance, can it?" Given the uniqueness of his spatial abilities and his evident strength, he had no need to consult her. The fact that he approached her suggested he had other intentions. As expected, under her penetrating gaze, he lowered his head slightly. Hearing her words, Tang Wei furrowed her brow. "Who is your brother?" "He is the one from your base a couple of days ago." His voice trembled, and Tang Wei began to comprehend the situation. However, he was a member of the Hunter organization, deserving of his fate, and his body had already been disposed of. "You needn't waste your efforts," she replied curtly. Regardless of whether he was affiliated with the Hunter organization or not, she had no obligation to hand over the corpse to him. Tang Wei's wariness remained palpable. As anticipated, upon hearing her refusal, the youth did not react with anger. Instead, he merely bowed his head slightly. "I understand that you may not trust me, but I assure you, I am not a member of the Hunter organization, and I had no idea he had joined such a place." He spoke earnestly, lifting his head with sincerity. Tang Wei, moved by his earnestness, let out a long sigh. "In truth, my reluctance to assist you stems not from a lack of willingness, but rather from the unique nature of his identity. Should I hastily comply, it may provoke dissatisfaction among others. Hence, this matter requires further deliberation." There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in Tang Wei's words, instantly uplifting Lin Feiyu's spirits. "It matters not. As long as you are willing to consider, I can wait indefinitely." Upon witnessing the endearing and enthusiastic demeanor of the two little ones, Tang Wei's previously troubled heart lightened considerably, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It is of no consequence. We have already acquired the information we sought, and the uploader has met his demise. All matters have been resolved. If he truly requires it, handing over the body would be inconsequential." Shen Mu's stance was quite clear. Yet prior to that, we must ascertain the individual's background, ensuring he is not affiliated with the Hunter organization. After hearing Shen Mu's suggestion, Tang Wei felt a sense of clarity and nodded slightly. Indeed, if that person is not connected to the Hunter organization, what harm would it be to hand over the body? The following day, Ifran presented the uploader's body to Lin Feiyu, who was exceedingly pleased and expressed his gratitude before departing. Soon after, Tang Wei received an anonymous email detailing methods for cultivating spatial abilities. It must be said that the instructions were quite comprehensive and seemingly tailored deliberately addressing Tang Wei's powers. To her surprise, the young man proved to be quite thoughtful. Without a doubt, Tang Wei recognized that the email was sent by Lin Feiyu, and she felt a warmth in her heart, realizing he still remembered her and had meticulously outlined such detailed methods, merely wishing to repay her previous kindness. It is worth noting that Shen Mu is the backbone of their laboratory, possessing the most profound and extensive knowledge regarding experimental science among them. Shingu, come quickly. This is the newly developed ability activation detection device. Upon hearing that name, Shen Mu felt a wave of curiosity and, upon closer examination, discovered it to be an exceptionally intricate instrument. What is its purpose? Do not be deceived by its size. Its utility is vast. The experimental staff, noticing Shen Mu's interest, eagerly began to elaborate. We have invested considerable effort into its development. It can activate the latent abilities of ordinary individuals during life and death moments in a dreamscape. Although the success rate is merely 40%, it offers a chance for survival, which is invaluable. Hearing this, Shen Mu nodded, acknowledging its potential usefulness. Have experiments been conducted with it? However, upon posing this question, the atmosphere grew awkward, and Shen Mu furrowed his brow. You cannot possibly have merely developed it without conducting any experiments, can you? Such a situation is untenable, especially given the gravity of life and death involved. The experimental personnel scratched their heads in embarrassment, responding, "We only recently developed it and have yet to conduct any experiments." Upon the unexpected arrival of Shen Ge, a sense of trepidation dissipated. "Oh dear, how useless! Since we are to conduct an experiment, let us proceed without further ado." Zhou Xiaojue, emerging from an unknown corner, hastily seized the instrument from Shen Mu's grasp, inspecting it with keen interest. This seemingly trivial device, while aesthetically pleasing, raised questions about its efficacy. He pondered whether success could be achieved if one were unaware of its operation. We have yet to test it. Utilizing this device entails a certain degree of risk. Perhaps we should consider allowing an ordinary individual to experiment with it? No, that would be unwise. It is far too perilous to entrust it to outsiders. Allow me to take the initiative, Zhou Xiaojue declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he took the instrument and began his solitary examination. It is worth noting that he remained an ordinary person. In the event of a confrontation, he could only seek refuge behind the crowd and the formidable Xiaogui. In his heart, Zhou Xiaojue yearned for a powerful ability, one that would enable him to protect Xiaogui. The others were oblivious to his inner thoughts, merely observing his exuberance as he received the instrument and commenced experiments under the guidance of other researchers. This device had only recently been developed and had not undergone trials. Thus, personal experimentation necessitated vigilant oversight to ensure safety. While the group diligently provided instructions, Zhou Xiaojue's mind continued to dwell on the aspiration of possessing extraordinary powers to safeguard Xiaogui. As the instrument was activated amidst a tense atmosphere, Tang Wei and Shen Mu remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Once all protocols were completed, they observed Xiaogui gradually awakening from her slumber. What has transpired? Was it successful? The surrounding researchers exchanged glances, regret evident as they shook their heads. It seemed the outcome was unfavorable. Zhou Xiaojue's heart sank, and he abruptly leapt from his seat, feeling a wave of fatigue and disappointment wash over him. Why must this be? I am but an ordinary person too. Heartbroken, Zhou Xiaojue lamented the shattering of his dreams, feeling powerless to protect Xiaogui, which only deepened his sorrow, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Xiaogui frowned in disdain. Look at you. Do you even resemble a man? It is merely a failure. We can continue our research together. Why are you crying? Xiaogui's words intensified Zhou Xiaojue's sorrow, prompting him to collapse against her, clutching her garment like a child in distress. Why do we fail? If only I possessed powers, I could protect you all. Xiaogui regarded him with indifference, a slight smile gracing her lips. Oh, let be. I believe you are perfectly fine as you are. Focus on taking care of yourself before attempting to protect me. However, the current Zhou Xiaoju seemed somewhat unresponsive, continuing to weep profusely on Xiaogui's shoulder, appearing utterly heartbroken. Enough. Do not wipe your snot on me. Xiao Wei disdainfully pushed Zhou Xiaoju away. Tang Wei and Shen Mu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but let a faint smile curve their lips. The dynamic between these two, which outwardly seemed to suggest an irreconcilable discord, paradoxically revealed an underlying mutual accommodation, suffused with an inexplicable gentleness absent when they were around others. Why do I sense a spark between them? Tang Wei mused quietly to Shen Mu, acutely perceptive as always. Shen Mu nodded. He had long harbored similar thoughts regarding their relationship, surprised that Tang Wei had discerned it even before him. I agree. Perhaps we should refrain from disturbing them further. Let us depart promptly. The two exited the laboratory, only to be greeted at the entrance by a small, furry figure that Tang Wei instantly recognized. Allah, what are you doing here? Generally, Allah would not roam freely within the base, given the multitude of people and potential dangers. Yet, Allah appeared quite anxious, not only stationed at the door, but also circling around the sleeping girl, as if compelled by urgency. What is the matter? Allah, seemingly frantic yet unable to articulate, barked twice before leading the two in a hurried dash toward a nearby location. Although Tang Wei and Shen Mu were puzzled, they recognized Allah's unusual behavior and feared something was amiss, prompting them to follow closely. They soon arrived at the top floor of the base, where they found Xiao Qi standing, while Ali squatted in a corner, seemingly deep in thought. What's going on? Xiao Qi exclaimed with a hint of surprise upon seeing Shen Mu and Tang Wei. You finally arrived. My mutated beast just informed me that numerous mutated creatures have appeared nearby, and a zombie tide may soon descend upon the base. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Is that true? The report of mutated creatures from various regions surely bore weight. Xiao Qi's expression grew serious as a hawk perched on his shoulder, nodding gently, as if engaged in silent communication. Before long, the hawk took flight, leaving Tang Wei astonished. What did it say? The hawk just relayed that the zombie horde wandering near the base is heading toward Honggang base, and their numbers are considerable. Chapter 128, Formulating a Strategy. Tang Wei's eyes widened in shock. Was this not the very base that had previously attempted to deliver gifts, only to be rebuffed by Zhou Xiaoju? It was surprising to learn that such a predicament had suddenly arisen. Did you mean that the horde of zombies will no longer attack us, but instead head towards the Honggang base? Tang Wei quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Should we dispatch someone to inform the Honggang base immediately? However, even if we notify them, it may prove futile. These zombies are advancing with great momentum and seem to have a specific purpose in targeting the Honggang base. I suspect the matter is far more complex than it appears, and perhaps we should remain as mere observers. Xiao Qi's choice was indeed quite prudent. Tang Wei recalled the earlier attitude of Honggang's leader towards them and let out a faint sigh. Never mind. I remember that base is rather prideful. They may not require our assistance. If they truly encounter a zombie tide, there is little we could do to aid them with our singular base's capabilities. Surrounding bases that refuse to heed Honggang base's invitation will undoubtedly face ferocious attacks, or even slaughter. Initially, it was presumed that the Honggang base was suffering, rendering the smaller bases insignificant. However, within a few days, the elderly, weak, and sickly from the absorbed bases were ruthlessly expelled. These vulnerable individuals lacked the means to defend themselves, many of whom were ordinary people, and once cast out, their fate was nearly sealed. The streets echoed with their cries, drawing considerable criticism from those nearby. Yet, the Honggang base seemed blissfully indifferent, continuing its relentless pursuit of further conquests. The Yihuang base, being relatively formidable and distant from Honggang, had not yet faced disturbances, but it harbored its own grievances regarding the situation. However, joining Honggang base had become a daunting task, requiring exceptional skills, and the internal environment was far from hospitable. After conferring with Shen Mu, Tang Wei resolved not to let others suffer and began devising a plan to utilize robots to gather intelligence. Fortunately, Shen Mu excelled in this area and swiftly created several diminutive robots that stealthily infiltrated at night to gather information. Would this plan succeed? Zhou Xiaojue watched the tiny robots vanish before him, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. The leader of Hongang Base was never a virtuous person. Now, with ambitions to absorb so many, it was likely he had ulterior motives. I suspect he merely seeks to expand his power and engulf all of our bases. Such is the nature of his insatiable ambition. Tang Wei and Shen Mu remained silent on the matter, as they were uncertain of Hongang Base's true intentions. Regardless of the adversary's goals, they were resolute in not relinquishing their own base. Moreover, concerning the impending zombie tide, both Shen Mu and Tang Wei harbored lingering doubts. Yet they had not disclosed this to others. I believe the leadership of Hongang Base has already changed. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei furrowed her brow slightly, regarding Xiaoqi with curiosity. Xiaoqi, what do you mean by that? One of Xiaoqi's sleeves hung limply, yet her expression retained a hint of a gentle smile. My mutated beast informed me that within the Hongang Base resided a remarkably powerful mutated creature, perhaps even surpassing most of the ability users. Thus it was beyond my jurisdiction. Nonetheless, the existence of such formidable power undoubtedly constituted a significant secret within the Hongang Base. As Xiaoqi spoke, her gaze grew somewhat grave. This individual might very well be the one currently orchestrating affairs at the Hongang Base. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their astonishment. I had suspected as much. The leader of the Hongang Base did not appear to be an ambitious person. So how had they managed to absorb so many smaller bases? It turned out they had already changed hands. I found it hard to believe. How could a mutated creature possibly dominate such a vast territory? I was not entirely clear on the particulars, as my mutated beast had merely relayed this information to me. However, if we wished to uncover the truth of the matter, we would need to investigate personally. Xiaoqi glanced at Ali while speaking. Ali and I had already conferred about the necessity of venturing inside. If we could indeed uncover some clues, the journey would not be in vain. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei immediately interjected with disapproval. That is out of the question. It is far too dangerous. We have no idea who resides within the Hongang Base now. If it is a particularly powerful observer, you both could be risking your lives. However, Ali shook her head, her expression earnest as she regarded Tang Wei. Sister, with the crystal cores you have provided me these past few days, my abilities have significantly improved. I can now control them freely. If we encounter any danger, I can simply become invisible and escape. There will be no trouble. Yet, Tang Wei remained steadfast in her opposition. After all, the uncertainties within posed an excessive risk, and she was unwilling to expose those close to her to any peril. Nevertheless, Ali found herself resisting Tang Wei's words for the first time, shaking her head slightly. Her tone serious. Sister, I know you are looking out for me, but I am certain I can manage. Ali spoke with unwavering confidence, her eyes shimmering with determination. Chapter 129. Solo Investigation. If we do not enter to ascertain the truth, we would remain oblivious to any detrimental intentions the people within the Hongang Base might harbor against our own base, leaving us unable to prepare defenses. Thus, I must investigate thoroughly. Tang Wei categorically disagreed, and the others around us shared little interest in matter. Though they too were concerned about the situation within the Hongang Base, they were reluctant to send anyone to their potential demise. After all, if there were truly wolves or tigers lurking inside, it would spell great trouble. After being rebuffed by Tang Wei twice, Ali quietly ceased her protests, her demeanor seemingly touched by a hint of grievance. Tang Wei assumed Ali had relinquished her intentions and let out a slight sigh of relief, continuing to discuss alternative methods with the others. However, just as everyone let their guard down, no one noticed that Ali, lurking in the corner, was gradually concealing his presence, his existence so faint that the others were entirely oblivious. Having successfully hidden himself, he quietly slipped out through the door. Accompanying him was Allah. After Ali underwent a transformation, he not only learned to diminish his presence to avoid attracting attention, but also to cloak a small number of companions alongside him. At this moment, Tang Wei remained unaware of Ali's audacious act of brazenly escorting Wei. After a discussion among the group, they decided to cautiously employ a robot to investigate the situation concerning Honggang's mechanism. Just as a consensus began to form, someone suddenly noticed, wait, where did Li go? Yes, I haven't seen him either. It seems he's been gone for quite some time. Tang Wei's brows furrowed deeper. She knew Ali possessed the ability to lower his presence, rendering him unnoticed by others, and it was entirely reasonable that no one had detected his absence. Yet, why had Ali chosen to act so conspicuously? Come out, Ali. Stop this nonsense. For reasons unknown, Tang Wei felt an unsettling tension in her forehead, as if something dire was about to unfold. At that moment, Ali had indeed vanished, and an ominous premonition gnawed at her as she incessantly called out his name. This is bad. It seems Ali is no longer here. Panic surged through Tang Wei, prompting her to search frantically for any sign of him. Meanwhile, Shen remained somewhat composed, urging Tang Wei to pause. Wait, Allah can detect Ali's scent. If he is still within the base, Allah should be able to find him. How could this happen? Allah is also missing. Tang Wei's anxiety escalated as she inquired with the guards at the entrance, only to learn that no one had entered or exited the premises, leading her to suspect that Ali had utilized his abilities to leave undetected. Meanwhile, Ali and Allah had arrived at the entrance of Hong Gang's base, cautiously surveying the desolate and chilling atmosphere that enveloped them, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Ali. Allah, on the other hand, appeared somewhat exhilarated, circling the entrance and sniffing the air, yet displaying remarkable restraint by remaining silent. Back at the base, Shen and Tang Wei were eager to venture outside in search of Ali, yet they found themselves unable to contact him. During their brief absence, they realized the weather had inexplicably turned bitterly cold, indicative of the onset of an apocalyptic winter. In such harsh conditions, ordinary winter clothing offered little protection against the frigid temperatures. Venturing outside would undoubtedly result in frostbite, leaving them defenseless against any lurking dangers. Regardless of whether one was an ability user or an ordinary person, donning specialized protective gear would provide effective safeguarding, ensuring they remained undetected by zombies while also possessing excellent thermal insulation properties. As the frigid weather descended upon them, an alarming horde of zombies gathered outside, their numbers swelling unexpectedly. The first to notice promptly alerted everyone at the base, yet the speed at which the undead amassed was astonishing, seemingly drawn towards them, encircling the base and relentlessly assaulting it. Although the protective barrier at the entrance was formidable, it struggled to withstand such an overwhelming onslaught. The sheer volume of zombies rendered any defense nearly futile. If these creatures were to breach their defenses, it would undoubtedly lead to a repeat of past horrors. Thus, they resolved to take the initiative and strike back. Rather than remain passive, they decided to charge forth together, confronting the zombies head-on, thereby safeguarding their base and resources. Tang Wei and Shen found themselves at a loss. Despite deploying their most advanced defensive weaponry, the zombies exhibited formidable strength. If they did not venture out to counter the attack soon, their base would surely face annihilation. With no other option, they donned their gear and prepared to meet the oncoming tide of zombies. However, upon emerging, they sensed something was amiss. Amidst the biting cold, their attire had become somewhat altered, and these zombies seemed more aggressive than ever. Although the leader of the horde was also a zombie, Tang Wei immediately recognized that it possessed a degree of intelligence. In Chapter 130, United Front, it was clear that dealing with this intelligent zombie would prove far more challenging than the others. As anticipated during the ensuing battle, this cunning leader directed its minions to breach Shen's formation. The team's movements were already sluggish due to the severe cold, diminishing their combat efficacy, while the zombies appeared unaffected by the frigid conditions. Despite Tang Wei and Shen's best efforts to hold the line, the urgency of the situation, compounded by inadequate preparations and the relentless chill, weighed heavily on everyone's resilience. Conversely, Xiao Wei fared relatively well, as his ability to wield fire provided warmth, dispersing some of the cold. Consequently, his teammates gravitated towards him for solace. Realizing the necessity of his support, he reluctantly abandoned his offensive against the zombies, instead focusing on generating a continuous stream of flames to ward off the chill for his fellow ability users. With Xiao Wei's warmth bolstering their spirits, Shen and Tang Wei's attack speed noticeably quickened, and the flames behind them instilled a measure of intimidation in the advancing undead. Simultaneously, Tang Wei sensed an unsettling development. What had begun as a sporadic assault from groups of 3 or 5 zombies had escalated into an overwhelming tide, stretching endlessly before her. How could such a multitude of zombies have appeared so suddenly? Just as she fought valiantly against the foes, she felt a small presence behind her, sending a shiver of apprehension through her. It is truly astonishing that such an intelligent zombie could stealthily maneuver behind her, leaving her utterly oblivious. Sister Tang, I have discovered a photograph of the intelligent zombie. Who is it? Hurry and show me. Xiaoqi nodded slightly, retrieving the photograph. Suthi. Upon seeing the pallid face in the image, Tang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain this is the person? But Su Ji was already presumed dead. Xiaoqi indeed shook her head slightly, her expression composed. I have thoroughly verified it. This individual is no longer among the living. They have transformed into an intelligent zombie, possessing a degree of intellect, and they're the leader of this horde of zombies. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei began to grasp the situation. After Su Ji's body was taken away last time, she had assumed it was merely to extract the crystal core, only to realize now that the intention was to convert her into an intelligent zombie. It must be said, the individual orchestrating this is truly malicious. Having evolved Su Ji into a level 4 intelligent zombie, now leading a significant assault of zombies, evidently targeting Shen Mu and Tang Wei. How many zombies are outside? Shen Mu was struggling to hold the line, and Tang Wei dared not divulge too much to Xiaoqi, aiding Shen Mu while speaking. The exact number is unknown, but there are indeed many. The surrounding zombies are continuously converging towards us. Damn it! Shen Mu could not suppress an exclamation, as Xiaowei's body was on the verge of collapse. The chill enveloping them rendered their movements increasingly rigid, yet the onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating, and the defensive perimeter at Yi Huang base had seemingly vanished. This meant that should Shen Mu and Tang Wei take even a single step back, the base behind them and everyone within it would be reduced to rubble by these zombies. We must hold our ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaojue, upon learning of Xiaowei's deteriorating condition, rushed over with some crystal cores for everyone, personally assisting Xiaowei in absorbing the energy. It's all my fault for being useless. If only I had abilities as well, I could help protect this place alongside you. Zhou Xiaojue's words were heartfelt, imbued with self-reproach and regret, clearly expressing his deep sorrow. Xiaowei furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with impatience. Enough. If it weren't for your efforts, our base would not have endured this long. Spare us the dramatics. Xiaowei's words evidently provided some solace to Zhou Xiaojue. Lifting his gaze slightly, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow these zombies to breach the base. Tang Wei happened to overhear their exchange and felt a surge of curiosity. What has happened to our base's protective shield? It used to envelop the area, typically activated during perilous times. Now, in such circumstances, it is rather peculiar that Zhou Xiaojue has yet to activate the shield, as anticipated after Tang Wei uttered these words. Zhou Xiaojue's expression revealed a hint of guilt as he gently shook his head. The supply had run dry. The activation of the passport required mushroom extract. Yet the stock we had previously collected had long been exhausted. Even if we wanted to procure more now, it was impossible. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a jolt of shock. It turned out that the base had long been devoid of the mushroom system, and it was she who had failed to consider this adequately. With this realization, Tang Wei glanced at Shen Mu beside her, who immediately understood her intent. As one person lay at the forefront, Tang Wei seized the opportunity to approach Zhou Xiaojue, swiftly retrieving a massive pile of stacked mutant mushrooms from her spatial storage. The sight of such an abundance of mutated mushrooms left Zhou Xiaojue momentarily incredulous. All these mushrooms, you have them all along? He questioned, astonished. Tang Wei offered an awkward smile. I had collected more in the mushroom zone just in case, but I didn't expect to forget they were stored away. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might not have remembered it all. Please, hurry and set up the protective shield. We may not be able to hold out much longer. We must ensure the safety of the base and everyone here. Zhou Xiaojue's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he nodded slightly, his tone grave. Rest assured, with this many mushrooms, I can certainly produce a significant quantity of mushroom shields which will provide everyone with some respite. As the horde of zombies continued to grow, Tang Wei began to feel overwhelmed, and Shen Mu found himself depleted of all his weaponry, relying solely on his remaining energy to persist. With no other option, Tang Wei struggled to unleash her abilities. In the frigid expanse, she combined her powers with the biting cold to freeze the advancing zombie solid. Once the zombies were encased in ice, their assault ceased, effectively blocking the onslaught from the horde behind them, preventing further encroachment. Wow, I never expected you had this trick up your sleeve. With the zombies frozen, the others can't get through. Tang Wei, you're truly brilliant. The group collectively exhaled in relief, unable to refrain from praising her, yet her expression remained somber. Let's not celebrate too soon. Among these zombies is a wise one leading them, and I believe they will not simply relent. The presence of Su Ji within the horde signified that she would not easily abandon her assault. It was likely that the ice would not hold for long. As predicted, after a brief respite, Tang Wei observed the zombies trapped in ice beginning to stir. They were not merely eager to approach Tang Wei and Shen Mu. They slammed their hands against the icy forms of their companions, shattering them to pieces before surging forward like a relentless tide over the remains of their fallen brethren. I can't believe they can do that. These zombies don't even regard their companions as human. These matters lack any semblance of humanity. Anyone who obstructs their path is likely to meet a dire fate. It is imperative for everyone to remain vigilant. Tang Wei's voice rang out as she offered a cautionary reminder, prompting a subtle nod from her companions. Meanwhile, the chill in the air gnawed at Xiaogui's body, rendering her increasingly weary, and her allies were on the brink of collapse. Should they endure further exposure to this frigid temperature, they risked losing all capacity to resist. Despite reaching her physical limits, Xiaogui persevered, striving to impart warmth to her companions. However, this act of endurance proved to be in vain, as she soon succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground with her head bowed. It was intolerably cold outside. Should she faint in this place, death would surely follow. At that moment, Su Ji, who stood nearby, coldly observing the unfolding events, noticed that Shen Mu and Tang Wei had separated. A flicker of excitement ignited within her gaze. These two individuals were indeed formidable, yet with Tang Wei's departure, an opportunity had presented itself. Su Ji, her eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty anticipation, called out to a nearby third-tier zombie, urging it to join her in eliminating Shen Mu, believing the remaining individuals would pose little threat thereafter. The strength of Shen Mu and Tang Wei stemmed not only from their formidable abilities, but also from their unparalleled synergy, which had consistently thwarted her zombie horde. With Tang Wei preoccupied, the time to strike had finally arrived. Su Ji had remained hidden, hoping to uncover a weakness, and serendipitously, she seized her chance. The third-tier zombie, possessing a modicum of intelligence, nodded at her command before launching an assault towards Shen Mu. Tang Wei was too distant to intervene in time. Shen Mu, with all his strength, attempted to fend off the onslaught, but his already weakened state, compounded by the relentless assault of the zombies, rendered him utterly defenseless. Su Ji, having witnessed Shen Mu take a heavy blow, prepared to deliver a fatal strike. In a frenzy, Tang Wei dashed forward, desperate to reach Shen Mu. But time was not on her side. Su Ji moved with alarming speed, her lethal techniques poised for a swift kill, leaving Tang Wei with little hope of arriving in time. Just as despair settled within Tang Wei's heart, Su Ji was abruptly sent flying as if severed from a string, crashing violently to the ground nearby. How could this happen? Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei rushed to Shen Mu's side, offering him support and replenishing his strength with a crystal core. She positioned herself protectively in front of him, ready to safeguard his well-being. However, Su Ji's power had evolved beyond her previous capabilities, remaining unaffected by the harsh weather, and she continued to regard Shen Mu and Tang Wei with a predatory intensity, her intentions unmistakably malevolent. The two of them were on the brink of collapse, urging each other to press on. Tang Wei clenched her teeth, rising to brace for the impending assault, only to hear a hurried voice from behind. "Sister Tang, allow me to assist." Gu Lingmu, bearing various wounds, nonetheless stood resolutely in front of Tang Wei. "No, you're not his match," she asserted. Gu Lingmu was merely a psychic manipulator, despite his formidable mental strength. His ability to safeguard himself in the chaos of battle was quite limited. It would be a grave error to place him in harm's way. However, Gu Lingmu seemed unwilling to heed her words, his gaze unwavering. "I can do this." As he spoke, he approached Su Ji, fixing her with a cold, piercing stare. "Did you summon these zombies?" Su Ji regarded the handsome youth before her with a slight frown, her tone laced with disdain. "What if I did? You still cannot contend with me. Surrender control of the zombies to me." Gu Lingmu remained calm, yet an immense aura began to emanate around him. An invisible wave of energy enveloping both of them. Tang Wei watched in trepidation, while Gu Lingmu could wield a psychic field. Should he fail, he would be vulnerable to attack. Moreover, Su Ji had already transformed into a zombie and might resist his control. Although anxiety gnawed at her, a flicker of hope remained in Tang Wei's heart. After all, Su Ji was an intelligent zombie, possessing her own mind. If Gu Lingmu could indeed control her, perhaps the entire horde could be repelled. In truth, Gu Lingmu felt a knot of anxiety within himself. He had never attempted to wield a psychic field against a zombie before. Yet, if he did not take the risk, the zombies would surely wreak havoc upon Tang Wei and everyone at the base. Success would alleviate all the troubles before him. He had to succeed. Gu Lingmu maintained a facade of calm, his eyes fixed on Su Ji as energy swirled within her palms, her expression momentarily vacant. "I command you," he declared. "Immediately order your zombies to cease their actions." His tone brooked no refusal. Su Ji's brow furrowed slightly, and just as she seemed ready to comply, a strange smile crept upon her lips. In the next instant, she struck out, sending Gu Lingmu crashing backward, blood erupting from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground, nearly incapacitated. "Ha ha ha! You thought you could control my mind? How absurd! Do you really believe you can dominate me?" Tang Wei rushed forward to assist Gu Lingmu, who clutched his chest, pain etched across his features, clearly gravely injured. "Quickly, help him!" Tang Wei swiftly summoned Shen Mu, who, after performing a rudimentary treatment with the ancient spirit would using his healing technique, requested a protective shield, allowing him to rest momentarily. Meanwhile, Su Ji had no intention of granting Tang Wei a respite. Seizing the opportunity while the two were arranging the ancient spirit wood, she commanded the other zombies to launch a full-scale assault. With Su Ji's orders, the zombies, indeed, became frenzied, relentlessly clawing at the group with ghastly expressions. Tang Wei had no choice but to position herself defiantly at the forefront, simultaneously using the intercom to contact Zhou Xiaojue. "How much longer do you anticipate it will take?" she inquired urgently. If they could secure the shield, they would enjoy a temporary safety, eliminating the need for such desperate struggles. As anticipated, Zhou Xiaojue hesitated for a moment before responding with unwavering conviction. 3 hours. We will certainly complete it in 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a surge of hope. Although the duration was not insignificant, as long as they could hold their ground, a chance would arise. "All right, I will wait for you." After hanging up, Zhou Xiaojue immediately set his phone aside, focusing intently on the extraction of the mushroom essence. The nearby researchers, however, were perplexed, gazing at the vast expanse of mushrooms, struggling to comprehend. "Zhou Xiaojue, why did you say 3 hours? Even if we dedicated 3 days to properly activate the shield, we might not achieve it. 3 hours seems excessively hasty." One of them remarked. "If we can devise a method to temporarily sustain the shield, we can utilize that time to continue our research on the mushroom extraction, perpetually elevating the shield." Zhou Xiaojue furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze never straying from the mushroom essence. "While your argument holds some merit, 3 hours is undeniably brief," he replied. "Thus we must seize the time. Tang Wei is contending with an overwhelming number of zombies, and she is likely already at her limit. 3 hours will feel exceedingly prolonged for them." Zhou Xiaojue's tone carried a hint of urgency. He understood that the time frame he mentioned was not merely a prompt for his team, but also a beacon of hope for Tang Wei. If he did not provide her with a definitive time frame, they might soon succumb to despair. Hence, regardless of the feasibility, Su Ji must strive to fulfill their objective, preserving their last glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaojue's words, the other researchers fell silent, acutely aware of the dire circumstances. It appeared that only Su Ji's suggested method retained any viability. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, upon learning the precise time frame, felt hope rekindle within her and shouted to her companions, "Everyone, hold on. If we can endure for another 3 hours, our protective shield will activate. We will be saved." As she spoke, she unleashed her powers, instantly transforming a vast horde of zombies into ice blocks, granting the group a moment to breathe and instilling even greater confidence in their hearts with Tang Wei's inspiring words. Chapter 133. A strenuous resistance fantastic. Let us all persevere a little longer. We can surely succeed. Soon, the zombies behind began to tread upon the remains of their fallen comrades, advancing relentlessly toward Tang Wei. However, the hearts of the crowd were now imbued with determination and confidence, and as they took action, their resolve became unwavering, suddenly infused with newfound strength. Others, who had previously harbored little hope, found their spirits uplifted upon witnessing the valiant efforts of their companions, including Tang Wei and Shen Mu. They were inspired and began to fight back against the relentless horde of zombies, creating an atmosphere that was both heroic and harmonious. Before long, Xiaowei, having exhausted her strength once again, sought to replenish her energy with a crystal core. Yet at that moment, a small zombie appeared before her, claws raised, launching an attack. Xiaowei, clearly taken by surprise, found herself too weak to resist and could only attempt to retreat. The zombie, however, pursued her relentlessly, undeterred by her attempts to escape. Just as the situation grew dire, a mutated tiger suddenly sprang from the crowd. Just as the small zombie was about to pounce on Xiaowei, the tiger struck with a powerful paw, tearing the zombie to shreds. Thus, Xiaowei was spared, though she looked upon the fearsome creature with trepidation. This tiger was larger than the average feline, its menacing fangs glistening with the remnants of its recent kill, clearly a creature transformed by mutation. "Thank you for saving me," Xiaowei stammered, her voice trembling. She felt utterly powerless, fearing that the tiger might simply regard her as another prey. However, it seemed that the mutated creature had no such intentions. It merely cast a brief glance in her direction before joining the fray against the zombies. Simultaneously, an entire horde of mutated species appeared as if summoned, including wolves, tigers, leopards, and even rats and poultry, all charging towards the zombies, ensuring not a single one harmed the inhabitants of Yihuang Base. Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. She had thought her earlier rescue by the silver fox was mere coincidence, but it was becoming increasingly clear that it was not. Tang Wei, seizing a moment to glance up, couldn't help but smile faintly as she observed the mutated beasts engaging the zombies. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in agreement. These mutated creatures displayed remarkable bravery, rushing headlong into the throng of zombies, alleviating some of the pressure from Tang Wei and her companions. However, the effectiveness of their efforts remained limited, as the zombie horde was not easily vanquished. Moreover, while these mutated beasts were fierce, they lacked robust weapons or techniques, relying solely on their teeth and claws to assault the zombies, resulting in a rather low efficiency in their attacks. Despite the circumstances, Tang Wei felt an immense sense of satisfaction within her, for the presence of these resources alleviated their immediate crisis. Observing a shift in the situation, Su Ji could not help but furrow her brow, letting out a cold scoff. "How utterly foolish! How long do you believe you can endure?" As she spoke, she slightly raised her palm, exerting her formidable mental energy to tighten the nerves of those present, causing their movements to falter. Fortunately, Tang Wei swiftly noticed the change and employed her mental energy as a shield to protect her companions from Su Ji's harassment. However, Tang Wei was already severely weakened, relying solely on the crystal she had brought to sustain her strength, and at this moment, she was nearly out of energy. With a sudden gasp, Tang Wei stumbled back a step, blood spilling from her lips. The prolonged depletion of her physical and mental strength left her feeling powerless, and Su Ji's formidable force was more than she could withstand. Beside her, Shenmu immediately stepped forward to support Tang Wei, only to be gently dismissed by her. I am fine. Continue to assist, do not mind me. With a plethora of crystals nearby to sustain her, she would be safe for the time being. It was Shenmu, however, who, if he wasted time tending to her while she was too weak to support herself, risked the well-being of their teammates ahead. Hearing Tang Wei's words, Shenmu felt a pang of conflict, but witnessing their companions barely holding on, he reluctantly rose to defend against the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, Tang Wei seized the moment to absorb energy from the numerous crystals, striving to restore her strength as swiftly as possible. How reckless! While Tang Wei continued to draw energy from the crystals, she caught sight of Su Ji's movements and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She could only brace herself for the impending confrontation. Deep down, Tang Wei understood that Su Ji's attack would be lethal, and if she were to withstand it, she risked severe injury. Yet, in the current situation, she had no alternatives left. As Tang Wei closed her eyes momentarily, gathering all her strength to endure the impending blow, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she heard Su Ji scream, followed by the sound of a heavy object collapsing to the ground. What happened? Tang Wei raised her head in surprise, only to discover that Su Ji had been shot in the head and was now slowly falling to the ground, blood spilling profusely. Su Ji was dead. Shenmu, are you all right? Tang Wei exclaimed, rushing to assess Shenmu's condition, only to find him covered in wounds and drenched in blood. Chapter 134. Severely injured and fainting, it was evident that the previous strike had drained all of Shenmu's energy, allowing him to deliver a final blow to Su Ji, resulting in her demise. However, this attack had undoubtedly inflicted tremendous backlash on Shenmu, causing him to succumb to severe injuries and lose consciousness. Upon comprehending the entirety of the situation, Tang Wei was engulfed by profound regret, attributing her misfortune to her failure to counter Su Ji's attack earlier. Simultaneously, she harbored an earnest hope for Shenmu's revival. However, despite her fervent calls and efforts to channel energy into Shenmu to aid his recovery, she discovered that his body was inexplicably incapable of receiving any energy. How could this be? A wave of foreboding surged within Tang Wei. Shenmu's physique was exceptionally robust, endowed with remarkable self-healing capabilities. Logically, as long as there was an output of energy, he should be able to heal himself. Yet, the current state of affairs revealed that Shenmu's body was entirely impervious to energy influx, even in his unconscious state. It was implausible for him to completely resist the flow of energy. Moreover, Tang Wei had previously attempted to infuse energy into Shenmu's body without any hindrance. Why had it suddenly changed today? Despite her rising panic, Tang Wei stifled her sorrow. Aware that numerous zombies awaited her attention, she promptly utilized her walkie-talkie to contact Zhou Xiaojue, requesting him to bring a few researchers to transport Shenmu away. Fortunately, the zombie horde appeared to be under Su Ji's control, and with her demise, they had lost their coherence, becoming considerably less frenzied. Their combat effectiveness seemed to have diminished significantly, making it less arduous to confront them. Nonetheless, the frigid weather continued to inflict suffering upon everyone. Yet Tang Wei recognized that this was their greatest hope at present. Once Shenmu was evacuated, Tang Wei continued to lethargically assault the remaining zombies. But her efforts bore little fruit, as her mind was preoccupied with the image of Shenmu collapsing. No matter how hard she tried, concentration eluded her. Observing her distress, several researchers nearby voiced their concerns. It's all right. I will steadfastly hold this position for you. Tang Wei's tone was resolute. She could not abandon her base or comrades, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, the other researchers monitoring Shenmu felt a pang of concern upon witnessing Tang Wei's demeanor. They intended to offer further encouragement, but were interrupted by the sight of a protective shield slowly extending from the base, causing the zombies to halt their attacks, seemingly entranced by the barrier. Wonderful. It seems Zhou Xiaojue has succeeded so swiftly. Tang Wei couldn't help but glance at the time, realizing that only a little over 2 hours had passed, shorter than their anticipated duration. Zhou Xiaojue had managed to erect the protective shield in such a brief period, exceeding all expectations and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted outside, prompting Tang Wei and Shen Mu to adopt a defensive posture, only to find that the newcomers were indeed members from other smaller bases. Upon seeing Tang Wei and the others, they expressed their surprise. "Oh dear, it seems we have arrived too late. After battling for so long without assistance, we finally show up only to find the zombies have ceased their assaults. You certainly played your cards well." Tang Wei coldly spoke, causing the leaders of the small bases to awkwardly smile. "Oh dear, look, we are all family here. What are you saying? We came over to help because we were concerned about your base's safety. It was simply too dangerous outside, which delayed our arrival." The leader of the small base said, shamelessly shaking his head. "Regardless, we are here to assist you, and although we may not have been of great help, we cannot simply turn you away." Tang Wei felt a surge of anger and was reluctant to continue the argument, turning to leave. Fortunately, Yi Huang arrived just in time. He noticed the leaders of the small bases, who, albeit belatedly, had indeed come to offer assistance. Whether out of sympathy or camaraderie, it was not right to reject them outright. With this thought, Yi Huang invited the base leaders inside. Meanwhile, Tang Wei rushed to the laboratory, where the unemployed workers were still struggling to extract mushrooms, while Zhou Zhaoju stood before Shen Mu, looking somewhat distressed. "What's the situation? How is Shen Mu now?" Tang Wei hurriedly approached, throwing herself in front of Shen Mu. "We have already tried various methods to awaken him, but to no avail. We could only provide rudimentary treatment for his wounds. I fear I am unable to do more," Zhou Zhaoju replied. Hearing Zhou Zhaoju's words, Tang Wei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Shen Mu had exhausted all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to Su Ji, meaning he must be suffering from internal injuries. What use was it to only examine the external wounds? Perhaps due to her anxiousness, Tang Wei's tone became slightly irritable, and Zhou Zhaoju lowered his head slightly. "I understand that Shen Mu has internal injuries, but it is quite strange that his body cannot assimilate any power or allow other ability users to heal him." Tang Wei paused, recalling her attempt to transfer her power to Shen Mu's body, only to find that her energy could not penetrate. "How could this be? My power cannot reach him. Shen Mu has depleted his energy. Logically, he should be able to absorb a significant amount of energy." Zhou Zhaoju shook his head gently and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke slowly. "I suspect there may be an issue with Shen Mu's core." Deep down, Tang Wei harbored the same suspicion, but had not dared to voice it. Now, hearing Zhou Zhaoju articulate it, her expression crumbled. If the core had a problem, it would be a grave matter. Not only could he potentially lose his abilities, but his body could suffer severe damage, rendering him almost helpless. Tang Wei was unwilling to accept this reality and shook her head fervently, her expression revealing a hint of stubbornness. "We cannot leave Shen Mu here. Since you have no solutions, let us move him to my room. I will take care of him myself." Zhou Zhaoju gazed at Tang Wei, battered and bruised, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Sister Tang, you too are covered in wounds. Perhaps you should let me take a look at you first." "It's nothing. These are merely injuries from accompanying my nephew. I can manage on my own. Please, first take Shen Mu to my room." Zhou Zhaoju hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to Tang Wei's insistence and escorted Shen Mu to her room. Tang Wei remained steadfastly by Shen Mu's side, providing her with unwavering care. Meanwhile, other small bases, noticing a shift in circumstances, contemplated abandoning their plans to annex the Yi Huang base. Unbeknownst to them, while their leaders were surreptitiously plotting, whispers of their intentions reached Yi Huang. "What are you up to?" Upon arrival, Yi Huang caught sight of several characters from a tale directing their subordinates to empty the stores of the Yi Huang base. With most of Yi Huang's personnel grievously injured, the guard were already sparse. Seizing the opportunity, the small leaders commanded their followers to clear out the warehouses in the absence of the majority. What they did not realize was that the individuals Yi Huang had assigned to guard the warehouses were exceptionally fortunate and had been forewarned of the ill intentions harbored by these base leaders. Thus, Yi Huang was able to arrive in time. The small base leaders were evidently taken aback by Yi Huang's swift arrival, their faces turning awkward as they stood there, forcing smiles. "Ah, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Leader Yi. We were merely transporting supplies for you." I can't help but feel that you are attempting to pilfer from our base, Yi Huang retorted, maintaining a composed demeanor while casting a cold, warning glare at the leaders. Oh dear, leader, you must have misunderstood. We were merely trying to lend a hand, especially seeing so many in the base unwell. The small leaders, wise to the winds of fortune, recognized the precariousness of their position. They had yet to deplete the resources of the Yi Huang base and could not afford to challenge Yi Huang directly. Doing so would not only be unjustifiable, but also exceedingly perilous, risking the annihilation of their own bases. After weighing their options, they reluctantly abandoned their ambitions of annexing the Yi Huang base, at least for the time being, opting to stabilize the situation instead. Yi Huang, being astute and decisive, was well aware of their intentions. A slight smile graced his lips. I advise you all to harbor no ill thoughts. After all, the items here are not merely up for grabs. As he spoke, he turned slightly, leaving them with a chilling warning. Currently, I am preoccupied with matters of my own base and cannot entertain you. But should any of you attempt to take what does not belong to you, be prepared to pay with your lives. Indeed, he was busy and had no time for a standoff with these small base leaders. Yet Yi Huang possessed an unwavering confidence that they would never succeed in usurping his base. Meanwhile, in the course of caring for Shen Mu, Tang Wei swiftly discerned that something was amiss. It turned out that Zhou Xiaojue's words were indeed true. This realization caused Tang Wei immense heartache, accompanied by a profound regret for not having eliminated Su Ji when she had a chance. Yet, no amount of remorse could alter the reality. Even if she wished to drag Su Ji out and unleash her wrath upon her, it would change nothing. All she could do was recklessly venture out each day in search of therapeutic crystals to mend Shen Mu's core. For the remainder of her time, Tang Wei remained steadfastly by Shen Mu's side, never straying far. A few days later, Xia Wei awoke. Her body had long been exhausted from overexerting her abilities. Upon waking, she found Zhou Xiaojue beside her, engrossed in the study of mushroom extract. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence from the bed. What are you doing there? Zhou Xiaojue could hardly believe his ears. After all, Xia Wei had been in a coma for several days. The base had been shrouded in an inexplicable sorrow, and hearing her voice felt surreal to him. Xia Wei, you finally awakened. I thought I would never see you again, perhaps due to Zhou Xiaojue's overwhelming excitement. A hint of disdain flickered in Xia Wei's gaze. What do you mean? I'm not dead, of course I could be seen. Zhou Xiaojue sniffled, hesitating momentarily before bursting out in joy, wiping his tears away. Well, it's different. I care for you so much. If I could never see you again, I would surely be heartbroken. Chapter 136. A successful confession. Xia Wei paused at his words, taken aback by the implication that he had feelings for her. What did you just say? Zhou Xiaojue sniffled again, his eyes brimming with tears. Xia Wei, I truly cannot bear the thought of losing you again. I like you, and I want to be by your side always. His declaration was imbued with such gravity that Xia Wei almost doubted it was indeed Zhou Xiaojue speaking. A silence enveloped the air as Zhou Xiaojue lowered his head, overwhelmed by a tide of disappointment. He felt a mix of urgency and regret, fearing that if Xia Wei did not reciprocate his feelings, his boldness had been misplaced. The thought weighed heavily on him, making him bow his head in dismay. Blaming himself for acting impulsively, he wondered how he could have spoken such words to Xia Wei at this moment, if she truly did not share his sentiments. It could jeopardize their friendship. Since you're awake, I'll go prepare something for you to eat. Wait. Just then, Xia Wei spoke up, prompting Zhou Xiaojue to lift his gaze slightly, though he dared not meet her eyes. What is it? Come here. Her tone was devoid of excessive emotion, yet her eyes clearly sparkled with mirth. Although unaware of Xia Wei's intentions, Zhou Xiaojue hesitated only briefly before obediently approaching her. I understand your feelings, Xia Wei softly spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of pallor, yet unable to conceal the underlying mirth. I've never seen you so timid before. This jest, though lighthearted, caused Zhou Xiaojue to widen his eyes in surprise, lifting his gaze slightly, his expression momentarily dazed. Actually, I've liked you for quite some time, Xia Wei continued, prompting Zhou Xiaojue to finally meet her gaze, where he was met with an abundance of joyful warmth and a touch of tender affection. Suddenly overwhelmed with happiness, Zhou Xiaoju found himself momentarily flustered, his speech faltering. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Forget it. You've only just awakened, so I'll let you rest here. I'll go find you something to eat. Wei gently shook her head, feeling as if her body had grown weak from lying down for days. She felt the need to move. Never mind, I'll just go myself. As she spoke, she attempted to rise, but Zhou Xiaoju was unwilling to let her do so. No, you've just recovered from a severe illness. You're still weak and must not exert yourself, nor use your abilities. Upon hearing this, Wei felt a wave of despair. After lying in bed for so long, to awaken only to be told she could do nothing, not even utilize her powers, felt unbearably torturous. How can that be? I'm lying here every day feeling so miserable. You have to let me move around. Zhou Xiaoju, sensing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. He knew well Wei's temperament. If confined to bed without any movement, she would surely struggle. Thus he spoke gently. Seeing the seriousness etched on Zhou Xiaoju's face, Wei let out a long sigh, realizing that this might be his greatest concession. All right, I'll listen to you. Meanwhile, Ali and Allah wandered daily near the Hongang base, having been discharged to gather intelligence. With their cloaking abilities, they could navigate the base undetected, making their reconnaissance relatively convenient. However, what they witnessed over the past days was nothing short of harrowing. The inhabitants of the Huanggang base preyed mercilessly on the weak. Those ability users who did not integrate into their ranks faced brutal humiliation, often leading to their cores being extracted and their bodies discarded in the wilderness. Moreover, those lacking significant strength were treated even more ruthlessly, cast out as bait to lure hordes of zombies or other ability users for collective slaughter in exchange for power and cores. Despite their days of joint effort, Ali and Allah had yet to catch sight of the leader orchestrating these events. Nevertheless, Ali was plagued by an unsettling feeling, sensing that this leader was far from ordinary and undoubtedly wielded some form of power. On that day, Ali and Anan continued to lurk in the corners of the base, intending to venture further inside, only to discover the presence of a barrier. In this world, the existence of such barriers equates to an immensely powerful space. It is unknown who possesses such formidable abilities to create such an expansive area and encompass the surrounding elements within it. It must be said that such power is astonishingly immense. Ali felt a stir within her heart and simultaneously realized that what lay concealed within this space might very well be the leader of the base or something of significant importance to it. To uncover the truth, Ali and Anan resolved to remain vigilant at this location daily, eager to observe the comings and goings of individuals entering and exiting. However, after 2 days, although Ali indeed witnessed people arriving from the outside, they were merely some authorities. It was evident that another individual was present within. Yet, that elusive figure was unwilling to reveal themselves, leaving Ali at a loss. Reluctantly, she decided to shift her focus towards monitoring the primary authorities within the base. Upon closer observation, she discovered that these individuals were attempting to secretly send some photographs to the Yihuang base, though they ultimately failed. Ali could not discern the nature of the images, but she sensed that the powers behind these authorities were far from simple, and she remained unaware of the identity of the leader hidden within the confines of the space. Chapter 137. Eavesdropping for information. Meanwhile, since the aftermath of the Great Battle, Xiaoqi noticed that neither Ali nor Anan could be located, and even with the help of her mutated beasts, it was challenging to trace their whereabouts, only knowing they had been present in the Hongang base. Anxious and restless, Xiaoqi relayed this information to Tang Wei and the others. After searching the base thoroughly, they still found no trace of the two. In desperation, Xiaoqi dispatched a multitude of mutated beasts to seek out their presence. Eventually, a mutated rat stealthily infiltrated the Hongang base and fortuitously spotted Ali and Anan. What? They're still inside? Tang Wei exclaimed, astonished by this revelation. Previously, Ali had mentioned her intent to gather information, but after such a prolonged period, why had they not emerged? What could they possibly be doing within? Xiaoqi furrowed her brow, recalling that when her mutated rat had seen them, they appeared to be undiscovered for the moment. However, It was uncertain how long Ali's abilities could sustain her. If they were inadvertently discovered, the consequences would be dire. Their current situation did not permit them to directly demand the return of Ali and Anan from the Hongang base, as doing so would risk exposing their existence. Xiaoqi's gaze was filled with concern, but Tang Wei promptly interjected. No, if we send someone in now, it would merely expose ourselves, and could potentially endanger Ali and Anan. It is better to wait a while longer. Xiaoqi understood that acting rashly at that moment would indeed carry excessive risk. However, he now finds himself increasingly concerned for Ali's safety. According to intelligence from his mutated beast, the Hongang base is currently rife with unscrupulous individuals. Furthermore, Ali and Allah have secretly infiltrated the base, and should they be discovered, it could lead to a fate far worse than death. Yet, under Tang Wei's counsel, Xiaoqi chose to exercise restraint, continually sending small mutated beasts to gather information about Ali. Presently, he leans against the bedside, his complexion pale and his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of despair. Shenmu, you have finally awakened. Upon seeing Shenmu regain consciousness, Tang Wei was instantly filled with excitement, rushing forward to assist him in sitting up. However, she was struck by his pallid demeanor, and the sorrow in his voice was heart-wrenching. How long have I been lying here? Tang Wei recalled the words of Zhou Xiaojue, who had informed her that Shenmu's core had shattered, rendering it irreparable for life. Her heart ached at the thought. Yet, Shenmu was acutely aware of his own condition. He gently clenched his hand, only to discover that there was not a trace of energy left within him, and he could no longer wield his healing abilities as he once did. Is my core? It seemed Shenmu had already surmised the truth, causing Tang Wei's heart to ache even more. Unable to hold back, she lowered her head, discreetly wiping away her tears. It's all right. There will always be a way to heal you, Tang Wei reassured him, though the smile she wore was painfully forced. In the event of any danger in the future, I will protect you. Is the base safe now? Shenmu nodded, his heart heavy upon witnessing Tang Wei's distress. He endeavored to adopt a nonchalant demeanor. Tang Wei's seemingly casual words prompted Shenmu to chuckle softly, and he subtly moved his fingers. What a pity. It seems I may no longer be able to utilize my abilities, but that is of little consequence, as I can still explore various weapons. Although Shenmu's words were somewhat forced, they managed to lighten Tang Wei's expression. It was well known that Shenmu was an exceptionally talented researcher. The weapons he developed, not only for self-defense, but also for offense, were outstanding and rivaled the capabilities of supernatural powers. Indeed, you are so passionate about weapon research. There will be ample opportunities for you to explore once you recover, Tang Wei remarked, gently rising to hand in the medicine she had brought. Then I shall take these medicines, Shenmu responded, nodding. However, as he reached out, he inexplicably halted, slightly raising his head and smiling faintly. I have only just regained consciousness, and I'm a patient. Do you truly expect me to take the medicine myself? Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback by his words, realizing that her overwhelming joy at Shenmu's awakening had momentarily clouded her care for him. All right, I will feed you. Unbeknownst to her, Shenmu's fingers, concealed beneath the blankets, were twitching slightly, while his arms remained motionless. Since you have awakened, allow me to engage you in conversation. After all, you have slumbered for such an extended period, and I imagine you must be quite bored. Tang Wei, having administered the medication, placed the items aside and sat by Shenmu's bedside, intending to exchange a few words with him. No need for that. I am quite alert now. After sleeping for so long, I have grown weary of it. Please, attend to your own matters. I would prefer to converse with Zhou Xiaojue, Shenmu replied, a hint of sadness lurking beneath his calm demeanor. What's this? Are you unwilling to chat with me? Yet you wish to speak with Zhou Xiaojue? Tang Wei teased lightly, fully aware that Shenmu's spirits were low, and he likely did not wish to burden her with his negativity, hence his words. Chapter 138. Awakening in despondence, Shenmu was acutely aware of Tang Wei's unspoken thoughts and merely nodded slightly. You have no idea how pronounced your dark circles are. I imagine you haven't had a proper rest these past few days while caring for me. You ought to take a break and summon Zhou Xiaojue to converse with me. Seeing Shenmu's composed expression, Tang Wei shook her head stubbornly. I am not fatigued. Your awakening is the greatest relief. Do take care of yourself. Even if you do not believe me, you must consider your own well-being. I need to prepare for weapon research, so please do not linger here on my account. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hurt and disheartenment crossed Tang Wei's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her feelings, rising slightly to approach the door. Very well, rest here. I shall fetch Zhou Xiaojue shortly. Once Tang Wei departed, Shen Mu cautiously moved his arms, only to discover that both were entirely numb, likely due to the nerve strain from his earlier injuries. Since Tang Wei had never witnessed Shen Mu's actions, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and he could not bring himself to disclose it. Without the use of his hands, he could neither utilize his abilities nor engage in weapon research. A profound melancholy enveloped Shen Mu, leaving him at a loss for how to explain this to Tang Wei. Shen Mu, oh, I heard you have awakened. I am absolutely delighted. A man's voice suddenly boomed from outside, and Zhou Xiaojue burst through the door, carrying an abundance of food. How is your recovery? With Tang Wei's care these past few days, I dare say you've been quite pampered. Zhou Xiaojue beamed with joy until he noticed the sorrowful gaze of Shen Mu, instantly sensing that something was amiss. What is wrong? Come here and take a look at my arm. Zhou Xiaojue's smile vanished as he approached, setting the food aside and lifting Shen Mu's arm, only to find it icy cold, devoid of any warmth. How can this be? Move it. As Zhou Xiaojue began to realize the gravity of the situation, he jestingly dropped Shen Mu's arm, only for it to fall lifelessly onto the table with a dull thud. Are you in pain? I didn't mean to. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Xiaojue felt a sudden rush of panic and hurried forward, only to find Shen Mu maintaining an air of calmness. It's all right, I feel nothing. The atmosphere became instantly heavy with tension. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xiaojue exhaled deeply, his gaze lingering on Shen Mu's face, filled with a sense of helplessness. When did this happen? Since I woke up, Shen Mu replied. Does Tang Wei know? Shen Mu shook his head, his eyes brimming with sorrow. I don't know how to tell her. As he spoke, he slightly raised his head, casting a final glimmer of hope towards Zhou Xiaojue. Is there any chance for my hand to be healed? I don't mind if it takes time. However, Zhou Xiaojue gently shook his head. I've already examined it. All the blood vessels in your arm are completely necrotic. During these few days of unconsciousness, both of your arms have become utterly useless. Yet, fortunately, no other areas were harmed. Zhou Xiaojue's words did not bring any joy to Shen Mu. Instead, he bitterly furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with self-mockery. So, I'm to be a cripple for the rest of my life. Zhou Xiaojue remained silent, yet his expression clearly conveyed disapproval. How about I get you a prosthetic arm? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the room. Shen Mu looked up in surprise, noticing a glimmer of determination in Zhou Xiaojue's eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Wei had left the room and made her way to the entrance of the base, where the two guards looked on with concern. Sister Tang, it's getting dark. It's best not to go out now. It's too dangerous outside. No, I must go out to find crystal cores. Do not stop me. The shattering of Shen Mu's crystal core was the last thing Tang Wei wanted to witness. The guards, however, were adamant in their refusal to let her leave, fully aware that nightfall brought forth lurking predators and perilous mutated creatures, all of which could ambush them at any moment. It was far too hazardous for Tang Wei to venture out at this time. Yet, her sole focus was on gathering more crystal cores to aid Shen Mu, rendering her oblivious to the dangers. I must go, no matter how perilous it is. As the argument escalated, Xiago Wei approached, her pale face reflecting concern as she gazed at Tang Wei. Sister Tang, seeing Xiago Wei had arrived, surprised Tang Wei, her demeanor softening slightly. Xiago Wei, what brings you here? The unexpected presence of Xiago Wei brought a flicker of astonishment to Tang Wei, but she noted the sorrow etched on her friend's face. Sister Tang, I understand your sorrow, but it truly is too late now. Let us wait until dawn, and I will accompany you to search for crystal cores, all right? For reasons unknown, perhaps due to her own grief or the resonance of Xiago Wei's words, an inexplicable sadness surged within Tang Wei. Ultimately, she ceased her insistence on going out, obediently following Xiago Wei's side. That night, Tang Wei and Xiago Wei sat in a room, engaged in an all-night conversation, managing to stay awake until dawn. The following morning, as they prepared to venture out in search of crystal cores, they were startled by the sudden arrival of Xiaoqi, who rushed in with a rare glimmer of panic in her eyes. "Sister Tang, I found some news. The mastermind behind the Hongang base is actually Liang Xiaoling." Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Wei could hardly believe it, her brows knitting together in disbelief. How could it be? Liang Xiaoling has infiltrated the Hongang base? Xiaoqi, visibly anxious, explained that Liang Xiaoling was now the leader of the Hongang base, while Ali and Allah were missing. "I haven't been able to reach my mutated beasts. What should we do now?" Chapter 139. Severe injury. Tang Wei felt a deep sense of helplessness. Their base had just suffered significant damage and was still recuperating, while the Hongang base remained robust. Attempting to negotiate with them now would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Let us wait a little longer and continue trying to contact Ali. If we receive any news, we will provide support immediately. Xiaoqi was overwhelmed with worry, but understood that in such dire circumstances, patience was essential. She nodded in agreement. However, Allah lay motionless on the ground, devoid of strength and barely able to emit any sound, clearly gravely injured. Where did this crystal core come from? Tang Wei's gaze shifted to the crystal core, which was hidden away so discreetly that it was seldom discovered. It was smeared with blood, leaving her to wonder who had concealed it on Allah. Allah slowly lifted her head, her eyes struggling to focus on Tang Wei. She uttered a soft call, but was unable to articulate any words. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Wei as she instinctively connected the situation to the missing Ali. It can't be him. It absolutely cannot be Ali. He possesses the ability to become invisible, and even if you two encounter danger, he would surely ensure your safe escape. Despite her thoughts, unease settled in Tang Wei's heart as she gazed at the bloodied Allah before her, just as she felt herself teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Gu Lingmu approached her slowly. "Sister Tang, let me give it a try. Perhaps I can find a solution." Tang Wei blinked in disbelief at Gu Lingmu's words, yet a glimmer of hope ignited within her. "Do you really have a way? But Allah cannot speak, and none of us know what has transpired. Are you able to locate Ali?" Gu Lingmu shook his head slightly, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, he stepped forward, offering Tang Wei a reassuring gaze. Tang Wei took a few steps back, watching as Gu Lingmu approached Allah and beckoned the others to gather closer. "Everyone, come a little nearer. Perhaps we might discern something." Upon hearing these words, although the crowd felt a hint of disbelief, they nonetheless approached cautiously. Gu Lingmu nodded, indeed beginning to take action. His palms shimmered faintly, enveloping everyone in a gentle wave of light. "What is this? Is it your psychic power?" Tang Wei noticed that this psychic field seemed to expand significantly compared to before, indicating that Gu Lingmu had been resting quite well recently. "Shortly, I will allow Alara to enter a dreamscape where we can glimpse the memories within. However, this method carries its own risks, and everyone must remain lucid. Upon my conclusion of a dreamscape, you must awaken." As Gu Lingmu spoke, his gaze swept seriously over the gathered individuals. "Those willing may step forward to try." Gu Lingmu nodded, and thus he commenced. A subtle change in the air around them was palpable, yet invisible to the eye. All could merely sense their consciousness gradually blurring, as fleeting, indistinct images flickered through their minds like frames of film. Upon witnessing the scenes, Tang Wei instantly sensed something amiss. The perspective was unnaturally low. Undoubtedly Alara's memories. There, Alara and Ali concealed themselves in a corner of the base, intently watching a nearby barrier. "I believe those behind the Hongang base are certainly hidden here. We shall wait patiently, and we will assuredly see them emerge." Ali's tone was resolute, his gaze fixed firmly on that particular spot. However, Alara seemed to sense something amiss, nipping at Ali's clothing in a circular motion, urging him to leave. Yet, Ali could not comprehend Alara's intent, frowning slightly. "No, we must remain here. If the person inside emerges, what if we miss our chance?" Alara, unable to vocalize his distress, expressed his anxiety by tugging at Ali's hem, imploring him to depart, yet Ali remained steadfast. "It's all right, Alara. I understand you're looking out for me. But should danger arise, I will ensure our swift escape, Nothing will happen to us. Ali reassured, but even within the dreamscape, Tang Wei could feel Alera's restlessness and fear. Indeed, it was not long before the barrier they had been fixated on suddenly opened, revealing a slender woman with striking allure, dressed provocatively. At the mere sight of her, both Ali and Alera stood frozen in astonishment. Clearly, Xiaoxi was correct. The figure behind the Hongang base was indeed Liang Xialing. The moment Tang Wei recognized Liang Xialing in the vision, her brow furrowed, a wave of indignation swelling within her. At that moment, Ali and Alera also refrained from making any rash movements, well aware of Liang Xialing's formidable abilities. Being discovered at the Hongang base would be tantamount to courting disaster. Upon exiting the barrier, Liang Xialing casually surveyed her surroundings, and it seemed as though she had suddenly sensed something amiss. Her gaze fixated directly on the hiding place of Ali and Allah. A jolt of alarm surged through Ali's heart, prompting her to steady her nerves and refrain from revealing her true form. Yet, Liang Xialing's lips curled into a peculiar smile as she ambled directly toward them. Chapter 140. Discovery surrounded by defensive devices and guards. Ali and Allah had cautiously utilized their invisibility to remain undetected thus far. However, should they attempt to flee at this moment, their ruse would undoubtedly be uncovered. Consequently, despite her heart racing like thunder, Ali dared not move, opting instead to remain steadfastly in place. Although Allah was equally anxious, there was little that could be done. She could only huddle in place, warily watching the slowly approaching Liang Xialing. Unexpectedly, Liang Xialing casually remarked, "I didn't realize there were two little mice hiding here." Instantly, Ali felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that she had already discovered their presence. "We must flee at once." With their cover blown, there was no longer any reason to linger. Ali made a swift decision and began to escape with Allah. However, Liang Xialing had reached them and would not allow them to depart so easily. Casting a casual glance at the guards behind her, "What are you doing? We have mice in the house. Why aren't you pursuing them?" The guards, clearly alerted to Ali and Allah's existence, promptly turned to chase them upon Liang Xialing's command. As Ali and Allah fled frantically, they inadvertently triggered numerous traps left in Liang Xialing's wake. Yet they had no time to concern themselves with the chaos behind them, sprinting toward the entrance of the base. If they could only escape the confines of the base, they would be safe, though the situation outside was no better. Being captured by those pursuing them would mean certain death. Liang Xialing must possess some means of detecting them, making it nearly impossible to continue using their abilities to conceal themselves. Ali felt an acute sense of urgency upon reaching the entrance. She discovered that several guards were already stationed there, their gazes menacingly fixed on her. It seems the boss was right. Indeed, two mice have infiltrated our base." As they spoke, they wasted no time in launching an attack. Ali found herself with no options. Attempting to use her invisibility only revealed an unusual magnetic field, rendering her powers ineffective, leaving her unable to hide. Allah, in a fit of desperation, barked loudly a couple of times, but to no avail. She positioned herself in front of Ali, determined to shield her with her diminutive frame. Witnessing Allah's unwavering resolve stirred Ali's heart. She had not anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, Allah would be willing to protect her. "It's too late, Allah. We cannot escape." Ali understood that once Liang Xialing became aware of her existence, preparations would inevitably ensue. To her astonishment, a ruthless method was employed, altering the magnetic field here and rendering her cloaking ability utterly ineffective. Although Allah could still wield some powers, they paled in comparison to the abilities of those extraordinary individuals, proving to be utterly inadequate against them. Despite this dire situation, Allah refused to succumb, fiercely battling against the other power users while simultaneously employing her abilities to shield Ali. Ali, too, did not yield. She fought valiantly against these formidable foes. Yet, being merely a child, after losing a round, she was reduced to the status of an ordinary person, easily wounded and left bleeding profusely, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. On the other hand, Allah was also exhausted. Each of these power users was exceptionally skilled, and it took little effort for them to render both of them unconscious. Tang Wei, trapped in an illusion, felt a profound heartache witnessing this, while others furrowed their brows, clearly unwilling to behold such a scene. How disheartening it was to have such vultures appear at this moment. Nearby, one power user cursed vehemently, but Ali, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, scooped Allah into her embrace. Allah, you are the only one with a chance to escape now. Despite being gravely injured, Allah still wished to protect Ali. Upon hearing her words, she momentarily appeared perplexed, tilting her head in confusion. In the next instant, Ali's gaze became resolute. Seizing the opportunity while a nearby cloaked individual was distracted, she snatched their dagger. Just as the crowd braced themselves for Ali's impending assault, they were taken aback to see her unhesitatingly plunge the dagger into her own chest. No! Tang Wei cried out in desperation, and Allah, filled with rage and sorrow, screamed in an attempt to halt Ali's action, but it was evidently too late. With a pale countenance, Allah used a trembling hand to extract the crystal core hidden within her chest, mustering her remaining strength to conceal it within Ali's body. You must survive and escape, Ali uttered weakly, while Allah frantically shouted, trying to staunch Ali's bleeding, yet felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the hawk circling outside caught the scent of blood and descended slightly, just in time to hear Ali's anguished cry, "Take Allah away." With that, the hawk flung Allah out through the doorway. The hawk's reflexes were sharp. Upon seeing Allah being thrown out, it swiftly grasped her by the scruff of her neck and hovered in midair, hesitating momentarily over whether to rescue Ali. However, upon noticing the hawk, the power users grew frantic. They had just witnessed Ali placing the crystal core on Allah. If they allowed Allah to escape, it would be an immense loss. Bring that hawk down. We cannot let it escape. As the words were spoken, an onslaught was launched against the falcon, with countless beams of light and sharp blades hurtling towards it. The falcon, preoccupied with its own survival, could not afford to contemplate rescuing Ali, and could only shield Allah as they fled. Fortunately, the falcon's remarkable speed allowed it to evade the attacks of those wielding supernatural abilities, yet Ali remained unrescued. The final image was of Allah gazing at Ali, bloodied and lying in a pool of crimson, their eyes fixed upon their own reflection, a wave of anguish gripping their heart. How could this happen? The illusion dissipated, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Tang Wei, in particular, was overwhelmed with sorrow. Recalling the despair etched on Ali's face in that moment, a surge of rage and grief welling within her. Chapter 141. Mechanical Arms, Such Villainy. It is utterly abhorrent. Sister Tang, I believe Ali is still alive. Just as Tang Wei was on the verge of breaking down, Xiaowei approached, her voice hoarse and her eyes glistening with tears. I observed closely. Although Ali pierced their own chest, they did not damage the heart. They merely extracted the crystal core. The hunters, aware that Ali no longer possesses the core, would not be excessively cruel. As she spoke, Xiaowei maintained a remarkable composure. Furthermore, if the hunters intended to threaten Tang Wei, they would likely spare Ali's life. With this thought, Tang Wei felt a surge of hope, rising resolutely and fixing her cold gaze ahead. Little Seven, do not despair. Ali will surely be all right. Tang Wei understood that Little Seven was undoubtedly distressed. Despite appearing aloof, she was profoundly loyal and shared a deep bond with Ali, ever since Ali's disappearance. Little Seven had been tirelessly seeking answers. Determined, Tang Wei sent someone to inquire about the situation and soon learned that Shen Mu was currently in the laboratory, seemingly in the company of Zhou Xiaojue. As long as Shen Mu was with Zhou Xiaojue, there was likely no cause for alarm. Tang Wei felt a slight easing of her worries and decided to prepare a meal. However, as she opened the door, calling out Shen Mu's name, she was taken aback to find that Shen Mu's hands were missing, replaced by 2 cold mechanical arms. Shen Mu, what has happened to your hands? Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how everything had seemed normal just moments before. It's nothing. I just lost sensation in my hands. So I asked Zhou Xiaojue to help me get these mechanical arms. Shen Mu replied nonchalantly. Yet, as Tang Wei glanced at the bloodstains and various surgical instruments nearby, she could not help but understand the pain and sorrow Shen Mu was enduring. Nonetheless, with Shen Mu so composed, she felt compelled to mask her own grief, forcing a smile that barely concealed her sadness. Observing Tang Wei's struggle to suppress her emotions, Shen felt a pang of sympathy but chose not to speak, giving a slight nod to Zhou Xiaojue before departing with Tang Wei. During their meal, neither spoke a word. It was only as they neared the end of their meal that Tang Wei finally broke the silence. "We have news of Ollie." Upon hearing this, Shen appeared somewhat surprised and subtly lifted her head. "Is that true? Where's she?" "At the Honggang base. I've already discussed with everyone today. We must hurry to rescue her." Tang Wei did not inform Shen about Ollie losing her crystal core, primarily to spare her from unnecessary worry. All right then. After finishing her meal, Tang Wei did not hesitate and directly sought out Yi Huang. It is worth noting that the Honggang base has undergone a remarkable transformation. Under the leadership of Liang Xiaoling, the Honggang base has now become the most formidable presence among all bases, continuously attracting various strong individuals, regardless of independence. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can enter the base and reign supreme. Although such behavior may not be commendable, it undeniably draws numerous powerful allies. Given the few friends that Tang Wei currently has by her side, they certainly lack the ability to contend with a multitude of strong individuals at the Honggang base. The only viable solution is to seek assistance from the leaders of other smaller bases, urging them to unite in opposition to the Honggang base, which might offer a glimmer of hope. However, upon entering Yi Huang's room and presenting this matter, Tang Wei noticed an inexplicable grimness on his face as he shook his head slightly. "Tang Wei, I understand your distress, but you can see the current state of our base. The previous battles have left us severely weakened, and even our survival is in question. Where will we find the strength to fight?" Tang Wei felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. Are we to simply watch as the Honggang base grows stronger, ultimately swallowing all other bases? And are we to stand idly by as Ollie perishes? Yi Huang let out a long sigh, his tone heavy with resignation. "I certainly won't mobilize a large force, but what our base desperately needs now is to recuperate. If we forcefully confront the Honggang base at this time, it will undoubtedly lead to our demise." Deep down, Tang Wei understood the gravity of their situation. Their base was indeed in a precarious state. Yet her heart ached, and she could not bear the thought of watching Ollie leave this world. Xiaogwei, who had been listening to their conversation, noticed Tang Wei's despondent demeanor and felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped forward and gently reassured her. "Tang Wei, I believe Yi Huang has a point. Our base has endured so many battles. Merely surviving is already a stroke of luck. We do not know how many bases are currently eyeing us, eager to completely consume us. To confront the Honggang base now would be tantamount to courting disaster." Under Xiaogwei's persuasion, Tang Wei's spirits sank even lower. Just as she was at a loss for a better plan, she suddenly heard Shao Qi roar in anger from the side. "So your suggestion is to let us all watch helplessly, witnessing death without intervening?" Tang Wei paused, realizing that Shao Qi was also eager to save lives. But the direct confrontation with Xiaogwei was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 142. A dispute I do not wish to stand idly by in the face of danger. Yet the circumstances at our base compel such a stance. To rescue Ali could potentially jeopardize the lives of everyone here. Is this truly what you desire to witness? Xiaogwei was not one to easily concede, and at this moment, she resolutely held her ground. However, Shao Qi could not accept this outcome. Unwilling to see Ali's life dismissed by all, with a stubborn shake of her head, she declared, "If you are unwilling, so be it. I will certainly find a way to rescue Ali." I recognize that Shao Qi's earlier words were somewhat impulsive, yet they stemmed from her concern for Ali. "Do we truly have no means left?" Yi Huang murmured, shaking his head slightly, his expression pained. The situation at the base had become exceedingly dire. Any collective assault on us would be a grave challenge, and attempting a rescue with our current weakened state would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Yi Huang's words were brutally realistic and conveyed with sincerity. There was a hint of guilt in his demeanor as he earnestly apologized to Tang Wei and Shen. "If it were not absolutely necessary, I would never abandon my team. However, I must prioritize the safety of the majority." Although Tang Wei felt a pang of distress upon hearing Yi Huang's words, she understood his rationale. After all, Yi Huang bore the responsibility not only for Li's safety, but for the well-being of many others. The choice made in this moment was one no one wished to confront, yet it was unavoidable, and Tang Wei could not hold anyone accountable for it. Very well, I understand. After contemplating for a brief moment, Tang Wei spoke with remarkable composure. Yi Huang was taken aback, not expecting her to relinquish her stance so readily. Surely you do not intend to act recklessly? Given our current predicament, we simply cannot contend with the Honggang base. We must take some time to recuperate, and when the opportunity arises, we shall certainly endeavor to rescue those in need. Yi Huang was concerned that Tang Wei might recklessly charge into the Honggang base alone, prompting him to issue a cautionary reminder. However, Tang Wei could not possibly entertain such a notion. She merely offered a faint smile in response. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my limits. While I would not venture forth alone to meet my demise, you must also keep your word. Once we possess the strength to confront the Honggang base, we cannot forsake anyone left behind. In this regard, Tang Wei harbored a degree of trust in Yi Huang. Yet the situation surrounding Li weighed heavily on her heart. Upon returning to her room, she found Allah, under the care of excellent medicine, had made significant progress in recovery and was now able to walk unaided. Upon seeing Tang Wei, Allah displayed an exuberant demeanor, wagging his tail and wobbling toward her, his expression imbued with anticipation. Such remarkable recovery. It seems La's health is indeed robust. Tang Wei suppressed her emotions, feigning calmness as she engaged Allah in conversation. Indeed, he joyfully circled around her before attempting to approach the door. What do you intend to do? It is still perilous outside, and your injuries have yet to heal. Tang Wei, observing the situation, felt a wave of confusion and did not open the door for Allah. Yet Allah, in a state of urgency, circled around and retrieved the crystal core that Ali had left for him, gently calling out twice. Upon seeing the crystal core, still stained with traces of blood, Tang Wei instantly comprehended Allah's intent. He wished to venture forth to rescue Ali. No, Allah, I understand your heartache, but we cannot go out just yet. Upon hearing these words, Allah appeared deeply saddened, barking anxiously while drooping his ears. I share your feelings. I too yearn to save Ali. But the circumstances at our base are dire, and we must remain composed. Ultimately, persuaded by Tang Wei, Allah refrained from insisting further, though he remained sullen each day. Clutching the crystal core Ali had left behind, unwilling to release it. Meanwhile, Tang Wei sought out Xiao-Qi for a private conversation, as this matter weighed most heavily on her. After all, Xiao-Qi shared the closest bond with Ali, acknowledging the impossibility of a rescue. Xiao-Qi felt a profound sense of loss, yet she refrained from projecting this sorrow onto Tang Wei. After a calm discussion, Tang Wei earnestly offered her guidance. I know you are in pain, but if given the choice, none of us would wish to abandon Ali. Xiao-Qi nodded in understanding, aware of the grim situation. Tears welled in her eyes, but she softly replied, I understand. I will not act impulsively. Tang Wei's face brightened with a hint of relief as she regarded Xiao-Qi with sincerity. It seemed Tang Wei had not yet relinquished hope for Ali, stirring a sense of emotion within Xiao-Qi. I understand. I will find Ali. Tang Wei gently nodded, her tone tender. Above all, we must prioritize our own safety. We cannot allow the Honggang base to gain leverage over us again. On another front, Liang Xiaoling sat high upon her throne, listening to the footsteps approaching from a distance, her gaze glimmering with a predatory light. How did it come to this? She pondered, observing one of her subordinates, a young girl, covered in blood and appearing unconscious. Liang Xiaoling frowned slightly. What amusement is left if the girl has already fainted? What purpose does she serve now? The subordinate's expression was grim, yet he respectfully presented Ali before Liang Xiaoling boss. The other dog was captured by the hawk, and our men could not keep up. This is the only one left. Liang Xiaoling scrutinized Ali, noticing a large gash across his chest, blood flowing freely, devoid of any luster. It was evident that he had lost his crystal core. The subordinate quickly knelt, recounting the circumstances to Liang Xiaoling with a serious demeanor. Chapter 143. Uniting hearts, since this woman's crystal core has been extracted, she is of no use to us. It would be better to eliminate her directly. The tone of her subordinates was exceedingly indifferent, yet Liang Xialing displayed a hint of compassion as she cast a glance at the girl lying on the ground. Her body trembling slightly, clearly still able to hear the conversations outside. I felt there was no need for haste. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Liang Xialing's gaze. This girl appeared quite young, yet she possessed remarkable audacity, managing to excavate a crystal core by herself, indicating she was no ordinary individual. However, as her subordinate attempted to say more, Liang Xialing abruptly interrupted him with a fierce retort. I said no killing, and I mean it. If you dare to defy me again, I shall take your life. Upon hearing these words, the subordinate had no choice but to obediently close his mouth, no longer daring to utter another word, though his expression bore a trace of disdain, for he knew that the current Ali was merely an ordinary person. In fact, due to her numerous injuries, she was nothing more than a cripple, leaving one to wonder what Liang Xialing truly intended for her. Such an intriguing little thing, Liang Xialing remarked, slowly approaching Ali, lightly nudging her with her foot, causing Ali's body to shudder. It seems you still possess a bit of vitality. Here's the deal. If you can rise and escape from here before my very eyes, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Ali's expression shifted to one of surprise, cautiously raising her gaze to Liang Xialing, her eyes filled with skepticism. She knew too well that Liang Xialing was a woman of many thoughts, and no one could fathom her intentions. Why should I trust you? Hearing Ali's wariness, Liang Xialing couldn't help but chuckle softly, her tone dripping with disdain and sarcasm. You certainly need not trust me, but should you choose to refuse my proposition, you will merely find yourself at the mercy of my subordinates until your demise. As she spoke, Liang Xialing exhaled softly. Rest assured, as long as you agree to play this game with me, I shall not make things overly difficult for you. Ali lowered her head slightly, concealing a flicker of light in her eyes. I am but a cripple now. Why do you wish to toy with me in this manner? Because I find you fascinating. Liang Xialing replied with a cold laugh, growing impatient as she stepped closer to Ali. My patience is limited. Will you engage in this game? Or shall I be forced to wait further? Hearing this, Ali gritted her teeth and nodded. A deal is a deal. Naturally, Ali bressa ourselves. And the two locked eyes, Liang Xialing's tone remaining utterly composed. The rules are simple. If you can leave this place in front of me, I shall consider you the victor. I hope you don't misspeak. As Ali turned to leave, her physician's instincts kicked in, yet the guards nearby would not allow such an easy escape. They immediately seized their weapons and advanced on Ali. In her current weakened state, lacking a crystal core, she was no match for these men, and within moments, she was struck down, struggling even to rise again. Beside him, Liang Xialing observed with a sense of tedium, a pang of disappointment stirring within. Was it possible that his perception was flawed? Why did this Ali appear to be utterly ineffectual? After a few subordinates had beaten Ali, they gazed at him sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, unable to suppress a sneer. One of them boldly reported to Liang Xialing, "Boss, I believe this individual is of no use to us. Why waste time on him? We could enjoy ourselves instead and spare you the trouble." Liang Xialing furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, when he sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere surrounding them. Just then, one of his subordinates cried out in alarm. Not good. That woman has vanished. Upon hearing this, Liang Xialing instinctively looked down and found that Ali, who had been lying there moments ago, had inexplicably disappeared. A faint smile crept across his lips. How intriguing. What should we do, boss? This person is far too cunning. She must have slipped away while we were distracted. Another interjected. That's impossible. The woman was nearly beaten to death. She could scarcely crawl, let alone escape. One of the others countered. Perhaps she was feigning her condition. I suspect she harbored ill intentions. Even if she was pretending, she could not have managed it so convincingly given the force we used. Do you not comprehend that? As the subordinates continued their heated debate, Liang Xialing's impatience grew, his gaze fixated on a particular point in the distance, laced with intrigue. Enough of this bickering. She has not left this place. What purpose does your argument serve? Upon hearing this, The two subordinates ceased their quarrel, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. How can that be? That woman is still here. Yet why can we not see her? I was not mistaken. You must possess another crystal core, allowing you to conceal yourself right under my nose. Undetected even by my subordinates, Liang Xialing remarked, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. He slowly approached a corner, his palms slightly open, unleashing a surge of formidable power that shattered Ali's disguise, revealing her true form. Ali was nearly struck senseless by this force, coughing violently as she lifted her gaze to Liang Xialing with cold resolve. You're quite clever. Your disguise was simply inadequate. With a subtle widening of his palm, Liang Xialing's sharp nails pierced Ali's chest, extracting a bloodied crystal core with brutal precision. Ali, overwhelmed by the pain, felt consciousness slipping away, her words unspoken as she teetered on the brink of collapse. The nearby subordinates, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned, astonished by their boss's prowess. Not only had he located the concealed Ali, but it seemed he had anticipated her presence all along. Indeed, Liang Xialing had sensed it early on, although Ali had made every effort to conceal the energy aura emanating from her. It was inevitable that some traces would still be detected by Liang Xialing. She deliberately engaged in games to provoke Ali's survival instincts, seeking to uncover the other's hidden core. Chapter 144. Potent Strength. Meanwhile, Tang Wei remained at the base, diligently honing her skills day after day. Whenever she found a moment of respite, she would accompany Shen and other ability users on missions, simultaneously enticing other smaller bases to join their ranks. The smaller bases in the vicinity were struggling to survive, further exacerbated by the overwhelming might of the Hongang base, which had left them with no room to breathe. Under such desperate circumstances, they naturally chose to align themselves with Tang Wei's vigorous recruitment efforts. Tang Wei welcomed these new members with open arms, providing them with comprehensive accommodations and resources while encouraging everyone to train their abilities together, promising that one day they would be able to contend with the Hongang base. Observing the initial lethargy of the group transform into burgeoning vigor brought her great satisfaction. Wonderful! We now possess sufficient strength to confront the Hongang base. It will not be long before we can triumph over them. Wei, witnessing the improvements within the base, felt a surge of joy and looked at Tang Wei with bright eyes. I believe we are now capable of rescuing Ali. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei fell into a contemplative silence. To challenge the Hongang base with their current capabilities might only afford them a mere chance of resistance. Should they attempt a direct assault, the odds of success appeared slim. Furthermore, their foremost objective remained the rescue of Ali, which, given their present strength, seemed rather precarious. At that moment, Xiao Qi rushed over with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on Tang Wei. Sister Tang, I have gathered some information regarding the situation at Hongang base. They are currently selecting the strong while discarding the weak. Almost all members of their base are now above level 3. Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Level 3 ability users were already among the more formidable in the realm of ability users. For an ordinary small base, to have 2 or 3 was quite commendable. The fact that the Hongang base comprised entirely of level 3 strong individuals was indeed astonishing. Are there many of them? Tang Wei's countenance turned grave. If this was the case, a reckless confrontation with the Hongang base required careful deliberation. Indeed, quite a number. I have roughly confirmed that there are at least 30 level 3 ability users within, not to mention some level 4 and 5 strong individuals, truly a gathering of experts. Such formidable strength. Tang Wei felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine, and Xiao Wei's expression mirrored her concern. The Hongang base was indeed merciless, swallowing all nearby smaller bases and recruiting the remaining strong. What would become of the ordinary people or lower-level ability users? Xiao Qi shook her head slightly, her tone tinged with reluctance. Abandoned entirely, he has now become mere sustenance for those wretched zombies. How utterly outrageous! While Tang Wei was seething with indignation, she suddenly caught sight of an individual standing in the corner, a figure she had not noticed before. Shen, quietly positioned there, his mechanical arms resting motionless at his sides. Shen, how did you come here? To be candid, Ever since Shen Mu lost his arms, his words had dwindled significantly. Initially, with Tang Wei by his side, he managed to converse, but as her availability diminished, his silence deepened to the point where he could go days without uttering a word. Tang Wei felt a profound sorrow for him, desperately attempting various methods to lift his spirits, yet to no avail. Shen Mu remained taciturn, even when subjected to mockery or jest from others, responding with no retort, as if his very soul had departed. This occasion was no different. Upon hearing Tang Wei's call, Shen Mu merely lifted his gaze briefly before letting it fall once more. Shen Mu, do not wear such a despondent expression. Aren't we gradually improving? Xiaojue also sought to bring a semblance of joy to Shen Mu, stepping forward to gently pat his shoulder. Yet, Shen Mu remained unresponsive, shaking his head silently before departing. An instant of silence enveloped the air, and Tang Wei, sensing Shen Mu's dismal mood, felt a heaviness in her heart. She hastily exchanged a few words with the others before leaving in a flurry. Upon entering the laboratory, Tang Wei indeed spotted that familiar silent figure, engrossed in his work. His desk was cluttered with an array of peculiar weapons, each possessing formidable lethality. Tang Wei understood well that these weapons were perilous, yet she intentionally engaged with them, hoping it would elicit even a few words from Shen Mu. As anticipated, when Shen Mu noticed her intent to touch the items, he quickly extended his hand, his mechanical arm coldly blocking her path, producing a sharp sound as it struck the table. These items are dangerous. Do not handle them carelessly. If they are indeed dangerous, then you ought to instruct me on how to use them safely. Tang Wei could not help but recall how Shen Mu had once been meticulously caring towards her, often engaging in lively conversation, his sharp wit leaving others speechless. Now, he had transformed into a figure of reticence, causing Tang Wei considerable distress. However, after Tang Wei voiced her concern, Shen Mu remained silent, his gaze betraying a complexity of emotions. Oh, I truly understand that you are hurting. I empathize with your feelings. But do not despair. There will surely be a way forward. One tea there? As she spoke, Tang Wei retrieved a multitude of gold-type ability crystals from her space, laying them before Shen Mu. Look, I have not wasted any time these past days, gathering all these gold-type crystals. Would you not give them a try? Shen Mu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to dim once more as he appeared to recall something. I cannot absorb these crystals. You need not waste your efforts. Regardless of the circumstances, Shen Mu found himself with a glimmer of hope. Tang Wei, resolute in her determination, insisted that it was worth trying. After much hesitation and persuasion from Tang Wei, Shen Mu ultimately resolved to extend his hand and attempt to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. However, without the cores, how could Shen Mu possibly harness any energy? Despite his earnest efforts, he observed only the shimmering glow of the core's power, feeling not a single ripple of energy within himself. Tang Wei watched anxiously from the side, hesitant to utter a word lest she inadvertently provoke Shen Mu. After struggling for a while, it became evident to Shen Mu that he was utterly powerless, leading him to sigh in resignation. Perhaps it is best not to waste effort. I simply cannot absorb the crystal cores. His tone was steeped in despondency, eliciting a pang of sorrow in Tang Wei, who nonetheless endeavored to muster a smile. It's all right. There will surely be opportunities in the future. As long as we do not give up, solutions will present themselves. Seeing Tang Wei's earnest attempts to cheer him up, Shen Mu, despite his inner turmoil, could only manage a reluctant smile, which, ironically, appeared more mournful than his tears. Never mind. You should carry on with your tasks. It seems my presence here does not bring you much comfort. Tang Wei feigned an intention to leave, hoping to elicit a plea from Shen Mu to stay. To her surprise, he merely responded with a non-committal hum. Are you not going to ask me to stay? She pressed. That is out of the question. Your health has not yet fully recovered, and right now. Tang Wei's voice faltered, tinged with disappointment. Do not worry. I merely wish to remain here to continue my research on weapons. I have no other intentions. If I miss the spark of inspiration, it could lead to substantial losses. Shen Mu spoke with a calm demeanor, prompting Tang Wei to scrutinize him with suspicion before eventually conceding. Her words were imbued with sincerity, and Shen Mu appeared somewhat touched, nodding slightly while watching her give him careful instructions before departing. As her smile faded, he felt a heaviness settle in his heart, fingers curling slightly as he contemplated the urgency of developing more weapons. This was essential not only to lead the Yi Huang base in rescuing Ali, but also to devise a strategy to confront Hong Gang. Moreover, with his abilities diminished, he feared that in the event of confrontation, Tang Wei would bear the brunt of the danger alone. The thought filled Shen Mu with profound unease, motivating him to tirelessly create more weapons, both to triumph over the Hong Gang base and to safeguard Tang Wei. Each time he ventured out on missions with his teammates, he was always at the forefront, often sustaining injuries but reaping countless rewards. Furthermore, Tang Wei could distinctly sense the enhancement of her strength. Bolstered by the power of the crystal cores, she had become significantly more formidable than before. Meanwhile, good news emanated from Shen Mu's laboratory. He had successfully developed an array of highly potent weapons, each remarkably practical and poised to play a pivotal role on the battlefield. Notably, several of these armaments were specifically designed for the common populace. This consideration was indeed heartwarming, as previously, ordinary individuals could only serve in a supportive capacity during combat, primarily focusing on self-preservation. However, with the advent of these lethal weapons, they could now actively participate in the fray, thereby enhancing the overall destructive capability against the Hong Gang base. Shen Mu had meticulously conducted repeated experiments to ensure the formidable efficacy of these weapons, confirming their critical importance in real combat scenarios. Furthermore, the quantity of weapons produced had significantly exceeded what Tang Wei had previously witnessed, a testament to Shen Mu's tireless dedication over the past few days. At that moment, Xiao Qi hurriedly approached. "Are you certain?" Upon hearing this news, Tang Wei's expression instantly turned grave. The information was reliable, and, indeed, individuals from the Hong Gang base were gradually amassing. It remained uncertain whether their intent was to annex smaller bases or to launch an assault against them. It was clear to everyone that, historically, Hong Gang had acted decisively when absorbing other smaller bases, and given their current situation, such undertakings typically did not necessitate a large mobilization of forces, nor the need to consolidate power. Therefore, their current actions were unmistakably directed at them. "I believe we can no longer remain passive," Tang Wei asserted. "The Hong Gang base has already marked the rest for assimilation. No matter how we attempt to evade them, it seems futile. We might as well take the initiative and find a way to rescue Ali." The surrounding individuals were momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Tang Wei's argument, albeit with lingering apprehensions regarding the Hong Gang base. Let us not forget that Ali is still trapped amidst the refuse. Regardless of the circumstances, Ali remains our friend and ally. As long as he is in peril, we must never abandon him. Tang Wei's words resonated deeply, igniting a spark of determination among the group, their eyes gleaming with renewed hope. Even Yi Huang sighed, deeply in agreement. "Your point is well taken. I have grown significantly stronger, and with Shen Mu's weaponry augmenting our capabilities, we stand a fair chance against the Hong Gang base." Yi Huang's statement was clear, and everyone was reluctant to play the role of timid turtles, nodding in unison. "Of course, we must strike first, even if we engage in guerrilla tactics. It should be in an open and honorable manner. We cannot allow them to ambush us." This sentiment resonated, and others felt invigorated, their morale soaring. Tang Wei's gaze brightened slightly. "Rest assured, we are relatively well acquainted with the current situation at the Hong Gang base. Our primary objective is to rescue our comrade, and if we can avoid direct confrontation with them, we shall strive to minimize any potential harm to our group." Upon hearing this, the collective spirit of the group lifted, with some individuals displaying remarkable courage. "Fear not, for even if we must engage in battle with them, we shall not cower. After all, we are numerous and armed. Surely we cannot be bested by them. Indeed, if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. The Red Ridge base has been excessively oppressive, clearly intent on annexing us. Therefore, it is imperative that we no longer endure this." Observing the spirited demeanor of her companions filled Tang Wei with elation. As long as they harbored this sentiment, she felt a profound joy, albeit uncertainty lingered in her heart regarding their potential success. Regardless, Tang Wei had resolutely prepared for a fight to the death, determined to exert every effort to rescue Ollie. Under the guidance of Yi Huang, they swiftly formed a small team, enlisting the majority of the base's members as a rear support unit to assist Tang Wei at a moment's notice. This operation demanded discretion, thus Tang Wei divided her forces into smaller squads, embarking from various directions to avoid detection by the Red Ridge base, with the primary aim of executing a stealthy rescue of Ollie. After rapid preparations, the following morning, Tang Wei and her team, as the vanguard, arrived near the Hongang base, only to find it eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Tang Wei, puzzled, sought out Shao Qi, only to learn that he had no new intelligence. It seemed the Red Ridge base had been unusually quiet since the previous night, showing no signs of activity. How strange. Could it be that the personnel of the Red Ridge base had vanished? Tang Wei felt a twinge of uncertainty. The situation was indeed peculiar. Xiao Wei, unable to contain her impatience, suggested that since their adversaries were absent, they should charge and immediately to locate Ollie. However, observing Xiao Wei's eagerness, Tang Wei quickly interjected. We must not act hastily. This sudden silence surely harbors some mystery. We cannot afford to be complacent. For the Red Ridge base likely harbors malevolent intentions and might be plotting against us. As Tang Wei pondered how to respond to the unfolding scenario, she suddenly noticed a falcon descending upon Shao Qi's shoulder, its sharp talons stained with traces of blood, flapping its wings towards their base. The others, bewildered by the falcon's appearance, exchanged glances, while Shao Qi's expression darkened significantly. Not good, Sister Tang. The forces from the Red Ridge base have been mobilized against us since last night and are now attacking our base. How could this be? Tang Wei felt a surge of panic. To ensure the success of their mission, Yi Huang had dispatched a substantial number of personnel to support her, leaving their base alarmingly undermanned. The cunning of the Red Ridge base was evident. As they departed, they had orchestrated a counteroffensive against their own base, an insidious maneuver indeed. Tang Wei swiftly made a decision. If Ali were indeed captured by these individuals, it would be prudent for you to remain by their side as a means of leverage. Furthermore, as long as we can overpower the Hongang base, rescuing Ali later would not pose a significant challenge. How infuriating it is indeed you. Upon seeing Liang Xiaoling's presence, Xiao Wei felt an immediate surge of resentment, while Tang Wei's gaze ignited with additional fury. Everyone must exercise caution. This time, Liang Xiaoling personally leads the team, and his abilities are rather unique. We must protect ourselves and safeguard the base. Although the number of personnel brought by the Hongang base is limited, each is at least of third tier or above. One after another, their formidable powers are overwhelming, and those left behind at the base are nearing their breaking point. It is astonishing that what appeared to be a formidable base turned out to be merely a collection of insignificant weaklings, a complete waste of my time. I expected you to be far more formidable. Liang Xiaoling observed the individuals teetering on the brink of collapse with a hint of boredom in his eyes. How utterly uninteresting. I anticipated a greater challenge from you. You gather all the supplies from this location and leave no one alive who deserves to die. Spare only the truly powerful. Do you understand? The subordinates nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with excitement. After issuing his commands, Liang Xiaoling turned to depart, evidently envisioning the moment when the Hongang base would be utterly obliterated. Chapter 147. Unscathed Shen Mu stood at a distance, silently sweating as he witnessed the artillery shell hurtling towards Liang Xiaoling. An indescribable thrill surged within him. He had devoted considerable time to the development of this shell, which possessed immense power, and no matter how formidable an ability one might wield, it would be incapable of withstanding the assault of this projectile. Moreover, their shot was a surprise attack, and even Liang Xiaoling's speed would not suffice for a timely reaction. This time, Liang Xiaoling was undoubtedly doomed. Shen Mu's heart raced with exhilaration, while others looked on with eager anticipation. They understood that if Liang Xiaoling were incapacitated, the other abilities would surely be left leaderless, making their eventual defeat a trivial matter. In the next moment, The shell detonated behind Liang Xialing, collapsing the surrounding wall and releasing a thick cloud of smoke and dust that caused everyone to stagger back a few steps. Tang Wei and Shen Mu stood at a distance, fixated on the scene. Who could have predicted that in the following instant, a figure, as striking as fire, leapt fiercely from the smoke, wielding an overwhelming psychic force that rendered everyone present breathless? It appears that something intriguing has arrived. Liang Xiaoling's tone carried a hint of provocation and amusement, seemingly regarding Tang Wei and Shen Mu with utter disregard. Shen Mu gazed in astonishment at the unscathed Liang Xiaoling before him. At the same time, having lost his crystal core, Shen Mu felt a crushing pressure that left him breathless. A metallic taste of blood began to linger in his mouth. Tang Wei quickly sensed the impending danger. All present were subdued by Liang Xiaoling's mental prowess. Even those with slightly stronger mental fortitude felt the impact. Everyone needed to concentrate, ensuring they were not ensnared by Liang Xiaoling's extraordinary abilities. Stay focused, Tang Wei urged loudly, activating her mental field to suppress Liang Xiaoling's influence. You are quite formidable. Tang Wei's mental strength had evolved significantly. Although Liang Xiaoling had absorbed the energy of many crystal cores, making her undeniably powerful, Tang Wei was undeterred. She was fully capable of shielding her teammates beside her. Tang Wei released her grip and regarded Liang Xiaoling with a cold stare. What is it that you truly desire? I simply find you little rodents insufferable and wish to play, Liang Xiaoling replied, a seductive smile curling at her lips. I initially thought your pathetic little hideout wouldn't last long, yet it appears to be quite entertaining. Perhaps I shall indulge myself a bit longer. Her tone dripped with provocation directed at Tang Wei, who furrowed her brows in irritation, while Shen Mu's complexion turned pale. Why had his earlier projectile directly pierced through Liang Xiaoling's position, only to collide with the wall behind her, leaving her unscathed? Although Tang Wei found this perplexing, now was not the time for speculation. They needed to devise a strategy to confront Liang Xiaoling. Since you regard us with such disdain, why muster so many to confront us? Tang Wei remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. It seems you lack the confidence to handle us alone, which is why you summoned such a multitude of subordinates. At this, Liang Xiaoling appeared slightly irked, her brow furrowing. Are you deliberately provoking me? Tang Wei scoffed nonchalantly. And what if I am? We are outnumbered, yet you bring a cadre of elite fighters, all while pretending to be unconcerned. In truth, you must fear being utterly overwhelmed by us. Her forthright words, laced with audacity, ignited a flicker of anger in Liang Xiaoling's eyes, prompting her to respond with a chilling laugh. You are a bold little girl. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, Liang Xiaoling waved her hand, causing half of her entourage to vanish. Now, only the remaining few will contend with you. Should you manage to defeat me, consider it your victory. Though surprised by her declaration, Tang Wei could not resist the urge to provoke further. You truly delight in such meaningless games. Liang Xiaoling, undeterred by Tang Wei's derision, merely deepened her smile. That may be so, but I'm curious to see how long your frail group can endure. Then let us not squander any more time. Tang Wei, unable to endure any longer, swiftly drew her weapon, taking a defensive stance alongside her fellow superhumans. Liang Xiaoling let out a disdainful sneer, dismissively waving her hand. Teach them a lesson. The superhumans from Honggang Base, filled with arrogance, grew even more confident upon hearing Liang Xiaoling's words, launching themselves at Tang Wei and her companions with fierce determination. It was only during the actual confrontation that Tang Wei truly recognized the terrifying capabilities of these individuals. You certainly know how to train your subordinates. A deafening explosion erupted, causing Tang Wei to instinctively step back. As she raised a shield, she glanced up to see that the very spot where she had stood was now engulfed by the blast, affecting even those from Honggang Base. Upon closer inspection, she realized that one individual had been stealthily attempting to approach her, only to detonate themselves in a desperate bid to drag her into the abyss. The audacity to resort to self-detonation, even at the cost of injuring their own allies, was shocking. Fortunately, Zhou Ju had reacted swiftly, erecting a shield just in time to mitigate the damage. Tang Wei seethed with anger, The subordinates of Hongang base were undeniably powerful, each a formidable superhuman. And it was inconceivable that one of them would choose such a suicidal method to eliminate an enemy. This act of self-destruction was undoubtedly ordered by Liang Xialing. Seeing that her plan had failed to eliminate Tang Wei, Liang Xialing couldn't help but express a hint of regret, shaking her head with a tone laced with mockery. Ineffective, so close yet still failing to kill her, a waste of potential. Tang Wei, incensed by the casual demeanor with which Liang Xialing dismissed the fallen subordinate, turned and shouted as she engaged in combat with the superhumans. Chapter 148. Collective Invisibility. Meanwhile, Shen Murin seized the opportunity during the brief exchange to distribute the remaining weapons from her laboratory to ensure everyone's safety. This atmosphere of encouragement invigorated the group. With half of the Hongang base personnel having retreated and suffering additional losses among their ranks, the tide began to shift. Leading the charge, Tang Wei became a beacon of hope for her companions, who rallied with renewed vigor and courage to confront the forces from Hongang base. Though everyone fought valiantly, the adversaries still held a certain advantage. Despite their own weapons, Tang Wei's side faced considerable challenges in the fray. Thankfully, Shen Mu's healing abilities remained intact. She promptly attended to the injured, ensuring the safety of her teammates. Zhou Ju focused on utilizing the mushroom extraction liquid derived from the fungi Tang Wei had previously cultivated, working to provide a protective shield for the base. With their coordinated efforts, it became evident that the forces from Hongang base were struggling to maintain their ground, and Tang Wei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as victory appeared within reach. Everyone hold on. If we can endure just a little longer, I am convinced that these adversaries shall not prevail against us. Although our own members possess formidable abilities, their arrogance renders them devoid of any sense of teamwork. In this moment, they are being relentlessly pushed back by Tang Wei's forces. Such humiliation stirs a discontent within Liang Xialing, his brow furrowing slightly. At some point, a remote control has mysteriously appeared in his hand. Upon gently pressing a button, the remaining subordinates surge forth, their presence gradually dissipating under the influence of an enigmatic power. Simultaneously, the Era, who were once fiercely battling on the front lines, suddenly seem to sense something amiss. They begin to cry out to Tang Wei, as if striving to convey an urgent warning. However, Tang Wei is wholly engrossed in the fight, unable to divert her attention. Observing Tang Wei's preoccupation, Era feels a profound sadness, yet is equally anxious about a potential ambush on their base. Consequently, they launch themselves forward, exhaling a frigid mist that encases the nearby ability users in ice, inadvertently affecting some of Tang Wei's comrades, though fortunately, to a lesser extent. Era, you have harmed our own, Tang Wei exclaims, concern etched upon her face. It is well known that Era is exceptionally astute, even amidst fierce combat. They have never inflicted harm upon their allies. Yet now, Era seems to engage in indiscriminate attacks, relentlessly unleashing their ice powers towards the front. Although this certainly inflicts damage on some adversaries, it also endangers their own. Regardless of Tang Wei's pleas, Era appears oblivious, continuing their onslaught with fervor. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly perceives a sharp wave of energy hurtling towards her, yet she cannot discern the source of the attack. Instinctively, she evades the strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she notes that while the previous attack was potent, it originated from a close range, indicating it was not a distant assault. Yet, there was clearly no one present at that spot. As Tang Wei grapples with this perplexity, she hears her fellow comrades emit cries of distress. They too have fallen victim to this unseen assailant, never having glimpsed their attacker, only enduring the blows. Everyone be cautious. Withdraw to the base, Tang Wei commands, recognizing the dire circumstances. She leads her team back to the protective shield of their base. Witnessing her teammates retreat, Era is filled with exhilaration, swiftly using their abilities to unleash power outward, even targeting seemingly empty spaces. While Tang Wei observes this, her curiosity piqued. She suddenly notices that where Era had unleashed their powers, an individual who had previously been invisible is now encased in ice. To her surprise, The individuals from the Hongang base were indeed present. However, just moments ago, Tang Wei had seen clearly that no one was there. It was only after Ala's attack that their true forms were revealed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the areas targeted by Allah were in fact occupied, but they had been rendered invisible due to the freezing effects of Ala's abilities. Moreover, Tang Wei had been preoccupied with eliminating enemies, which accounted for her earlier oversight. Now, she realized that all of Ala's assaults were directed towards those unseen adversaries lurking outside. This is bad. Something has been persistently attacking us. Everyone must remain vigilant. Yet, they could not even catch a glimpse of their attackers. Other ability users nearby also sensed the precarious situation. Although they could see the individuals targeted by Allah, the effectiveness of her powers was relatively meager, especially against the formidable opponents outside, who were of considerable rank. They would not be ensnared by Ala's abilities. They were merely momentarily revealed. How are they capable of this? I have never heard of an ability that grants invisibility, Tang Wei pondered, her thoughts drifting to Ali. It seemed that Ali's power allowed her to diminish her presence, rendering her invisible to others. However, Tang Wei was puzzled, for Ali's crystal core had been extracted. How then could she still be exploited by the Hongang base personnel? Though Tang Wei found herself perplexed, there was no time for contemplation in the present circumstances. She had to continue facing the external threats. While we can still see them, we must act swiftly. She understood that although Zhou Jiaoju's shield possessed substantial defensive capabilities, it could not endure indefinitely, especially against the numerous ability users from Hongang base. If the last line of defense of the base were to crumble, it would spell disaster, not just for them, but for their entire stronghold. Chapter 149. The search for Ali at that moment. Liang Xiaoling observed Tang Wei and her companions struggling in vain, a faint smile curling her lips. What a bunch of useless fools. I wonder how much longer you can hold out. A subordinate, addressing her respectfully, remarked, "Boss, these individuals have fortified their defenses quite effectively. It will likely require considerable effort and time to breach this barrier." Liang Xiaoling frowned slightly at this comment, but chose not to elaborate. This is truly tedious. It appears I shall have to prolong my stay here. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Hongang base encountered the protective barrier of the mushrooms, briefly revealing themselves before quickly retreating once more. Moreover, the number of individuals that Allah could freeze was exceedingly limited, and they would soon regain their strength, proving to be quite a nuisance. Tang Jia, this cannot continue. We cannot see these people, nor do we know their whereabouts. If we unleash our skills indiscriminately, we will merely deplete our own energy. If this persists, we will surely find ourselves exhausted. We must devise a strategy to unveil their true forms in order to engage them effectively in battle. Tang Wei was acutely aware of this notion. Their method of concealment was exceedingly enigmatic, and until now, she had never caught a glimpse of Ali, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. However, Shen Mu keenly observed the remote control in Liang Xiaoling's hand. During the earlier assault, Liang Xiaoling had been manipulating the device with great focus. It dawned on Shen Mu that this remote control might be pivotal, perhaps enabling Liang Xiaoling to orchestrate their invisibility. Tang Wei nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this hypothesis. Yet, the question remained, what mechanism could allow Liang Xiaoling to wield such control over others? Could it be that Ali was under Liang Xiaoling's influence, compelled to utilize his abilities to render their entire force invisible? This revelation struck Tang Wei like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, Liang Xiaoling had honed his powers to a formidable degree, capable of bestowing invisibility upon others. Nonetheless, Ali's resolute character would never allow him to assist them willingly. It was likely that the remote control was intended to subjugate Ali. Yet, with Liang Xiaoling's elusive nature and the previous failure of her artillery to harm him, retrieving the remote control from his grasp seemed an insurmountable challenge. Shen Mu quietly interjected, and the group fell into contemplation, acknowledging the truth in his words. Liang Xiaoling's powers were inherently perilous, and acquiring the remote control would necessitate defeating him. Moreover, Liang Xiaoling was flanked by exceptionally powerful ability users, rendering any attempt to capture him exceedingly daunting. I shall seek out Ali. one member suddenly declared with resolute determination. While Ali's invisibility could indeed extend to those nearby, the range was limited. To utilize this advantage, they would need to keep Ali close at hand. As Tang Wei spoke, her discerning gaze swept over the assembled individuals. Wei expressed her agreement, yet hesitated, acutely aware of the myriad of ability users present in that vicinity, making Tang Wei's mission to rescue Ali all the more perilous. But it is too dangerous there. I shall accompany you, she insisted. No, I possess spatial abilities, allowing me to search swiftly alone. You must remain here to protect everyone. Under the unwavering resolve in Tang Wei's eyes, the others could only watch helplessly as she turned to depart, devoid of any alternative. At that moment, Shen Mu, watching Tang Wei's retreat, suddenly raised his head. Typically reticent, he spoke with an unusual calmness. As his words resonated, the group nodded in understanding. Realizing that Tang Wei would be venturing alone into the throngs at the Honggang base, a venture fraught with peril, they needed to apply sufficient pressure in the front lines to ensure that Tang Wei would have a modicum of safety within. Thus, despite the formidable resistance, the crowd suddenly regained their vigor, relentlessly launching attacks towards the Honggang base. Oh, is this a desperate struggle for survival? Liang Xiaoling observed the newfound energy among the individuals at the base and was momentarily taken aback. A casual glance around the throng revealed the absence of one particular person. Traditionally, whenever present, Tang Wei would always be at the forefront, yet now she was conspicuously missing, replaced by Wei, which was rather perplexing. Sensing something amiss, Liang Xiaoling gently closed her eyes, attuning her formidable mental prowess to the surroundings, swiftly detecting Tang Wei, who was traversing the space in search of someone. How intriguing. She dares to venture alone in search of another. Her subordinates, oblivious to the unfolding events, exchanged puzzled glances. Boss, what is happening? Liang Xiaoling subtly raised her delicate, pale fingers, pointing towards a corner of the crowd. Upon looking, her subordinates indeed spotted Tang Wei, who was anxiously scanning her surroundings. One of them, seething with anger, turned to confront her, but Liang Xiaoling remained seated, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, Tang Wei was diligently navigating through the crowd, desperately seeking Ali's presence. Yet her efforts were in vain. Just then, she felt an ominous presence trailing behind her. Chapter 150, Relentless Pursuit. Tang Wei, unwilling to slacken her pace, continued to run, striving to evade her pursuer. However, the individual behind her was equally swift and possessed an understanding of spatial abilities, perfectly matching her speed. With no other option, Tang Wei pressed on, her search for Ali becoming increasingly arduous. Due to her rapid pace, the wind had inflicted cuts upon her skin, blood seeping from a fresh wound. The battlefield was fraught with complexity, and Tang Wei was unfamiliar with the terrain. Though she utilized space as a refuge, it remained perilously dangerous. Meanwhile, Shen Mu had not taken his gaze off Tang Wei and became acutely aware of the threat behind her. This is troublesome. Tang Wei has been detected by Liang Xiaoling's people. Yet, those pursuing her remained relentless, and if this continued, it would be impossible for Tang Wei to locate Ali and successfully rescue him. Moreover, Shen Mu understood that although Tang Wei was fast, she had reached her limits. The pursuers were formidable opponents. If they caught up with her, her chances of survival would be grim. What are you doing? Shen Mu pondered, intent on leaving to assist Tang Wei. Wei, witnessing this, assumed he was seeking his own demise and hurriedly blocked his path. Don't you see Tang Wei is in danger over there? I must go help her. Shen Mu spoke with unwavering calmness, meticulously preparing his weapons, seemingly ready for action. Wei's gaze was intricate as she glanced at Shen Mu, who was now devoid of his crystal core and equipped with a rather clumsy mechanical arm. His only means of self-defense lay in the lethal weapons he had developed. Though they proved effective to a certain extent, it was still perilous for him to confront them alone. No, if he ventured out now, he would merely be courting death and would be of no assistance to Tang Wei. While Wei harbored concerns for Tang Wei's well-being, it must be noted that Tang Wei possessed the ability to protect herself within her space. However, should Shen Mu step outside in his current state, He could very well meet his demise at the hands of those with extraordinary abilities. With Tang Wei absent, Xiao Wei could not allow Shen Mu to take such a risk, nor could she betray Tang Wei's admonitions. Time was of the essence. If she did not act swiftly, Tang Wei would be in danger. Shen Mu, astutely aware of the situation, had already perceived that Tang Wei was straining to maintain her strength in the face of adversity. Her pace gradually slowing. Those pursuing her were relentless, seemingly intent on not relenting until they captured her. I must intervene. Xiao Wei's attempt to halt him was too late. She watched as Shen Mu dashed out, immediately besieged by all the extraordinary beings. Yet he showed no fear, retaliating with his lethal weaponry. Surprisingly, the weapons Shen Mu wielded, though appearing diminutive, were incredibly deadly, swiftly incapacitating those who dared to approach him. "Get away!" he bellowed, his eyes never straying from Tang Wei. "I have no time to waste with you." Despite lacking his skills, his mechanical arms were exceptionally durable, swiftly inflicting grievous injuries upon his adversaries. Upon witnessing this, some of the extraordinary beings became enraged and attempted to swarm Shen Mu, but he was well prepared. Producing a flamethrower he had meticulously readied, he unleashed a torrent of flames upon them. The searing heat caused them to howl in agony, several leaping about in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. Shen Mu's flames, augmented by Xiao Wei's abilities and mushroom extraction liquid, were not only intensely burning but also corrosive, significantly impairing their powers. Seizing the opportunity while they writhed in pain, Shen Mu wasted no time and hurriedly turned to search for Tang Wei. Meanwhile, Tang Wei was not having an easy time locating Ali due to the relentless pursuit from behind. She had to fend off attacks while trying to decipher the scattered echoes of Ali's voice amidst the chaos, unsure of where Liang Xiaoling had concealed him. "This is quite intriguing. I wonder how long you can hide." Tang Wei gritted her teeth, resolved to confront her pursuers head-on. Having previously gathered intelligence that among them were those with spatial abilities. Regarding the matter of space, Tang Wei had indeed contemplated using it as an escape route. However, he had previously learned through Shao Qi that within the Honggang base, there were individuals proficient in spatial abilities, each possessing formidable skills. He feared that if he truly entered that space, he would find himself ensnared, resulting in an even more precarious situation. Thus, as Tang Wei prepared for a desperate struggle, an unexpected shadow emerged behind those individuals. Shen Mu, wielding a firearm, unleashed a fierce barrage of flames towards them. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei swiftly concealed herself within the spatial realm, narrowly avoiding being scorched by the flames. The assailants, clearly unprepared for an ambush from behind, were caught off guard and charred in an instant. Within the space, Tang Wei sensed the chaos outside. As the flames dissipated, she emerged to catch a glimpse of Shen Mu. "Be cautious." Although Shen Mu's arrival had indeed aided her significantly, Tang Wei was acutely aware that he had risked his life to rescue her. She could not let Shen Mu's efforts go in vain. She needed to find Ali without delay. Resolving this in her mind, Tang Wei disregarded the abilities of the others and continued to navigate swiftly through every nook and cranny of the space. The other supernatural beings, witnessing Tang Wei's escape, were consumed by rage, unable to spare a thought for Shen Mu as they roared in unison. "We cannot let that woman get away." After her. Chapter 151. Successful rescue. Just as the throng was about to mobilize, Shen Mu raised his twin pistols, unhesitatingly firing at the first individual who attempted to pursue Tang Wei. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Let me see who among you can catch up." The subordinates of Liang Xiaoling were evidently taken aback. A man who had lost his crystal core displayed such audacity, inciting their fury. "Let us deal with this insolent brat first." Meanwhile, Tang Wei had circled the vicinity multiple times, but had yet to locate Ali. She could sense Ali's presence nearby, yet could not discern his location. Just then, a faint sound emanated from a nearby small room. Uncertain of what was locked within, Tang Wei was convinced she had not misheard the earlier noise. Tentatively, she called out Ali's name, only to hear a soft sob from within. That sound was unmistakably Ali's. Instantly, Tang Wei was filled with rage. In a frenzy, she kicked open the door. The sight inside rendered her momentarily speechless. How could this be? Ali was ensnared in a tangle of wires, his hands and feet bound, his eyes reduced to empty sockets, and his mouth filled with blood, sealed by tape, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Tang Wei's heart ached profoundly as she stepped closer, realizing that Ali was connected to numerous wires. Having previously accompanied Shen Mu to the laboratory, Tang Wei immediately recognized that the wires were connected to an electric shock device. In an instant, she comprehended the true purpose of the remote control in Liang Shelling's hand. It was intended to manipulate Ali, using electric shocks to stimulate his abilities, thereby enabling him to render their entire army invisible. To her astonishment, that woman possessed such a heart of a viper. Filled with rage, Tang Wei rushed forward, tearing away all the wires from Ali's body and removing the gag from his mouth, trembling as she cradled him in her arms. Elder Sister Tang. Ali finally managed to speak. Though his voice was faint, his words slurred. After stammering for a while, Tang Wei finally discerned his plea. Elder Sister Tang, please, in my life. Despite the fact that Ali had lost his eyes, the void where they once were only reflected despair. Tang Wei's heart ached profoundly. She could only hold him gently, her voice trembling as she offered words of comfort. It's all right. It's all going to be okay. You'll soon feel better. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, indicating that those from the Ankle Brigade had arrived. Tang Wei's gaze turned icy as she lowered her head, softly reassuring Ali. I must find a way to take you out of here. You'll rest in my space for a while, and once I resolve this matter, I will come back for you. Having uttered these words, she could no longer heed what Ali wished to convey, hastily placing him into her space before turning to leave. However, upon stepping out of the small room, she realized it was too late. Several members of the Honggang base had surrounded the room, their cold stares directed at Tang Wei, laced with a hint of provocation and disdain. I never expected you to be quite clever, finding this place so quickly, but it's too late. We will never allow either you or that person to leave here alive. Yet when the time came to act, Tang Wei sensed that Ali's condition in the space was deteriorating. Without her even lifting a finger, his body trembled more violently. It was evident that her overwhelming power outside was adversely affecting him. This realization deepened her sorrow, and in order to safeguard Ali from further harm, she was compelled to temper her own actions. Unbeknownst to those who were attacking, they mistook her restraint for cowardice, launching a barrage of venomous and lethal strikes. Each aimed to bring her to her demise. Cornered and feeling despondent, Tang Wei suddenly sensed a warmth emanating from her waist. The foremost of the ability users, noticing Tang Wei had reached a dead end, relaxed their vigilance, a smirk of challenge curling at the corners of their lips. I thought you were formidable, but it seems you're merely ordinary. Let us see where you can run today. As the light in the hand of one of them began to glow ominously, intending to strike Tang Wei down, her eyes narrowed instinctively. In the next moment, a sudden crimson light erupted before several individuals, halting the power of one man in its tracks, blinding him with its overwhelming brilliance. Meanwhile, Tang Wei seized the opportunity, swiftly positioning herself before the leading Esper. With a surge of her palm's force, she employed her spatial locking ability to draw the man into her realm. Upon finding himself in this space, the man confronted Tang Wei and let out a derisive laugh. Even if you bring me here, what of it? You cannot kill me, he scoffed, his cold gaze fixed upon her. But if I could slay you here, it would surely bring me greater delight. His words dripped with provocation. Yet Tang Wei remained unfazed, her icy stare unwavering. You certainly have confidence, she remarked. In the next instant, countless blades of light materialized out of thin air. Though small, they were sharp and merciless, slicing into the man with relentless precision. Panic began to grip him as he attempted to bolster his defenses, only to discover that none of his abilities functioned within this domain. With a cold smirk, Tang Wei dispatched him effortlessly, striding out with an air of confidence. What have you done to our leader? One of the onlookers demanded. He is dead, Tang Wei replied with a chilling laugh, and quite gruesomely, I might add. Care to join him? At her words, a frenzy overtook the remaining individuals, their reason abandoned as they roared in fury. You seek death, they shouted. lunging at Tang Wei with murderous intent. Yet, she discerned their chaotic mindset, and at the moment they struck, deftly evaded their lethal assault using her spatial abilities. In a flash, she reappeared behind them, unleashing a powerful blow that nearly sent them reeling in blood. "How is it possible that you have become so formidable?" They gasped in disbelief, still reeling from the sudden shift in her demeanor. Chapter 152. A Return to Serenity in Truth. Tang Wei had recently discovered a glowing object at her waist, a gift from Shen, a type of emergency medication designed to alleviate pain and instill calm. Initially, she thought it unnecessary for herself, but then realized it could offer some comfort to Ali, allowing her to focus on the fight ahead. Thus, as she entered the spatial realm, she resolved to administer the medicine to Ali while also dealing with the man, gathering strength through the crystal cores to effortlessly vanquish the espers before her. Meanwhile, Liang Xialing suddenly found her invisibility abilities stripped away, igniting her fury. "That little rat has managed to thwart me," she seethed. "Then let us raze this place to the ground." Under Liang Xialing's command, the personnel of the Honggang base launched an unrelenting assault on the Yehuang base, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible drive, as if they were expending their very life force in the attack. Though Tang Wei and her companions were thoroughly exhausted, they found solace in the unwavering shield provided by Zhou Xiaoju. This allowed them a modicum of respite and afforded them precious moments to regroup. Upon seeing Ali's state, Xiaoqi descended into a frenzy, the culmination of her long-suppressed anguish erupting forth as she sought vengeance against Liang Xialing. Tang Wei understood the torment that plagued Xiaoqi's heart. However, she was acutely aware of the perilous situation at hand. To rush out for revenge would be tantamount to courting death. Despite Tang Wei's earnest entreaties, Xiaoqi remained resolute. Fortunately, at that moment, Ali suddenly regained her composure. "It's all right. I'm fine. Do not sacrifice yourself for me," she uttered, her voice frail yet tinged with a faint smile, her hollow eyes betraying a void. Xiaoqi was deeply pained, and upon receiving word of the situation, Shenmu hurried over to administer what treatment he could to Ali's injuries. While superficial wounds had been tended to, the grievous loss of limbs remained irreparable. Tang Wei, despite her anxiousness, decided to return the general's body. As she did, her form began to absorb energy autonomously, her skin regaining a semblance of luster, which brought a modicum of relief to the group. However, outside, the relentless onslaught continued, with the deranged assailants leading an unceasing attack day and night. Despite the protection of the shield and the support of their comrades, the immense energy expenditure had attracted a horde of zombies. The undead attacked indiscriminately. While they inflicted a degree of harm upon the Red Ridge base, the pressure on Tang Wei's base was equally overwhelming. In desperation, Shenmu and Tang Wei conferred and resolved to send a distress signal in the name of the Yihuang base, seeking reinforcements from various outposts. Just then, word arrived that the deranged assailants had managed to tear a small breach in the defenses. Though efforts were underway to rectify the situation, the exhilaration of the outside psychics only intensified as they attempted to force their way inside. Tang Wei's expression hardened, and she promptly rallied her companions to assist. Together, they endeavored to seal the breach, but their efforts proved futile against the relentless tide of attackers striving to widen the gap and gain entry. In light of this dire predicament, Tang Wei summoned her strength, employing her powers in conjunction with Ali's ice abilities to initiate a freezing assault, aiming to impede the aggressor's advance. Simultaneously, the approaching tide of zombies drew nearer, and some psychics from the Red Ridge base began to regain consciousness. Puzzled as to why they found themselves on the battlefield, their bodies marred by injuries, others awoke, seemingly under some form of control, and began to experience profound distress. They retreated, leading the awakened psychics alongside them in a strategic withdrawal. Upon receiving the shocking news, fury surged within him, prompting him to ruthlessly eliminate those nearby, particularly the awakened individuals attempting to retreat. He extracted their core essences, absorbing them on the spot to enhance his own mental dominion over the awakened. Meanwhile, the awakened under Tang Wei's command gazed upon the distant, dense tide of zombies, their faces paling. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, even if we were to evade the clutches of those at the Hongang base, we would surely perish at the hands of these undead fiends. What is there to fear? We have endured until now. Can we truly cower before these zombies? One individual shouted with fervor, rallying the spirits of the group. Let us hold our ground, everyone. Arm yourselves to fortify our defenses, preventing those zombies and nefarious souls from breaching our ranks. Observing the relentless efforts of her comrades, Tang Wei remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Liang Xialing, her expression contemplative, as if pondering something profound. What occupies your thoughts? Shen inquired, noticing Tang Wei's deep contemplation and approaching with concern. Have you not perceived that some of the awakened among us seem to have diminished in number? Shen nodded, having already discerned the truth. Those who had vanished were evidently victims of Liang Xialing's control, now lifeless. It was apparent that some of those previously ensnared by her powers had regained consciousness, only to meet their demise. Thus, it stood to reason that should we eliminate Liang Xialing now, the awakened from the Hongang base could potentially awaken from their stupor. Tang Wei's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering and grave. Upon hearing this, Shenmu immediately grasped her intent and vehemently shook his head in refusal. That is out of the question. Liang Xialing is exceedingly perilous. We cannot confront her. Without the means to awaken these individuals, we would stand no chance against the impending horde. Tang Wei spoke with calm clarity, yet Shenmu remained obstinate. Regardless of the circumstances, this plan was far too perilous. Ultimately, Tang Wei, feeling helpless, could do nothing but position her allies at the breach of their shield. Concurrently, Liang Xialing, akin to a zombie, dispatched the nearby awakened with unrelenting ferocity. Tang Wei, witnessing the chaos outside, cursed her own ineffectual words, silently wishing for an end to this turmoil. Overcome with emotion, she led her comrades to persist against the oncoming tide. As the zombie horde approached, they initially targeted Liang Xialing and her followers, causing a significant portion of her mental control to dissipate. The awakened who regained their senses scattered in panic. Liang Xialing, now bereft of her subordinates and the protection of her controlled allies, found herself utterly defenseless, gradually consumed by the relentless undead. Even without the onslaught from the Hongang bases awakened, Tang Wei dared not lower her guard, for the multitude of zombies continued their relentless advance. Fortunately, with Zhou Xiaojiwe's protective mushroom shield, the group managed to withstand the assault, albeit with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the awakened individuals at the Hongang base were met with a throng of zombies, instilling fear deep within them as they incessantly cried for help from the Yehuang base. However, the inhabitants of Yehuang base harbored an intense resentment towards Hongang base, rendering any assistance impossible. They could only remain indifferent as the others struggled against the undead outside. Ultimately, support arrived from other bases, with a multitude of supernatural beings joining forces to eradicate the zombies, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. As the battlefield came to a close, Tang Wei and Shen Mu emerged, utterly exhausted, only to discover a warm sun illuminating the sky, causing their eyes to glimmer with hope. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not beheld a normal sun for quite some time. It had either been shrouded in darkness or scorching hot. To see such a sun again felt as if a century had passed. The apocalypse was over. At some point, Shen Mu found himself standing before Tang Wei, and in their gazes, they each witnessed a glimmer of tears filled with excitement, ultimately embracing each other in a heartfelt weep. Everything had changed for the better. Sunlight scattered gently upon the crowd, enveloping them in a serene and tranquil atmosphere.